Before I begin, I want to say hello to everybody that's here. Who is in here? Who is in the building? I see Calvin McWilliams. Good to see you, Calvin. Devira, Jermaine Trusty. I see AC Salam, Adrian Hilton, Albert Robinson, Amani from our BBS team is here. Amani is a part of our customer support team. So if you have any questions about anything going on in the Black Business School, you can talk to Amani right there in the chat. And or you can actually email support theblackbusinessschool.com. We have the best support team ever. We take pride in loving the heck out of you and doing everything we can to make you happy. And so I know a lot of you were there with us when we were studying stock options this week in the Prime program. Those who are interested in generating income from stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. I know some of y'all own that stock called HUT. And HUT has been just on fire. And I know one of the students hit me up and said, he said, my stock is way past the strike price. What do I do? And so we talked about that. That was like the FOMO insurance. Remember we talked about that? And this is a good time. This is what the FOMO insurance is for, in case you were ever wondering why we put that in place. So, but the stock is doing great, and you can't complain when your stocks are going up. When you're making money, I'm really happy for you. So congratulations to everybody that's doing well this week. This is a great stock market, by the way, just as a side note. But anyway, let's dig more into some of what Dr. Anderson is talking about this week. So as you guys know, we've been going through Dr. Anderson's book. His book is called The Black History Reader. And in this book, he is telling us all about the history that we never learned in school, all the stuff that we need to know to move forward with intelligence and integrity in terms of just sort of knowing what the next steps need to be. You know, how we can really be our best selves, how we can fight the reparations battle in the right way. You need full information because I will tell you that most of the evidence says to me that we have been lied to like crazy, that the lies are very, very deep. The lies are intergenerational. The lies are based on good old-fashioned propaganda, and I think it's extremely important for us to educate our own. And that's actually going to be one of the themes and discussions we're going to have with our many, many educational experts that we're going to have at the All Black National Convention. I hope you guys will go ahead and get your tickets and your passes and get ready for the convention. If you want to know more about the convention, it's going to be in Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. And you can learn more at allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Brother Nuri Muhammad is going to be this year's keynote. That's the guy that I chose because I just think that he is amazing. And also Lamar Tyler, the Black Millionaire Maker, he's agreed to come out. We've got some other great people that are coming in terms of Constance Carter, real estate expert. Just so many great people that are going to be there that can really help you enhance your life. Educational experts, relationship experts. My wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, is going to do a healing having event for those of you that want to heal. If you want to go into a space with her, she's got a partner named Lachelle. I don't have Lachelle's last name, but Lachelle is very good at the whole Reiki. She's a Reiki healer. So as I mentioned to you all, undiagnosed, untreated trauma is one of our biggest problems in the community. So we've got trauma experts that can help you heal. We've got a Fitbrit who's a fitness expert that can help you. You know, we're going to have workout sessions in the morning. Those of you that are in the mastermind, we're going to have a private VIP session for you guys. Also, those of you that are in the Prime program, we're going to have a gathering for the Prime members. So to participate in all of that, I see some of you are asking about it. Just go to allblacknationalconvention.com, get your ticket, and also the discounted hotel rooms are going to run out very soon. So you should probably get on the website, get your discounted room. It's at the Westin, so it's very nice and classy, but not too expensive, right? So like in 2021, it was an amazing convention in Orlando. It was right after the pandemic, kind of still in the middle of it a little bit. And it was really nice, very glamorous and luxurious and beautiful. But I kind of felt like it kind of went a little too far to that end. And so when some of you reached out, I heard you, and when you said that you'd like something that's more affordable for families. So we wanted to sort of find that middle range, you know, nothing dusty, but nothing snobby, right? And so this Westin hotel is very, very nice and comfortable. And the rates, the rooms are about 130. And we are well designed for kids and everything else. So we're going to cover everything: economics, real estate, crypto. We got crypto experts coming. We've got people that are experts in, again, health and education, relationships, family, all kinds of stuff, because we believe we should be learning from ourselves and from each other. So if you'd like to join us, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. Half of the tickets, almost all the tickets, I say about 60% of the tickets are sold. So you can kind of make that of that as you wish. I don't think there'll be tickets at the door. Because we're not trying to have a blowout convention. I don't want thousands of people there. I kind of want the right people there. They have the right attitude, so we can keep the right energy. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so here is where we are in Dr. Claude Anderson's book. Dr. Anderson wrote a book called The Black History Reader, and you can get a copy of this book at powernomics.com. Every black child in America, every black person in America should read this book. Every white person in America needs to read it, but they may not want to read it. But you know what? Hey, it's okay because this is Black history, the Black History Reader, not the White History Reader. And so, by the way, I want to mention to everybody that just because we love Black history and love Black people, give me a yes if you understand that means I don't sit around here talking about how much I can't stand white folks. Now, I'm gonna be honest about you. I'm gonna tell you what you did because y'all stole our money. You need to cut that check expeditiously, in the words of my friend Ti, who actually bought some. I found out Ti bought some flashcards from some of our financial flashcards for his kids, which I thought was really cool of him. But anyway, yeah. So someone was asking, do we still have the business school for children? Yeah, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. It's really, really good. Kids that go through our program, they know more about finances than 90% of all adults. So feel free to go take a look. It's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. We also have financial flashcards. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can find the flashcards, workbooks. We got a lot of tools that you can use to educate your kids in economics. You guys know I'm a finance professor, a real PhD, not an honorary PhD, not a weekend PhD, like a real PhD. This is what we do. And so we got a ton of educational material. So feel free to take a look at that. But anyway, let's keep reading here. So in this book, which is the Black History Reader on page 150, Dr. Claude Anderson talks about something that's a really interesting, delicate, and really very powerful emotional issue in the community, which is the way policing is done toward black people, the way cops are trained to treat us. And my father, was a police officer for many years, so I saw all sides of that. I saw I saw officers at their best, and I saw officers at their worst. The racism is 100% real. And I was explained, a guy did explain to me that the historic job of police officers is to protect the rich from the poor and the white from the black. And so, especially back in the day, if you were black and you were in a special session special section of the city, you would be stopped just because you were there, right? All these things are very, very real. We know the history here. Now, here's what Dr. Anderson says. He says there is a pattern to this. There's a historical precedent of this, and understanding this can help us understand what's happening now. So let's read this. He says here, question 49 on page 150 of the Black History Reader. He says, why is the pattern of black men killed by white law enforcement personnel so acceptable and so entrenched in society? He says, for centuries, America has been a killing field for young black men, especially by white law enforcement. Although a long historical pattern of incidents in recent years, incidents in recent years have been troubling. In nearly every instance, courts and juries allowed those who profile, beat, or kill young black men to go unpunished. Why? Because the underclass status of blacks, which caused them to have unique historical experiences, is codified in this nation's revered founding documents. The Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights declare America a land of exceptionalism, the cradle of democracy, and a nation that values immigrants. Blacks were exceptional too. They were the nation's only non-immigrants. They were valued only as human property, entitled to be treated just like field animals. This lack of respect for a black man's life, rights, and contributions became infused into the nation's national spirit and codified into the legal and political infrastructure. America's perception of black men was framed by the U.S. Supreme Court's infamous 1857 Dred Scott decision. A black slave declared that he was free because he had visited and temporarily lived in a free state. The Supreme Court ruled, however, that, quote, a black man has no rights which a white man is bound to respect. This infamous ruling, never reversed in over 150 years, has been locked into the culture and collective American psyche and passed down from generation to generation of ethnic whites. The first lesson immigrants learn when they come to this country is that they are prized and valued over native Black Americans. This prevailing attitude impacts every aspect of how our political and law enforcement systems view and treat Blacks. This nation's public policies of benign neglect and political correctness further depreciated the value and rights of Black Americans. Those policies were constructed to kill off the Black civil rights movement of the 1960s and to make all forms of Blackness invisible. The policy of benign neglect, this is where they neglect you and just kind of ignore you, and rather than say directly addressing you, just no attention, no interest, just you're just there. This policy of benign neglect took the focus off of Blacks and over the course of the next half century morphed into political correctness and diversity, policies that do not distinguish or aid Blacks. The views of law enforcement and society in general carry the legacies of slavery, Jim Crow semi-slavery, and the Dred Scott decision. Having relinquished the few concrete gains made during the civil rights movement, Blacks have slid back into a powerless underclass status. Blacks, however, should not be treated as guests in America. This nation was founded on the blood, sweat, and labor of millions of Blacks who were denied their very humanity and the fruits of their labor. The newly fabricated class groups, especially immigrants, inherit unearned benefits, respect, and rights to which Blacks were entitled but never received. The larger society adds further insult to injury when it participates in public dialogue that gives the false impression that all people and groups have contributed equally to the development of this nation. This is a convenient myth. The racial problems between law enforcement and Black men will not abate until this nation addresses the exceptional history and achievements of Black Americans. Police power is freely exercised against Black men who are perceived as obsolete and powerless to do little more than march or riot. The larger society has a responsibility to resolve the long-standing dehumanization of Blacks that is contained in the foundation documents and to erase the emanating legal precedents. The tension between law enforcement and Blacks will never abate as long as whites own and control 98% of all the nation's wealth. 98% of all the nation's wealth, income, businesses, land, privileges, and all levels of government. The Dred Scott decision must be considered in any serious efforts to analyze the relationship between Blacks and law enforcement. Calls for healing, no matter how sincere, will not correct the problem. Understanding the historical context, however, will be a better beginning point. At least both groups would understand the importance of reversing the holding of Dred Scott and the contribution of the U.S. Constitution to the problem. So, according to Dr. Anderson, it seems that he's saying that the Dred Scott decision, in which they clearly stated that a Black man has no rights that a white man is bound to respect, that basically a white man is not expected to respect any of the rights of a Black man, and that decision was never reversed. So this is the America. Welcome to America. This is the country that you live in, where we are seen as not quite animals, but not quite human, kind of in that middle space, that 3/5 of a person kind of thing. And this does come out when you talk about policing. And I do know that it is interesting that I can find a ton of Black neighborhoods with nothing but white police officers, but I can't find many white neighborhoods with nothing but Black police officers. Also, I can find a ton of schools that are full of Black children that are run by mostly white teachers, but I can't find many schools with lots of white children that are run by mostly Black teachers. So to some extent, some of this disrespect is connected to this idea of a certain segment of society being seen as an overseer class, that their job is to basically be the parent and we're the child. They're the bus driver, we're riding the bus. They own the bus, they drive the bus, they decide where the bus is going to go, and we're just sort of sitting there because the more passengers they have on the bus, the more money that they make. So when they put your children in that school, they make money because your child's coming to school. That's why they want your child at school, not because they care about them. They want them there because they get paid based on these children. So to some extent, you kind of become like a commodity. I always make that comparison with a KFC chicken. The more chickens I have, the more chickens I can sell. So you are to some extent a commodity. Until you take control of that commodity and see the value of that commodity, then it's always going to continue to happen. So effectively, Dr. Anderson seems to believe that the abuse by police is directly connected to ownership and control of this country. And so this is one of the reasons why ownership has to be an incredibly important value that we have in the community, because if you look at police killings and everything else, and if you were to sort it out by, say, I don't know, economic status and educational status and stuff like that, you'd probably notice some variation. You'd notice that they know who they can pick on and they know who they can't mess with. And so ultimately, I think that these things are definitely connected. But it's hard to have the conversation because people think that you're being elitist by saying that we should own things and control things, and then that will make us less vulnerable. But the reality is that that is 100% true. So don't let them talk you into being vulnerable. Like, who do you trust? Why do you trust someone who has proven that they do not have your best interest at heart? Why would you trust those individuals to protect you and to keep you safe? I don't get that. I don't understand that. So that's what Dr. Anderson's saying. So he says basically there's a history of this kind of treatment, and this is something that is probably not going to go away anytime soon. We're going to have to change that. All right. So here is question number 50. Let's move forward to question 50. This is page 153 of the Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. The book is at powernomics.com if you want to get a copy. And also, those of you who are not on the text list, where I notify you guys every Wednesday night at 8:30 when we meet and we read Dr. Anderson's books, I can send you, just text the word greatness to 87948, all one word. Text the word greatness to 87948, and you'll get a notification when we meet for class next time. All right. So he talks about immigration. This is interesting. Immigration, naturalization. He says, why are the doors open? The doors of immigration open to Hispanics, but closed for Haitians? I don't know. Let's see, Dr. Anderson, what's going on here? He says the primary reasons immigrants from Haiti are treated differently than Hispanics are skin color and the country's historical role in the development of the Western world. The welcome mats for immigrants have always been based on a ranking order of skin color, ethnicity, and country of origin. Hispanics, whether in Europe or America, have always been classified as whites speaking Spanish, therefore entitled to preferential immigration into the U.S. from any country of origin. For Haitians and other persons of African descent, the welcome mat did not exist, except as slaves. So if you come over as a slave, then they're happy to have you. The bias against Haitian immigrants and refugees has a deep-seated historical element that caused great fear in whites in the U.S. For Haiti was the world's first free black nation in the entire Western Hemisphere. It's the first nation where the slaves fought back and won. When black slaves in Haiti successfully revolted against their French slaveholders, they became a free, independent nation, the first and only instance where slaves were ever able to break free and establish their own independent nation. No other black nation on earth had ever rebelled and overthrown their white colonial powers. The slave revolt in Haiti hit America hard. President George Washington and Secretary of State Thomas Jefferson, who were both slave owners, supported France in its efforts to suppress the Haitian slave revolt, but to no avail. So they supported the slaveholders. These are your heroes. These are the people that you're told to look up to. I don't know why you would look up to someone who enslaved your great grandparents, but that's what we're taught to do. It is remarkable that black Haitians defeated Napoleon Bonaparte's army, which was France's most effective military force. They also defeated the military forces of England and Spain. White slaveholders in the U.S. feared slave revolts would ignite physical hostilities between white society and the millions of blacks they held as slaves, so they started getting nervous. The military success of the slaves in Haiti did have a profound effect on slavery and a lasting impact on the way the United States treats Haitians today. Slavery was legalized as an official institution in 1789 with ratification of the U.S. Constitution. 2 years later, in August 1791, Haitian slaves revolted and took control of the island. 4 months later, December 8th, 1791, frightened American slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the Second Constitutional Amendment that granted white citizens the right to have militias and required all white males between 18 and 45 to bear arms in the case of slave revolts. How many of y'all knew that? Give me a guess if you ever heard this before anywhere. Has anybody heard that before? Did you learn that? Did they teach you that in your public school? I didn't learn it. They didn't tell me that. That's interesting, right? So according to Dr. Anderson, a lot of these Second Amendment rights are driven by this fear of black people, it sounds like. So let me read that again. This is really interesting. So 2 years later, in August 1791, Haitian slaves revolt. So let me go back. Slavery was legalized as an official institution in 1789 with the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. 2 years later, in 1791, Haitian slaves revolted and took control of the island. So we ratified slavery, we put in the Constitution, and then the Haitians revolt 2 years later. 4 months after that, in December 1791, frightened American slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the Second Constitutional Amendment. So the Second Amendment According to Dr. Anderson and his book, The Black History Reader, which everyone should own, get extra copies. We need to support this man because he did this for us. Um, he's saying that the Second Amendment, all these Second Amendment rights, literally came right out of a fear of controlling black people. That is quite fascinating. So let's keep reading. So he says, so frightened slave owners persuaded the U.S. Congress to enact the second constitutional amendment that granted white citizens the right to have militias and required all white males between 18 and 45 to bear arms in case of a slave revolt. So they started getting nervous. They said, oh my gosh, one day these people are going to realize that we aren't their friends. The fear of possible slave revolts was omnipresent and triggered southern states to organize militias. So they put together militias because they were so afraid that we were going to wake up. There were a few slave revolts in the U.S., but none of them succeeded. The key point in this historical recitation is that the fear generated by the successful Haitian revolt produced a hate and fear in whites toward Haitians. Haiti paid a high price for its military successes. The country was reviled, feared by all white nations of the world precisely for its successful slave revolts, and Haiti was therefore isolated and crushed into deep poverty. The difference between the treatment of Hispanics and the treatment of Haitians seeking citizenship in America reflects racism and the lasting memories of the astounding victories of the Western Hemisphere by the poor, almost defenseless dark people in the most isolated nation in the Americas. The punishment to Haiti for its military achievements and the embarrassment that it inflicted on world power superpowers is incorporated into America's enduring international policy. For instance, the 1823 Monroe Doctrine defined any intervention by external powers in the politics of the Americas as a potentially hostile act against the U.S. This prohibits Haiti from getting much foreign political aid from other countries. They cannot help themselves, and the U.S. will not allow others to help them. As recently as May 2017, the Washington Post reported that President Donald Trump's administration was treating Haitians in this country differently from other immigrants. To decide whether Haitians here in temporary protected status should be allowed to stay in the U.S., the administration is taking the unusual step of seeking data on criminal backgrounds and Haitian use of welfare benefits. Hmm. Ooh, and that hits funny knowing that they just having a free for all down at the border right now, and everybody and their mama's coming over here. That's interesting. I'll tell you what was really fascinating to me was when I talked to two Latino women. One was Puerto Rican, and another one was from another country. I don't know. And somebody and I think someone had made the suggestion, yeah, Dr. Boyce, you should get your book translated into Spanish. This was years ago, maybe 7, 8 years ago. And she talked to the other lady and she said, well, we need to talk to Boyce about the fact that Hispanic people are really racist. And that was, and I kind of knew it, but I kind of asked her about that. She said, yeah, that, she said there's a difference between white and black. And it's a myth that because they're from south of the border, that they're somehow in this alliance with black people. If you go down, when I would go, and some of you have been south of the border, but I'll tell you what my experience was. Most of the countries I went to in South America or even Central America and all that, pretty much you would see the areas where it would be all white, nothing but white people, just white people speaking Spanish. And the black people would always be like over in some other neighborhood. Like they would be on the black side of town. And if you saw a black person on the white side of town, it was usually somebody who was working for a white person. It's like a Spanish plantation, basically. That's kind of the feeling, the vibe that I got. And so maybe because we were Americans, we didn't feel it quite as much. But then again, though, I'm not good at picking up on whether or not somebody likes me or not because I don't give a shit. So basically, it's like maybe they didn't like me. Maybe they looked at me and said, that Negra, blah 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 blah. I don't care. You can think whatever you want about me. You don't like me, I don't like you either. So what? I like myself. That's enough for me. All right. So let me keep going here. All right. So here, the first naturalization law of 1790 permitted wait. Let me make sure. Okay, the first naturalization law of 1790 permitted immigration only by Europeans. So this is how America went from being, I want to say 30 or 40% black to being like 13% and dropping. It's dropping. It's dropping a lot because the policies. I mean, you know what's happening right now, right? We're importing all the voters so they can replace black people because black people are starting to wake up. All right. So The first naturalization law of 1790 permitted immigration only by Europeans. In the 1960s, Congress modified that law and immigration policies. It replaced skin color preferences with country of origin, rank ordered based upon the historical number of immigrants who had migrated from Europe, Asia, and Middle Eastern and African countries. Since the ancestors of black slaves were never officially classified or registered as immigrants, the immigration quota for persons from black nations like Haiti was set at less than 1%. So what they said is that we're going to base the quotas on the historical record of how many people from your country have been let into the country before. Well, before that date, they didn't let black people in. So when they set the quota damn near close to zero. So this really did something in terms of really watering down the population. Okay, so let's keep going here. Civil rights leaders who had started making the shift from black to minority, people of color, and other euphemisms went along with the change in immigration law from European white to country of origin. The civil rights leaders did not have the support of sophisticated think tanks and were unable to foresee the devastating impact the new immigration policies would have on native blacks. The new immigration policy gave preferences to persons from Mexico and poor Central and South American countries seeking political asylum rather than economic opportunities. Using the new immigration focus in the 1960s, the John F. Kennedy administration initially initiated and approved a Cuban refugee program, which opened the floodgates to millions of Cubans who obtained citizenship in America for political as well as economic opportunities. Nearly 100% of Cuban refugees were classified as white. Are y'all hearing that? Nearly 100%. So they were importing white people. That's what he's saying here. They weren't importing black people because you can get quite a few. There's quite a few in Africa, but they didn't want that. They needed to make sure you were outnumbered. So nearly 100% of Cuban refugees were classified as white. Only a few dark or black Cubans entered the United States. So even when they brought Cubans over, they didn't want the black Cubans, they want the white ones. Haitian refugees have been treated with extreme prejudice. Their escape boats have been intercepted, pushed back into the water, the people left to drown. Those who made it to the U.S. have been deported, incarcerated, and rejected because of the interpretation that they seek economic opportunities rather than political asylum. Until Haitian refugees are reclassified and treated in a similar manner to Hispanics, including Cubans, an ethnic group within the category of Hispanics, Haitian refugees will continue to be treated with extreme bias. The 40 million legal and illegal Hispanic immigrants who came to this country did not come to seek asylum. They came here seeking money and a better life. The basis for rejecting Haitians is historical fear, inherent racism, Haiti's abysmal poverty, its African-based culture, low education levels, and most importantly, because an increase in Haitians could increase the political and economic potential of Black Americans. The nation's doors are not now and never have been open to all who seek the American dream. So the American dream, according to Dr. Claude Anderson, it exists for people who are not black. There is no such thing as the American dream for black people, at least not one that's open. Now, what I'm going to say is I believe that there is an American dream available for us if we learn how to change our thinking. I don't have confidence that those who run this system are ever going to hand a black man or black woman a true American dream. I do not feel that way. But I do think that there is a dream available to you, but you have to understand what that dream is supposed to be. And we talk about that during our financial consciousness training that we do every single morning. You guys can come in if you haven't been. I think you're going to like it. And the goal is really to say, okay, what does it mean to be free, and how do we really get there? What does freedom look like? What does economic freedom look like? And how does that unlock all the other kinds of freedom that exists? And I argue that freedom definitely starts with your mind. And once it starts in your mind, it translates into your actions, because a free mind takes action on the things that are going to create that liberation. And then the money, the economic freedom, see, the economic freedom just becomes a consequence of the fact that you freed your mind and you freed your body and your actions. So you're taking actions of a free person, which means that you're going to end up feeling freer in every single way. So freedom to me means, at the very least, releasing all the burdens of everything that was taught to us that isn't getting us to where we want to get to. For example, freedom when it comes to health, mental and physical health, might mean really assessing and critically analyzing everything that you've taught to think about yourself, all of the trauma, undiagnosed, untreated trauma that you carry on your back that's weighing you down and keeping you from being your best self, ruining your relationships, etc. It might mean looking at the food that we're told to eat and the fact that they market crappy food in our neighborhoods the most because they believe that we're the least conscious about what we're eating. Because if you're in struggle mode, you don't have time to worry about if you're eating vegetables or a cheeseburger, right? And maybe freedom also looks like just consistent across the board financial literacy training for every single one of our kids. If all of our children are consistently taught economics, we can do better than everyone else. We can be better than everyone else. We can beat the hell out of everybody else. I don't think that it's a matter of trying to catch up. All these gaps, like we want equality and closing these racial wealth gaps and all that. I don't want to close no gap. I want to kick your ass. I want to win. I don't want to tie for fifth place. I want to get first place. I believe our kids can get first place. And I know for a fact, we know for a fact that when our kids focus on anything that they do, they always dominate. That's what our people, whenever we just dig into, so we get into tennis, we're taking over tennis. We go start playing golf, we take over golf, right? Whatever it is, whatever we put our mind to, we can take that over. So why not take over the game of economics? We already agree that money matters. We already know how important money is. So if money matters and money's important, then why are you wasting your time on so many things that don't matter? Why are we wasting our kids' time on so many things that are unimportant when we're neglecting the things that are important? So this to me, these are consciousness questions that you want to ask yourself, so you really know how to confront this nonsense. Look, what Dr. Anderson has explained to us in these two chapters, which is very depressing, is that they just don't like you. They never liked you. They want to shoot your son because there's a history to that. It's like, yeah, he's black. We gonna make sure that we gonna make sure our fofo gonna make sure all his kids don't grow. That's the mindset. They don't want to see your son grow old. They don't want to see you living a safe, healthy, happy life. And if something tragic happens to you, no one's gonna really care unless you care about yourself. And then also he's saying that historically, and I've known this actually, but I'm glad he articulated it so well. When you talk about immigration policy has never been to the benefit of black people. So the idea that we are taught to support just anything that they want to do in terms of immigration is incredibly flawed thinking. It is incredibly flawed thinking. We can't sit here and just say, "Oh yeah, well that if so and so, if our favorite politician says it's okay, or if so-called black leaders, which really are Negro managers, if the Negro managers say it's okay, then we're going to go along with it." No, I'm not going along with anything Al Sharpton says because I know he's getting paid. I know that man. I know that man's making money from this. I'm not saying you can't be a Democrat or Republican. You can do whatever you want, but I'm saying most of the so-called black leaders are not they're not really thinking about you first. They're thinking about themselves first, and then they're thinking about their bosses first. They're thinking about who's paying the bills first. Okay, so ultimately this is the dilemma we face. The good news is that we have smart people in our community. We have lots and lots of scholars, thinkers, teachers, activists, parents, bricklayers, carpenters, business people, experts in all categories that can help us solve these issues. And I don't think you have to solve all the world's problems at once. Sure, it would be nice if we had $100 billion to work with, but you start with what you've got and you make the most of what you have. You preserve those resources and target them in the right way. One of the biggest resources you have is your mind and your time, right? And then if you're focused and you spend your time and your mind is focused on the problems that matter, and everybody's sort of chipping in and fixing something, whatever that looks like, then guess what? You get positive outcomes from that. Good things can occur. So let me you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to read one more section from Dr. Anderson's book. And by the way, I know some of you were asking about, we did that session this week on how to invest in the stock market. I know some of you could not make it, but Amani is in the chat. If you want to get the recording or you want to join the Black Stock Market Program, I think Amani, if can you get the code if somebody wants to join at that 82% discount for everybody that's in the book club? If you want to still get that discount, you can. It's 82% off now and forever, right? So the monthly fee for my stock market program is $89. I think it drops is like 16 bucks. And the code, I think it expired yesterday, but we can extend it for another day. So just talk to Amani in the chat and she can take care of you. Or you can also email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you out. And then another thing too is that if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards or workbooks for children or anything, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and use the code word book club, and that'll take 30% off anything in the store. So use the code word book club, all one word, drboycebooks.com. All right. So what Dr. Anderson asks here on page 156 of the Black History Reader is question 51. Is America now or has it ever been a colorblind society? That's a trick question. He says, America is not a colorblind society, nor has it ever been. It has always been color conscious and color specific, even before it existed as a formal entity. High minded talks about color blindedness and individual merit, maintains the racial status quo, and reinforces the historical pattern of race based exclusion. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. mistakenly thought the Constitution was colorblind, when in fact it was very color specific. The drafters knew they were consigning blacks to be property, equal to field animals. They intentionally denied blacks the fruits of their labor, education, votes, and personal movement. So when King and the civil rights movement pushed for a colorblind society, it was lofty rhetoric that they could not have imagined how those words would be used against their cause. Conservative social forces captured the concept of colorblind equality, watch this now, and perverted the meaning to take color out of race. This well-meaning but unwise rhetorical phrase gave whites a tool to destroy corrective efforts for blacks. You know how they always say we don't want to discriminate, so that's why we're not going to pay you reparations, because that will be racist, right? That's what he's talking about. The color-specific Articles of Confederation and the U.S. Constitution were designed to be the nation's first affirmative action plan for the specific purpose of enriching, empowering, and valuing white skin by distributing to them nearly 100% of the nation's wealth, land, and privileges. The second purpose of the founding documents was to control, exploit, and subordinate all who did not possess white skin. As the nation's need for free labor and later cheap labor increased, a ranking order of skin color preference emerged and institutionalized itself in the social fabric of the society and its immigration policies. The intentional allocation of everything of value into the hands of whites created racial inequality, which was used to justify separating whites from blacks in all things. Colorblind rhetoric allowed whites implausible deniability for responsibility for the socioeconomic conditions of Black America. Skin color was at the heart of the 1896 case of Homer A. Plessy, a light-skinned black man who believed he had the right to sit in the white section of a rail car, but was ordered to move to the black section. Plessy's response was to file a major lawsuit, Plessy versus Ferguson, a case that eventually worked its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. The responsibility of the Supreme Court is to uphold the U.S. Constitution. Therefore, it has always functioned as the guardian of the racial status quo in America. The court carried out its charge and ruled against Plessy, saying he lacked the required skin color qualifications to sit in the privileged and best seats on the train. This Supreme Court decision further institutionalized racism and legally marked the beginning of Jim Crow segregation laws. Justice John Marshall Harlan, the only dissenter, he's the dissenter now, maybe he's an ally. Maybe some of them are out there, I don't know. The only dissenter wrote the minority position in the court's ruling. He argued that the U.S. Constitution ought to be colorblind based upon the 13th and 14th Amendments of the Constitution. That was the first use of the term colorblind in the law. Justice Harlan was ignored, and mainstream society was racially segregated by law for another 50 years. Affirmative action skin color preferences and privileges were maintained for whites. During that time period, those with white skin continued to own and have access to the best communities, schools, food, housing, medical services, clothing, employment opportunities, and control of the government. With the Black Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s came a demand from Black citizens for whites to share and redistribute some of their ill-gotten privileges, preferences, and resources. Blacks wanted an affirmative action plan to restore the damages done to Black people. Like Justice Harlan, they wanted a colorblind society that did not consciously exclude and abuse Blacks based on skin color. Instead, they wanted whites to recognize Black skin in a positive way and redistribute resources to them based upon a skin color preference. Conservatives were not to be outsmarted. They went back to the original social construct of the founding documents and flipped the script on Blacks. Whites began to champion the words of Dr. King's dream of Blacks being, quote, judged by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin, end quote. Anybody remember that quote? Anybody remember that? Judged by the content of their character rather than the color of their skin. Conservatives pretended that society was already colorblind and that it would be a travesty to show preference to black skin. Some blacks mounted a weak dissent, but as a group, they were outmaneuvered. Policy and laws therefore remained very color conscious in favor of whites and blind and color blind toward black Americans. The concept of colorblind makes blacks invisible and unnecessary. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm depressed. If I smoked weed, I'd probably be like lighting one up right now. I just don't smoke. So I think I'm gonna go watch Netflix with my wife. It's like the more you know, the angrier you get. But thanks to Dr. Anderson. He's my hero, man, because he's the guy that has dissected all this for us. He's breaking it down. He's helping you understand where this is coming from. Okay, this makes sense now. You know, these court cases and putting it into context. I heard about Plessy versus Ferguson and all that, but I didn't know how it connected to this. Right? What he's doing is he's building, he's using history to create those building blocks to build the world that you live in. The world that you live in was built by history. So when you understand the building blocks and the DNA of the institution within which you stand, then you understand that institution much better than you would otherwise. If you just dropped in the middle of it, your consciousness is very flat. You don't understand why things are the way they are, how they got to be this way, how white people got all the wealth. You know, and the people will lie all day and just make you believe that they got everything because they were smarter than us, they were harder working, they didn't do bad things, they didn't break the law. And we know none of that is true. And obviously, reparations is an appropriate solution to this issue. It's a very important political issue that I'm certainly committed to. But I also think that there are other methods through which we can actually achieve what we're looking for. And I think really figuring out what you're looking for is really what's important. And so I encourage you to go back to the basics, go back to the basics of what it means for you and your people that you love, you and your people, you and yours, to have a good life. What does that look like? You know, we talk about how being black can be so hard and just what the challenges are. And yes, the challenges are real. We know that they're hard. But what does it look like for a black man or black woman to have a quality life? And so if you want to know what the central focus of the All Black National Convention is for this year, our theme, in fact, is that you are your own black leader. That basically the black leadership is not, you know, some guy, you know, on TV. It's not some super Negro who's standing up in front of everybody in the pulpit. It's not some politician. You are your own black leader. You are the person that can lead yourself and the people you love to the life that you expect to have. And I would focus on those three key areas: health, wealth, and relationships. What does it mean to be physically and mentally healthy as a black person? Well, it means healing. It means thinking about what you eat. Maybe it means basic things like exercising. That's why I talked to you guys about the exercise I did that morning, hoping that maybe I can inspire you a little bit, you know. And then you think about wealth. Well, what is wealth really? What is financial security really? What does that really mean? Well, at the very least, it means that money is no longer an obstacle for you to do the things you need to do to have a quality life. Like money is not going to block that from happening, right? What else does it mean? Well, it also means that a financial surprise or financial shock isn't going to throw you off because you're prepared for that. It also might mean that no one can control you. They can't invade your territory and use economic warfare to control you. That you know the reason they wanted all of the student loan payments to start coming out again is because they said we got to force people to come to work. If they're under a lot of debt and they have to pay the student loans, then they got to come to work. That's they said stop sending them money, stop giving them money so that they'll have to come to work, right? So economic warfare to me means that somebody is using economic power over you to control your behavior. If I can get you intergenerationally out of that curse right there, then you're doing an amazing feat for your children and grandchildren and for yourself. You're really opening the floodgates of possibility in your life. And then that last area, besides health and wealth, there's relationships. What does that mean for a black man and a black woman to have a great relationship where they can build together? What does that mean for two black men to resolve a conflict without wanting to beat each other up? What does that mean for black women to put crowns on each other's heads as opposed to trying to chop each other's heads off because they have jealousy and envy and all these other unresolved issues that might exist? What does that mean for us to work together in a business and to be able to get along well enough to accomplish something amazing? What does that look like? Do you understand? So all these are the problems that we're solving. This space is a sacred think tank. This is a space where we're sitting here and we're talking together and we're saying, okay, how do we solve this problem? What's the solution? How do we make this right? And so I think that through that kind of effort, we can give ourselves a propulsion system that will be far stronger than any reparations check ever would be. I'm not saying that I don't support it. I want reparations as much as a lot of you do. I'm in 100% agreement that we deserve reparations. I would fight for that all day, but I just don't have faith in those people. I don't have faith in them to do the right thing. I don't have faith in politicians. I don't have faith in. I don't have faith. I don't have faith in half of our community. So to be honest with you, I mean, I just don't. I don't. Some of the stuff that's happening is so crazy. It's ridiculous, but I do have a lot of faith in you. I do. I have a lot of faith in us. I have a lot of faith in me. I have a lot of faith in my wife. I have a lot of faith in Lavana Hawkins, right? I see you in the chat, right? I have a lot of faith in you because and I really believe that you are the superhero that you're waiting for. Like you really are. And so I encourage you, keep doing the work, keep learning, keep thinking, keep processing, keep working on the little things like what it means to be a good and productive person that gets up and does their best every day, that does a little bit better today than you did yesterday, that spreads goodness through the world, that spends their life trying to elevate the condition of those around them, being a blessing to others. I know it probably sounds corny and almost stereotypical for me to say this, or what's the word? Cliche, like to be a blessing to others. It probably sounds goofy to some people, but no, that's really true. If I go into every situation and I say, my goal is to be a blessing to the people that I care about, then that makes me a better man than I would be if I say my goal is to take something from people that I care about. Do you understand? So be a blessing to yourself, be a blessing to others. Let's keep on doing the work. And I truly believe that that is the solution. That's the blessing. That's the gift that God put on the table, and we just got to open the damn thing. So that's it, guys. I hope that this was helpful for you, this discussion. If you want to get on the text list and get notified when we meet next week for our Powernomics training, we do this every Wednesday night at 8:30. You can text the word greatness to 87948. Text greatness to 87948. Also, if you want to know about the All Black National Convention, it's going to be Chicago, Illinois, October 25th through the 27th. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. We're going to have all kinds of experts and panels on everything from education to family to stock market investing, real estate investing, how to buy land in Africa. Someone's gonna do a session on that. We got experts in everything. It's an amazing space. It's the largest gathering of intelligent Black people in history anywhere ever. And also it is completely independent. So this is no corporate sponsorship. This is not Black leadership brought to you by McDonald's. This is not brought to you by the Democrat or the Republican parties. This is something that we're funding ourselves and we've created ourselves, and it's damn good. And the solutions are proper and powerful, and they get things done. So have a good day, everybody. I'll see you soon. And welcome. So good to see you. I hope you all are doing well. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome to Money in the Morning, aka Financial Consciousness Training, aka Economic Elevation. This is where I teach you the art of economic elevation every day by encouraging you to become financially conscious, because a lot of people want money, but they don't understand how to get it. They don't understand how money works. They don't understand what it means to be aware of money. And like I always say, if you can't see the money, you'll never be the money. So I want you to have the money. And so that's what we talk about every morning. So just a reminder, in case you're new, this is what we do. And the goal is to do this every single day, 7 days a week, because we are forming habits. Habit formation is a critically important part of any wealth building process. If you have the right habits, then you can win. And I really just want us to win. So, good morning, AC Salam. I see you in there. Who else is in here? I see Mandla and Kosi.
Akila, good morning. James Keller, good morning. Al Reed, April Austin, I see you. Esther Matthews, Chris, Kamisha, Alice Jackson, Jay Kelly, Jackie, Frederick, Sharonda Bay, good to see you. Larry Graham, Khaleesi, Game of Thrones. I watched House of the Dragon last night, which is a Game of Thrones show, which is really, really good. So let me know. Give me a quick yes if you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me okay. I'll make sure my audio is good. I wanted to jump us right into the conversation today because I saw, in case you guys don't know, again, some people are new. So if it seems like I'm repetitive, it's because I'm deliberately repetitive, number one, because that's how you form new habits. But then also, I can be repetitive because sometimes people come in for the first time and they haven't seen all the amazing stuff that we've all been doing together for the last 10 years. Some of y'all been hanging out with me for 15 years or so. I have to kind of re-up sometimes. So I hope that's okay. But then also what I found is that repetition is one of the keys to success. Repetition is kind of the way you really change culture. A lot of the things that we are trained to do, the things that we're trained to believe, whether it's about money or life or anything else, comes from just repetition. That's it. And um, and so ultimately, when you're talking about who you are and how your brain is made up, I really want you to become aware of the subconscious mind. My wife is a therapist. She's an expert on the subconscious mind. So talking to her really helped me understand that the biggest challenge that we have as Black people when it comes to wealth is related to the programming of our subconscious mind. Our mind has been programmed to see the world in a certain way and to see money in a certain way. So you have to change the way you see money. If you don't if you don't change the way you see money, then you are going to pretty much get whatever they want you to have. You're going to get whatever the people before you had, your parents, your grandparents, stuff like that. You're going to take the generational curses and embrace them, as opposed to deciding conscious discernment of which of these generational traditions that you're going to hold on to and which ones you're just going to throw out with the garbage, because some of the stuff is garbage and I don't want you inheriting garbage, nor do I want you passing financial STDs down to your children. If you don't know what a financial STD is, it's all in my book, Financial Lovemaking, actually. If you go to drboycebooks.com, the book is there. I wrote this book when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I wrote Financial Lovemaking because I was really fascinated when I was on the faculty there by how many people ruin their lives when it comes to money. Just how many bad decisions are made when it comes to money, how many bad outcomes in relationships happen because of money. How many times I remember one time I was about 31 years old, and I saw this guy he was a white dude, and he went to college with me, but I didn't know him in college. We went to the same school, we were in the same business school at the same time, but we did not know each other. And so I saw him, though. It was kind of cool. Like, you see somebody that's an alum of the same school that you went to, and you're like, hey, how you been? How's your life? How you doing? And I'll never forget. This guy was, oh gosh, I had something in my teeth. Sorry. This guy was so depressed. I never forget how sad he was. And I was sad by seeing how sad he was, and I said, so he said, man, things haven't gone well. And I was like, really? Okay. So what's going on? And he proceeded to tell me that he just got a divorce. And he said that, he kind of lost everything in the divorce. And he was devastated. He was depressed. Like, I really, when I think about this guy, I talked to him. It was over 20 years ago when I talked to him, but he almost sounded like suicidal. Like, he was that sad. And a lot of people don't talk about that. A lot of people don't talk about how just traumatized, people can be when, if you're married or something, and your spouse decides that they want to put you out, or you can't live with your kids anymore. It kind of takes away your sense of purpose. And a lot of times when a person loses their sense of purpose or their reason for being, then part of you is just kind of dead. It's very easy to get to the point where you just say, look, I might as well just go ahead and end it, right? And I don't want to see that happen to anybody, right? I think that that's really sad to see. And so anyway, so let me finish this discussion here on this point. So the poor guy, is telling me about what happened to him, and how bad the divorce was, and how he felt like he got taken to the cleaners in the divorce and stuff like that. As I was listening to him, I remember kind of thinking about the fact that he seemed to have sort of made a really interesting, I'm not going to say an error, in his relationship, I'm going to say he made a common decision that a lot of people make, where they come in and they have this belief that relationships are solely based on this thing called love. Decision that all you have, that if you got love, all the love is all you need. And I'm not going to say that love is not important, but I kind of feel like love is nice, but love is a little bit better when love is accompanied by this thing called common sense. And typically those two do not go hand in hand. Typically when love is in the building, common sense goes out the window, and because there's something weird that happens. And I was so fascinated with relationships and love and how people act so crazy when they fall in love. Give me a yes. Who's ever been crazy in love or ever looked back and didn't understand what you did or why, or look back and said, what was I thinking? Like, why did I trust that person? Or why did I let that person have the keys to my car? And, why, what was going on? And so I was going through that myself. I was 20, around maybe late 20s. I started to think back on that and say, gosh, why does love turn me into a crackhead? Like, what is going on here? Like, why do my personality changes? This is nuts. And so long story short, here's what, I concluded is that basically love is it's God's little trick, honestly, where your brain gets filled up with all these really powerful hormones and chemicals that cause you to the dopamine rush is so strong that you just aren't rational. You're not logical. You're just literally, it's literally like somebody injecting a drug in your veins every single day for at least the first 6 to 9 months, and sometimes longer. The first 6 months is really powerful. I remember a specific chemical called phenylethylamine. Phenylethylamine. I haven't seen it in too many other contexts, but I think it's related to dopamine. I got to go really do some research on it. And literally, they just said that you're just not rational. You're not logical. They even said, if you end a relationship and then you start another one and then you say, oh, we should get married because, we love you. They said, don't do that because you're just reacting because the first kiss was so great or the sex is good or you're just excited about this new person and you're going to make a bad decision. So long story short, when you talk about this mix between love and money, it becomes a very dangerous mix, almost like mixing prescription drugs and alcohol. When you're mixing the two, you got to do it really carefully. And because if you do it wrong, it can be really bad. So in light of maybe in honor of that poor guy who was financially devastated after his divorce, I thought that I would share something else that I saw this morning that got me thinking. So I put this, and I put the post up on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I need y'all to follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance because I had a big Instagram page with 600,000 people, and Mark Zuckerberg's people just decided to take it down. I have no idea. It made me sad, but that's life. You just rebuild and you keep on moving. But in case you're wondering where I'm at on Instagram, it's Dr. Boyce Finance. And to prepare for next time they take me down, which it's going to happen. It always does. I have another backup page called Dr. Boyce Money. So if you go to Dr. Boyce Money and Dr. Boyce Finance, you can follow me there. And on this post, there's basically a guy kind of warning other men. He says, newsflash, you'll never be the man in a house that is owned by a woman. You're just there for the bills. And in the post, which again, it's on my Instagram, it pictures this guy. He's sitting there. For some reason, he has no shirt on, and he has his suitcases next to him, and he's sitting outside with no shirt, looking sad and reflective, like something happened, and he got put out or something, and he's sad and devastated about his relationship. And so I thought about this and I said, okay, so this to me is, and I don't like stuff that contributes to what I call the gender wars. The gender wars are pretty intense right now in some segments of the community. You have a lot of hurt people that hurt people by saying hurtful things about other people. So you got men who just complain, they get on the internet and they complain about women all day. And then you got women who complain about men all day. And I'm not a person that believes you solve a problem by complaining about it. Again, remember, I'm a mathematician, and I've never run into a mathematics problem that you ever solve by complaining or whining about it or getting angry at the chalkboard because the problem was too hard. I just come from a space where you solve the problem, right? So I don't understand the complaining culture, but so I say that we embrace the problem solving culture. So here's what I'm saying. I'm going to break this down. This is our financial consciousness exercise for today. So there's the one side where the guy's saying, if you're there just paying the bills and she owns the house, you're not the man of the house. You're just there to pay the bills. Okay, I hear that, right? You feel like you're an accessory. You're not really getting much benefit from your contribution. Okay, that's fine. But then the other side of that I've seen is um, examples where a woman was in a relationship with a man for a very long time, made significant contributions to the man, and did not get financial benefit from that, did not get ownership or control of anything during that time. I remember when I was a kid, I had a friend whose mother wanted to take her own life, and because and she was one of those interesting. I used to be really fascinated when I would go visit my white friends because their parents would just, they were so open about stuff. They would just tell you stuff that you don't tell kids. That in my house, we didn't. My parents didn't tell me grown folks' business. They just didn't do that. But this lady would. She told us all her business, and I was like 16 or 17, thinking I don't really need to know all the problems of a 38-year-old. Who does that? But you know, maybe that's just me. That maybe that was just my family. That, like my parents, they never argued in front of us or anything, right? And I'm glad that they didn't, because I didn't want to hear about the problems of 35 and 40-year-olds when I was a teenager. So just keep that in mind. Some of y'all be fighting in front of the kids and all that. Don't do that. It's hard enough to be a kid. But this lady would tell me all her business. And one thing that I remember her telling me was that her husband, she met her husband in college. He was going to be a dentist. And because he was going to be a dentist, she felt like that was the reason why she didn't have to finish school. This is back in the day where you went to college just to get a man, right? Or some women did, not all women. A lot of black women didn't do that, but a lot, that happens, right? So she marries this guy, and they live happily ever after for about 22 years, and they live the exact life she thought they were going to live. They get a big house. They live in a nice suburb. They have boats and they take trips and they live in the fine life. But then when they get in their 40s, I guess he got restless and he starts to have an affair with his 23-year-old assistant secretary or something. And eventually he leaves with this lady and decides he wants to be with the young girl. And so he trades in the 40 for 220s, I guess. I don't know. And anyway, so eventually what happens is that she says, I was stuck. I was paying, or he was paying all these bills. Our kids were in private school. The mortgage was sky high. She said my resume was dusty because I hadn't worked in 20 years. I didn't know how to make money. And so she said that she was so devastated that that's what led her to feel like she had to take her own life. And that story never left me. It always stuck with me. And it was my first introduction to how various financial and career decisions can really put us in a tough spot. And it's not so much that she made a bad choice. Because in my view, she made the choice to trust the person she loved. I don't think that's a terrible choice. I don't think that makes you a stupid person. I don't think that that's bad. I just think that sometimes things change, right? And in finance, and actually, before I move on, I want to ask everybody: can y'all hear me? Give me a yes if you can hear me, because I see a couple of you are mentioning audio challenges. Are y'all able to hear me? Okay, I see a lot of yeses. James, Ferran, Gabe. Okay, all right. So thank you for saying that. Yeah, for those who can't hear as well as you'd like, maybe hit the reset button or turn your volume up or reboot or something like that, or maybe it's your Wi-Fi. I apologize. I wish I could come in your living room and talk to you directly, but I can't. So I just want to double check that. Okay, so in finance, they have this whole theory, this whole area, this whole field of research that some academics dedicate their lives to, called optimal contracting. And optimal contracting is related to another area called moral hazard. And basically what moral hazard represents, some of you heard me talk about this. If you've been hanging out with me long enough, you've heard it, but it's okay. It's okay to rehash old concepts sometimes so we can really understand them. A moral hazard basically is the risk that things are going to change. That's it. It's the risk that the shift in your power dynamic is going to occur, and that's going to change people's behavior. Like, for example, the example of the moral hazard problem that I bring up in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is I talk about when you loan money to somebody. So give me a yes if you understand. I bring this example up because a lot of us have gone through this. Let me know if you've ever noticed that when somebody wants to borrow money from you, that broke ass cousin who's always got a financial problem, when they come to you and ask you for money, they're always very polite. They're always, just contrite. They're willing to concede anything. Yeah, because I'm just having a hard time, and I could just and I just this happened and that happened, and I promise I'm gonna get paid on Thursday. And as soon as I get paid, I'm gonna find out where you at. Okay, what's your number? All right, which number you use? Okay, what time? Where you gonna be at 2 o'clock? Okay, I'm gonna come to your house. No, you don't have to come to. No, I want to come to you. I want to give you the money personally, and also I promise you, I'm gonna pay you as soon as I get. In fact, when I get my check, I'm gonna walk over to the check cashing place, and I'm gonna get the money, and I'm gonna bring it right to your house. I'm gonna walk to your house, and because I know where you at, I know where I'm gonna give it to you at work. I'm not gonna wait till you get home. I'm gonna give it to you. You know what I mean? Like they're overcompensating in terms of being really, 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 really helpful and kind and loving and whatever, right? And then when they're waiting for you to decide if you're going to give them the money, they pick up the phone on the first ring, right? I've gone through this. I go through this all the time. Take it from me as a guy who always has people asking me for money. I've noticed how nice people are when they want something from me. It's kind of an amazing thing. Well, then you loan them the money, and as you all know, we know that's when things start to change. That's when the cousin is not picking up the phone on the first ring anymore. They're not even answering text messages, and they might take 3 days to answer a text, and then say, "Oh, I was busy." I'm like, "You're too busy to look at your phone. You did not, because it takes a second. I can, I can look at my phone right now and see a text message and respond. Like it don't take that long to respond to it. It don't take 72 hours to respond to a text, unless you don't want to talk to the person that's texting you, right? And then or then finally you get them on the phone, and then they got an attitude like, what you want? Like, why are you bothering me? And then they give you excuses, and when you don't accept the excuses, when you say, "Hey, look, we made an agreement. You told me you were going to pay me Tuesday. You were going to come to my job. You were going to deliver the money in cash to my desk, and that didn't happen. Like, what's going on?" And what you don't really realize is that typically when people are always having financial problems, when you loan money to somebody who's always got a financial problem, you're pretty much making a bad loan. That's what you're doing. When you loan money to people who've always got an issue, and if you're somehow deluded into believing that they have this string of issues because they just have all this bad luck that no one else seems to have, that's you're kind of lying to yourself. Like, a lot of times we want to believe that we don't believe, oh, if we just give Pookie a chance, things will turn around for him, and somebody just gave him an opportunity, or if this hadn't happened to him. And the reality is that there's a pattern established. There's a culture around this person, like a little dark cloud they carry around them deliberately, that shapes how they view the world, how they make decisions. So when you make that loan to that person who's always got those financial problems, you're making a bad loan. They have a bad credit score, so you're really making a risky investment to begin with, right? But maybe we don't know that because we want to believe in the best in people and see potential in people. So you're hoping that if you loan Pookie this $400, this will be that one little opportunity he's going to get that's going to make everything better. So anyway, but the thing I want to point out to you is with moral hazard, what they talk about is how Pookie's attitude changes once he has your money. Like his perspective, his incentives, his everything shifts once he's got the power and you don't. Possession is 9/10 of the law. He got your money. He doesn't really need to answer the phone on the first ring. He doesn't have to be nice to you. He doesn't need to do anything for you because now he's got your money. And again, because he's a bad decision maker to begin with, he doesn't even process the fact that now that he's messed up his relationship with you, you're never going to loan him money again, because people who make those consistent mistakes are not very financially conscious. Conscious people see the long view. They see the long-term implications of their behavior, whereas Pookie may not see that. Pookie might be thinking about his next hit. He might be thinking about the moment, right? He's into instant gratification. Do you understand? So moral hazard is connected to that. So with that said, moral hazard is a big problem in finance. This does not just happen with you and your cousin Pookie. This happens with banks. There's whole research papers written about how banks loan money to, for example, third world countries. They loaned a lot of money to Latin American countries before they had what they called the peso problem. And I won't go into that, but they loaned all this money to these Latin American banks. And basically, when the banks had the money and then they had some financial problems, the moral hazard issue came up. The banks were like, well, we got your money, so you either have to take 5 cents on the dollar on your bonds, or you'll get nothing. If you don't take what we give you, then you'll have nothing. And so suddenly the person that was powerless before is in a position of power. And this happens also in marriage. Marriage, I don't care what anybody says, marriage and even relationships in general are so much deeper than just romantic love. There's so much deeper than just, I think she's pretty, I want to lay down with you, or I want to live in the same house with you, I want to have kids with you. And there's so many other dynamics that apply. I mean, marriage itself is a legal contract. That's what that is. It's a business deal for the most part. And there's rational reasons why that contract exists. That contract exists largely because of the moral hazard issue. It exists because if I'm married to you and we're tied together financially, then you have to think twice before you just pop up and walk out in the middle of a fight. Right? It's much, much harder to do. And for some people, it's a religious covenant. I believe in that actually. I think I'm not even religious, but I personally think when two people get married and they really believe they're making a promise to God, I found that couples like that stay together longer because they're not marrying a human being. They're marrying an idea. They're marrying a commitment. They're married to a higher power, a higher ideal. And the reality is that human beings will let you down. Human beings will come up short. Human beings are going to make mistakes. So I told my wife, I said, I didn't marry you. I married the commitment to being married to you. Like I'm married to this idea, or meaning that I made a commitment. I made a promise to something bigger than just you. So when you come up short or you get on my nerves, I'm not really looking at your behavior to determine how committed I am to the promise that I made. I'm looking at the promise I made, and whether you say it's God, the universe, or something else. I told you I don't even go to church, so don't I ain't nobody's pastor, nothing. I'm completely unqualified for that. But I do believe in commitment. Where I come from, when you make a promise, you stick with it. That's it. That's all I just told her. So there's nothing you can really do that would make me divorce you. If we ever get a divorce, it's going to have to be your choice. It's not going to be mine because I don't come from that space. I come from a daddy who's been married to my mama for 50 years. And that meant that he had to really endure ups and downs with a very flawed person. And she had to endure ups and downs with a very flawed person because they were just married to a philosophy, a principle. It was a principle based marriage. Do you understand? That does not exist very often. A lot of people stay married as long as the person doesn't upset them, disappoint them, let them down, or whatever. I'm not making fun of people that are divorced. So a lot of you are divorced. I know, so I'm not. I promise you, I'm not making fun of that at all, or criticizing. I'm just saying that that's just it's a mindset, right? So anyway, so studies tend to show that people that are more married to some sort of bigger idea, an idea that's bigger than a person, that's not contingent on another person's behavior, those marriages tend to last longer because then when the person messes up or they come up short, they say, well, you know what? I'm married to I made a commitment to God. I'm married to the church and to God. I'm not really married to you, right? So anyway, that's just a little thing I've observed. Again, take it with a grain of salt. If it sounds like BS, then throw it out, please. All right. So here's the other thing too. The other thing about marriage is that it is a legal contract and it does provide various financial incentives, carrots and sticks, to basically make it much harder for you to just walk out the door and dump each other. It's similar to the relationship between the United States and China. I would argue that the reason that the United States and China have not decided to just go to war with each other and start launching missiles at each other is because they are so deeply connected financially. They are financially married. We are so locked in together economically that a war between China and the United States would devastate both economies. It would hurt them more than it hurts us, but it would still hurt us too because we're greedy as hell. America is a capitalist society, and we kind of worship money in this country. It's unfortunate. I don't agree with it. That's not my style at all. But that's kind of what you're dealing with. So that marriage, it has some uses. It kind of has some logic behind it, and it's not crazy. Now here's the thing though. Not everybody wants to get married. Or why? Well, because, number one, like the poor guy I saw who was so depressed, I thought he was going to take his own life. Maybe the other person doesn't do what they're supposed to do, and there's lots of pain that comes with people disappointing you in a relationship. Maybe it's because you just don't, the whole commitment thing isn't your thing. Maybe you just feel like, look, I can be committed to you, but that doesn't mean that we have to be committed in every single way, right? For whatever reason, there are people who just decide not to get married, and I think that's a perfectly logical decision. I'm not here to judge that or evaluate that. I'm not a Bible thumper or a person that's going to tell everybody what to do. But one thing I will say is that if you go into a situation where you have a long-term relationship and you don't secure your financial and legal rights, you are in an incredibly vulnerable situation. You're vulnerable. I've told you all that story about the guy who was in his 50s. He was an old player. I'm in my 50s. So I guess I'd be an old player if I was out there playing. I ain't playing. I got my wife. But he was an old player. He had a young girlfriend, about 32 years old, and he forgot that he wasn't 32. Also, he thought that he believed this lie that people keep telling, that age ain't nothing but a number. Well, if age ain't nothing but a number, it's a very important number, because every time I try to get up, I watched the Olympic trials this weekend, and I saw Noah Lyles run 9.8 seconds in the 100-meter dash. And in my head, for a moment, I imagined myself as a 19-year-old or a 20-year-old running. I didn't run 9.8 seconds, but I can imagine myself sprinting. But then you try to do it, and then you pull a hamstring just thinking about it. Like, I literally would just think about running, and I would pull a hamstring. I didn't even have to get off the couch. I pulled a ham. How the hell are you gonna pull your hamstring while you're sitting on the couch? But anyway, so life has a way of reminding you that you're not a kid anymore. And but then sometimes we don't want to accept that. So he's 50 some years old. He's got the 32-year-old girlfriend, maybe 30, something like that. The girlfriend is the same age as his daughter. So as you might expect, the daughter ain't too happy with none of that. The daughter hates the girl, but she can't say nothing because she doesn't have any rights to tell her dad what to do. So her dad and this lady have this relationship, and it's a good relationship. Whatever reason, two grown people deciding to be together, ain't nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. So he treats her well, she treats him well. She lives with him, he pays all the bills, and then he just has a stroke. Suddenly, the universe reminds him that no, you're as much as you think that age is just a number, we're going to show you how important that number is. So he has a stroke, like a lot of black men in their 50s. The 50s are kind of that heart attack stroke age. So again, I just want to go. I had to acknowledge I'm 53. So part of the reason I come in here every day and do my absolute best with you guys is because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. I mean, I've never been scared to die. I'm not scared to die. And the only thing I'm afraid of is living for nothing. If I was living for nothing, that's scarier than death. So death does not scare me, and it's a reality. But hopefully, I'll be with you for the next 80 years. I don't know. But anyway, so he has a stroke. And then he goes into a coma. And while he's in a coma, the girlfriend and his mother, who's living with the girlfriend, are scrambling to figure out how to pay the bills, because the problem was they secured no legal rights. They had no rights to go into the bank and get the money out. He had control of all the money. So they take the phone, they put the phone up to his face, they scan into the phone, and they're able to get into his bank account, and they pull the money out, and just money to pay the bills. They weren't trying to rob him or do anything devious. They just did pretty much what they knew he would be doing if he were alive. Well, obviously that's illegal. And so, but nobody notices because he's in this coma. Well, then when he dies, though, that's when the state steps in. And when the state steps in, the state does not care what handshake agreements you made with other people while you were alive. They don't care how close your friendship was. They don't care how committed you were in your relationship. They're looking for paperwork. They're like, okay, but you're not married. Like, what legal rights do you have? She had no legal rights, none whatsoever, because everything was based on this false idea that all you need is love. They have plenty of love, but she cannot take a big bowl of love to the courtroom and say, Your Honor, here's my love bowl that shows how much this man cared about me, and this gave me the right to go in his bank account and take $30,000 out. That does not work. So all the legal rights, everything, all the assets, naturally, by virtue of the state, went to the daughter. The daughter is the one who hated the girlfriend, so the daughter finally gets all the power. Moral hazard, more things change, moral hazard. So moral hazard pops in. The daughter gets all the money, and the daughter has all the power because now her daddy's in heaven, so her daddy doesn't need his assets anymore. So she's the sole beneficiary. So she goes in and just starts wreaking holy hell on everything. She goes in, she gets the girl evicted. She finds out that he took the money out of the account, and she goes to try to get her arrested. Right. So literally, the problem is that when you have these relationships where you say, well, we don't really need a piece of paper. Oh, marriage is baby. Oh, baby, marriage ain't nothing but a piece of paper, baby. Ain't nothing but a piece of paper. I don't need no piece of paper to tell me that I love you. Well, you need some kind of a piece of paper, maybe not a marriage certificate. Right? I'm not saying everybody needs to get married, but if you love each other, you should probably care about each other enough to give each other security. Like you should, like, if I really care about you, like I told my daughter, I said, it's easy for me to care about you while I'm here, while I'm alive, because I can do things. I said, but what I want to do is I want to show you that I care about you from the grave. I want to protect you from the grave. Because my life is short, life is fleeting. I'm going to be dead one day. We're all going to die. So making plans for just possibilities, I think, should be a critical part of our thinking. That's an incredibly important part of economic consciousness, is to realize that the only constant in life is change. The only thing that's constant in your life is that things are going to change. Shout out to Olita Adams. Remember that song? Everything must change. Y'all know that song? If you haven't heard it, it's one of the most beautiful songs ever. And I heard that song when I was 19, and I remember listening to it, and it made me cry because I thought about the fact that everything around me was going to change. I called my parents and I said, I just want you to know right now how much I love you. And then my dad's like, what's wrong with him? I said, I'm having a moment because I just heard this song. I'm like, oh my God, everything's going to change. The young become the old and mysteries do unfold. Right. And so everything must change. Everything's going to change. Everything about, like, right now, we're sitting together, we're talking. This is not going to be the state of the world forever. This is going to last about another 30 minutes until we all adjourn and go about our day. So everything must change. Everything will change. So a big important part of economic consciousness is only giving a certain amount of energy to observing what's in front of you. You want to have mindfulness and understand what's in front of you, what's happening right now. That's mindfulness. That's a type of consciousness where I can be with you in the moment in a very meaningful and deep way. That's an important part of consciousness there. That's almost like a type of meditation. So mindfulness is very important. But then after you practice mindfulness of the situation that you're in, you have to also practice mindfulness of the fact that there is a big, vast unknown called the future that you're also going to have to find some way to plan and prepare for. So let me give you, in terms of practical, actionable information, let me give you some things you can do that will secure and protect your rights in the event that things change, which they will. And this goes beyond just being married. And again, it goes back to that post. That post triggered me. The thing that triggered these thoughts was that post, and I put it on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Finance, of the guy who says, if you're just there paying the bills and she owns the house, you're not the man of the house. I hear that. So let me kind of give you some remedies for that, so you can kind of understand ways to protect yourself if you're in a relationship. And if you love someone, then you will consider these things. And if they love you, they'll consider these things. If they won't consider doing these things, then I think that it's okay to question the love. Like, how much do you really love me if you don't have a plan for me? You know, hey, like, do you really love me if you're going to leave me just asked out in case something happens? You get out every time you get in that car, you might not ever come home. Do y'all understand how serious this is? My Uncle Charles, he died a tragic, horrible death, in my opinion. Let me tell you how horrible my Uncle Charles's death was. It was just like, literally, you talk about just God's irony. It was like, whoa, how did this happen? I get a text message from my father out of the blue in 2019 saying Uncle Charles was in a car wreck and he died. Now, again, my father is the military / police commander, so he just kind of says it. He just gives you the, straight no chaser, right? But then I find out the details. Let me tell you the details. Crazy. There's so many weird ironies here that I can't even remember them all. But so he and my aunt Janice had just bought a new house. And that was the day he died was the day that they were going to move into their new house. He called, and also that day was their wedding anniversary. And also the day after was her birthday. So he calls his wife, where they're about to come home, move into the new house, go out to dinner for the wedding anniversary, and celebrate her birthday the next day. And he gets killed in a car crash on the way home. True story. I'm not making this up. In addition to that, the day that he gets killed was the birthday of his mother. She was already in heaven. We call her Mama. Mama, in case you don't know, Mama is Felicia, my grandmother. We named our panther in the Black Business School after my grandmother. That panther's name is Felicia. I keep this panther with me. She's right here. She's right behind me. Every time you see me with that panther, just know that's me carrying my grandmother with me, because she's the first person that taught me about financial literacy and investing, about money and wealth. She wasn't very educated when it came to money, but she had those grandma principles, those sturdy principles of financial responsibility that really is all that you need. But anyway, I'll tell you more about my grandmother at some point. Some of y'all heard the story. The rest of you, I'll bring it up again. But literally, that I said, this is so crazy that this is the day that he dies. Like, just, I mean, this is one of the dirtiest tricks that God could play on anybody. It's his mother's birthday. His wife's birthday is the next day, their wedding anniversary, and they were literally packing that night to move to the new house. And I just, so these things happen. You got to prepare. But let me tell you about my Uncle Charles. I don't want to depress anybody. So let me tell you the good side of the story. Let me tell you this. A few years earlier, I had gone to Applebee's with my Uncle Charles, and we were sitting there in Applebee's, and this was 10 years earlier. I was probably in my mid 30s. I was on the faculty at Syracuse, and he was late 40s, almost 50. And he was asking me about financial stuff, right? And the reason he was asking me was because he was financially devastated. His credit score was like in the toilet. He had just lost a bunch of money. I think something happened with a lawsuit or something, and he was really sad because he was starting all over again financially. And I remember us sitting in Applebee's, and it was maybe about 2006. And I was kind of trying to cheer him up. I was like, you can do this. You can come back. It's okay. You just keep trying. Blah, blah, blah. And I remember him saying, he said, yeah, but it's kind of hard to start over when you're almost 50 years old. And I just remember just kind of encouraging him and trying to, support him. So check this out. This is the part that made me so proud of him. So you fast forward, and neither one of us at that time knew that in 2019, 13 years later, that I was going to get a text message saying that he was dead. So, so this is what replayed in my head. So years later, my aunt tells me that my Uncle Charles, not only did he fix his world up financially, got the credit score up, they just bought their dream house, had plenty of money saved. He had, I think, 2 or 3 massive insurance policies. Like, literally, like he got his own life insurance. He had insurance from his job, and when he was killed in the car wreck, he was, again, given that death is horribly unfortunate, but some deaths are worse than others. The one good side of it was that the truck that hit him was being driven by a guy who was working for another company that also had to write a big old check. Again, nobody's happy when someone dies, but hey, if I just happen to die in that situation, I want to get killed by a rich person or a rich company. And so lo and behold, he was able to leave a beautiful and really extraordinary economic legacy with his family because he was a Black man who did not give up. He was a Black man that loved his family enough to make a plan for them. He prepared. He thought about these things, and I said, I am so proud. When I went to his funeral and I spoke at the funeral, I was so proud of him, and it just, so to me, it's like, look, here's the thing about death, and I hope I don't sound weird talking about it in this way, but death is coming for everybody. We're all in this thing together. We're all floating on this big ship called Earth that's hurtling us through space at 100,000 miles an hour. And where we happen to have bumped into each other in this place and time. But we know what's going to happen. We know how this story ends. That none of us is going to get out of this alive. This movie will not end with any of us surviving the film. So to me, given that we know that death is going to occur, why don't we make a plan for that? Why don't we make a pact of immortality? That's what I would call it an immortality pact. Except I'm not going to be like Jim Jones and tell everybody to go drink some poison Kool-Aid. That's not what I'm saying. I think that the immortality pact should be that we are all committed to make sure that we engage in optimal contracting. There's that term again I used earlier. Optimal contracting to ensure that we've got something in place to make sure that if something happens to us, when the Grim Reaper shows up at our doorstep, that the people that we love are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be in the same position that my Uncle Charles's family was in. So in the middle of all the sadness and devastation that they felt to lose him, I mean, it was a terrible way to die. They were at least able to know that they were financially secure and that the bills were paid for the next 2 or 3 generations. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I was very proud of him for that. So anyway, with that said, let's go back to the stuff about the. It's so funny. I didn't even plan to really bring up my Uncle Charles. It just kind of, again, this, y'all know how I do this. Stream of consciousness. So actually, let's circle back. But so let's hit the reset button real quick. I want to remind y'all of a couple of things. Number one, a lot of you were asking about how to invest in the stock market. And I told you guys I think everyone should invest in the stock market. If you want to join us tomorrow, I'm going to do a training on how to invest in the stock market. I'm literally going to take you into E-Trade and Robinhood and show you exactly step by step how to buy shares of stock and talk you through, answer questions, all that stuff. And the materials are yours for life. If you want to get an invitation to that session, just make sure you're on the text list. If you're not on the text list, pull out your phone, text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948. Not only will you get an invitation to this free training, we do this every single day, 7 days a week, 10 a.m. Eastern. It's called Financial Consciousness / Economic Elevation. So you'll get an invitation here, but also I'll invite you to tomorrow's session. Is going to be tomorrow at noon. If you can't make it Tuesday at noon, that's okay, because the recording will be available for you afterward. Also, just another thing I want to mention too. We really support the voices of Black women. I don't know how people feel about that one way or the other, but I don't care. And so with the Black Business School, we have a platform called Fly Nubian Money, where every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern, we have a group of sisters that get together, smart Black women that talk about really important issues. And I think everyone should be listening to Black women. A lot of us were raised and loved by a Black woman, taught by a Black woman. So to me, I think this is very natural. This is very important. So if you're interested in participating, I hope you'll come in and support the ladies, right? Because the internet can be kind of a mean place. The internet's full of crazy people, terrible people who just are mean and disruptive. So I want to fight that energy with more energy, right? So that would mean that if you follow and come into the session and just make some positive comments, engage in the conversation, encourage the ladies, that will be really cool. My wife goes in there, Dr. Alicia Watkins. She provides her therapeutic background. Dr. Lene Javette comes in. She's a business specialist. There's lots of Aisha Verzi, who I think is in this class right now. She has a background that is also not just strong in terms of finances, but she's also got an international perspective, which can really help us understand various ways to kind of look at family values. Like I think Aisha's from Nigeria, her family is, and they have. I really admire the way the Nigerian people look at education and family, and I think as Black people in America, we can learn from that. I think we got to go to our roots. I don't believe in going to these systems and all these these other things that are out here. I don't think that's the solution. I think the solution is for us to go back to the basics. So anyway, if you want to follow the ladies and be notified when they do their show every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern, just text the word Queens to 87948. So pull out your phone, text Queens to 87948, and your support would just mean everything. And if you could actually consciously come in and make a comment and just join the discussion, like that really, really helps. And I want to encourage them, because I personally think that we should listen to smart Black women, because Lord knows there's a lot of weirdos online, and I want to hear from the smart people. Even if you're a weirdo too, just be a smart weirdo. Be a weirdo with some solutions, please. All right. So let me give you 5 things a person can do to protect their rights, even if you're not married. So if you are in a relationship and you're living with somebody and you want to make sure that you're good and they're good, here are a few things you can do without having to get married that will secure your rights and make sure that if somebody gets sick or somebody dies, or also if you're helping to pay the bills, that you're going to get credit for that, right? Like I think that solution to that post I put on my Instagram, which is Dr. Boyce Money, where the guy was complaining that, look, if you're there to pay the bills and the woman owns the house and you're not the man of the house, well, part of that solution is pretty easy. To me, if you are paying the bills and paying a big chunk of the mortgage, then I think you have a right to ask to be put on the deed. Like you can just go somewhere and sign a document and your name would be on the deed. You would have some property rights. And that only makes sense, right? That to me is a simple solution, as opposed to the other solution that some people follow, which is just, I'm going to run to the internet and cry about it. Come on, man. You don't have to cry about it. Just fix it. That's what men do. That's what strong, smart Black people do. And by the way, it's not text Queen to 87948. It's Queens with an S. Text Queens with an S to 87948. And also flynubianmoney.com. That's the URL for everything too. All right. So A few things you could do is, number one, there are things called cohabitation agreements, and that's basically an agreement that you can get with an attorney. You can go on Rocket Lawyer or something like that to set it up, where it pretty much defines your financial responsibilities and property rights. That can be important when you're living with somebody. I don't know if anybody else has ever done. How many of you have ever had a situation where you had a roommate that didn't pay their share of the rent and everything was in your name, and then they moved out? And maybe I'm telling on myself, maybe I'm telling my story, but I've seen, how many of you have ever seen somebody go through this where you have everything in your name, you have a roommate, your roommate's supposed to take care of half the rent, they don't, then it messes up your credit because the landlord's looking for you, they're not looking for them. Well, sometimes it's, especially when you talk about the world of grown-ups where people live together, whatever, and cohabitate and do whatever they're going to do. It's important to consider having an agreement in place to ensure that everything is clear, that everyone knows what they're supposed to do financially, and everybody knows what they actually own, so that if the relationship dissolves, you can say, that's mine according to the agreement, this is mine according to the agreement, I deserve half of this or a piece of that or whatever. That, I think that's, and those are simple contracts you can do, again, either with a lawyer or even on a Rocket Lawyer or something. Also, there's something called joint tenancy, where you hold property jointly, so that the ownership transfers to the surviving partner. So if you and I have joint tenancy on a property, that means that I can secure something that says that if you die, I'm not going to get evicted. I'm not going to end up homeless. And I think that that's important to consider. I've just seen cases where people even forget to take stuff out of their ex's name, or their ex-wife or ex-husband, and then they die because no one thinks they're going to die. Everyone thinks we're going to live forever. And then next thing you know, this ex that you hate is coming in and claiming ownership of all your stuff. Like, that's terrible. Like, why would you put your partner through that? There's also something called power of attorney. Now, with a power of attorney, you basically are signing a document that gives this other person the rights to make certain financial and medical decisions in the event that you cannot do that. I think that if you love each other, a good way to test the love is to say, look, hey, do you trust me enough to have power of attorney in the event that something happens to you or something goes wrong? If they don't, then maybe that warrants a further conversation. You can also list each other as beneficiaries on your insurance policies, retirement accounts, and bank accounts. If you go to your bank and you say, I need to put this person's name down as the person who can access my account in the event that I die, you can do that. And the thing about it is, the same thing is true for your brokerage accounts, all that stuff. And the reason that would be important to me is because, think about it like this. Go back to the example of the guy I told you about who's in his 50s, who had the young girlfriend, and he's paying all the bills and all the rent. Her biggest problem was, oh crap, he died on Thursday. The rent is due next Tuesday. How am I going to get money next Tuesday if he's not here? Or he went into the coma. I'm sure when the coma happened, that was probably when they first panicked. So in my view, I would argue that if you put someone down as, if they've got power of attorney and they're a beneficiary on your bank account and on your investment account, they can hop in and make adjustments in the event that something goes wrong, because things go wrong. That's life. Also, you got this thing, you've probably heard about this, called a will. And in your will, you can just make it real clear. You have to state. See, here's the thing. I'm just say it like this. How can I say this in a way that isn't me telling on myself or revealing too much or whatever? Because I am talking publicly, and I would never want something to be misconstrued. But there's a way that I show, and I think a lot of people do this, especially men, but I think women too. One way that I've shown love, like real heavy love for a woman, I've only really been like heavy in love a couple times, is I publicly declare that person in that relationship. Like, I'll give you an example. Most of you, how many of you know about my wife? Give me a yes if you've heard me talk about my wife. How many of you have heard me talk about Dr. Alicia on numerous occasions? Anybody? Okay. One thing that you probably haven't heard is me talk about the person that I dated before my wife. Very nice lady. Very nice lady. I don't even want to talk about her, but that was not. She was not Alicia. She was not going to be my wife. She's a nice lady though. But just because somebody's nice don't mean you got to marry them. You can only marry one. And that's intentional, right? To me, my way of showing that love is like, hey, I go out to the world and I announce to the whole world, I'm taken. So that means you slide. Don't be sliding my DMs. Don't be trying to get me up and caught up in nothing. I got a wife, and that protects me as a man. Right? And me announcing that I have a wife is something that draws a boundary, and women respect that. First thing they'll do is that if I meet, because I see y'all. Sometimes you see me, and sometimes people think you're kind of cute. You got money. Money makes you cuter, and I can see it. And then the woman will say, "Oh, how's Dr. Alicia doing?" And that to me is just kind of like acknowledging, like, look, I heard you, I know you all about your wife, so I'm not here to, but, and I appreciate that, and that really makes things easy, right? So, and here's the thing: a lot of you don't. The only people who know this are people who've been following me for like more than a decade. Back in 2007, I don't know if y'all know this, but this was not the first time I was going to get married. I actually got engaged in 2007. And again, an amazing lady, wonderful lady, and would never say anything negative about her. We just didn't get married for personal reasons. And when I was going to marry her, I deliberately proposed to her on the Wendy Williams show. Did y'all know that? It was back when Wendy did the show in New York, and it was the biggest show in New York City. And I said, I love this woman so much that I need the whole world to know not only that I love her, but that she is that I am taken. That this is, and Wendy's show with all these women, and at that time my stock was rising. I knew I was getting out there and whatever, and I was like, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to tell everybody how awesome this woman is and how much I'm happy to be married to her. And so here's my point. I think that to me, these preparations, kind of designating people, putting things in writing on some level, is a form of love that shows, like, look, I'm declaring my love for you. I may not have to declare it through a marriage certificate. I'm not saying that that's for everybody. And look at the divorce rate. The divorce rate's incredibly high. Obviously, marriage ain't for everybody, but some sort of public declaration that is real, that is concrete, that will last and persist after you're gone. To me, that's really a great sign of love. And if I'm not ready to declare anything, that's very, very risky. And I think that should be consciously considered when evaluating, like, okay, how much are you really in this with me? So that, a cohabitation agreement, a joint tenancy agreement, power of attorney, beneficiary designations, putting somebody in your will, to me, is a way to celebrate the love that doesn't require you to necessarily have to go and do something that, like marriage, that you may not want to do. So I would just say to you, consider this, because I think that sometimes I've just seen so many tragedies where someone gets financially screwed because there were no preparations that were made in the relationship. And I just really think that love is not just a word. Love is not just a feeling. Love is a verb. Love is an action. It's a series of actions. If I love you, I'm going to love you. I want to love my wife every day by taking out the garbage and being there for her and the kids and doing what I'm supposed to do as a husband. It's not just me sitting back and doing nothing and saying, baby, I love you, right? I love you. Love is not a feeling. When you get in a serious relationship, love is an action. So maybe an action would be to put something in writing. So maybe instead of putting a ring on it, maybe you put a piece of paper on it or something. But you got to do something, because if you don't, then ultimately you're very, very vulnerable, and you end up like that poor guy who feels used because he paid all these bills and he doesn't own any piece of the house that he was paying bills into for the last 5 or 6 years. So it's not just for the women; it's also for men as well. So either you're going to have a grown up relationship or you're not. And that, to me, that's an aspect of another concept I talk about in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, called economic maturity. Economic maturity is connected, in my view, to emotional maturity, in relationship maturity. An immature relationship is like the 6th grade. We girlfriend and boyfriend. They send you a little note. Will you be my girlfriend? Check yes or check no. Like, that's an immature relationship. Or that's my girlfriend. You got 50-something-year-old people talking about that's my girlfriend, that's my boyfriend. Why are you 55 years old? Why are you dating a boy? Seriously, are you 47? Why are you dating a girl? Like, you're supposed to be dating a girl. You ain't R. Kelly, man. Like, dude, you're not supposed to be dating a girl. You're not supposed to have a girlfriend. You're supposed to have like, that's my woman. That's my lady. It's not your girlfriend. Come on. Like, that's weird. That's weird language, to be honest with you. I know everybody says it, but still. So to me, part of financial maturity, emotional maturity, relationship maturity means, okay, maybe we're not going to get married, but let's have a mature relationship. A mature relationship is something that can be documented, that's going to have to be recognized by the state, because I'm signing documents that are declaring this relationship to be legitimate. Do you understand? Give me a yes if this is making sense. Let me know if you get what I'm saying here. I'm not giving you relationship advice at all. I'm just giving you like what I might call financial lovemaking tips. Financial lovemaking means that money and love are linked, whether we like it or not. We want to act like love and money ain't got nothing to do with each other, and that's the most ridiculous thing a person can say. Money is everywhere. Like I told you, when I started making more money, I became more handsome, and that's because there's a million years of biology that says that women are more attracted to men that have resources. So ultimately, when you're talking about relationship situations, not just business relationships, it's also not just romantic relationships. This does translate to business relationships and any other relationship. Money is an important part of it. Money is so ubiquitous in our society that it literally is like the blood that flows through the veins of almost every human interaction that there is. You can't have society without money. So if you think that you can go through life and make all these critical decisions about choices and relationships and health and everything else and not factor money into the equation, that is about as financially unconscious as you can be, and you're setting yourself up for devastation. So don't do that. Just make a plan, nice and easy. Let me go through it again one more time before we get done. Cohabitation agreement to outline financial responsibilities and property rights. Joint tenancy, which basically says that property can be bought jointly. It doesn't have to just be one person or the others. Power of attorney. That means that if we have to make critical medical or financial decisions and you can't make them yourself, then I'm going to be able to make them for you. Beneficiary designations. That means that on your accounts, just put me down as a beneficiary so I can get into the account and get the rent money or the mortgage money or the bill money in case something happens to you, in case it happens tomorrow. And then the will. Hey, if I love you, I can put you in my will. That doesn't mean I exclude everyone else. It just means, I'm going to have something for you. If I'm gone, I'm going to be here in the afterlife, not just today. Okay. All right. So anyway, all right. So before we go, really quickly, I know a lot of you, when we were talking about doing the companion to Money in the Morning, I called it Money in a Minute, where I was going to basically just set something up where you can learn topics by having them just sort of sent to you via text message. I'm almost done with one of the first installments. I'll let you guys know the two popular topics that you guys mentioned that you wanted to learn about in detail were stock options and estate planning. So those are going to be the two things that we're going to put out. We'll put out stock options first, then we're going to do estate planning, where you can learn estate planning concepts, literally getting like a 90-second lesson sent to you via text every day, or you can just log in and watch them all at once if that's what you want to do. I'll keep you guys posted on that. Number two, tomorrow I'm doing that special event at noon Eastern, called How to Invest in the Stock Market. I really, really want, again, I don't require you to, there's no cost to be in this class. You only have to pay attention. But I really, really want you, everyone in here, this is the one favor I'm asking you, is I really want everyone in here to be a consistent investor in the stock market on some level. I don't care if it's 2 nickels a week. I want you to participate in the stock market. So tomorrow I'm doing the training session, How to Invest in the Stock Market. I'll walk you through the process, everything else. So you can get in. There is a fee to join, and everything's yours for life. You can bring your whole family, or you can do a $1 trial in the Black Stock Market program. I'll send you a link to do the trial later on today. Make sure you're on the text list. The text list, to be on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to the number 87948, I will send that to you. Also, if you can't get on the text list, just send an email to support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I know some of you are international, and so if you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you. And then last but not least, the ladies at Fly Nubian Money are going to, Dr. Alicia, Dr. Lene, etc., are going to be live at 1 p.m. today, and they're live every single day. And they tend to cover topics that relate to the financial side of Black life. Sometimes it's love and money. Sometimes it's politics and money, whatever. But the topics are really interesting. And so if you'd like to join in and participate in that discussion, you can get on that text list. Just text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Text Queens to 87948, and that's because the platform's called Fly Nubian Queen, and Fly Nubian Money is a segment of Fly Nubian Queen. All right, guys. So have a great day. God bless you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and I hope you have a great day. And I love you. I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye bye.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money. We're here to help you master your mindset and maximize money. I'm your host for today. I'm Jade. Hey, y'all. Hey. Today, we're discussing the trend of celebrities, including Black women, of course, turning to platforms like OnlyFans due to financial pressure and societal expectations, right? I don't know if there's an expectation where a lot of women in Hollywood in particular feel that they have to show their body or go into these sorts of platforms in order to generate income, but we're going to have that conversation. And specifically, we're talking about the decision of Camille Wimbush. I know folks, as y'all are coming in, may remember Camille Wimbush. She was a cute little girl on the Bernie Mac show, and I used to really love that show. And she joined OnlyFans. She made that decision to join OnlyFans, and it has sparked a lot of discussion on social media about the choices celebrities make to ensure their financial stability sometimes. And so we know that Hollywood is known for its instability and fluctuating nature and all of these things creating financial anxiety for many people. So we're going to have this conversation today with our queens, Miss Athena Gardner. She's a CPA and women's wealth coach. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey.
We also have Miss Tiara Williams. She's an actress, singer, and producer. Call her Miss Black Hollywood. How are you doing, ma'am?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. That red is just giving so much life to this panel. So yeah, we're having this conversation today, and you're tuned into Fly Nubian Money. We're here on weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So be sure to text the word Queens to the number 87948. That's 87948. That way you will be notified when we do go live, when we have special offers and things like that. So ladies, let's just kick off this conversation. Camille Wimbush, beautiful Black sister. She's young. We saw her grow up literally in Hollywood. And she did an interview recently, and she talked about she made the decision to go to OnlyFans because she wasn't getting calls. She wasn't making a lot of money in Hollywood anymore. And we're going to take a listen to the video shortly. But I want to just sort of have a general opening question, a discussion about your thoughts on the influence of platforms like OnlyFans. Let's start with you, Athena.
Well, OnlyFans was originally created as almost like a Patreon. So when other creators could just come on, monetize their gifts and talents. Now, especially during the pandemic, OnlyFans took off because the sex industry kind of made headways with OnlyFans. So now people automatically assume if you're on OnlyFans that it's some kind of sexy, racy, nudity related thing, when really it's just for everyone. It's just that industry has really made a mark there. My opinion on OnlyFans is this. I personally would not be on there. But for some women or men to make a way in this economy, I understand life choices may cause you to go down that path. And also I want to also shout out to the other creators who are on there who are doing wholesome things like having cooking channels or spiritual channels or whatever they're doing. So in this scenario with Camille Wimbush, I want to talk about that in detail further. But I think initially when I saw the headlines, I was like, oh, girl. But after listening more to what she had to say and researching what she actually said, I'm fine with her being on there.
Thank you so much. So yeah, Tiara, I wanted to get your thoughts on OnlyFans. what do you think the impact is, the influence of these sorts of platforms that are highly sexualized? What do you think the impact is on like popular culture and the Black community in particular?
Well, that's a loaded question. I didn't hear about OnlyFans. I knew nothing about OnlyFans until I heard Beyonce mention it in a song, right? Like she said something like in demon time, I might start an OnlyFans. And I remember I was like, oh, well, what's that? Because it became so popular. People flooded to it. And I don't know if it was just because Beyonce said it, but I do remember that big how I found out about the platform. I've only associated that with sex workers. So, somebody asked me not too long ago if I would ever have an OnlyFans. Probably not. And I would just say, just because what it kind of has come to represent, it wouldn't be a good look for me. Having a teenage daughter, I would never want her, even if it was for, I could host acting classes on there and I still wouldn't do it because what it has come to be associated with. Somebody's like, oh, your mom was on OnlyFans? Immediately somebody's gonna think, I'm tooting and booting, and I don't want that. That's not what I'm looking for. So, like Athena said, I think, you got to do what you got to do, but I don't know if you got to do that. Like, just, me working in Hollywood and me understanding the lay of the land. I've been here for almost 20 years of my life, and I've worked in this industry consistently, and I've never had to do anything provocative or sell my soul. I'm not saying that there wasn't opportunities to do so, but you just be like, okay, I can't do this. You just gotta be. Well, we'll get to that, but for the most part, I just think that OnlyFans is not the only option.
Thank you so much for that insight, and especially for as coming from someone who's lived in Hollywood and worked in Hollywood, for 20 years. I'm sure there's a lot of temptation and things out there and offers. If you're just tuning in, we are having this conversation. The Bernie Mac show star Camille Wimbush went viral over the last few days with an interview that she did, and she was talking about her decision to go onto OnlyFans, and it sparked a lot of controversy. We're going to go to that video and take a look at it. In the meantime, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. We're here at Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel, weekdays live at 1 p.m. Eastern Time.
Oh, those Bernie Mac checks must have dried up, or like from a job 20 years ago when I was a 12-year-old. Yeah. Like, duh.
Because we think the residuals are still coming through, though.
I mean, they do, but
it's not.
Listen, if I was on Friends making $1 million an episode, yes, those residual checks would still be very nice. But as time goes on, they get smaller and smaller every year. You're not making the same amount that you were when the show was current per episode.
Right.
So, as someone who was just a kid, don't get me wrong, still making good money,
mm-hmm.
but 20 years later, those checks are not sustainable for a living. With the industry being as fickle as it is, you can't count on any job to last or even to book a job. So over the years, I have done regular 9-to-5s.
Oh, wow.
I owned an ice cream shop for 3 years when I was a teenager.
Wow.
And I funded that with my own money. I taught gymnastics to kids where I was making like $11, $12 an hour. So I've done that.
Wow.
But if I can find a way to make enough to buy a home from the comfort and safety of my own living room, why wouldn't I do that?
Shout out to her. Shout out to everyone in the chat who's just joined us. We just heard directly from Miss Camille Wimbush, and she was talking about her decision to join OnlyFans. As you all are coming into the chat, make sure you just let us know what city and state you're coming from. Okay, now, Athena, watching that video again just made me really, really sad. because one of my mentors, Dr. Boyce Watkins, started the Black Business School, and he teaches us, and I know you're a financial wellness, women's wellness coach, Athena, teaches us the importance of investing and creating Black millionaires of tomorrow, teaching our children how to save, how to invest, and to start businesses to secure their future. She admitted that she was making good money when the Bernie Mac show was on when she was 12 years old. That was a long time ago. So I can only imagine if a quarter of that money was invested 20 years ago so that she could have, I don't know, tripled it or made it, grow tenfold. What the impact of her life would be now. Like, she wouldn't be forced to go on to OnlyFans and stuff. So I wanted to get your take on this from a financial and generational wealth perspective. When I just listened to her speak, it made me sad in particular because I was wondering if she had anyone around her that will really help her grow her money and coach her financially. What are your thoughts, Athena?
Well, my thoughts are this, and it's important that all of us have financial literacy. And even the other day, I was seeing how Yo Gotti didn't know he had to pay property taxes on his home, right? So celebrities are not immune to understanding finance and money. And also, I think it's important to point out that Camille was a childhood star, meaning that her parents were responsible and were probably fiduciaries of her money or what she was making at the time. So oftentimes, especially when we come into the limelight, your family history and what you were taught is what you do. Now, I commend her for actually taking some of that money and starting her own businesses. She said she funded an ice cream shop with her own money. She said she tried to teach gymnastics. Sometimes it takes a lot. There's a lot that comes with business acumen and actually making a successful business that create cash flow. I know Dr. Boyce teaches that a lot on the Black Business School. I know I teach that for women on my platform as well. So even though you may have the money, trying to take the money and turn it into something else is a whole separate skill. So she may have had issues with that. And a lot of us have issues with that. What I will say is this: you are correct, Jade, in that if she probably would have even taken a quarter of that money, put it in even in an index fund and just let it sit and do what it is supposed to do, she probably could have been earning residuals. But according to what I've read online about her situation, if she has made $1 million off of OnlyFans, or she's making $50,000 a month off of OnlyFans, even then it might not have returned as much as she's making right now. So the OnlyFans thing is it's so enticing because of the earning potential that I can see how it can seduce someone into taking that option.
Thank you for that analysis, Athena. Tierra, for me, this raises a larger question, and I would love for you to speak to this as a parent and as someone who's in the industry in Hollywood. This raises a lot of questions for me and anxiety as an educator about the adultification of children in Hollywood. Was she put in a position to be an adult, and was she expected to know how to do these things and to take on that role as a provider for her family? I wanted to get your perspective on that angle of this conversation.
I'm not sure if she had to, if she had to provide for her family. But I know, just as having a daughter who is also in the industry, my daughter is 13 years old, and she's worked on shows like Abbott Elementary and just all of these different things. And I know that her dad had to take and invested a very, it's an effort to, take them to auditions, take her to auditions, take her and coach her. And, we're doing that together, but it's a process. And so if he's taking her to set and staying on set with her for 8 to 12 hours, that doesn't allow him to work, right? So if he's working as her manager, it kind of puts him in a situation where he has to take a piece of that to just a piece of it to pay for whatever, so I think families like that find themselves having to, as much energy that they're investing into their children, they kind of have to. It's a family business. The kid is a family business. Now, my daughter is not 100% working as an actress, right? So we're not forcing her to be a child star. We don't, that's not, because a lot of that is them losing a lot of their days. I remember she booked a show, and for the whole summer she worked on this show, and she was just like, I want to go outside. Kids there all day. They ran around, they had fun, but there was there was a part of her like, I just want to enjoy the summer. I was like, yeah, she should be able to enjoy the summer. I understand that she has checks coming in. So when she was done with that, we nested that. There was a time when my daughter had like $15,000 in her account, and we just nested it, and we started a savings for her, and we got her a vending machine, and just little things that we've started to do for her, but not taking any of her money, right? Like, not us taking money, but sometimes using that to reinvest into acting classes and stuff like that. So I'm not sure. So that's my perspective on that. When it comes to Camille, I'm not sure what their family dynamic was, but I know that, having even watched parents, I met Marseille and her mother Carol in IKEA once, like years ago. And often my daughter has glasses kind of like Marseille, and they kind of look alike. They get that all the time. Like, people will bring her in because people say, oh, she kind of looks like Marseille. And so after that, I was able to kind of like not befriend them. They're not my friends, but like, I see them on Facebook, and I'm watching how they've made that into a family business. Her mother is with her 24/7. They are flying from here to there, to fittings, to this, to that, to that, and that, and they started a production company. So like, Marseille is working, but like, you really see a lot of her mother's life being poured into, and I'm sure that was the plan, right, when they moved from Texas. But a lot of her life is poured into Marseille's life, so they have to benefit, they have to make money, from being their manager. So those are my initial thoughts. It's a lot of work. I mean, when I watch them, it's just like, wow, I'm tired and I'm just watching.
Yeah, I can only imagine
Yeah.
what that's like for children to be childhood stars and actors and actresses, and to have that level of responsibility, and also to be able to make that amount of money.
Yeah.
So what I thought about was definitely the adultification piece. We want to protect our children, even when they are in entertainment, to make sure that they are not growing up or taking on too much responsibility than they should as young people, as children. So that was something that struck me. And definitely, Athena, the financial literacy piece, the investing piece, the piece where we say, hey, let's get my child all of the available resources possible so that they can invest their money, have more than one business, and be set up for the future. So in watching that clip, I felt so many things. I was thinking about those larger issues more than her decision to go on OnlyFans and model or not. Now, I am not on OnlyFans. I've never seen an OnlyFans, just so y'all know. So I don't need people in the chat, just in case anybody wanted to try it today to ask. If I was on OnlyFans, I don't have one. However, if that's what people choose to do, that's what they do. I know that there are so many other options out there for our people, for Black women, Black girls in particular. We don't have to resort to that. So I would love for us to continue on this conversation, speaking to larger issues about pay disparities in Hollywood in particular. So we know that, yeah, Blac Chyna has reportedly made nearly $250,000 on OnlyFans, but there are other people that have made how much?
$250 million, almost nearly a quarter
yes,
billion, with a B.
With a B.
With a B.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the M. There's a B. $250 million.
Wow. Okay. Okay, so that should be $360 billion on OnlyFans.
No. She's $250 million. So she's
million.
right
Okay.
over it.
Wait.
It's right.
$250 billion? Okay, got you.
No.
So yeah, but still,
That's
like,
right.
that's a lot of money.
That's a lot
And
of money.
Blac Chyna is now acting. I know she's doing some things. I think I've seen her in a show on BET Plus that my mom watched. My mom watches all of those shows. But so many other actresses have sounded the alarm about pay disparities in the entertainment industry. Tierra, we've heard from Monique. We've heard from Taraji P. Henson. Taraji was very, very vulnerable and very, very authentic about her experience. And she got ran down, essentially. People were literally like trying to drag her, Athena, on social media for saying, like, hey, there are pay disparities within Hollywood for Black actors and Black actresses. I have been snubbed. Yeah. And I know that Gabrielle Union, we have a clip we can show of Gabrielle Union talking about the financial anxiety she feels even when she does well. She'll do a film that does well, but then the waiting period, not knowing if she's going to be booked again, like that's a thing, Tierra. So can you tell us a little bit more about that? And then Athena, I would love for you to weigh in after Tierra.
Yes, I wish I had the SAG-AFTRA a stat. I don't have it in front of me, and I'm sorry, but like I remember seeing that it was like actors worked maybe like an average of like 3 jobs in a span of like 5 to 8 years or something like that, right? And that's just like, everybody is not in that top 1%, right? It's like that 1%, and then 99% of other people are just trying to figure out how to pay their bills. I know Billy Porter, a couple months after our strike last year, went into foreclosure on his home. And he was like, we're very much living, and I mean, he's on TV, he's on red carpets, he's all over the place. But I think he said something in his interview like, if you don't have FU money, you're very much living from check to check. So like you're only 1 to 2 months away from financial ruin, and then in terms of like not knowing, you can have a show on television and running on television and not have no money, right? And like Camille was saying, her show probably still runs, but she doesn't get those residuals, don't look the same. And so I mean, I don't know where her residual checks, I don't know what her deal looks like, I have no idea. But it might be a little pocket change. It might pay the rent, maybe. I mean, it's inflation, it's all the things. So she might not be able to, but it's very hard to live in California. If you think about like, I mean, you can get a house for $1 million if you got $1 million laying around, and that's just like it's just a very expensive place on top of all of the other things that you have to worry about. And so, like I was saying, it's very fickle here. You can audition and hear no all day long, right? And when you do book, it might be a $10,000 check. It might be a $20,000 check. When I sold a screenplay, I got a huge check from Universal, and then I didn't work for 2 years after that. Like, so it was like me having to nest that and get really creative about, and thank God I have an acumen for business, because I understand that, and I learned this a long time ago, that you have to be really creative about it really can't be just one source of income and rely on just being an actor. Only 1% of Hollywood can do that. Otherwise, you got to have other hustles. Like she said, she had an ice cream parlor and a shop and all of these things, and that's kind of what you have to do here. Like there's people juggling all balls, and I'm gonna share a story, but it kind of gives you a perspective. When I first moved to LA, I got on a shuttle, and there was a guy, and I always think about this because I was like, I never want to be that. So I got on the shuttle. He was like, "What you do?" I said, "Oh, I'm an actress." He was like, "Oh, me too." Right as he's driving our bus, he pulls out this business card and hands it to me, and on there he's like posed like this, kind of like with his chest out. He kind of, you know what I'm saying? And it said actor, model, writer, producer, driver, like exotic dancer. I do kids' birthdays. Like it was like 12 things. And I thought that was the funniest thing. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna keep this forever. But he was giving me the game when I first, like, there's a part of that is really real. There was like 10 hyphens on there. But that's a real thing here. And I didn't learn that. Thank God I didn't have to do all of the things. But I did come here as an actress and a singer, And I was gratefully on a show, and Blair Underwood was like, listen, you got to learn how to produce, you got to learn how to act, you got to learn how to do more than act, you got to learn how to produce and direct, and you know how to write. All right. I was like, okay. So I went and worked on I worked as a producer, and then I got really hunkered down into directing and writing. It's a real thing, right? And so you know, you just kind of have to be fluid in the way that you earn money. And that was a really long-winded, but I just wanted to share that and give you a real thing, a real glimpse. Because you can go in and audition all day, but you might not book. You hear no so often here, and you know what I hear in Camille's voice is like frustration. Like, I've been you can't you're going out, and even though I've been on television, people are saying no. People are saying no. There's not Hollywood is structured differently. People are working a lot less. The business is still not the same since we were striking last year. It's not up. It's not up and running. AI is People are not being paid well. It's all of the things, y'all. You have to, at this point, want to be an artist. You have to really want to work in Hollywood to work in Hollywood. You know what I mean? You have to really like go through a lot of things that kind of are soul crushing, if that makes sense. Like, you know, you have to, I don't know, another occupation where you can pour 20 years of your life into something and still not make it.
Wow.
Does that make sense? So
Yes.
anyway, I could go on and on. So I'm gonna shut up.
No, that was very insightful. And if you all are just tuning in, we are talking about the actress Camille Wimbush. She went viral this week for an interview she did, talking about her decision to go onto OnlyFans. So this is the topic of conversation, and we're speaking largely about societal pressures for Black actors and actresses, but particular Black women actresses, and pay insecurity, financial anxiety, and societal expectations for women, especially to go onto platforms such as OnlyFans that, in my opinion, are very, very sexually exploitative. But hey, that's just my personal opinion. Anyway, Tiara, thank you for sharing your insight about Hollywood and the difficulties in Hollywood. Athena, my question is, I see actors and actresses on magazine covers, on interviews on television. They be on the red carpets in red bottoms. They're wearing Valentino. They're wearing all types of designers that I can't even pronounce. It still baffles me that, you know, folks have these high quality lifestyles, and I'm thinking that they're living millionaire and billionaire lifestyles. Can you speak to the point that Tiara made about, like, you can be on television and have a show and still be broke or living month to month and check to check? But Athena, how is that possible when I'm seeing folks decked out and all of these designers living this like lavish lifestyle? Please help me understand.
Listen, it is very easy to do that. We live in a society where image is so important. So as long as you look the part, you can kind of project an image that may not be real. So you could look like you have on the Gucci designer and your fridge has no food. So similar to what Tiara was saying about Billy Porter, how he's on these carpets and in these designers and he had to floor clothes on his home. Financial realities are just that. 70% of us don't have $5,000 in our bank account. More than 50% of us are in debt. Okay, so there's a lot of only 6% of Black adults in the US make 100K or more. You know, the stats paint a different picture. And that's why I love numbers so much, because numbers tell the truth. Numbers tell the truth of what is going on. As far as celebrities is concerned, right? A lot of what you're seeing also there is not real. They have teams curating looks for them. Their clothes are getting on loan by designers so they can take that image and promote that, the latest fashion, so they can get their cut from that. The jewelry is also on loan. So a lot of, it's a business. It's a business to curate an image so consumers like you and me buy into that and buy the product. Right? La Roche who is a wonderful style architect and stylist, was recently doing an interview around Zendaya, which he mentioned that he actually buys the clothes, and the interviewer was shocked because most people don't buy the clothes. They get the clothes on loan. So a lot of what you're seeing is not real. And also, to talk about the topic of actresses and celebrities, Taraji was saying that she couldn't even get transportation, or she had to fight for transportation. She had to fight for certain things. Her trailer was not the best. And you would think, especially even at Taraji's level, that wouldn't even be a question. That wouldn't be a question. So I think in the year of 2024, where Cat Williams said everyone will be exposed, honey. The lid is coming off the pot. Okay, we're seeing behind the curtain, behind the veil. We're seeing everybody's skeletons all over. And I think this industry is showing us that entertainment is not what you think it is. How many rappers fall dead, have no life insurance policy, and all their little baby mama or whoever is left out to dry? These are realities that we as an audience and Gen Pop need to look at and say, okay, how do we in our lives put ourselves in position so we do not fall into this trap? Because clearly the celebrities are now saying that we were paid puppets to entice you to consume and entice you to buy into these businesses.
Thank you for that point, Athena. So basically, they just renting the runway. Okay, got you. Okay, or they're like brand ambassadors to a degree. Tiara, did you want to, from your experience? Okay, you want to add anything? Okay, so also to your point, Athena, did y'all see Krishan Rock? I think I'm pronouncing her name properly. She went to her baby father's, I forget his name. Who's the baby father's name? What's his name?
Blueface. She went to his hearing and got arrested.
Went to his hearing, got arrested because she had a warrant from another state or something like that. So now she's arrested. Her sister allegedly is on social media asking the public to raise funds for her to get an attorney. And it said that she doesn't have toothpaste. She's being horribly mistreated and she needs representation. That's not something that I would expect from a social media star, celebrity. I don't know if she's a rapper or a singer, but I know she's pretty popular. And you made a comment just now, Athena, that I wanted to circle back to. You said that, a lot of guys in Hollywood are having children and leaving their baby mothers out to dry. So that came to mind when you said that. Also makes me very, very sad. If y'all are tuning in, we are having an intelligible conversation about OnlyFans. Shout out to some of y'all in the chat that might have some OnlyFans. I don't know if y'all be on there twerking or showing your feet or whatever, but hey, it happens. Shout out to everyone in the chat who also put their city and state in there. We see you. We appreciate y'all tuning in. This is Fly Nubian Money, where we have intelligible conversations about all things money. Make sure you visit our website, flynubianmoney.com, and come over to listen to these panels live right here, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at flynubianqueentv.com's YouTube channel. And also, yes, make sure you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to the number 87948. That's 87948 when we go live and we have spicy conversations such as this one about OnlyFans and stuff. So anywho, we're also talking about pay disparities within Hollywood, within the Black sector of Hollywood. We have a video that we're going to show and we're going to discuss. It's of Gabrielle Union talking about her financial anxiety as an accomplished Black actress in the industry. Take a listen.
And with a generation-defining hit under her belt, Gabrielle embarked on a career that would see her embracing a variety of roles and solidifying her place as the people's champ. She would also meet her future husband and fellow Renaissance human, Dwayne Wade, and begin crafting a personal brand. But the persistent racism and sexism in Hollywood would present ongoing challenges, even as her professional and personal lives continued to thrive.
I struggle with that still, just because I think I just have more responsibilities, for my money. So I get nervous, like, oh God, that movie didn't open, well, what does that mean? am I going to have enough to hold everybody up? And everyone's like, it's coming, like, calm down. And I'm trying to find peace in the journey, not using my anxiety and scarcity mindset to be my engine, which is hard. It's weird to say I'm head of household because in this household, we split everything 50-50. But in the other households that each of us have to support, it puts this, there's always this like gorilla on your back that it is like, you better work, you better work, you better work. You know, you gonna sleep in? You know, somebody might not eat. You know, come on, you gotta work. And it's hard. It's hard to let that go. So I'm working on that. Even now, from then to now, from 95, late 95 to 2023, I've never been anybody's first choice. Not Black folks, not white folks. But by hook or by crook, I get a job, right? And then that movie does really well. And what they tell you is if you're a part of a movie and your character pops, then that leads to the next thing. But I really realized after Bad Boys 2 and Bring It On that how I am received by real life people is not reflected how I'm treated in Hollywood. They're completely different. But before social media, I had no way of really knowing that or quantifying that. So, because they tell you, if you succeed, then these are the roles that open up. So I'm succeeding and the door is bolted shut. And the people who are jumping the line seem to be folks that make white people in charge very comfortable. But what it did, like the social media era, me, Taraji, Nia, Sanaa, Tracy, it allowed our real world popularity to be quantified to where it was undeniable.
Okay. I heard what she said, Tiara, but it's, as someone who just watches entertainment, it's really difficult for me personally to connect to what she's saying because my perception of Gabrielle Union is so different than her actual experience that she's articulating. And I understand, you know, I respect her experience. I appreciate her sharing that. But when I'm seeing Gabrielle Union, like, oh my gosh, it's Gabrielle Union. She's all over the place. Like, what is, you know, like, what is she talking about? Can you give some insight or like maybe a bit more of an explanation from your experience in terms of the culture in Hollywood, in terms of what actors and actresses go through and how they're treated versus how they're perceived by people like me who are just clueless?
Yeah, I think, and I mean, you're not the only one. I think you can look at someone and just assume that because they have a name and a status, that they can walk through any door that they want to, that they can get into rooms. There's still rooms that Gabrielle wants to get into in terms of films she wants to audition for. There's still roles. You know, sometimes I hear people say, "Oh, Gabrielle does the same kind of movies." Right? She's kind of like but she's I'm sure that in her fantasy, maybe there's things that she wants to do that allow her to stretch, that allow you to see her beyond Bring It On, and the beautiful lead actress that is in a romantic comedy. Maybe she wants to play a homeless crackhead. I don't know what the level of where she wanted to go or where she wants to go. But race plays a part. Her being a woman plays a part. Her being a Black woman plays a part. It just is. It's a tough business that has a lot of politics involved, and there's you know if I'm being honest, like, people that don't look like us run this industry. And so with that being said, there's, you have to kind of bow and fold and, move to that if you want to see those heights that you want to see. And sometimes you can move and like do all that and sell yourself, or you can mold yourself and still end up in the middle. We used to always say, like, you date a man and you're like, oh, I'm gonna have a relationship with this director and he's gonna do things for my career. I definitely have heard that when I was like actively like pursuing my in my 20s. It was like that was the thing. Like, you know, people used to be like, I mean, yeah, I cast you. You know, I go in, I audition. I'm talking about work on all of the things, work on the script. You go in, you audition, and you kill it, right? And then maybe like 20, 30 minutes after you do all of that, the director calls you and says, now that we got that out the way, you know, what's up? What's up? You know, like what's up? Oh, are you gonna send the screenplay? Like, is that what you're saying? Like, what's the what? Like, what do you? I already gave you what's up. You know, so it's just like just having to deal with all of that, all of the things, all of the doors. And then, you know, there's also this thing where you go into a you Hollywood is the only other place that I know where you could be too young, you could be too old, you can, you know, by 30 they're like, if you haven't made it, that means that you're never gonna make it. If you know, you're too fat, you're too skinny, you're too dark, you're too light, you're not this, you're that, you know, you're constantly being told what you are not. And so I think social media does add an interesting element where you're able to monetize. You're able to create your own brands and literally go directly to the people that consume you, the people that love you. You can find your tribe, you can find your fans, and really create products around that, you know, and create things around that. And seeing that popularity can, you know, now catapult you. But now she's like producing films and she's, you know, I think she's, you know, she's doing her thing. And I'm sure there's some things that she still wants to do and hopefully she's able to do that, you know, and that anxiety, it goes away. I don't know if it'll ever go away though, because of just the nature of this beast.
Yeah, thank you for that insight. That makes a lot of sense. That gives me a lot more clarity. Thank you. And you just described a really, really unstable environment in Hollywood, Tara. So my question to you, Athena, is given the unstable nature of Hollywood, how can celebrities, in your opinion, diversify their income stream so they can reduce the financial anxiety and then also have options and not have to be on OnlyFans?
Well, Athena, not just celebrities. Let us all know, baby.
Yes.
Because there's another 99% of us that are want to know.
Well, I think you touched on it earlier, Tiara, that, you know, you realized that you had to add more hyphens. You had to add more skills. You had to add more income and revenue streams. So that is what I recommend that everyone, whether or not these celebrities do anything, everyone to do, to monetize your gifts, monetize your talents, and really to create stability in multiple forms. And that will also provide you more financial protection. In the stock market, they always say diversify your portfolio, diversify this. Diversity is going to be the key here because even as times are changing, I do a lot with AI. AI is changing the game. So if you are relying on one source of income, especially as a single person, because that's a whole other thing. Like I do a workshop that talks about women at different stages and the financial vulnerability single women face, because if they're out the game and they're sick, that's it. Like there's no other income coming in. So diversify your income and support your wealth streams in that way. I would also say this. What made me cringe a little bit when I was watching Gabrielle Union was the fact that she does have a husband of high net worth that makes more money than her, that she doesn't feel comfortable in an arrangement for him to fully provide in that way, even if within their own household. So say even if she supports other family members with her own funds, but girl, to do 50-50 when you have a man that can pay that bill, to calm down this financial stress that for these acting jobs, like I question why that isn't in her.
Let me just drink my cold coffee while you continue to extrapolate.
Yeah, because
as Tiara continues to make faces, just go ahead, continue.
Yes, because I know a lot of she went on the fire. A lot of people scrutinized because he had said a comment that, you know, this is my house, and she was like, you'll never be able to say that to me again. So that's why she split the 50-50. listen, take the stress. If he want to have the ego boost to say it's his house, all right. As long as you still have your own money, you stashing away, that would be my advice on that.
I think
what this also highlights.
Okay. I have a question for you. After you finish, but go ahead.
Okay. What this also highlights to me, and I think we discussed this, I definitely discussed this, but I know Dr. Boyce and the Black Business School discussed this as well. Ownership is a conversation, like Rick Ross said. Ownership is really important. Why is it important in this situation? Like you said, Tiara, Hollywood is owned by people that do not look like us. Let's keep it 100%. Let's keep it a buck. Since we do not have our own platforms, our own avenues, we have to succumb to the judgments and prejudices of people who do not look like us, whether that's in Hollywood or whether that's just everybody on the corporate plantation, honey, right? Because what is a stat? Black women make on average 60 cents to a white man's dollar. So until we go through the journey of building and establishing our own business and entrepreneurship, which is hard, by the way. This is a hard task to do, right? But unfortunately, since we don't have different infrastructure that we own in these different industries, we have to succumb to the pressures of those industries, okay? I think it was Viola Davis who said, they were calling her the Black Meryl Streep, and she said, how come I ain't making Meryl Streep money?
That's right.
Okay. But what Viola did, which is diversify her income stream, she's like, you know what? I'm gonna do my own production company.
That's right.
With my husband. I'm gonna come up with a Woman King, and I'm gonna shop it to Netflix and shop it to these other platforms and make my money that way.
That's right.
So I think that is super, super important that we all do. Because guess what? Just like Fat Joe said, yesterday's price is not today's price. Yesterday's money is not today's money. The inflation is inflationing. And I think the celebrities are also taking note of that, because Taraji came out with her own mental podcast and her own hair care line, product, skin line.
Yeah.
Tracy Ellis Ross came out with Pattern Beauty. Like, I think all these, Gabrielle Union does all these different deals. I know she was doing fitness and all this other stuff. I think, especially in Hollywood, but for all of us included, they know that they need to monopolize on that celebrity.
Yes.
And to come up with a product line in order to smooth out and decrease the financial stress that Gabrielle was discussing.
Yes. Can I also just add that I think there's this really weird thing with family and friends that look at someone. It's, if you see one of your family and friends and they work a 9 to 5, you don't go to them and say, I need you to take care of me. But you see someone working on television, and because the checks are a little bigger and they don't understand that those checks are supposed to last you, right? And they're still expecting you to take care of them. And Gabrielle has, she has like, and this is not a negative thing, but she has a masculine energy about her, that masculine energy where it's like, I'm an independent woman. I've had to take care of myself. This industry will bring that out of you, right? Where you're like, I got to figure it out. Like she said, I got to figure it out. I got to work. What, you going to sleep today? Like, I think we all wake up like that. Like, I could rest in, but I got to get it. I got to figure it out. So I just think it's unfair. And maybe you can speak to this, Athena. It's like why people feel like they should be able to just like live off someone else. Like, I see if she like bought her mama a house. Okay, cool. But like everybody else would have to, they'd have to figure it out. Because we all got to figure it out. Like, why do I have to take care of people outside of my home? I don't understand.
Listen, family members will keep you broke. I'm Caribbean, right? I'm Caribbean, and my immediate family does not do this, but I've had extended family ask me to send things and send me money, and they just think that because you're in a better financial position that you should be doing that out of obligation as family, but also that you have the resources to do it. But they don't understand sometimes with more money comes more expenses, meaning that if you see this nice house have a bill attached to it, and but Jay-Z said that you cannot help the poor and be one of them.
That's right.
So I think that is a huge issue within our community. I think they call it the black tax. The black tax, when the person who ascends, who goes to college or wherever, have a business and becomes successful, now all the other family members look to this one person to financially lift them up. And I remember my dad telling me something like this. He was saying that, Athena, these are grown adult people. These are not children.
Yes.
So you putting money over there is like taking money and throwing out the window. They're not going to change. They're not going to elevate. They're not going to, it's just going to be a one direction. And I think that is something within the Black community we have to deal with. We have to, I think Trevor Noah also talked about how his mother never did that and gave him the grace of that. To avoid the black tax is what they call that. There's a pink tax for women too now. That's a whole separate other tax, right? Because the pink tax is for similar products that men have, we are charged more. So like razors and certain things, like the same kind of product, it's more pricey because women are most of the spenders, have most of the purchasing power in the household, and we consume mostly. So that's the other tax we have to pay. So Black women have the black and the pink tax.
Which means anxiety.
Yes, a lot of financial anxiety, right?
2 in 5 women experience financial stress and anxiety.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, women aren't the only ones on OnlyFans. Did y'all know, Tyga, DJ Khaled, what is Fat Joe doing on OnlyFans? Michael B. Jordan. Oh, for real? He on OnlyFans? I might have to get an account. Michael B. Jordan's on OnlyFans. Okay. Well, we see the rapper Casanova also on OnlyFans. What do these men be doing on there?
Showing that thing. They be showing that thing. That's what they be doing on there.
Lord have mercy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Camille Wimbush is $4 million richer than Dee Dee Davis.
Isn't Dee Dee also on OnlyFans? Or
yes.
No,
Yes.
the other person that did porno was Rudy, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. Rudy from the Cosby Show. I know she.
No.
Didn't she do porno?
No. It's the girl that you're looking at.
Yeah, I think it was Dee Dee.
It's Dee Dee.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no.
Baby girl from the Bird and Max show.
Rudy still be working on TV, girl.
Wait, what?
Don't do that to Rudy.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought Rudy, somebody did some porno. I'm gonna look it up. Because it was
she didn't do porno.
She didn't? Okay, my bad.
No.
Oops. Okay. Correction, delete, cancel. However, there's a lot of people showing a lot of stuff on the internet, basically, is a thing. But when they show these things on the internet, they're making a bunch of money. Bad Baby.
Oh.
Is that it? Right, girl?
Yeah.
59 million. Am I reading this right?
Yes, you are reading it right.
Black China, she's from DC. Millions. We talked about her. Cardi B, 46 million. Oh my gosh, I know that girl. What's that girl name? Suki Hana is on OnlyFans. All of these people are on there and they are making a lot of money.
They be showing too much. Can I get on OnlyFans and show my toes?
So let me say, are they doing like, is it like pornographic stuff, or is it just like peep show stuff?
They showing that thing. You cannot get on OnlyFans and just be like teasing, like, I'm gonna show you a strap of my bra and make $59 million. You can't do it. It's not a real thing.
This is crazy.
It's like, you want to see my arm?
Like, that's what Camille Wimbush is saying. She says she's just wearing lingerie. She's wearing stuff that she would wear on like a women's magazine, like a what kind of women's magazine?
Who said that?
Camille Wimbush. That's what she was saying. She's like, she's covered up. She's like slightly like lingerie, stuff like that. Her parts are covered, because her criticism was, why is it such an issue she does it on OnlyFans when actors and actresses insinuate and stimulate sexual and nude scenes in movies? She was like, what's the difference?
That's true. I thought she was popping that thing. Listen, I've never been to her page. I don't think I'm going to get on OnlyFans to see what she's doing. I mean, I just, like you said, there's an assumption that like if you're making that much money, then you must be doing something risque to do it.
Whew. Oh my goodness, y'all. What do y'all think in the chat? If you're just tuning in, we are having this risque. I guess I should just use that word again. You just heard it. We're having a risque conversation about OnlyFans. We're having this conversation because Bernie Mac star Camille Winbush, who is absolutely gorgeous and extremely talented, grew up as a child actor on the Bernie Mac show, went viral this week saying that she was explaining like, hey, like those Hollywood checks from my childhood and dried up.
Yes,
So I'm gonna go over ahead to this platform and I'm making money. And then she explained her reasons, her business, her financial reasons behind it. So we've covered this conversation here today on our Fly Nubian Money panel, and we've discussed the financial aspects of it, the educational or financial literacy aspects. We've talked about the generational wealth aspect. We talked about the female empowerment aspect of this conversation as well. And then we also had Tierra, who has lived in Hollywood for over 20 years and definitely does work in the industry, has a daughter in the industry, in the acting industry, discuss what it's really like with these closed doors and kind of coming up against brick walls. So this has been really, really informative. I know I've learned a lot because I just really didn't know that people were making this amount of money on OnlyFans. But as we close out, I want to have a conversation about, ladies, the glamorization of sex work. Is this something constructive that is needed in our community or in society in general? And what are your thoughts on that? I know that while I was living in New York, there was a whole movement, and the movement has caught on nationally to have rights and work like unions for men and women who are sex workers. And so it's a whole industry. I know when I was growing up and when our parents were growing up, it was basically seen as prostitution. It wasn't acceptable. But do we feel like platforms such as OnlyFans glamorizes sex work? And what do you think the impact is on the Black community, specifically our children? Because kids be looking at this stuff.
For sure. Do you want to answer that first, Athena?
Sure, I'll answer. So, okay. So I think that OnlyFans could be glamorizing sex work. I think sex work has a lot of dangers. I have watched a lot of documentaries and I've actually talked to women who engage in such activities, and it's very dangerous. You are risking your life. You're risking your body to disease. You're risking this person wanting to kill you after. You're risking this person threatening your life and because you ask them to pay what their agreed upon price or whatever it is, right? So I have a lot of compassion for women in that situation. I never used to, but I've found that they usually get into those things because they have no financial support, no family support, really, really broken homes, really, really bad situations, and they're just in a state of survival and risk their lives with strangers. Like, I couldn't even imagine. I don't even want to do anything with anybody when I'm tired, much less having to be forced to do anything to eat or like with someone I would even consider attractive. OnlyFans, I think, this touches on something Camille said, because she said if she can do it from the comfort and safety of her home, why not? So I think it has opened the door to provide and commercialize sex work in a way where they don't have to take on that much risk. But I think in general, within the state of this society, especially here in America, we need to figure out what we're going to do as far as the sex industry is concerned. It doesn't seem, I mean, that industry has been the oldest industry in time. It doesn't seem like it's going to go away. And it's a product that sells itself. And it wouldn't be around if people weren't interested in engaging in it. So we need to have some kind of legislation around safety around it, but also the legality of it, because it's a thin line. Because one person can do porn, but another person can't do, we need to look at ourselves as a society as we're judging people, because we basically support and financially back those activities. Not saying me, but I'm just saying, like, as a general public.
I know that Pornhub is if not the second, it's the third most visited site in the world, right? So we know that people are interested in it. There's just, I mean, there's men watch porn, women watch porn. The dangers is, like you said, Athena, it's not really regulated in a way, right? If you're on Pornhub, most people like then connect their OnlyFans to that. And then like, there's like, if you want to subscribe, it's a thing. Um, I'm big on documentary. I love documentaries. I make documentaries. And I've just been looking at like lately, I've been watching a lot of like BBL stuff and, black women or women talking about why they're getting their bodies done, particularly in our community, because there's been like a I want to say there was like a 30% spike in the last like 5 years, right? Where, now yesterday I just watched something and a girl was just talking about like all of her friends had BBLs. Like I was in Pittsburgh last week talking to my cousin. She was like, all of my friends have BBLs, right? Obviously I'm walking, I'm in the place where I feel like it all started, where, at first you would be like, dang, I wonder how Cher stays so young. You didn't think that people would go and get like an afternoon like tip tuck and then go back to work. Like you didn't think it wasn't so accessible to us. But I guess my point is, and all of them saying is like there are repercussions of like women want to get BBLs and do those things so they can make the fast money, right? It's not like Camille wasn't making money. She was making money like teaching dance and doing ice cream or whatever. It just wasn't giving her Hollywood money. It wasn't giving her the fast money that comes along with like an OnlyFans. $360 million from Black China on OnlyFans over a course of a couple years is fast money. Like you can't argue with that. A 9 to 5 can't give that to you. And so there's a part of me, and I think I know you were saying that there are women that are. I mean, now I'm seeing professionals. I'm watching documentaries with professional women who are lawyers that do, OnlyFans at night. They're like, man, I'm making more during the, at night. Then like, why am I going to the firm during the day? So professional women are now even seeing like, I'm making more money in a couple months than I would make in a year at my firm. So it's not just women who are broken and have gone through trauma. Professional women are now looking towards platforms like these. And so I just think it's interesting. I think when I think about stuff like this, it's like, would I want my daughter to know I had an OnlyFans? Would I want my family, would that make me feel like um I sold myself out, like Suki says, like I was selling coochie. Like to me, in my mind, that's like selling coochie. I don't know. So I just can't be in the same place as a Suki Hana or like a Sexy Red. Like I can't. I'm not that. I went to school. I'm a respectable woman. I can't do that. So that's the way I feel about it. You know.
Agreed. Listen, what I will say is adults can do whatever they do in America as long as it's not hurting anybody. And these platforms definitely do need to be regulated, and because we need to make sure children do not have access to this stuff. I am a strong advocate of censorship for children in social media. Definitely Pornhub needs to be regulated. I know there's some legislation on the books. I believe it's in the state of Florida, one of the southern states that, was it Texas? I believe it could be Texas. I think it's Texas that literally banned OnlyFans from there. And I saw another country, I believe it was Italy, country in Europe, I believe it was Italy. Y'all can look this up. That is also blocking and banning OnlyFans. And fun sex fact, because I guess we're just talking about risque stuff as we wrap this panel up. Shout out to y'all for tuning in to Fly New Year Money. It's happy over here, apparently.
Bow, 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 bow.
Wow, wow, wow.
So did y'all understand, that Elon Musk has these satellites over the planet, and he gave a country, a remote tribe in a remote part of the world, in a very indigenous population, they got the internet for the first time. And now they are literally addicted to pornography. And there's interviews about it. You heard about that, Tiara?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and then I read a whole bunch of stuff because, I'm a Black revolutionary for real, about pornography as a weapon of psychological warfare. So, and how, governments and operations definitely use pornographic images, pornography, porn addiction, sex addiction, etc., in order to destabilize populations. And so we want to have a whole conspiracy theory talk later on about these issues. We can definitely do that. That's why y'all need to text the word Queens to the number 87948 so you can be notified when we do talk about stuff that you're interested in right here at Fly Nubian Money, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at Fly Nubian Queen TV's networks YouTube channel. So we're going to go around and just give some final words, big takeaways. I want to shout out the chat. Shout out you ladies for joining today. Would love to hear your final thoughts as well as where we can follow you. Let's start with Miss Tiara.
Yeah, I was looking at the chat and Primo Supreme says I need a sinus surgery. I am sick. I came on. I am sick. I am being nursed back to health.
And
I
we're
am
glad
being
that
nursed
you're
back to
here.
health. I was actually at the hospital yesterday, so I just wanted to come on and have this conversation. I'm definitely recovering. So, but thank you for your concern. I appreciate that. I don't usually sound like this, but I think this has been a great discussion about I don't know if sex work or OnlyFans will ever stop existing, right? I don't know if that, if it's not OnlyFans, it'll be something else. And I guess that's America, right? Or I guess that's the place where everybody can have the freedom to do what we have our own free will. We can do what we got to do, and there's options there for women to do what they got to do. If Camille needs money and all the other ways don't feel like they suffice for her, she has an option to make money that feels safe for her. Like she said, she can get a home, so God bless her. I can be found at Miss Black Hollywood. That's MSBLACK Hollywood on all social media platforms. Yeah, holla at your girl.
Absolutely. Thank you, Athena.
We talked about a lot today. I want to also throw out this fun fact that the owner of Pornhub is a rabbi, a religious man, Solomon Friedman.
Yep, I heard about that. Yep.
Oh.
So it's very interesting who's in charge of the things we do in a society. Anyway, I know we discussed a lot of things and a lot of financial things. I think this segment should just remind us the importance of investing, taking care of ourselves, our own income, creating diversified income streams, creating a life, monetizing our talents. And that is what I offer to my clients and the women who sign up for my programs and coach with me. My name is Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA and a women's wealth coach. You can find me at wewealthwomen.com, at We Wealth Women on all social media platforms, and on my podcast called We Wealth Women.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I am Jade Harrell. I'm an educator, and you can find me at highblackesteem.com. I do coaching for activists and organizers, Black folks who have businesses that are interested in becoming philanthropists and who are interested in service and giving back to our community. So if you're interested in learning more about that, definitely go over there. My big takeaways, first of all, I want to apologize to Rudy again. I do apologize. I wanted to retract that statement. I got her mixed up. And it doesn't really matter really what people do in their life, honestly, because people grow. Like, I'm not the same person I was 5 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever. And people make decisions based off of the information and the knowledge and wisdom that they have in the moment, and they choose to do what they do. I'm not here to pass judgment on this topic. My main concern about platforms such as OnlyFans, Pornhub, etc., is the examples that it sets for our children, because they have access to the World Wide Web. And as an educator, I know what that looks like on a day-to-day basis when children are overly exposed to inappropriate content that is not age appropriate and that is not developmentally appropriate. And so I would urge society to make sure that we protect the sensibilities of children. So that is my main takeaway. But in terms of Camille, she's gorgeous. She's extremely talented. She's doing OnlyFans. That's her choice. If she feels comfortable and safe with it, hey, who am I to judge it? I just know that all of that content gets to be censored so that our children are not impacted by it. And that's not directed towards her, but just the industry in general. So I want to thank everybody for showing up today and coming to this panel. If you like this content, if you like the subject matter today, definitely share it. Post comments under the thread. And definitely text the word Queens to the number 87948. That way you'll be notified when we do go live on the platform. And join us here weekdays again at 1 p.m. Eastern Time at Fly Nubian Queen TV's YouTube channel. Until next time, y'all, take care, peace and Black power, all the things. Thanks, ladies, for a risque conversation. Thank you. All right.
And you have to project images so people don't try you or disrespect you out here. But what I also would like to offer is that if you do not show, and I'm speaking to both the men and the women, because I think the men have their own vulnerability issues as well. If you do not show vulnerability in instances, especially when you are not feeling the best, then you lose the opportunity for others to show you compassion and to give you the emotional nutrition that you're seeking. So I actually want to pivot back to you, Erica, about that. Do we have a vulnerability problem with Black women, but also Black men, if you want to touch on that as well? Is that an issue that we have within the community? And is that really the crux of the problems that we're facing?
I think vulnerability is some of the issue. I mean, when you have Black women, you know, when I know that there've been instances rather where I've been vulnerable, and it's like, oh, what's wrong with her? She crying? Oh, I thought you was the strong Black woman. And that title, that reference, I don't even know where that came from. And I'm more than sure it wasn't a Black woman that started it, saying the strong Black woman. I'm sure it was not a Black woman who came up with that title. Because at some point you get tired of being strong. You get tired of having to be the backbone. You get tired of having to be the one to think. You get tired of having to be the one to solve the problem. And you just, sometimes Black women, we just don't have the time to be vulnerable. We don't have the time to be vulnerable with ourselves. Being vulnerable is actually being honest and saying, you know what, I don't feel like it today. And no, it's not that I'm sick. No, I don't have a fever. No, I'm not coughing. I just don't want to. And we don't know how to do that with ourselves. We don't know how to be honest with ourselves. We can't even be vulnerable with ourselves. So until we can be vulnerable with ourselves, then we can be vulnerable with other people. And with vulnerability, you step into your power. And once you step into that power through being vulnerable, you now are able to set healthy boundaries. And that's where the give and the take, but you have to start that with yourself. I am a huge advocate for being self-aware and self-knowledge, because you cannot, sometimes we're projecting the issues onto ourselves. We are our own problem. So I'm always an advocate for no, start with you. When you start with you, you heal you, you fix you, then you can start attracting the right people that are supposed to be near you or good for you. So yeah, vulnerability, stepping to your power, creating boundaries. That is my tribe trio. Vulnerable, power, boundaries, my tribe trio.
Yes, I love that. That's probably going to be in the next book, girl. If you are joining us, we are Fly Nubian Money, and we are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be sure to subscribe to us by hitting that like and subscribe button, but also to texting the word Queens, that is QUEENS, to 87948. I'm Athena, and I'm joined with your co-queens today, Linda Husser and Erica Lewis, and we are discussing Black women and femininity. Now, I want to pivot the conversation to the money, okay? to the bag, okay? So I want to discuss this with you ladies. So, do the sprinkle girls have a point with dating a provider man? Are women saying that they want to rest in traditional roles so they don't have to take on all that masculine energy? I want to pivot this question to you first, Linda, about that. What are your thoughts on the sprinkle level up girls saying that, you know what? I'm fine with the gender roles. You be the provider man so I can rest in my femininity as a homemaker at home.
I'm here for it. I'm here for you to go out and get what it is that makes you healthy, happy, and whole. If that means that you want someone to bring home the bacon and you fry it up, if that means that you want to be beautiful, because one thing that I have noticed about the sprinkle girls, they take their role very seriously. They are in shape. They look phenomenal because they understand what these men want. I believe that a lot of the women who are not part of the sprinkle coalition, they don't want to do all that. They want to do them, and that's cool. That's cool. But I'm 61 years old, and if an 85-year-old man who got his stuff together, has his money together, I will be sprinkling him so tough, it'll just make his head spin. I'm all for it. Do you do what you need to do to become the person that you need to become? If that means you got to get your lipo on, get you a weave, get some nails, Botox, get you some boobs, plump that booty up, whatever you need to do that. Shave the bunions off so your $300,000 shoes, you don't have that imprint on the side. Handle your business. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And I would be lying if I said that somebody stepped to me who had their stuff together that I'd be like, well, you know what? I just love being this life coach. And listen, I would have to tell y'all, it's been real. Baby said he don't want me doing all this coaching stuff. We on our way to France. I'll holla. Peace out.
Linda, you had me dying. You had me dying. And watch me in the background. I was doing all this stuff. I'm like, I'm a sprinkle girl. I don't even.
Erica Badu said it best. She says, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. And that's the truth, right? I think any artist, I'm an entrepreneur and I can say the same thing. Whenever you are sharing your world or your art with somebody, it can be sensitive, right? You also talked about early music. I'm going to reset. I'm in a hot second, but you also talked about early music and it was very different. It was very positive. It was uplifting. Danette Mitchell says, when I was growing up, we had ratchet music. However, in the Black community, we kept it underground and elevated positive music. This is when we owned our own radio stations and music stores. I can remember listening to a Tupac who's going to give you a little bit of ratchet, but give you something to think about. Dear Mama or Brenda Had a Baby, KRS-One. So you have a nice mix. Today's music, it's all pop that P, look at my P, suck this, bitch that. Like, there's no love music, there's no community. Like I think it affects our relationships. I think it affects how men and women relate to each other, talk to each other. I think it affects our relationships, our ability to communicate, our ability to love. Music is so powerful and influential. Much like this conversation that we're having today about hip hop's damaging influence on Black women, right here on Fly Nubian Money, which we do every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. You can catch us here. And you can also get notified when we're live if you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. You can also catch us on Spotify by searching Fly Nubian Money to take us on the go with you. Aisha, I want to come back and talk to you. Given your Nigerian background, Can you share some cultural differences between the music scenes in Nigeria and the United States, particularly regarding what's allowed to be discussed on the airwaves and how it influences societal values? That was a mouthful. You might be a mute.
Sorry about that. That's such a great question. And just listening to Dr. Alicia talking about the mental, how it affects us mentally. And what you also just said, Dr. Linnea, about, the way it affects you and then how it makes you feel. It's amazing to me that today as well, hip hop now has crossed over where it's now also affecting the culture back home where I'm from. I just recently had a visit back home, and I came back when I was there visiting, and some young people were talking, and I couldn't believe what came out of their mouth. And I know it's because of the hip hop culture and what they were listening to. They were literally referring to the African Americans with the N word casually. I stopped them. I said, "Do you understand that this is unacceptable?" But because of what the pop culture says, so they thought it was normal to speak like that. I was mortified, and I had to correct them that please do not speak like this. It is unacceptable. Again, because the music business doesn't care. They now are spreading all over the world, especially now in Africa, where our music for us was for praise and gratitude and celebration. Now it's becoming abusive. It's becoming abusive because you're watching as they're selling these products to them and they're listening. Is now becoming what now they think it's okay. So when I went and I was visiting and I heard that, I literally stopped them and corrected. I said, "No, we're not going to do that here. This is not what we're about, because you think it's funny or you think that is what you watch, and as you're watching these videos, it is not who we are." So ladies, it is crossing over. And unfortunately, it's about money. At the end of the day, it's not about caring about who we are, that we are fearfully and wonderfully made by God and to be respected and loved and cherished. No, they just want to make money. They don't care who is damaged as this is happening. And but for me, I make sure that even when I go back and I tell my brothers back home and my nephews and nieces that they're not allowed to watch videos like that. Because this is not who we are. This is not how we were raised. This is not what our parents taught us. And that we have to stay true to who we are and not listen to those music, because we know it's not edifying. It doesn't add no value to your life. It only denigrates you. And now here you are calling your brothers and sisters that are from America the N word and thinking it's normal. So it saddened me that was happening, but that is what's happening today. Again, we have to like you said, that we should make sure that it comes from us, Athena, that we should be the one making that move. We should be the one making that difference in our own homes and making sure that we talk to our children and tell them that no, this is not part of our culture. This is something else. Somebody else is selling this to us and we're buying it. But we were not going to buy it here. I'm hoping that is what we can do, as brothers and sisters in this space, that will make sure that we tell our children that no, this is not our culture. This is not how we're supposed to talk to each other or refer to each other, especially our women. An African woman, oh my goodness, she gave birth to the world. I said, you know how powerful you are. You give birth to the world. And now they're denigrating you with music by your own people, by your own boys and your own men, and think it's okay. It is not okay. It is not okay, because then you're allowing other people to look at you that way.
And what a lot of times what the youth, and we can say people, but mostly youth, don't realize is the verbiage, the language, the lifestyle, the drugs, the oversexualization. A lot of this stuff, the people who are rapping about it, they don't even do that. Some of these people come from 2-parent homes, good homes. They were like the life that they're rapping about, the image that they're portraying, they don't actually do in their real life. We're going to go to this video from Future talking about lean and the fact that he actually doesn't even use it. So let's cue that video.
Future regrets his influence on Juice WRLD, and the reason why will truly shock you. One of the first things that Juice WRLD told Future when they met up to make their 2018 record World on was that Future had influenced him to try lean. Juice WRLD told Vulture.com, "That's the first thing I told him." He was just like, wow. He kind of apologized. Future later reacted to this situation in an interview with Rolling Stone magazine, saying, quote, "When he told me that, I was like, oh what have I done? It really bothered me. It bothered me a lot. More than I thought it would bother me when he told me that. How many other 6th graders did I influence to drink lean? This really messed me up for a minute. It's all I could think about. Like, damn, what have I done? What have I done to other people?" Regardless of his habits, Juice WRLD was one of the best to ever do it and will be remembered as such.
And so more accountability is definitely needed. More truth is definitely needed. More authenticity is definitely needed. I saw over in the chat, some people were talking about, what about the parents? Why are parents letting them listen to this music? Listen, I'm only gonna speak for myself. I was young once. My mom didn't know what I was listening to. You, as a parent, you can make sure that you listen to all the appropriate things in the car. You can put on, what do they call it? Explicit types of blocks on your child's phones. You can take the TVs out your house. They still got to go to school and their friends is listening to it. They still got to ride the bus and their friends is listening to it. They still see YouTube. Like, it's everywhere. Athena, how has music influenced you growing up? So I think I remember you saying you're 33, so you come from a different era of music than I do. So let's do that. Tell me what you're listening to right now, and then tell me how music has influenced you.
Well, I have a very eclectic musical taste. I am from the Caribbean, so obviously reggae and dancehall is a very big influence from there. I also listen to classical music. I listen to hip hop. I listen to pop. I listen to ratchet music. I'm going to sit here and be honest on the panel. I do like some of the artists that we have in question. I do listen to Cardi B. I do listen to Megan Thee Stallion. But I think the difference for me, though, is it's just entertainment for me. And because I'm not living in that lifestyle or culture, I'm not as, I guess, susceptible to.
What are your thoughts on the influence of hip hop on Black women? And if you're a Black man in the chat, we can just make it. What are your thoughts on the influence of hip hop on Black people, right? Our conversation is Black women, but I think it can be broader than that. What do you think about it? And if you have children, do you let your children listen to hip hop today? Dr. Alicia, can you discuss the link between the societal pressures that are amplified by the hip hop culture relative to the music that we're listening to, the risk of substance abuse, over sexualization that's coming through the music? Can you address that?
Thank you, Lene. I mean, it's such a great question. I mean, we know that the glorification of these risky behaviors in hip hop, I mean, that's really what we're talking about. Like the issue with the substance abuse. I mean, it is promoted as a coping mechanism. And although I happen to teach a class on substance abuse, and 93% of Black women have no substance abuse issue. But, you know, for that 7% that do, it just makes you wonder, like, what's going into some of these, the disconnect between the reality and what you see portrayed in real life. Now, the issue that I have with these images is that this promotion of irresponsible alcohol use coupled with promiscuous behavior, I think has detrimental effects. It's promoting this idea, especially for women in their childbearing years, you know, this risk of fetal alcohol syndrome, which I think is a way more common instance than we know. It poses serious health risk for infants. And so it's not just a matter of individual well-being, it's this public health issue that needs to be addressed. And I think that women need to have access to accurate information and resources to mitigate some of these risks. And I think that this unhealthy promotion can have an effect on youth and people who consume this information. I also think that it just has an impact on your mental health, of course. This, some of you all kind of alluded to it, Aisha, and even you, Dr. Lene, about how the music affects your mood. It affects, how you interact with the world. So it's just interesting. My first introduction into like acknowledging the influence of music on your subconscious mind in particular. I want to give a special shout out to Brother Panic. He was my initial teacher in the dynamics of subconscious mind programming, and I took his classes and all of that. And since then, I've been doing my own study on this. And I just think that we are powerful individuals, like all of us. And we create our own world through the subconscious mind. And now that you know this, you can understand how powerful music is in programming ourselves. So listening to what I would consider media controlled messages, it gets internalized and we start seeing ourselves in this way, and we start acting in ways where we're just running this program. It affects how we see ourselves, how we see other people, and it's played out in our daily world. So it's a simple concept of garbage in and garbage out. You are affected by the images and the messages that you receive. And I really think that the answer is just non-participation. We just need to not participate in it and instead focus our energies on things that help us achieve our God-given goals in this world. And I think if we did that, then, media controlled, and I think the industry is contingent on attention, paying attention to it, consumer driven images. If we just stop participate on it and start focusing on things that, give us life, things that are positive, that is a way for us to kind of address some of these issues.
I think that everyone so far has done a great job in hitting on the different and various things, right? So again, our topic today is hip hop's damaging influence on Black women. I think that it is the drugs. I think that it is over-sexualization. I think that it is the body image, the image of the body, right? We're seeing a lot of the surgeries that are being done. So there's the self-image. There is just various stereotypes that are being played out through the media, through the music. And then there is the desensitizing that's happening through the music, because we're saying things, we're speaking certain lyrics because it has a good beat. Molly Percocet, we're just singing it, we're talking about it. And people don't realize that what they're saying is registering, because we know that you have the power of life and death in your tongue. So when you speak things, whether you're affirming or not affirming, that's resonating in your aura. So music has a way of desensitizing us, where the word bitch becomes cool to say. We call our friends, our sister girlfriends bitch because it's desensitized. They say it in the music. Going to get BBLs, it's natural now because somebody else has it. This person got it, so I need to have it too. Media, music, messaging, marketing comes to us through those things, and it happens to Black women, and it's happening to our youth because our youth have access to social media at a much younger age, so they're seeing it, and it happens to the best of us. Can we play that clip, the clip with Nicki Minaj talking about how and or why she got her BBL?
Or and remember, social media was just beginning when I started. So I was like everybody. I was a lot of people's guinea pig. I was one of the first people to be shitted on the internet, on social media, like non-fucking stop. Every day I would go on, and it was some new story, made up story, or bad picture, or it wasn't acceptable to have surgery at all or anything, even though, and at that time I had never had surgery. I had ass shots, which till this day I realize, even what I did, and even with me not consulting with anyone to do something like that, how insane that was. Like, it's not that you go to a doctor, a professional person. No, it's some random person.
Yeah, shorty in the Bronx.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Mary Dean Esquire here at thewallstreetlawyer.com, coming to you live on blackwallstreet.com, Fly Nubian Queen, and the Wall Street. I am streaming everywhere today. So get in here, drop the B1 in the chat. Shout out to Dr. Boyce Watkins for letting me go live on his platform. Let me make sure I'm streaming on the other platforms. Okay, going live there. We're going live there. Girl, go away. My cat. So get in here, drop your B1 in the chat. Let me know you're here. Why do we drop our B1? Because we put Black people first. That is our thing. We got that from Dr. Boyce Watkins. Shout out to Dr. Boyce Watkins for letting me go live on Fly Nubian Queen. We're having trouble streaming to Instagram. Oh, let me see. Check. No, it looks like Instagram is live. We got people on Instagram. Okay, okay. So I guess I can only go stream on one Instagram platform at a time. I think that's how this works. Well, anyway, hit the go. Sorry about that, y'all. Come on in here. We got some interesting things to talk about today. So much has been going on with the dollar. We got J. Trey Trevor in the house. Thank you. Thank you for dropping your B1 because we put Black people first. You know how we do here on blackwallstreet.com because Black wealth is critical to Black power. So I'll be dropping in here, dropping nuggets. Let me know you're here. Let me know where you are. Let me know where you are. Let me know what your city and your state. Gosh, everything that could go wrong this morning is going wrong. Give me 1 second. Let me get out of here. Okay, no, that's fine. All right, everything that could go wrong this morning, and which is, I guess, the great for the topic that we're going to talk about today because the American dollar seems to be not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and everybody is ditching the dollar. We have, I think, the Russians are ditching the dollar. We have Russia's Moscow Stock Exchange has immediately suspended all trading in U.S. dollars and euros, delivering a major blow to the U.S. economy. And they are not the only ones, guys. They're not the only ones. We have Saudi Arabia ditches the U.S. dollar and will not renew the 50-year petrodollar agreement with the United States. Saudi Arabia will now sell oil in multiple currencies, including the Chinese, RMB, euros, yen, and yuan, instead of exclusively in U.S. dollars. So what does that mean for the American economy? What does that mean for the American dollars? And how can you make sure that you are prepared? How can you make sure that you are best prepared? So that is what we're going to talk about today. And one of my favorite, the guys whose post that I'm actually showing right now, I follow him, Joe Hell Capital, and he said something very interesting. And I just really want to piggyback that. So let me read what his post was. For all those people who think the dollar will fall and America will collapse, stop it. Have you gone to these other countries? Do you trust China? Do you trust Russia? Do you trust India? Okay, go for it. Good luck to you. Bitcoin. Yes, Bitcoin. I like Bitcoin. I think you should buy 1/10 of it and call it a day. Bitcoin is the new gold. However, Bitcoin will not be used as a dollar or fiat currency. Bitcoin is the balance to fiat, a check on it. I can go way deeper into this, but it's too much to type. I get it. I was there on the trading floor, the wallstreetlawyer.com. I remember when they had a trading floor right next to the New York Stock Exchange on Wall Street. And I've been there since the very beginning. So I get what Bitcoin symbolized. We'll get into that another day. At the end of the day, just keep grinding. Just keep grinding. Build businesses. Build assets. And it doesn't really matter what we trade with it. It can be bananas. I find the people that pump Bitcoin are praying it blows up and they can be millionaire versus just putting in the work. Does this destroy or even hurt the American dollar? No. Nations will still need the dollar to function. The dollar isn't going anywhere in our lifetime, minimum maybe the next 30 years. But to me, that is our lifetime. Okay? The next 30 years, that is our lifetime. America isn't going anywhere. Get back to work. Build your empire. Don't listen to this BS noise. That's his take on it. I'm not so confident in the American system and the American dollar and whether or not it will sustain itself. I have, in my lifetime, I have witnessed highs and lows, depressions, recessions. I literally became the Wall Street lawyer occupying Wall Street at the height of the Occupy Wall Street movement. So I have pretty much seen it all. And one thing I have seen and one thing I have noticed, and I want you to take this with you, is that there are many people who thrive in the depression, in the recession, in the worst of times. And there are many people who do well, many people who thrive in the worst of times, and there are many people who suffer and do poorly in the best of times. And so one thing that I have always maintained in my persona and my business and my life is that I will never let what's going on around me in the day dictate how I show up in the world. I will not let that dictate what I think is coming for me in the form of my blessings and what God has in store for me. Because as far as I am concerned, God is bigger than all of that. All of this background noise is simply just that, background noise. So I believe, I'm a firm believer in staying tuned in and tapped in to who you are, who the God in you, and you'll always succeed. And so one of the things that I do talk about in my book, How to Build a Thriving Black Business Using the Laws of the Universe, blackwallstreet.com. You see my book here in the corner. And I've also dropped a link to the chat in the chat. If you're interested in purchasing a copy of the book on Amazon, How to Build a Thriving Black Business Using the Laws of the Universe. And it is by tuning out the noise. It is by not letting the news cycle and what's going on in the air of the day dictate how you show up in the world. Okay? As long as you are doing what you're supposed to do, as long as you are preparing, you want to prepare. You want to prepare. You want to prepare for everything that life has for you. You want to prepare in the forms of maybe setting up a will, setting up a trust, setting up your estate plan, making sure your house is in order, making sure your business is in order, separating your assets from the loan on the mortgage, the mortgage, the loan on the car, the loan on these things, separating them from the assets so that maybe you don't lose your assets if the sugar honey iced tea hits the fan. But outside of that, put your head down and handle your business. And one of the best ways in handling your business is to make sure that you have those systems in place. Okay, there's no magic pill, or the only magic pill that I am aware of is the pill of showing up, consistency. Consistently doing what it needs to be done, consistently showing up in your business. And interestingly enough, when you go get that job, you show up every single day. You show up consistently, because if you don't get that paycheck. And so same is true if you're gonna have your own business and create the job for yourself. One thing that you have to do is you have to show up in that business every single day. You have to show up day in and day out. And I talk about those systems that you want to implement in your business. If you don't have those systems already, your legal systems, your insurance systems, your financial systems, your tax systems that are really in support of your sales systems. These are things that you should be doing every single day, every single week, every single month, every single year, every single quarter, to make sure that you are hitting your bottom line. And it's a numbers game. How many phone calls have you making? And, that's the whole Wall Street of the age. They sit on and they bang out the phones back when trading used to be through the phones. Banging out the phones all day, so that they could hit their numbers. And so my question to you is, what are you doing day in and day out to make sure that your business is going to thrive, not just survive the pending doom, not just survive the dollar failing, not just survive these instances, but what are you doing to make sure that your business shows up and thrives, that you kill it? Because that's what you deserve. That's what you deserve. And what systems do you have in place? And if you don't know what systems you should have in place, then make sure you contact me, schedule that consultation. I dropped a link in the chat so that you can do it. We have Miss Make It Better. Thank you for your comment. I'm lucky to be the only person in the room. Lord knows I need help navigating life right now. Well, that's what I'm here for. I do consider myself to be more than just an attorney. I'm an attorney and counselor at law. And part of being that attorney and counselor at law, because there's so much overlap. I tell people all the time, entrepreneurship is the ultimate faith walk, okay? You want to talk about I got God and God got me and all this hooping and hollering that you do in the church, but can you actually pray up some bread? Can you actually feed your family for the rest of the year with 2 loaves and 5 fishes and so forth and so forth? So if you can do that, you can pray up some bread, pray up some miracle, pray up some bills being paid, if you can bring those blessings down from the heavens, now you have truly mastered your relationship with God. And that is what I am here for. That is what I talk about, because entrepreneurship is what? It is the ultimate faith walk. It is the ultimate putting your money where your mouth is, putting your faith where your mouth is, throwing your life, your faith, and all of you into creating something from nothing. And it is truly the ultimate faith walk. So I tell people, you want to figure out how strong your faith is in God, how strong your ability to ask God for something and to actually receive what you're asking for. Start a business and quit that job. Start a business and quit that job and see how well you really know how to pray. It ain't about sounding good and flowery and getting people to shout and jump down the aisle. That's not what it's about. It's about getting what you're actually asking God for. And can you do that? And if you cannot do that, if you need some help doing that, then that is why I am here. Thank you guys for dropping that B1. Make sure you drop your B1 and hit the share and subscribe button, because we're getting into it today. We're talking about it. We're talking about the dollar not being, let's see, here it is, another one. We're talking about things are changing, but the one thing that you're guaranteed is that life will always change. Things will change. You will have days where you're up. You will have days where you're down. But it is in those down days that you truly find out who you and what you're made of. As a matter of fact, it is in those down days that you were given the nuggets, the tools to get to the top of the mountain. So I can tell you some stories. I'll tell you a story about my darkest hour. I'm going to dedicate this story to Miss Make It Better. How I actually became the wallstreetlawyer.com. On the darkest day of my life, it was the week before my 33rd birthday. And for those of you out there who are into biblical things, I call 33 your Jesus year, because it is that's the year, that's how old he was in the Bible when they took his life. And so I call it your Jesus year. I call it the year that you have your own death and rebirth. And I did. I died as Mary Dean Esquire and was born again as the wallstreetlawyer.com on my darkest hour. And what was it that caused me to die? Well, it was my sibling, my younger brother, my ace boon coon, my business partner. We were like this, y'all, like this. 2 peas in a pod. We were twins. We weren't technically twins, but by the time we became of age, he's my younger brother, but he's a man. So people considered we appeared to be the same age. And so that's just what it was. And so I got a phone call from him. It was the first time that he called me, and it began after that. The calls began and the journey began. But this was the week before my 33rd birthday. I got a phone call from him where he was under the influence of crystal meth. Yes, guys, my brother was smoking crystal meth, smoking Tina, smoking Christina, smoking crystal meth. And it was the darkest day of my life. I remember, asking God, what is going on? What are you doing? You told me to go. I came. I was living in New York at the time. At that time, I was living in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. It was the height of the Occupy Wall Street movement. So I was working in the financial district, but living in Brooklyn. I just moved to New York City. And if you were a lawyer at that time, you could get that work, right? Because if you remember the Occupy Wall Street movement, at the height of the Occupy Wall Street movement, all of the banks were being sued. They were being sued by everybody because of those bad mortgages, bad loans. And so they were just being sued left and right. And so because of all of these lawsuits, if you were a lawyer in New York at that time, boy, you could get that work. And honey, I was working. I was fresh off the boat, looking for work, trying to figure out myself in New York City. So I'm working in the financial district, we were working broker hours. The stockbrokers would work dark 30 to dark 30. So that's what we as lawyers representing those brokerage firms and those big banks down there, we were also working brokerage hours, working from dark 30 to dark 30. It was doing 13-hour days with an hour and a half lunch break every single day. And so I began asking God, who am I? Because at that point, what I had known myself to be was I had known myself to be the dean of law to my brother's dean of style, because we were the deans, right? Real original. I know that was our shtick back then. So as we were the deans. And so, I'd been pitching shows starring my brother, created this show starring my brother. We've been working together, working New York City together. And so once he called me while he was high on crystal meth, then and only then did I finally understand why he was unreliable, why he had been so unpredictable, why he was so untrustworthy, and why I could not work with him anymore. And so that's when the prayer changed from me. The prayer became, oh God, well, who am I? What am I doing? You told me to come and I came. You told me to go and I went. I'm following your lead. I'm doing what you told me to do. Who am I? Who am I? And that's when I heard, my earring just fell out my ear. And that's when I heard, you are the wallstreetlawyer.com. You are the wallstreetlawyer.com. That's when I heard it. Now, I had never asked that question before. We have to talk about why we have valleys and why we have obstacles and why we have trials and tribulations. Because up until that point, I knew who I was. I was the dean of law. I was the renegade attorney. I knew who I was. I knew who, these names that I had given myself. And so when the sugar, honey, iced tea hit the fan in my life, and I realized I could not be the dean of law to my brother's dean of style because he was strung out in the streets of New York City on crystal meth. Who am I? Who am I? And so that's when I started asking God, who am I? And that's when I heard him say, you are the wallstreetlawyer.com. Got the domain, got my office on Wall Street, and the rest is history. I ended up moving to the financial district, moving to Wall Street, and really embodying and becoming the wallstreetlawyer.com, my darkest day. Now, and so that's what I want you to be encouraged. Shout out to Shay Bay, who says, you go, girl. No, you go, girl. No, you go, girl. No, you go, girl. Because, we support each other over here. So I am truly my sister's keeper. And so things came to a head maybe about 3 years later. So that was 2014. 2017, I get pictures of my brother where he got jumped by 6 men in Brooklyn, thrown down a flight of stairs. A week later, after I found out that he got thrown down a flight of stairs, I literally fell down a flight of stairs. And so then I got sucked back into the drama. I got to fix my brother. We are connected. We are one. I am my brother's keeper. And so what do I do? How do I got to fix my brother. I got to fix my brother. He needs me. He needs me. And so one of my producer clients, shout out to Rick Mathis, told me that Dr. Iyanla Vanzant, who is also an attorney, was speaking at Hillside Church in Atlanta. So I booked my VIP ticket to her show. I decided that I am going to get to her show. I printed out pictures of my brother's face. This was my last attempt to try to get him some help and get him to go to rehab and clean up his life. And so I print out the picture because I said, when she see his face was beat up. He looked like Emmett Till, God forbid. And I said, when she see this picture, she's going to say, man, I got to help this girl. I'm going for shock value. So I type up the letter, print out the picture. I'm ready to go. I get to Atlanta. I walk out of the airport. I look to my right, and you will not believe who's standing next to me at the airport. Dot It was Dr. Iyanla Van Zant. I ran into her at the airport. Didn't even have to make it to her event. Walk up to her after I picked my mouth up off the floor. Walked up to her and asked her, tell her, give her my spiel. My name is Mary. I'm the Wall Street lawyer. I came all the way to Atlanta so you can help me fix my brother's life. And when I said that, her son, Damon, said to me, the Wall Street lawyer, hey, I done heard of you before. And so I looked at him and I said, you heard of me for real, or you pulling my chain? So when I said that, Dr. Iyanla Van Zant bust out laughing. Once she bust out laughing, she said, I give him my spill again, because, once you get them laughing, you can get them to buy. Once you get them laughing, you got them hooked. So I got her laughing. So I give him my spill again. My name is Mary. I'm the Wall Street lawyer. I came all the way to Atlanta so you can fix my brother's life. And so you would not believe the first thing that she said to me. The first question she asked me was, why do you care so much? Shock my draws. Shock my draws. I was not expecting that. Why do you care so much? And then the next thing she said to me, and she yelled it at the top of her lungs, she yelled, let him go. Let him go. Clutch my pearls. I was not expecting that. Let him go. And she saved my life that day. I went to her to save my brother's life, and she ended up saving both of us, really, because at the end of the day, you cannot do it for him. He is a grown man. And all you women out there know, from you women raising sons and to you women that's dealing with husbands, fathers, baby fathers out there, you understand that you can't make no grown man do nothing. Nothing. Yes, I had raised him. Yes, he was my little brother, but I can't make him do nothing. And so all I was really doing was killing myself. The only thing that had happened was that not one life was being lost to drug addiction, not one, but two. 2 lives are now being lost to drug addiction, mine included, because I was getting sucked back into the drama, trying to save somebody who don't want to be saved. They don't want to be saved. Don't save them. They don't want to be saved. Yes, that was him. He did not want to be saved. And he was fighting me to save him. And so it was a very vicious cycle that I found myself in. And so she told me to let him go. And it still took me about 2 years to fully let him go, but I finally let him go. And when I tell you, my brother confirmed for me this past winter that it was in my letting him go that really caused him to hit rock bottom. Just like Dr. Iyanla Van Zant said, you're propping him up. You can't do it for him. And so until he hits rock bottom, he is not going to want to change. And you need to let him hit rock bottom. You need to let nature run its course. You need to let his life run his course. You can't save him from his own destiny. And so you so busy trying to save him, you're really just enabling his drug addiction. You are the reason why he can't clean up, because you're propping him up. You're giving him money when he needs it. He ain't buying food. He ain't paying bills. He ain't doing nothing productive. He's going to get high. And so all you can really do is walk away and let him figure himself out. And when I did that, guys, Iyanla Van Zant was right. He did clean up his act. He cleaned up his act. And I'm going to tell you what else happened. Dr. Iyanla Van Zant endorsed my book. She endorsed BlackWallStreet.com, How to Build a Thriving Black Business Using the Laws of the Universe. She slapped her name on my book. She slapped a quote on the back of my book and strengthened my testimony, and that problems are merely opportunities in disguise. That if God, because I start from the premise that God loves me truly, and that if he loves me truly, and that my angels and that my ancestors want nothing more than for me to not survive, y'all. Surviving is such a low bar. They want us to thrive. They sacrifice so that we might thrive. And so if they are allowing me to walk through the valley of the shadow of death, if they're allowing me to suffer, if they're allowing suffering to be a part of my human experience, I understand that because they love me, that it must be something here good for me. And because I am committed to that, I immediately, when the sugar honey iced tea hit the fan, I immediately start looking for my blessings. I start looking for the rainbow at the end of my storm. I immediately get into, Lord, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this problem. Thank you for this opportunity that I know you're ushering into me. And this was the only way that you could get this opportunity into my spirit. And so I count it all joy. I'm not going to sit here and go into no woe is me. I don't know how to be woe is me. I don't know how to be, why me and why, I mean, sure, I'm human. I had a moment. I cried my tears. I've cried my many shared tears because life for me ain't been no crystal stair. But I am a living testimony that it was those very things that made me. I would not be the WallStreetLawyer.com if my brother had not been addicted to crystal meth. I would not have Dr. Iyanla Vanzant's name on the back bottom of my book with a dope quote on the back of my book if Dr. Iyanla Vanzant had not. If my brother had not got thrown down a flight of stairs and I did not seek out Dr. Iyanla Vanzant to save him. It was those very things. Just like the pastors in the old Christian church. Now, I ain't no Christian and I ain't religious, but I speak multiple languages and I understand what they were really trying to teach. And so when they all those good old, but I was born Baptist, I was raised Baptist, and all those good old Baptists, didn't he die? Well, of course, they couldn't put Jesus up on the cross and he would not be the savior of this religion had it not been for him dying. And so I encourage you that your problems are always opportunities. And so, yes, the dollar might be dying. Okay. Yes, nations are getting away from using the dollar. Yes, we have had a recession. Yes, we have had a depression. Yes, we might have another one. The sugar honey iced tea looked like it might be hitting the fan pretty soon. It looked like it might, but I want you to understand that is a wonderful time for us. That is because the last will be first and the first will be last. And it might, some things need to shift. It needs to shift. But if you are steadfast in your faith in God, if you are steadfast in your faith in you, if you see the God in you and you understand that if God is the ultimate creator, you too are an ultimate creator, and you have the power and the ability to create within your world, and you take charge of that power and you create the assets, you create the businesses that creates the assets and accumulate the assets so that you can have generational wealth, because that's the power that you have. And so what I encourage you all to do and be and see, that opportunities abound. And that when the sugar honey iced tea hit the fan, that we know that that's more opportunities are being ushered into our existence. And so that is what I want to leave with you. Make sure if you found something here that helped you, make sure you hit the share and subscribe button. Meridine Esquire here at the WallStreetLawyer.com. You can follow me on Instagram, The Wall Street Lawyer. You can follow me on you can also follow my other business page, BlackWallStreet.com, because Black wealth is critical to Black power. Miss Make It Better. I'm in tears because I know God himself led me to you in this moment. You're a blessing. You're my tribe. No, you're my tribe. No, you're my tribe. No, you're my tribe. Honey, we are here together. And that's what I love about the power of the internet. And what the power of the internet has really allowed us to do is to make these things an even playing field. There is no excuse. There's nothing holding you back. You are more powerful than you know. You have more ability than you know. And I scream that into you just as much as Dr. Iyanla Vanzant screamed that power into me and saved my life many years ago. You can do this. We can do this. You can do this. We can do this. United we stand, divided we fall. Guys, please also join my Facebook group, blackwallstreet.com, where I will be dropping nuggets in that group to help you. You can also message me in that group if you are having questions about starting your own business, if you're having questions about growing your Black-owned business, if you are having questions about creating a trust because you want to separate your assets from your liabilities and so that creditors can't come, you want asset protection. Set yourself up, set your children up. so that we can thrive in Black power together. Shay Bay says, I see your book on Amazon. I'm buying it. Thank you for the support, sister. I am my sister's keeper. We are all we got. And I just want to encourage you guys. Have always felt called, and I always say that my practice is my pulpit. I ain't got to be in a pulpit shaking, and I ain't got to be throwing the Bible at people. The Bible ain't nothing but watered down version of African spirituality anyway. And so I want you guys to get to the truth, cut through the noise, get what you really need. I got to put that back up because I'm in tears, because I know God himself led me to you in this moment. You're a blessing. You're my tribe. And I just shout out to Miss Make It Better. Shout out. That's is making me, I feel that. I feel that. And thank you for showing up with him here with me today. Make sure you guys follow me so that we can all stay in touch, so that we can be one together, so that we can be here for one another. Shay Bay say, this is my first live and you are awesome. No, you're awesome. And so the social media will try to make us think that Black people that we have all this infighting amongst ourselves. They would try to make us feel like that we don't have the community support that other cultures have. The media, the news cycle would try to keep us in a state of division. They prop up people like Sexy Red and BBL Drizzy, which is why we're so happy that Kendrick came in and gave him all the business, because it is a new day and it is a new time. And the day that the order of the day is that the last will be first and the first will be last. And the order of the day is that what's right and what's true is the only thing that will survive and make it through in the new world. And so I encourage you. And if you need anything, make sure you, if you want to schedule a consultation with me, I did drop a link for my calendar in the chat. So feel free to tag that link and schedule a consultation with me to see how I can help you grow your Black-owned business, to see how I can help you separate your assets from your liabilities, so that you can make sure you preserve your assets and nobody can come and get those assets should you ever become subject to a lawsuit. So we can make sure that those assets transfer to the next generation free and clear, without you having to go through any more drama or trauma in trying to, probating the will, having to go through the court system and anything like that. So that is what I do. Mary Dean Esquire here at thewallstreetlawyer.com. We got Cocoa Butter, Truth You Speak, Thankful, Thankful. Thank you. Shout out to Cocoa Butter. Hope that my words feel like cocoa butter on your soul. That is why I'm here. And that is my pledge to you, is to show up. And so if I'm showing up here, sometimes we're going to show up here, do some deep dives into your business, some business nuggets. But every time I come in here, I promise you I'm going to be bringing you some nuggets, because Black wealth is critical to Black power. And I want to see all of you all of us, we will all rise in power together. Absolutely. So until we meet again, I want you guys to have a wonderful and outstanding day. And again, if there was something here that helped you, please make sure you hit the share and subscribe button. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
Erica Badu said it best. She says, I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit. And that's the truth, right? I think any artist, I'm an entrepreneur, and I could say the same thing. Whenever you are sharing your world or your art with somebody, it can be sensitive, right? You also talked about early music. I'm going to reset. I'm in a hot second, but you also talked about early music, and it was very different. It was very positive. It was uplifting. Danette Mitchell says, when I was growing up, we had ratchet music. However, in the Black community, we kept it underground and elevated positive music. This is when we owned our own radio stations and music stores. I can remember listening to a Tupac who's going to give you a little bit of ratchet, but give you something to think about. Dear Mama or Brenda Had a Baby, KRS-One. So you have a nice mix. today's music, it's all pop that P, look at my P, suck this, bitch that. Like, there's no love music, there's no community. Like, when you want to, I think it affects our relationships. I think it affects how men and women relate to each other, talk to each other. I think it affects our relationships, our ability to communicate, our ability to love. Music is so powerful and influential, much like this conversation that we're having today about hip hop's damaging influence on Black women, right here on Fly Nubian Money, which we do every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. You can catch us here. And you can also get notified when we're live if you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. You can also catch us on Spotify by searching Fly Nubian Money to take us on the go with you. Aisha, I want to come back and talk to you. Given your Nigerian background, can you share some cultural differences between the music scenes in Nigeria and the United States, particularly regarding what's allowed to be discussed on the airwaves and how it influences societal values? That was a mouthful. You might be a mute.
Sorry about that. That's such a great question. And just listening to Dr. Alicia talking about the mental, how it affects us mentally. And what you also just said, Dr. Linnea, about, the way it affects you and how it makes you feel. It's amazing to me that today as well, hip hop now has crossed over where it's now also affecting the culture back home where I'm from. I just recently had a visit back home, and I came back when I was there visiting, and some young people were talking, and I couldn't believe what came out of their mouth. And I know it's because of the hip hop culture and what they were listening to. They were literally referring to the African Americans with the N word casually. I stopped them. I said, "Do you understand that this is unacceptable?" But because of what the pop culture says, so they thought it was normal to speak like that. I was mortified, and I had to correct them that please do not speak like this. It is unacceptable. Again, because the music business doesn't care. They now are spreading all over the world, especially now in Africa, where our music for us was for praise and gratitude and celebration. Now it's becoming abusive. It's becoming abusive because you're watching as they're selling these products to them and they're listening. Is now becoming what they think it's okay. So when I went and I was visiting and I heard that, I literally stopped them and corrected. I said, "No, we're not going to do that here. This is not what we're about, because you think it's funny or you think that is what you watch, and as you're watching these videos, it is not who we are." So ladies, it is crossing over. And unfortunately, it's about money. At the end of the day, it's not about caring about who we are, that we are fearfully and wonderfully made by God and to be respected and loved and cherished. No, they just want to make money. They don't care who is damaged as this is happening. And but for me, I make sure that even when I go back and I tell my brothers back home and my nephews and nieces that they're not allowed to watch videos like that, because this is not who we are. This is not how we were raised. This is not what our parents taught us. And that we have to stay true to who we are and not listen to those music, because we know it's not edifying. It doesn't add no value to your life. It only denigrates you. And now here you are calling your brothers and sisters that are from America the N word and thinking it's normal. So it saddened me that was happening, but that is what's happening today. Again, we have to like you said, that we should make sure that it comes from us, Athena, that we should be the one making that move. We should be the one making that difference in our own homes and making sure that we talk to our children and tell them that no, this is not part of our culture. This is something else. Somebody else is selling this to us and we're buying it. And we were not going to buy it here. I'm hoping that is what we can do, as brothers and sisters in this space, that will make sure that we tell our children that no, this is not our culture. This is not how we're supposed to talk to each other or refer to each other, especially our women. An African woman, oh my goodness, she gave birth to the world. I said, you know how powerful you are. You gave birth to the world. And now they're denigrating you with music by your own people, by your own boys and your own men, and think it's okay. It is not okay. It is not okay. Because then you're allowing other people to look at you that way.
And what a lot of times what the youth, and we can say people, but mostly youth, don't realize is the verbiage, the language, the lifestyle, the drugs, the oversexualization. A lot of this stuff, the people who are rapping about it, they don't even do that. Some of these people come from 2-parent homes, good homes. They were like the life that they're rapping about, the image that they're portraying, they don't actually do in their real life. We're going to go to this video from Future talking about lean and the fact that he actually doesn't even use it. So let's cue that video.
Future regrets his influence on Juice WRLD, and the reason why will truly shock you. One of the first things that Juice WRLD told Future when they met up to make their 2018 record World on was that Future had influenced him to try lean. Juice WRLD told Vulture.com, "That's the first thing I told him." He was just like, wow. He kind of apologized. Future later reacted to this situation in an interview with Rolling Stone magazine, saying, quote, "When he told me that, I was like, oh what have I done? It really bothered me. It bothered me a lot. More than I thought it would bother me when he told me that. How many other 6th graders did I influence to drink lean? This really messed me up for a minute. It's all I could think about. Like, damn, what have I done? What have I done to other people?" Regardless of his habits, Juice WRLD was one of the best to ever do it. It will be remembered as such.
And so more accountability is definitely needed. More truth is definitely needed. More authenticity is definitely needed. I saw over in the chat, some people were talking about, what about the parents? Why are parents letting them listen to this music? Listen, I'm only gonna speak for myself. I was young once. My mom didn't know what I was listening to. You, as a parent, you can make sure that you listen to all the appropriate things in the car. You can put on, what do they call it? Explicit types of blocks on your child's phones. You can take the TVs out your house. They still got to go to school and their friends is listening to it. They still got to ride the bus and their friends is listening to it. They still see YouTube. Like, it's everywhere. Athena, how has music influenced you growing up? So I think I remember you saying you're 33. So you come from a different era of music than I do. So let's do that. Tell me what you're listening to right now, and then tell me how music has influenced you.
Well, I have a very eclectic musical taste. I am from the Caribbean, so obviously reggae and dancehall is a very big influence from there. I also listen to classical music. I listen to hip hop. I listen to pop. I listen to ratchet music. I'm going to sit here and be honest on the panel. I do like some of the artists that we have in question. I do listen to Cardi B. I do listen to Megan Thee Stallion. But I think the difference for me, though, is it's just entertainment for me. And because I'm not living in that lifestyle or culture, I'm not as, I guess, accessible to that.
And stuff like that. I try to stay in the 5 a.m. club. I was not in the 5 a.m. club this morning. I was in the 6 a.m. club because my wife's boot camp slowed down and she I guess they had their graduation or something. So I don't have to get up and be out of the house by 5. So I sleep in until 6 now, which is quite wonderful. And anyway, so I got up and I was listening to what's going on in the financial world and what's happening in financial news. I like to try to stay on top of that as much as I can. And one thing that I saw that was really interesting that I think is an important kind of economic consciousness exercise that we can start the day off with, because I actually have as a whole other topic I was going to hit, but this comes to mind. How many of you have heard about the population issue? Has anybody, give me a yes if you've seen the discussions that have occurred about basically the world's population is not growing fast enough. Has anybody seen that? Especially in places like Europe and Japan and other places, the one of the challenges that they have is that people are just not having babies anymore. And there's I guess this what they call, I guess, the replacement rate, where they need a certain number of newborn babies to make up for the people that are dying. And what they're finding is that the numbers are not aligning, that the number of replacement people is not high enough to replace the people that are dying. So what happens in a country when you don't have a high enough birth rate is that your productivity drops. It's a wealth thing. Your wealth in your country drops because a lot of your wealth is related to productivity. Productivity comes from having young people getting up and busting their butt, going to work, making things happen. So here's what I want to kind of reflect on for a minute. And I think this is really, 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 to me, very telling. I literally came to this conclusion today. Um, so let me ask y'all this other question. How many of you remember, how many of you are old enough to remember when it was the opposite? When all of the discussion was in the other direction, where they weren't talking about not having enough people, they were saying that we have too many. Anybody remember that? You only got to go back like 20 years to find a time where the whole conversation was completely different. The discussion was not, how do we replace people? We don't have enough humans. Oh my God. It was, the population's growing too much. It's going to explode. We can't feed everybody. And then you have people like Bill Gates, going around, and they were like going to African countries and trying to convince African people to have fewer kids. And they were introducing, and it was mostly sort of, it had a little bit of a feminist angle to kind of tell the women, like, hey, you don't have to have kids. Like, you can be in the factory working. You could be next to massa all day, like making a minimum wage instead of actually being with your children. And I really fell for it. I was listening to that and I was hearing them tell us how we were going to have too many people and that I guess people will be falling off the edge of the earth or something because maybe the earth is flat. I don't know. I'm kidding. And it would just be too much and we'd all just die from starvation. So I just find, isn't that fascinating though? I mean, let's just reflect on that for a moment. I promise this gets back to the economics and really I want us to go to the higher purpose of really understanding the difference between God's plan, your plan, and masses plan. Yeah, in fact, let's put it in that order. You have Master's plan, your plan, and God's plan. And here's what I want to go, here's what I want to dig into. I think it's so interesting that some of the so-called smartest scientists on the earth 20 years ago were telling you that our biggest problem population-wise was that we were going to have too many people. Now those very same scientists, just a few years later, are saying the exact opposite. They're now saying that we don't have enough people. And so even in big countries like China, which there are things to admire about their leadership, things to not admire. They had that for many years. They had their biggest problem was, oh my God, people are having too many babies. There's too many Chinese babies being born. So let's impose what they called the one child rule, where they literally made it a law that you can only have one kid. So people are like, oh, okay, well, we want to help China, so we're going to have fewer children. And then suddenly they're like, "Oh my God! Whoa, wait, slow down, reverse the bus. We don't have enough babies. What are we gonna do?" Now they're going back and they're trying to convince people to start having kids again. I don't know if this is not confusing to you, then it should be because it's weird. So here's my point. Okay, so Africa has a massive advantage in this arena in terms of national productivity and economics, largely because there were a lot of Africans who did not listen when Massa showed up, with a Bible and a couple of dollars in a bowl of soup and said, you need to have fewer kids. There are a lot of Africans who still kept having babies because I think that they inherently understood that maybe God's plan is for you to have kids and for you to prosper. And again, I'm not trying to get hyper religious or anything like that. I don't even go to church. So I'm very spiritual, but I'm not religious. So you ain't talking to Dr. TD Jakes. That's not who I am. I love TD. I like TD. I think TD Jakes is a wise man, but I'm not trying to be him. I can't be him. It's impossible. What I am saying though is that I think that one of the strengths that we have as Black people, by the fact that we are spiritual, is that when you are connected to the universe, to God, to the higher purpose, which really is what economic elevation is all about. That's what consciousness is all about. Sometimes you just know when something just don't add up. So, sometimes you say, they're telling me I need to do this, but it just doesn't make sense. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. And that's an instinct. That's an instinct. I think the instinct popped out, for example, during the pandemic. I'm not telling you guys what you should have thought during the pandemic. I'm not judging whether you got the jab or not. I promise you I'm not. But isn't it fascinating that now that pandemic is over, You're starting to see a whole bunch of people do a whole 360, like Chris Cuomo. Well, I used to say ivermectin was a horse tranquilizer, and I cussed people out because they used it and thought they were crazy. Now I apologize. I was just wrong. Oh my God, I was dead wrong. He's literally doing that. Dr. Fauci's in these hearings now. Again, I'm not telling you what you should think, but I am telling you that what my wife and I did, because my wife and I are both spiritual. My wife lives deep in the spiritual realm. She's into metaphysics, and I go with her to that place because I respect that. We just said, okay, when the pandemic started, we said, okay, let's just sit back and watch. Let's just really try, because we don't trust the government on that level. We don't hate. We're not conspiracy theorists, but I know that there are conspiracies. I mean, it's been proven. If you look throughout history, there have been many, many conspiracies where the goal is to control people. Right? Again, Massa's plan. Massa always got a plan for you. Rockefeller had a plan for the public education system. He clearly stated, he said, I don't want a whole nation full of people thinking for themselves. I need a whole nation full of people that are going to get up and go to work every day. So there are always people who operate on that higher level that are playing chess because their consciousness is different from the rest of us. They're looking down at us as a collective instead of sort of being in the trees. They're not in the trees. They're not one of us. They're up here. So they're managing the bulk of us. Do you understand? So to some extent, and this is the beast of capitalism, you become kind of a commodity. So here, let's circle back to the whole population control issue. I would argue that part of what was going on in terms of them telling people to stop having babies was probably driven in part, at least in the United States for sure, driven by this idea that said, if we can get more mothers to come out of the house and come to work every day, then guess what? Our national productivity goes up, which means we make more money. Again, not to say there's anything wrong with women working. I mean, I support all of that. That's fine. But what I really support is you doing what works for you, what makes sense for you. Because I don't think that we should just forget about our kids. Because I think that our children are a form of wealth that we often neglect because we're so busy going off and making that little tiny ass paycheck that you're getting paid at that factory. And in fact, actually, in other areas where I think social movements were used to manipulate capitalist outcomes was actually also, let's just, since we're talking about feminism or women and things like that, I do know for a fact that there was a time when they were trying to make more money and they were trying to get women to buy cigarettes. So what they did was one of the marketers, he said, I got this uncle in Germany who's struggling for money. His name is Sigmund Freud, and he understands the subconscious mind. So what he said was what Freud suggested was he said you can manipulate the subconscious mind to get women to smoke cigarettes by realizing that the cigarette can be shaped as a phallic symbol. It is a symbol of the man's power because it's kind of shaped like a penis. So if you use certain messaging, you can convince women that they're taking power from men by smoking cigarettes. That even though one has nothing to do with the other, but by smoking the cigarette, it's an act of defiance where you've taken away the power of the male by taking away his genitalia. And it worked. It worked. And what happened was they would have these big feminist marches and rallies where they would all be on the little parade thing smoking cigarettes. So the corporations, they didn't care about women's suffrage and all the other core issues behind feminism. They just wanted to sell more cigarettes. And so to some extent, my point is to say that you really want to think about these things. And this is why I encourage you to always know the difference between your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. I believe that my plan definitely supersedes Massa's plan. I don't care about Massa's plan. I want to spot it and eliminate it so at least we can get to my plan. But then really my plan is limited because my plan can't match God's plan. Sometimes God has a plan for you that is bigger than the plan you have for yourself because you can't see on God level consciousness. God, they say God lives in the sixth dimension. I can only go up to the fifth dimension. I can't go up to the sixth dimension. So God lives and that's just me speaking mathematically. One day I'll bore you and explain what I'm saying with that. But literally, I know that God lives here and I'm sort of here and I'm trying to elevate as much as I can and connect to that. But I really do believe that God's plan is something that's greater than the plan that you can have for yourself because God lives outside of you. And so when I think about my own life, And I think about the dreams I used to have and the plans that I had to achieve those dreams. When I was 23, 24 years old, I had all these big goals and all these things I wanted to accomplish. And what was interesting to me as I look back on that is that the more I untethered myself from Massa's plan, because remember, Massa got a plan for a black man. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. But Massa he has a lot of plans for black boys. When before you're born, they already have a plan for you. The first plan is to try to abort you, right? Make sure you're not even born, and then the other plan is to miseducate you or leave you uneducated. Maybe you fill up the prison so that they can make money from you in prison, or at the very least, at the very least, they can make money off you if you fall for these NBA, NFL dreams and end up working for Massa, whatever. So you live this life of struggle where other people are benefiting economically from your existence. That's Massa's plan. I believe Massa has a plan for every black boy in America. So fortunately, I was able to break away from Massa's plan and go to my plan. But what I realized is even going to my plan was limited. I untethered from Massa's plan by sort of saying, okay, no, this is who I really want to be. I don't want to be who you want me to be. I'm going to be who I want to be. And that required an act of rebellion. But then when I became more spiritual, I realized, wait a minute, God's plan was bigger than Boyce's plan, because Boyce's plan was limited by what Boyce believed he can do. It was limited by my habits and preconceived beliefs of what success even meant. I didn't even know what success was when I was planning my plan for success, right? So as I learned what success was and what was really out here, and I began to get more exposed to the possibilities that existed in this world, and then sometimes by being rejected from the things I actually thought that I wanted, I started to see, whoa, wait a minute, there's so much more out here that I didn't even know about. I couldn't plan for this because I didn't know this was even there. So if I were to go back in time and talk to myself 30 years ago, I would say, you know what, just keep working hard and doing your best. Be free, be thoughtful, and be a good person. And then you're gonna get to where you're supposed to be. You're gonna get someplace special, but it's so special, so unique, and so different from what you can even visualize that you won't know it until you see it. And so now, as I've manifested, or I've and I'm wherever I am right now. I really do feel that way. I didn't achieve my wildest dreams. I went beyond that to places I didn't even know existed. So what I would say to you is figure out the difference, right? Just know that Massa has a plan for you, and it involves, like, go to school, get a good job, and let us barely give you enough money for you to survive until you get too old to work anymore, and then you move on. But I don't think that's really what you're meant to do. And then also the other piece beyond that is going back to the whole conversation about population. I think that the Africa is going to benefit. I know that Africa is going to benefit economically because they have population growth during the time where all these so-called smart white people were going around the world telling them to have fewer babies. And those are the people, again, that say, you know what, we're spiritual, we're connected to something bigger. We have these things called intuition. Maybe our melanin just makes us naturally intelligent about certain things. And there's something that just says to me in the gut of my soul, in right here in my heart, I don't know why, I can't defy it with the science, but something tells me that actually my children are an asset, and that it's okay for me to want to have kids, that family is valuable. And in fact, there are very few places on earth where family is more valuable than Africa. Africa, if you study Nigerian culture and things like that, and just really any culture in most parts of Africa, you'll find that family is really, really important. Much more so than America. Americans, we kind of lose some of that. We forget how valuable our families are and how important they are. We do. And I think also, this is part of Massa's plan, because if they can detach you from the family, then they can control you with the government and with the corporation. Just look at some of the social policies that they implemented in the black community. We don't, if you have a man in the house, then you don't get your welfare check. So the welfare check becomes the replacement for the man. And then you see what's happened with our families. And now what happens is that when you don't have that unity of family to support you and protect you, then everybody's out here struggling on their own. Everybody's out here drowning as an individual because you would have been strong as a collective, and the collective was chopped into pieces, because it's much easier to exploit a detached, disconnected group of people than it is to exploit a unified group of people. Another example where they do this in the economy is labor unions. When workers are connected and defending their rights as a group, and negotiating as a group, and operating as a group, the capitalists have a much harder time extracting resources from that group or manipulating that group. So that's why union busting is kind of a big and a popular thing. It's happening everywhere. So in terms of, if you want to know how this population thing is going, let me give you a quick assessment on this as we kind of break this down. And then I'm going to actually go into the other part of my discussion here. So right now, basically, again, the scientists are worried that we're not going to have enough babies. I think that worry is ill-conceived. I think that it's premature. I think that a few things are going to make up for that because human beings are pretty adaptive. Assuming that we don't blow each other up with nuclear war or something, that's something that could happen. And I hate to think about that, but it's true. But one is I think that there's going to be a lot of technology that will help people live longer, and so that's going to be longer and healthier. I think that's going to happen. Number two. They said right now a lot of countries are overcoming their population issues with immigration. This helped me really understand a little more thoroughly why the United States has such a sloppy, chaotic, ridiculous immigration policy of just opening the border and letting everybody flood in. It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. But what does occur is that your economy is stronger when you have more people. So what they're looking at really is that the good outweighs the bad, so to speak. It does not, in my opinion, benefit the average American worker if you got millions of people coming from south of the border taking your jobs. But what happens is that the capitalists, the people that own shares of stock and run corporations, are saying, great, we have a greater labor supply, which means that we can have more productivity with a lower cost of hiring these people, right? So they're getting more for less. That's why they keep saying, oh, the immigrants are great for the economy. This is so great for the economy. It's great for the overall economy. It may not be great for you. And that's what's creating the disconnect that exists right now, where they're kind of baffled. They're like, wait, the economic numbers are really strong. Yet if you ask an average person, they keep saying that the economic numbers are bad. They keep saying that the economy's bad and that we're in a recession, but that's just not consistent with reality. And they debate this, right? And I find it hilarious they have this debate. I'm like, well, the reason that you're having this debate is not because people are just wrong or they don't know what's going on, because that's what they'll say. They'll say that maybe it's the headlines. Maybe the headlines are so negative that people think the economy's bad when it's actually good. No, it's because everybody's economy ain't the same. Everybody's economy is not the same. A rich man's economy ain't the same as a poor man's economy. The economy for people who own stock, which I'm begging you all to do, is not the same as the economy for people who work for a living. That's not, y'all. We're not living the same reality. It's like we're in the same house and the heat is on the east side of the house and it's freezing on the west side of the house. We're in the same house, but it ain't the same temperature. So the workers in America are pretty much being sucked dry financially by the people at the top of the pile. That's what they're doing. They've got them addicted to buying things, no matter what. So people will go in debt in order to maintain their the lifestyle to which they've been trained to become accustomed. And then so as they're going into debt, again, auto loan debt is at an all-time high, credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Workers' wages are not going up with the rate of inflation. So people are falling further and further behind. On top of that, when you've disconnected the family unit and you've got people thinking as individuals, then you minimize their ability to survive in an ever-changing economy where the resources become a little more spread out and thin. That's what's happening. That's why Gen Zers are getting killed. It's because nobody taught a Gen Zer how to survive in this economy. You survive in this economy by working together with other people. You survive in this economy by investing. These require levels of economic awareness that are not very popular right now. Most people are not interested in becoming economically aware. They're only aware of the pain that they experience from the lack of economic awareness that has plagued them since the day they were born. That is what's happening. People are aware of how sad they are. They're aware of how broke they are. They're aware of how mad they are, but they're not aware of how to fix the problem because nobody really talks about solutions. That's not what people do. So, with that being said, the other way that they're going to overcome this whole issue with the population is robots. AI and robots is another area where from an economic standpoint, they're going to overcome the deficiency in the population is they're just going to have robots everywhere and lots of AI everywhere. And that's the wave of the future. So just as an FYI, because we're solution oriented, I do have a list of AI stocks that I sent out to a lot of you. If you haven't gotten it yet, just pull out your phone, text the word stock to the number 87948, text stock to 87948. I'll send you the AI stocks, and I'll also send you links to profit alerts. I did one this morning where I talked about an investment I'm making right now in copper. And the ticker symbol for the ETF, the copper ETF that I like is COPX, COPX. So COPX. So feel free to go take a look at COPX. And if you want to really learn more about stock market investing and want to share a membership to my stock market class with your entire family, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. The first 30 days are 100% free. So you go to drboycestockmarket.com. There's hundreds of lectures, thousands of hours of material. It's easy to understand at any level. On top of that, every week I have a section called What Dr. Boyce is Buying, where I mention stocks that I particularly like based on my research. And also you can come to class in the portfolio power plays every Tuesday and ask me any question. So feel free to go to drboycestockmarket.com if you are interested. And yes, I do teach about ETFs. Absolutely. You'll know all about ETFs when you get in there. All right. So let me hop into another quick thing I was thinking about today from an economic awareness standpoint. This is a true story, and this is something that affects me dearly. So I'm gonna try to express it without being emotional. When I grew up as as a kid, I had an uncle named Donald who was like an older brother for me. He was 8 years older than me, and he was my earliest memories were with him because when I was born, my mother was 17 and she lived with my grandmother and my Uncle Charles and my Uncle Donald and my Aunt Valeria. Uncle Charles and Uncle Donald are both dead. Aunt Valeria is still alive. And that was my earliest life. So anyway, with that said, it was downtown Louisville, Kentucky, on this a street called Bowling Avenue, which now is kind of like a torn down neighborhood. I think that it's kind of fallen into significant disrepair. Not like it wasn't a rich neighborhood even back then, but now it's really bad. Anyway, so my uncle, I watched him struggle a lot. You know, he wasn't really able to really do well in life. I know that he didn't have a father figure to raise him and or train him on life and stuff like that. So he was honestly kind of a weak man. And then on top of that, he also got introduced to alcohol at an early age. You know, he was a little baby, and I guess they thought it was cute and funny. My grandmother didn't do this; it was his father that did this. So he would take him to the bar, and he thought it was adorable to watch the little baby walk around drunk. So they would give him alcohol, and he would get drunk. And unfortunately, this planted the seed for a lifelong alcohol addiction that he had later on. So if you ever want to know why I hate alcohol, that might be why, because I've seen it destroy people that I love. I've seen great men become horrible men and weak men, violent men, terrible men, embarrassing men, disgusting men because they overindulged in alcohol or drugs. Give me a yes if you've ever seen these things up close, and give me a yes if you can at least empathize and understand with why I just really think drugs and alcohol are just one of the worst things that ever happened to Black people. Not judging you if you drink. I know a lot of you do drink, and it's okay. Moderation, I get that. But really, I just don't see any. It doesn't bring good things to anybody's life, and it doesn't just destroy you economically. There's so many other ways that it harms you. Now, with that said, so my uncle went to prison. So he was my role, like he was my favorite human being on the entire planet. So imagine somebody that like when I would see him, I would get excited. I followed him around, all this stuff. And so I remember when I was 11, and I remember he went back to jail. And when I was 11, I think he was about 19, and I remember just sitting in the back seat of the car, and I remember crying like when they said yeah, Donald went to jail again, and I remember just kind of crying. And as I was crying, like nobody, I remember just kind of feeling like nobody cared. You know what I mean? Like this is another reason. Another thing I'm very passionate about is mass incarceration, because I remember how hurt I was. You know, because this person, like I loved him. You know, and I was sitting in the back seat just kind of crying, and nobody, I feel like nobody cared. You know, like nobody could feel what I was going through. And so anyway, I struggled in school. In like eighth grade, I remember I would sit there in the eighth grade and I would just write him letters, you know, in jail. And anyway, so oh God, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't damn. I didn't know I was gonna have this reaction. I apologize. but I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. So anyway, so the year my time with him was like really mixed. And eventually there was a point where maybe about 13 or 14, it switched. I went from being the little brother to being the older brother. Like I was the one who, like, because I remember just kind of saying, okay, this guy is struggling. I can't really follow behind him. You know how you want to look up to somebody, but you can't. You can't look up to somebody who's shorter than you, so to speak. And because he was not built a certain way, and I don't know if it was his fault of his own. Like I had to kind of talk to my therapist to kind of figure out how to give him grace. But I remember in a way there was like an anger, like man, I was so disappointed in you. I needed you to be my hero, and you weren't. You couldn't be, And so anyway, I kind of became the older brother. And so in my 20s, I remember him calling me. He'd call me to borrow money and stuff like that. And it was hard. It was weird, and it was more like I got to the point where I was sort of becoming more of myself, more of the person I am now. And I have a really strong father. My father who raised me is a very like disciplined, determined. He's a veteran. He doesn't take any shit. He believes you if you want something, you go for it, you fight for it, you don't back down, you do your best. You take responsibility, and these are values that my father was giving me. He wasn't my biological father, but I love him. And anyway, so I was kind of becoming that guy, right? Whatever that guy looks like, I was becoming him. Whereas my uncle was still kind of lagging behind. And the thing about prison that really bothers me is we don't talk enough about the mental health crisis, the mental health issues of just what happens to people when they get incarcerated. We don't talk about how their children feel, when their father's being taken away. We have so much empathy and so much sympathy for everybody else's pain, but we don't have any empathy for our own. We don't talk about just how painful and traumatic. Think about this. I'm 52 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm sitting here crying as I'm reliving how I felt when I was 11. It's hard and it's embarrassing, by the way, to do this in front of so many people. But I'm gonna keep going because God is telling me to talk. So, as we got older, and I promise we're gonna circle we gotta circle this back to economics because I know this is about economic awareness, and this is why I brought this up. So as he got older, there was this constant drain of him always borrowing money. I watched him not just disappoint me, I saw him disappoint his children. I saw him disappoint my grandmother, who got older and could not keep bailing him out every time he went to jail or helping him every time he struggled. And so I learned from watching this. Like I watched this behavior, I watched this dynamic as this man who never learned how to become a man, right? He was always a little boy. And it's not so much his fault, right? Because there was no man to really show him how to be a man, right? And so he stayed a little boy even in his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s, and he would go to my grandmother, when she's in her 60s and 70s, and he would borrow money. Like, he wouldn't show up to help her. He wouldn't show up to help pay bills. He wouldn't show up to cut the grass. He would show up to borrow money. And he was also plagued by these mental health issues from incarceration and other things he went through, as well as drugs and alcohol. And so it got to the point where he became that relative that a lot of us have. A lot of us have a relative like that. Give me a guess if you have somebody in your family that reminds you of this, where they just can't get it together, where you just kind of feel like you can't depend on them. You can't, you're going to have to bail them out. They're never going to be there to bail you out. That's the dynamic. That's what happens. And these people are built like the world society builds that. Malcolm X, his bodyguard was talking about how it felt to be around Malcolm, and he started to cry. And they said, well, why do you feel that way? He said, because Malcolm encouraged us to be men, and America wants the black male to remain a little boy. That's what he said. He said they want us to be little boys, and that's why. So if you ever see me get real pissed off when I see rappers or anybody encouraging black men to be immature and ignorant and ridiculous and backward, that's what it comes from. It's like we don't need little boys in the community. We need men. We need men that are going to lead. We need men that are going to build. They're going to want to think strategically, not these little cartoon characters that they give us in the media. And I think that's all by design, right? Because men build things, men create things, men break down barriers, men open doors, men protect, provide all these other things. Little boys just sit there and let things happen to them. They don't pay attention, or they don't try hard enough, or they give up easily, right? So long story short, I became kind of the older brother to my uncle, who became my like a little brother, who would call me and ask me for money and all that. And then one day, things just kept getting worse and worse. And then he became homeless eventually. And one night when he was homeless, and so he'd go to the liquor store and stuff. And one day he got hit by a car, and I don't know if the driver says he was laying down the middle of the street. I don't know if he was doing that or not. But that's what the driver said, and he got hit and he got dragged like 100 feet down the street, and he ended up he didn't die. It was interesting. He had significant brain damage, and he also became paralyzed from the waist down. So he ended up in the hospital getting brain surgery and spinal cord surgery at the same time. He died on the operating table twice. And so, but again, because I loved him, I came to see him and did my best to help out however I could. It was really, really hard. And so here was this guy who didn't have any health insurance, any plan for the future. Like, nothing was there where he could actually take care of himself in this really fragile state. And it was heartbreaking for me because again, he was my favorite person on the planet. So it's really hard. Some of you have seen this where you have to watch your favorite person on the earth suffer, like in these horrible ways, just not being able to clothe yourself or feed yourself or use the bathroom, by yourself, just stuff like that. And so then eventually, after about 3 years, I think he eventually got an infection in the hospital, and he ended up dying. And I think about his life a lot because it shaped me. I was very close to him, and it made me really think about preparation in terms of how you want your life to go. And it made me think about how many of us are not trained to prepare for things like this. He wasn't prepared at all for the expense of being in a wheelchair. There was no insurance at all on anything, and he wasn't prepared in terms of education or no saving, investing, none of that. It was like he was just kind of surviving from day to day. And I think sometimes that stress and struggle of just surviving can keep us from having the consciousness to sort of make these long-term plans and to say, okay, well, what if this happens, or what if that happens, or how do I provide for these other people in case something goes wrong in my path? And I also know that when you take all that lack of sort of awareness and you compound that with problems like drugs and alcohol, as well as mental health issues, which I think can be connected to drugs and alcohol, right? Like people will say, well, it's not the drugs that caused him to do this; it was mental health. He was bipolar, but those two things are connected, right? If you are a person who has mental health issues and you self-medicate through drugs and alcohol, then drugs and alcohol are not going to help your mental health. Like, if you're already a little bit bipolar or already a little bit mentally ill, the drugs and alcohol are only going to accelerate and accentuate and worsen the pre-existing condition that is inside of you. So I think they feed into each other. So long story short, um, I saw this man who could have and should have been somebody's husband and father, could have and should have been an asset to his own mother, could have and should have been a role model for me. I saw him just literally um, deplete himself and shrivel into this broken little person that I couldn't even identify. And so, what this made me think about from an economic awareness standpoint, and I think about him all the time. He died in 2012. I think about him at least two, three, four, five times a week. Um, what I learned from that experience is that a few things, and I'm going to lay these things out as quick as I can to help you kind of summarize this instead of me just sitting here and embarrassing myself by getting emotional like that. One is really how we raise our children is so important in terms of whether or not they're going to be assets to the family. You have to really sort of decide and be very conscious and aware of, going back to the beginning, the difference between your plan and Massa's plan. At the very least, your plan, God's plan, and Massa's plan. So God has an amazing plan in store for your children. You have an amazing plan, or you should have an amazing plan in store for your children. Massa does not have an amazing plan in store for your kids. My uncle that I just described to you, the sad part about his life is that I bet you that at least 60% of you can identify with another black male just like him. I guarantee you that there are thousands of you that are listening right now who have somebody in your family who fits that damn description. That is what we call in finance, we call that systematic. See, there's things that are what they call systematic, and then there's idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratic is like a one-off. Like it's like, okay, I had a cousin who had one leg, one ear, and had an IQ of 170. That's idiosyncratic. That's a one-off. You're not going to have another person out here like that. You're not going to meet anybody like that. But systematic is where you see this same outcome replicated thousands and thousands of times all throughout society. I mean, you don't have to, you could throw a rock and find a broken black man in America just like that. You know, I'm talking about baby daddy, you know, got a bunch of kids, can't afford to take care of the kids, no education, no preparation, no economic security, and kind of, and unfortunately been put in a position where they become a liability to the family, when that liability should have been an asset. It should have been an asset. So what I ask, and this is my friend's speech from the group Arrested Development. He's a great guy. I love this guy. I don't even talk to him that much, but I have so much respect for him. He did a documentary called The N-Word Factory, the IGA Factory. I'm not going to say the N-word because it's too early in the morning to be using words like that. But he had a documentary with that title, and I said that's a great title because what happens is that MASA's plan is to mass produce millions of young black boys that become liabilities to the community when they should have been assets. God's plan is for your son to be the hero of the family. God's plan is for your son to be strong. God's plan is for your son to be intelligent. God's plan is for your son to be a leader. God's plan is for your son to break us out of this stuff. God's plan is for your son to be a soldier. God's plan is for your son to be a winner. God's plan is for your son to be a builder. But MASA's plan is for that little black boy to be a liability and a drain on everybody else in the family. That's what MASA's plan is. MASA's plan, and this does go to economics, but this is consciousness. This is what I'm talking about, economic consciousness. This is costing you trillions. Do you understand? We've talked extensively in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I talk extensively about trillions of dollars in black wealth that is lost when that son who should have been an asset to you is trained to be led to believe that he's going to be nothing but a liability, ain't taking care of his kids, doesn't want to read a damn book, wants to be a thug and a IGA and a gangster or an NFL player, and doesn't spend any energy wanting to be anything that's beneficial to anybody but himself. So this guy in his 20s, 30s, and 40s, who's quicker to pick up the liquor bottle than he is to pick up a book, who doesn't want to take responsibility for anything that he creates in his life, that is a massive drain of wealth in the black community. And that is social engineering. That is by design. That is not accidental. That is not what God intended for your son. That was not God's plan. That so as hell shouldn't have been your plan. That was MASA's plan. And the reason MASA's plan won, I need y'all to listen to me. I need y'all to pay attention. The reason that MASA's plan overrides your plan and God's plan is because MASA's plan is intentional. MASA's plan is deliberate. MASA's plan was done with the highest level of economic consciousness. He thought about it. He sat down and wrote it out. They said, okay, this is how we're going to take over hip hop music so that we can control the minds of millions of black males and get them to fill up the penitentiaries and to go out here and do all these other things that will fulfill every stereotype we have of them, keep them ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid, and destroy and manage the black community. His plan was intentional and deliberate and specific. Was your plan equally intentional? Were you equally intentional about saying to myself, I know MASA got a plan for my son. I'm going to make sure my plan is different. Let me tell you about my mama real quick. When I was 5, I've told y'all, some of y'all this story before. When I was 5, there was a white lady that was my elementary school teacher or my preschool teacher. And she sat my mother down and she said, I need you to understand how your son operates. She said, he's very active. He gets up, he walks around, he makes noise, and he doesn't follow rules very well. But she said one day I saw him doing that and I wanted to embarrass him. So I went and I kept on teaching. I kept ignoring him as he was getting up, walking around, singing songs and talking to the other kids. And the way I was going to embarrass him was I was going to ask him to repeat back to me every single thing that I had put on the board. And she said, "Do you know that when I did that and he got up and walked around and did everything he normally does?" And I said, "Okay, Boyce, I want you to tell me everything that I was just teaching everybody." She said, "Do you know that he told me every single thing that I've been teaching. He was listening while he was walking around appearing to be distracted." So what she said to my mother, she said that when your son gets to the public school system, they're going to try to medicate him. They're going to diagnose him. They're going to do all these things. They're going to tell you that something's wrong with him. And this lady, I'm not a person who walks around thinking that every white person tries to be evil. I don't think that way. This little white lady told my mother, "Do not let them put him on any medication. Do not let them diagnose him. Your son is fine. He just has a lot of energy. A lot of boys have energy, and that's it." And do you understand how critical that was when my mother years later intentionally, specifically, and really vehemently defended me when they tried to diagnose me or put me in special classes and do all these other things that would have derailed me. If my mother had not been specific and clear and intentional about pursuing her plan for me over Massa's plan for me, I would not be standing here talking to you right now. I would not be the man that I am right now. So what I'm really saying here is this. The world tends to move out of the way for people who know who the hell they are and people who know what the hell they want. So part of the reason that it's so important for you to be conscious on every level, and we talk about economic consciousness, and the economics certainly folds into this, but you got to be intentional about everything. You got to be intentional about everything. And if you don't know enough to have that clarity and intentionality, then this is where little things like meditation come into play. This is where you got to sit down and figure out who the hell you are, what the hell you want, what you want for your family, where this ship is going to go. You got to be clear. And when you are clear, the world will move out of your way. Part of the reason people don't mess with me is because they know that I'm clear. I ain't scared of nothing. I know exactly who I am. I know what I'm talking about, and you ain't gonna pump me out of nothing. And so I encourage you to understand the same thing. Because when you're not clear, what you do is you say, "Well, I don't really know what to do with my kids educationally." So you just hand them over to these other people, and you trust these other people who don't have your child's best interests at heart. They don't have your best interests at heart. They're thinking about other stuff. "Oh, I don't know what I want to do financially, so I think I'll just take this job so I can pay a couple of bills." And okay, you go ahead and do that, but just know that they're not thinking about your long-term economic security. You have to understand these things. So again, I end on this final simple note. You got God's plan, your plan, and Massa's plan. So because God's plan is it has more clarity and more relevance and it's more accurate than your plan because he knows more than you do, then consciousness means elevation. Elevation means you're getting closer to God. God lives inside of you. That's a fundamental belief a lot of people have. So the God is inside of you. You got to listen to that. You have to, that's where you sit in silence, you meditate, you disconnect, you think about things, process things. And then once you've done that and you gain that clarity, then you make sure that your plan got to override Massa's plan. Because Massa ain't got nothing good planned for you or your black son. Nothing. your black grandbabies. Massa ain't got no good plan for none of them. But what is your plan? What is our plan? And don't tell me all day about what white folks are doing. I don't care about that, honestly, because I truly believe that when we really know who the hell we are and what we want, nothing can stop us. Nobody can get in our way. Nobody can. And that's what I want to share with you all today. And I hope that this fit. I did not know I would end up sniveling and crying and stuff. I didn't plan on that. I was really mixed about whether or not I should talk about my uncle because I'm real sensitive about that. And honestly, that experience was so significant for me that it drives a lot of my beliefs today. I'm really, really deeply offended by what they've done to our greatest men. They've locked them up. They've ruined them. They've either locked them up physically or locked a lot of them up psychologically. And this is something I'm determined to fight against because I think that we can do better than that. I think that God meant for something better to be for us, and I think that we can go get that. So I'm gonna finish up for today. Quick reminder, if you want to get reminded when we do economic consciousness every morning, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Later on today, we're going to do the portfolio power play. We're going to I'll answer a million questions about the stock market. The stock I mentioned earlier that I'm going to buy, the ETF, I'm actually going to buy some more shares right now because the market's about to open. It's COPX, COPX, because the price of copper is expected to go up because the demand is going up, which is going to outstrip supply. And I think that's an opportunity. If you want to see other parts of the stock market or learn more and send me questions or see all the other stocks that I pick for the students, just go to drboycestockmarket.com. That's drboycestockmarket.com. The first month is free. And then I saw some of you were asking about my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. All right. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I enjoyed speaking with you this morning. And I look forward to working out. You just don't feel right when you don't do what you're supposed to do, and so I have to have that confession that I'm feeling a little bit like and by the way, just a reminder, for today, we're going to do tonight at I want to say 8 o'clock. We're meeting for the Prime program. So if you have an interest in stock options and learning how to make money selling stock options, it's a great way to make extra cash. Make sure you're on the text list. I'll send you guys a link where you can test out Prime for $1. And it's kind of a limited thing we're doing in the Black Business School. So you can try it out the first month for just $1 and see if you like it. And feel free to give that a try. Make sure you're on the text list, though, and I can send you the link. To get on the text list, text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll not only get access to this free training every morning, this private Zoom, but also you'll get the special offers from the Black Business School if you want to elevate your economics in a meaningful way in terms of digging into some of these skills and essential skills that I believe that actually will surprise you in terms of you'd be amazed at how money is much more abundant when you kind of have a Swiss Army knife of skill sets that you can lean on. Like when you have a lot of different ways to make money, money tends to be more apparent, more abundant. It tends to appear in your life a lot more. Whereas when you have limited skill set, when you haven't studied it and you haven't learned some of these things, which are really techniques that I could show to a child, you end up, thinking that it's hard to get money, and it is hard to get money if you don't know where money is and you don't know what people are doing to obtain it. And so anyway, if you come into class, I think you're going to be super impressed. We got some students in there that literally are making $3,000 to $5,000 a week or more. And I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. I'm not here to talk about MLMs and what's the other one that people do, blessing looms and all that. This is not like that. This is not one of those stupid things. This I have a PhD in this stuff, so I can't run around presenting these goofy ideas that I see on the internet. This is something that actually works. It involves trading and selling stock options, and it's not. And I use the word trading very lightly because I'm not really into trading like that. Because unfortunately, trading is a type of it can devolve into a type of gambling, and so a lot of people go into trading and then they're surprised because the amount of money that they put in is more than the amount of money they pull out. And that's because trading isn't designed for you to really make a profit. But selling stock options is very easy for you to actually generate income because what you're doing is you're selling the rights to your securities. And there's a massive market for this because there's so many people out there that want to speculate, they want to gamble. So it's no different from the way casinos will sell risk to people that want to go to Vegas and lose money. So anyway, feel free to take a look. If you get on the text list, I will send you all a link. Just text the word morning to 87948 and I'll invite you. You can come in and see it for yourself. And I know it's going to blow your mind. So many people in Prime are super happy and excited. And I know I get excited because that's how I actually make my money. Believe it or not, I used to do the other stuff, but not anymore. All right. So anyway, let me hop in and let me talk to you guys about the topic for today that I wanted to drill into. And before I do that, though, I want to say hello to everyone that's here. I know hundreds of you pop in every single morning, so I'd be remiss not to greet you. Errol Semengal, good to see you. Errol from Pompano Beach. Antoinette, good to see you. Good morning, Antoinette. Althea Garvey, Maryland, good morning. Good morning, Jonathan McLennan. Good morning, Edward Samuels and Sharon and Shaniqua. I see Shaniqua Hutchinson, Winston Butler. Who else? Darren Cyprian. Let's see, Landers Jones, Deanna Hodges. Good morning to everybody. Good morning, Donnie Redmond. Okay, so let's hop in and let's get started here. So what I want to talk to you about today is overspending. And one of the things that people don't know is that there's a lot of research done on the psychology of overspending. In fact, that part of the psychology is part of the reason that in the Black Business School, my wife and I, who's a therapist, we realized we need a Black financial therapy department because a lot of these scientific techniques are used extensively on the Black community to extract lots of wealth from us. And it doesn't, now mind you, it doesn't mean that it's all evil and horrible and sinister. It just kind of means that an awareness. When you're aware, you're less likely to kind of be sucked in by some of these little tricks. And if you study how products are sold to the Black community, and if you study the Black community, period, you'll notice that Black people, we tend to consume more media than anyone else. There are very, very few groups. There's no ethnic group, I don't think, in America that watches more television or does more internet, like social media, than we do. And what media kind of does, unfortunately, is it lowers your consciousness level. It lowers your awareness level. It reduces your critical thinking skill. So effectively, when they get you in that zombie state, it's very easy for them to offer you things and sell you things, especially things that are addictive. Like sex can become very addictive. So sex always sells. Gambling. We talked about gambling yesterday. Gambling is sold extensively throughout sports now. So you're in the middle of the Cowboys game or whatever, and you get all excited and pumped up watching your favorite team, and then this commercial comes on, and they will present a Black person typically. Give me a yes if you notice this. So give me a yes. Has anybody noticed that most of the sports gambling ads feature a Black man? How many of y'all notice that? Give me a yes if you notice. Give me some names. Was it Kevin Hart? I saw one with Kevin Hart. I saw another one with Jamie Foxx. I saw JB Smooth. I think it's Smooth with a V. Did I miss any names? Are there any names that out there that I forgot about? And isn't that interesting? Queen Latifah. Queen Latifah was in one. I didn't know that. Yeah, isn't that interesting though? Kevin Garnett. Wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, I just wonder because I don't see that as many ads with white guys. I just don't. Maybe they're only targeting me with the Black people ads, but literally most of the ads for sports books and sports betting feature a Black guy, and a lot of that. And if you also notice, if you watch ESPN, there's sort of this overwhelming number of Black males that are even doing commentary on the sports networks, TNT and all that. It's like a bunch of Black dudes. And what someone said to me, and again, I don't know how true this is or not, but he works for ESPN. I have a friend that works for ESPN who told me, and he's a commentator, a very prominent commentator, or maybe it's Fox Sports. I get them mixed. I don't watch any of them, to be honest with you. And he said that what they actually were thinking years ago, like I'm talking about like 10, 12 years ago, was they said, wait, Black male unemployment is higher than any other group. So there's millions of Black men sitting at home with nowhere to go. They don't have jobs. So we're going to so we can have men. If we have Black men on TV, then these Black men are going to become part of our primary audience. And if you watch a lot of the sports shows, they cater a lot of it to Black male culture. And I get it. I understand the culture. Like because I'm part of. I love sports. I can sit and talk about the teams and all that with you all day long. But at the same time, though, there's a point where I turn the TV off because I got to go handle my business. I'm not trying to go and be overly obsessed with whether or not Jerry Jones wins the Super Bowl, because Jerry Jones is not going to send me or my family any money if he wins the Super Bowl. I'm not going to get a check if the Cowboys win again. So I'll watch and I'll enjoy it, but then I realize I've got a bigger game to play, and the bigger, more important game is called the game of life. And so that's where I'm trying to win the Super Bowl. I don't really care that much if the Cowboys win or whatever. So one thing that's interesting, though, is that with sports being one of those distractions that minimizes our consciousness level and keeps us investing in others more than we invest in ourselves, I never forget this story. This is a true story. I got invited one time to speak at this university, and it was one of those small schools that you never heard of. If I said the name of the school, you wouldn't know, you wouldn't even know this school. And I spoke to they had me, because I was their black speaker, they had me speak to their black students. Most of their black students were athletes. They pretty much primarily only recruited black students to play sports. So the three guys I was sitting and talking to, they were all on the football team, and we were just sitting at the tables, like me and I think three guys. And there was a young black woman who was my tour guide, who was showing me around the campus, who was sitting to the side as I was talking to these guys, and we're having guy talk, and I'm just getting to know them and trying to find out what they're interested in and all that. Well, all they did was they kept talking about sports, right? And that's cool. Like I was chopping it up with them too, and I was really fascinated by how these young men, I think, maybe one was a junior, one was a sophomore, one was a senior, something like that. I was really fascinated by the way the conversation flowed. It was literally like a tennis match. Like one guy would hit the ball to the other one would hit the ball back. So it's like, no, the Giants gonna kill the Cowboys. Well, no, the Cowboys, they don't have the offensive line. Well, the Giants just signed so and so to 2.5 million. They didn't give him 2.5 million. They gave him 7 million. No, but they're gonna trade so and so. Like they were really not just talking about which team is better, my team will beat your team. They were talking about the specifics of the business of sports. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like they were talking about contract extensions and the options to extend contracts, and what different teams need, and who they're going to draft next year, and the trades they made to up their stock in the next draft. Just all these really specific nuanced things that you really get from watching hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of Sports Center, right? Are you following me? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand why I was really intrigued by this? Like like they sounded like scientists, and they were with this analysis, and so I was like, okay. Now, mind you, first off, I find it interesting that when a person puts that much energy and effort understanding something that is not going to put a nickel in their pocket. I mean, I get it though. I get it. We love what we love. I could talk to you about. I was just watching the NCAA track and field championships. I can tell you all about the great sprinters at Florida and LSU and everywhere. Like I follow that, and I'm interested. I'm interested in the Olympics. I'm wondering if Fred Curley can beat Christian Coleman, and like and Noah Lyles is if he's gonna get 2 gold medals. I'm watching these things, but there's a point where I have to detach because I got things to do, right? And I also kind of try to make sure I remember, like, this is not your sport. Like you're not like you don't get too happy or too sad when somebody wins, because this has nothing to do with your real life. And I remember listening to these guys just really going back and forth about the NFL and really talking, like, you would have thought these guys were sports agents. You would have thought that these guys were team owners. You would have thought that they had an investment stake in these teams. You would have thought they were on the roster. And so what I did was I said, okay, well, well, you guys know, I said, you know what you ought to do? You ought to, like, start a YouTube channel and just talk about sports. I said, that there's guys out here that make a lot of money doing that kind of stuff if you can do it, and like there's a guy named Pat McAfee or something who basically got together with the guys and would talk sports on YouTube, and he got $200 million contract or something with ESPN. So I was like, yeah, this is something you guys should do. And I said, do you know how people make money on YouTube? And they said, no, how do they make money on YouTube? I said, okay, well, you get paid like for every 1,000 viewers that you have. That's how the ad network works. So I think I said something like, so let's say that you have 10,000 viewers, and you're gonna make $5 for every 1,000 viewers on your episode. So then you get 10,000 viewers. So the amount of money you would make would be 10 times 5. So how much money would that be? I think I just asked it. And I was like, so how much money would you make? And there was like complete silence. Like no one said a word. And I said, oh, well, maybe I said it wrong. Like, I was sitting there thinking, okay, maybe I didn't say it loud enough. Maybe they're just shy. They're football players. I don't think football players are typically not shy. They're very assertive. So I said, okay, so let's look at another example. Let's say that you do an episode on your show, and you get in the course of a month, you have 100,000 viewers. So you make $5 per viewer. So how much money would you get if it's 5 times 100, right? You get $5 per 1,000. you have it 100,000. So 5 times 100 is the amount of income you would make that month. How much money is that? And it was really fascinating to me that nobody answered the question. There was just complete silence. And I just was like stunned. My brain stopped working because I just thought I was in the Twilight Zone. I said, this is a practical joke, right? This is this what where are we? This is a college campus, right? And I didn't. It's not to insult the guys or anything like that, but I sat and I was like, wait a minute, but they were just breaking down in scientific fashion, like the offensive line of the New York Giants, who was going to get traded, what the salary cap was, and what their contract extensions look like, and who's going to get picked in the next. Like they were telling me things. All this, I mean, like literally, they were football scientists who could not tell me what 5 times 100 was, and they were in college. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm shifting, my butt shifting in my seat. I'm like thinking, how you gonna make money when you can't count? Like I'm not being mean. I hope I don't sound like I'm. If I sound like I'm being mean, please forgive me. I'm not trying to look. I'm not looking down on those guys. I felt sorry for them. I was like, what happened here? What's going on? And so I remember after it was over, I had to go to the airport, and I was talking to the young lady that was with me, that was giving me the tour, and I said, did you hear that conversation? And she goes, yeah, I heard it. And I said, was my question not clear? She said, no, it was clear. She said, I was gonna blurt out the answer, but I knew that wasn't my conversation. Because she comes from that tradition, like where when men are talking, that's when men are talking. When women are talking, men need to butt out, and maybe when men are talking, we need to talk to each other. We don't always need, so she was kind of just letting us have our space as men. And she said, I wanted to answer the question. It was 500. So what I really think about is I pray for like us and think about our kids. And I think that we don't understand the urgency that exists when you have millions of kids that can't tell you what, 20 plus 10 is. Or if they do a business deal and they're going to get 10% of the profit, and you say, okay, if you make $1,000 and you get 10% of $1,000, how much money do you get? And then they guess, and then their answer is like $322. Like just something that doesn't even show like the basic understanding of mathematical fundamentals. And so this goes back to that point I've always made. I don't trust white people to educate Black children. I just don't. I don't hate white people. When I talk like that, I know people get scared of me, and I don't care, because I'm not a person to be afraid of, but at the same time, I'm not a person to be played with. You're not going to play with me with a bunch of nonsense and somehow convince me that these kids who are unloved and uneducated are going to have a chance of success in the world. Because what happens is that when you deny our children a proper education and deny our children an economic education, they get to the point where, like everyone else in America, they get to the point where they're 25 and up and they need money. And then there's no more stressful position you can be in than when you need something and you don't know how to acquire it. It's like being in the woods and you need food and you don't know how to hunt, you don't know how to fish, you don't know how to grow nothing. And so the blame, if you want to blame someone, the blame is who put you out in the woods and gave you no survival skills. Well, maybe your parents did that. Maybe they handed you over to someone who promised to give you survival skills, who did not do the job. Maybe we're passing the ball to somebody who plans to throw the ball out of bounds, so to speak. Maybe we're handing our children over to someone who's going to molest their minds and psychologically abuse them and lie to them and leave them severely unprepared for the world. I mean, this is what's going on. This is what you're seeing in the world. And so I just personally think, I shared a video on my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance, and I have a backup at Dr. Boyce Money. My Instagram, my big one got taken down because I say things about white people and that makes people nervous. So I had 600,000 people and they're gone. So if you're one of the 600,000 from before, you can follow me at Dr. Boyce Finance and Dr. Boyce Money as a backup, just so in case they eliminate me. And I had a dream that I was talking to I put up a video about Jaylen Brown, who plays for the Boston Celtics. Jaylen is about to go to the NBA Finals, and I talked to Jaylen Brown's brother via text recently, but Jalen's very busy. So obviously, because he's about to play in the NBA Finals, so we haven't spoken in the past few days. But anyway, I put up this video of Jaylen Brown, and I want to mention Jaylen because I think it's very important to know what a black man looks like. So Jaylen Brown, in his history, he didn't only sign the highest NBA contract in the history of the league, and he's not just a superstar that's about to play in the NBA Finals. Jaylen Brown, from what I understand, is an absolute, complete, total genius. You've got to go to my Instagram. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. That's where I put the video. He is the most brilliant one of the most brilliant young athletes I've seen. He reminds me of Dr. Myron Rolle, who's another friend of mine who was so brilliant that he chose not to go right to the NFL because he wanted to go and pursue a Rhodes Scholarship or something. He's now a doctor at Harvard, from what I understand. And what's interesting is, in the case of Dr. Rolle, the NFL started to question his commitment to sports because he was so smart. Somehow they believe that a black man who's intelligent cannot also be athletic. That if you're committed to your academic achievement and your intellectual development, then that means you're not dumb enough or zombified enough to follow our orders and our instructions, right? That's what their false belief was, but it wasn't true. Dr. Rolle went to the NFL and had a great career after he took care of himself. He was B1 in the sense that, or maybe it's maybe B1 or at least me1, meaning that he said, I'm more important than your little NFL team. My future, my family is more important than whatever you got going on with this organization. So I'm going to come and work with you, but I'm also going to make sure that I work for myself and work for my family first. So now Dr. Rolle has a wife and some beautiful children. He's a Harvard educated doctor. He's going to have a great career beyond football. And I just think that's quite admirable. Well, Jaylen Brown reminds me of Dr. Rolle. Jaylen Brown, his whole life has been this genius straight A student who's, the guy who joins the chess club and took graduate level classes when he went to college. And I just was so inspired by what I saw. I said, this is what a black man looks like. It reminds me of myself at that age. Just I wasn't as athletic as him. I love sports probably as much as he did, but I wasn't 6 foot whatever. I was too short to play basketball. But if I was tall enough, I probably would have been playing for the Celtics too. But the point of the matter is to say that this was the kind of thing that I think really exemplifies the excellence that our children are capable of. Most of the men and women I know who play sports at a high level are very disciplined, hardworking people. They're strategic, they're intelligent. They have more discipline than most regular people because it's very hard to play sports at a high level, at a college or professional level. If you've ever seen the day-to-day workout routine of a college athlete, you would know these are not amateurs, these are professionals. And that's why for many, many years, I've always advocated that the athletes be paid like professionals. Now universities are being forced to pay them, and they should have been paying them 50 years ago. So to me, when I see Jaylen Brown, I don't see an exception. I see a guy who represents which should be the rule. Because if our young men spent as much energy and as much time on their intellectual development as we spend on our athletic development, we will be the intellectual leaders of the entire freaking earth. Give me a yes if you agree with this. Let me know if you understand the correlation here. I need you to understand the connection. You're getting up every day at 6 a.m., busting your butt, working your ass off, getting pushed to your absolute limits. And for some reason, somebody told you that you're not supposed to also do that in everything that you do. You're supposed to be if you're a superstar on the court, you should be a superstar in the classroom. You should be a superstar on the street. You should be a superstar in everything you do. If you're a hardworking man in your sport, how can you claim to be super hardworking over here, but you become a lazy, backward ass Negro over there? That doesn't make any sense. That's brainwashing. And I had a hard conversation like that. I had a student in my class when I was teaching at Syracuse who was an all Big East wide receiver, and it was embarrassing. The class was full of white people, and he's the only black guy, and he was getting the lowest score in every test. And so I sat and talked to him. And I said, "Man, this is embarrassing, dude. Like I see you. I see how good you are. I see how hard you work. You're the only person in the classroom who can go into a stadium with 50,000 people and play on national TV and catch passes and score touchdowns and all this other stuff. But yet somehow you think you can't pass these a finance test. Like, these tests are easy compared to what you have to do. You should be great at everything you do. Greatness should be in your blood. Greatness should be part of your culture. I was talking to him about culture. I was talking to him about mindset. I was saying, look, if you're going to be great, if you're going to be a great man, be a great man. Just be great at everything. Just all you got to, I'm not asking you to change a single thing about who you are. I'm not asking you to go from being the cool guy to being the nerd. No, I'm just asking you, if you're going to be great, be great. If that's what you are, then be it. Stop turning your greatness off when it comes time for you to invest in your future, but then somehow you become great when it's time for white people to cheer you on the football field. These people don't give a damn about you. They don't care if you go out there and get brain damage or you get paralyzed. They just want to cheer because they like to see a Negro run and jump and catch balls. That's what they like to see. So what I'm saying is, the reason I put this video of Jaylen Brown up, and I was so inspired. I said, man, I'm so proud of this dude. This is impressive. And then he's also the guy. He also actually, when he got his contract, they said, well, what are you going to do with the money? He said, I want to build a Black Wall Street. I said, Lord, this is awesome. This is so great. And it's so, but even my excitement is depressing because everybody should be doing this. Like there should be 1,000 athletes saying the same thing. Like it's weird. We live in the twilight zone, because it's very weird that we have like just one or two. That it's very rare to find somebody who is at the heights of society who actually remembers where the hell they came from and who ain't scared to invest in and support their own people and their own community and build their own families. Do you understand how deep the brainwashing has to be for you to think that any of that all makes sense? It doesn't make any sense. So with Jaylen Brown, I was very proud of him. And it's really weird because I think I went to sleep thinking about that video. And in my dream, I was talking to him and some other people in the Boston Celtics, like extensively about this stuff, like about economic consciousness and about this is how weird I am. I think about this so much, I dream about it. And we were having this conversation, and it felt so good because I'm like, finally, we're going where we need to go. And because what we really need long term is we need infrastructure. I really believe one game changer for the Black community would be if you had some serious people get together and raise a few $1 billion to build very simple little schools all around the country, just like the Jewish people have Hebrew school. We need Black people school. We need Black economic school. We need powernomics training, whatever you want to call it. And this was the vision I laid out to Kanye West. He did not see it. He's in another place. But this is something that is easy to do. It's been done before by other communities that wanted to take self-accountability. And it is something that would make a massive difference that would last for the next 500 years. If you went to every city and just said, okay, we're going to put up, we're going to have $1 million budget per city, and we're going to create some little school, and we're going to focus specifically on powernomics principles or basic economic principles, and we're going to incentivize the people in the community to send their kids here to be educated. We're going to hire Black educators who really love the kids, and then we can supplement it with other aspects of what it means to live a wealthy life, health, wealth, and relationships. We've talked about that, and we're just going to make sure that they're educated with love. See, y'all don't understand that love is $1 trillion commodity right there. Love is $1 trillion commodity. Black love is $1 trillion commodity. And what do I mean by that? Well, when your children go to school in an environment where nobody loves them, that white lady from the suburbs, she's only there for a paycheck, except for a few exceptions. There's some good people out here. I'm not saying that all white people are bad. I don't get into all that. But literally, the kids are being devoid of love. They're not loved in these systems. The school systems are built just like little penitentiaries. They're penitentiaries on training wheels. And so because there's no love, the children don't connect to the teachers. The educational process does not work. And so because the educational process does not work, you have this young person who could have been anything, who goes out into the world unprepared, uneducated, or miseducated, and literally all their potential is kind of thrown down the toilet. So if you take that same process of miseducating kids, leaving them uneducated, and putting them out into a world where that's very competitive from an economic standpoint, then what's going to happen is that you're literally losing trillions of dollars every generation from a loss of human capital. You can, according to financial models, value human capital or value a human being's economic potential based on various factors like education, work ethic, where they're focusing their energy, things like that. You can do that. So I can literally write down an equation for you right now. I'm not going to do it because there's no need to, but I could give you an equation that will tell you what a human being is worth from a purely economic standpoint. So when you educate, so this is what the reason I say black love is a $1 trillion commodity is because if you imagine another scenario, imagine if our children were educated with love. Imagine if every morning the kid wakes up and he's going to a space with black men and black women who really love him, who really are passionately committed to seeing him succeed, who really care if he ate breakfast that morning, who care if he's happy or sad, who care that he's having good relationships with the other children in school. That kid is going to grow up and he's going to reach his potential. He or she is going to be far more successful. That little black boy is going to grow up and become a great husband and father for some black woman instead of being one of these men that disappoints everybody, right? Again, not that you put that all on men. I don't want to get into that. But seriously, think about what happens when guys are not raised properly as children and not loved properly. Well, they grow up and they become a freaking nightmare for somebody. Like no accountability, no responsibility, making a bunch of babies, don't take care of them, not showing up for their family, not showing the children look up to them, but eventually they can't anymore because daddy's a drug addict or an alcoholic like my daddy was. And so ultimately at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that when you have love in the room, you're elevating the value, the economic value and economic potential of these children that are being raised in a pool of love, instead of having them raised in a nasty, toxic bathtub full of hate and disrespect and microaggressions and dysfunction. This is what I'm saying. So ultimately, everything comes back to love. And I would say that if we love our children, we will invest in our children. If we love ourselves, then we will invest in ourselves. The things that you love, you take care of. The things you don't love, you throw them out the window. You waste those things. So I would argue that the lack of self-love, the lack of love for each other, the lack of love for our children, the lack of love for progress and everything that we claim to believe in, that is what causes us to continue to do things wrong. So when I just to summarize on that point, when I saw that video on Jalen, I was super excited and I said, man, this would be so great. Imagine if we had schools where all they did, like literally, do you know, simple ideas? I promise you, simple ideas will change everything with Black economics. If Jalen simply, let's say Jalen was an egomaniac who said, I just want to create 1,000 schools where we're going to produce, 100,000 kids a year that are just replicas of me, that are going to do exactly what they're going to play basketball, but they're also going to be great at chess and mathematics and and the hardworking students and whatever else I believe in. Like literally, imagine if you had 100 or several 100,000 Black men who think just like Jalen Brown, who sought educational excellence, who were disciplined, who were hardworking, who still love sports. Remember, sports is cool. I like sports. I played every sport. It was fun. I wish I'd learned more about baseball. My father was a good baseball player, but he was never around, so he never taught me. But I think I would have been good at baseball. I would have been good at golf, because golf, I wasn't tall, so maybe I needed a sport that didn't require me to be big and tall. But the point is to say that just simply taking your models of success and being able to mass produce them in almost like an industrialized framework, that is a pattern and a model that's been used by countries to build powerful nations. The United States, the reason Hitler was so scared of the United States in World War II is because the United States has had some of the most amazing industrial capability of any country on the planet. They could if they want to make a bullet, they're not going to just make one or two bullets. They're going to make like a billion bullets. They're not just going to make two or three really nice ships. They're going to make like hundreds of ships because they've got a process, a system. Do you understand? So what we need is a system. We need to look at our best and brightest and our baddest and our boldest and our most extraordinary men, our most extraordinary women, and we need to build them just like you build a Tesla in a factory. Because they already do that with hip hop. There's a whole documentary called The Nigga Factory. They already build gangsters. They already build thugs. They already have a factory to build athletes. They have factories to build Black kids that want to be comedians or whatever. That's why if you go to most schools and you ask the Black boys, what do you want to be when you grow up? An overwhelming majority of them are going to say, I want to play in the NFL, the NBA, or I want to be a rapper. Like they are because there's a system. It's systematic. So the question becomes, given that you know that there are so many systems that are plotting to turn you left, how many systems do you have in place that are plotting to turn you right? Given that there's so much, remember, media is a system. That's why, if you think about the radio stations, when all the radio stations got together and said, we're going to play the same music everywhere in every city, that's when Lil Wayne and people like that become mega famous. And they're because everybody around the country is hearing the same songs. It's systematic. So what I'm saying to you is that those who have that position of power, who have those resources, I wouldn't put it all on Jalen. Jalen's in his 20s, I think. So that's a lot to put on you as a young guy. But those people that have access to capital should also have a way of thinking or advisors that can think in a systematic fashion so you can implement systems to counter the systems that are there to harm you. Remember, racism is systematic. Systematic racism is what really, really plagued you. It's not this specific one. It's not these one-off situations like, oh, I went to the grocery store and the white lady didn't want to give me my change. I don't give a damn about that. Who cares if they like you? Stop getting that. That's not racism. Systematic racism is when you're talking about the massive denial of opportunities, when you talk about massive economic theft that's occurred over multiple generations to the tune of $14 trillion. It's when you talk about entire systems designed around white supremacy, like the school system, the prison system, the economic system, system. So you got all these systems that are working against you. What systems do you have that are working in your favor? Or are you even, because remember, to think on a systematic level, you have to have a certain level of consciousness. A person who's sitting in the system can't always see the system. They can't see the system unless they elevate in terms of consciousness to rise up and look down and say, well, wait a minute, this is happening to me, but oh, it happened to millions of black boys. There was millions of black boys that wanted to put on medication and do all these other things. Do you understand? This is why consciousness is so important. I'll share the story, then I'm done talking about this topic. But I still remember when Snoop Dogg was talking to Tupac. And as you know, in case you don't know, Tupac got killed. And Tupac was right in the middle of his beef with Diddy and everybody else. And Bad Boy and Tupac was pretty committed to the beef, right? Tupac had been traumatized because he got shot in New York and he's thinking somebody set him up, and it's kind of bad. So he's really mad at Snoop Dogg. He was mad at Snoop Dogg because Snoop Dogg had a different level of consciousness than Tupac. I hope I didn't offend anybody by saying this, but Snoop Dogg's consciousness was just different in my view because Snoop Dogg was like, Tupac was like, I'm gonna kill him or F those dudes or whatever, right? My fofo, make sure all your kids don't grow. Like he's really in it. He's really in the moment. And Snoop is like, let's take a step back here and let's think about this. So to me, Snoop, so his approach was more like, this moment will pass. One day I want to be a grandfather or something. I want to be alive in the year 2010 and 2020 and get gray hair and whatever and do oldies concerts with Mick Jagger and stuff. Like I don't know if I really want my last experience on this earth to be like 1996, right? So what was interesting was Pac got really, really mad at Snoop because from what I understand, I'm not an expert on this. So anybody who's a hip hop head, if I'm wrong about something, just I don't want to debate that all day. And so Snoop goes to New York and they asked him on the radio, they said, how do you feel about Puffy and everybody else? Because he was Puffy back then. He changed his name every like once a week. And he was like, man, I'm cool with all of them. I like all them dudes, man. They all right. So Snoop was trying to like be friends with people and just say, look, I'm not trying to escalate this conflict. I don't really want this to get out of hand. Whereas Tupac was like, no, that's the enemy. And remember, in his song, Hit 'Em Up, one of the greatest diss songs of all time, he says something that was really interesting to me, where he says, um, F Bad Boy, F blah, 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 as a whole record label and as a whole crew. And then he says, if you're down with Bad Boy, then F you too. So he's spraying a nuclear bomb, basically saying that not only am I talking about my enemy, but anybody who's even affiliated with my enemy is also my enemy. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, and I promise you that there's a point to this. So by Snoop Dogg simply saying, look, I don't want to fight them. That's between y'all. That made Snoop into the enemy. And so what Snoop told as a story, which was interesting to me, that made me think that, okay, this guy has a level of consciousness about him. And consciousness is vision. It's the ability to kind of see long term. It's the ability to see wide, to see the bigger picture and not get caught up inside the trees. You can see the whole forest. Is so he says, yeah, me and Pac were talking, and Pac was saying, man, Death Row, we the I'm gonna say it like Snoop said it, so cover your ears if you don't like profanity. He said, Pac was like, we the motherfuckers, we the ones, we the sinners. They can't nobody mess with us, can't nobody mess, right? And what Snoop said was really interesting. Cuz, he said, they make us everywhere. He said they make gangsters everywhere. And what he was talking about in my mind, and maybe this was my interpretation, was he's talking about the systematic replication of a mindset, the systematic replication of a certain outcome, the mass industrialization of certain types of black males all throughout the country, so that I could go to I could go to Seattle and I could find that guy in Seattle. I could go to Chicago and find the same guy in Chicago. I could go to New York and find the same guy in New York. I could go to Texas and find the same guy in Texas. And so to me, that is kind of what I end up seeing when you're talking about the outcomes with our kids, is that these are systems that are spitting out kind of the same person, the same outcome. When I can tell you a story about something that a black man did, or that a black woman did, and I say, does anybody know somebody who's like that? And everybody says, oh yeah, I know someone. Oh, I got a cousin like that. I got a sibling like that. Or when I say, how many of you have had a family member go to prison? Everybody raises their hand, because the prison, the mass incarceration, the systematic racism was very broadly done. It was systematically done like a machine. And so that industrialization, that systematic thinking, the consciousness required to even think as a system, is something that has been used to harm you. It's been used to harm you in a very, very terrible way. Even Joseph Stalin, who ran the Soviet Union, he said, one death is a tragedy. He said, but a million deaths, that's just a statistic. Like that, nobody cares about a million deaths, but everybody cares about one. If you hear one story about one person and that the suffering they went through, it makes you sad and it makes you cry. But if somebody says, "Oh yeah, a million people died," it's like, "Oh, well, okay." Right. So that was basically him having like a different type of consciousness. And this is the thing, right? So I don't want you to think the word consciousness is always good. Sometimes a heightened level of consciousness can actually be a terrible thing. Right? It's just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna kill 10,000 people over here, but we'll save 100,000 people over there, right? So don't ever assume that consciousness always means that you're a better person. Consciousness is just awareness. It's living in a certain dimension where you see things in a certain way. Just like going back to that original analogy, if I am driving on the road and I can only see the car in front of me and I can only see the freeway route to get to my destination, that's a level of consciousness. But if I get in an airplane or a helicopter, I rise to the third dimension. I can use height now, so I have an awareness that exceeds the people on the road. I now have an advantage over them. Do you understand? Let me know. Please let me know you're following this. I know I am going in 1,000 directions I did not plan to go into, but I hope this makes sense. So because I have extra consciousness, I have awareness, which means I have an advantage because I have more information. I have more variables in my equation that I can use to make specific decisions. So what I would like for us to focus on and think about is how this consciousness can be used to your advantage. I think by being more conscious of, of the way our children are being educated, it's gonna give us an advantage. I think being more conscious of the way our economics is being manipulated, that gives us an advantage. When I bring variables into the equation that maybe you didn't think about, that gives you an advantage. You can say, oh, well, the reason this is happening is because of this and this and this. It's not some mysterious thing that's coming from some parallel universe that you're not aware of. Oh, you've been there. Because you're conscious and you've traveled to those other dimensions to say, oh, this is what's really happening. And here's the other thing, though. When you learn the value of consciousness and you commit to being conscious, then you can then translate that consciousness to the development of systems and processes that can be implemented that allow you to use that consciousness to your advantage. Like when I know that being above the traffic allows me to see further down the road than being in the traffic, then what I do is I go build me a helicopter and I apply that knowledge. And now I'm in the helicopter and now I'm winning. Now there's no traffic. I can see further than everybody else. I have more information than everybody else. It's going to be harder for you to get me into a car accident if I'm in a fucking helicopter. And that's really what a conscious person does. A conscious person isn't necessarily always going to fight you because they done rose above the fight. They're on another vibration, another frequency. They don't even know that the fight's happening. And that's what happens. Think about it. Think about people you know who are just low vibrational people. They sitting around, they jealous, they petty, they mad. They're thinking in a scarcity mindset. They're mad at you about stuff that you don't even know happened. You're not even thinking about it. Why? Because you're focused on something bigger. Your vision is out there, whereas their vision is right here. because nobody ever taught them how to be conscious. People only taught them how to be petty, small-minded, and low vibration. So rise up, raise your consciousness. In fact, if you ever, I'm gonna tell you the truth. If I'm ever in a fight and I take a moment to close my eyes and meditate, I win the fight, not by winning the fight. I realize that I can win the fight by rising above the fight. And I even do that with my wife. Don't tell her I said this. But if my wife is really mad at me over something stupid, something simple, something petty, I'll literally close my eyes and say, will this matter in 5 years? And if the answer is no, then you know what I do? I let it go. I do. I just say, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, whatever you say. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. Because at that point, I'm not even talking about, like, Boyce is not really talking to you anymore. Like the Boyce from the future is looking at it saying, this is silly. So consciousness can be your asset in a multitude of ways. Financial consciousness will make you a financial genius. It will make you financially successful. But remember, consciousness can be applied to everything that you do. So this is why, I encourage you to consider that those people that believe in things like meditation and all that, that's really important, because when you can really sort of understand what's going on, you can really position yourself in a way that's going to benefit you. So anyway, I totally flubbed this whole conversation. I told y'all I was going to talk about reasons why people overspend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read that list. I made a whole list. I didn't plan on talking about Jaylen Brown and all that, but y'all know what it is. That's what I do in economic consciousness. I just do a stream of consciousness, and whatever comes to mind, I trust it, and then present it in a way that hopefully adds value to your thinking. But I am going to read this because I did make that promise. So I apologize for those of you that are sitting here like confused. And by the way, so quickly, just a reminder, tonight we are going to meet for the Prime program, which stands for Passive Recurring Income Machine, where we're going to talk about making money by selling stock options. It's a pretty cool way to make money. There are risks in all investing for sure, but a lot of people really enjoy it. So if you'd like to do a $1 trial, I'm going to send that link out right after we get done today. So make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and you can try the program for $1 for the first month. And also that'll give you the chance to attend our session called Prime 101 next week, where we literally do a whole introduction. Now tonight I'm gonna do a Q&A. I'm gonna answer questions from the students that are already in the program. But those that are beginners, we're gonna do a Prime 101, and you get a chance to come in here. You come in for free or come in for $1. So text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948, and I'll send you that link. And also, I wanted to remind you, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th, and that's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. It is an amazing, amazing place, and the convention is an amazing experience. This is our 9th one, and so we're really excited about this. It was a convention I created because I don't like other conventions typically. I mean, some of them I can enjoy, but the Black ones, unfortunately, are a little bit too politically driven, and they have too much corporate sponsorship. So I'd never really enjoy going to conventions that were either controlled by a political party or controlled by corporations, because I don't feel like that allows us to really solve our problems in a meaningful and authentic way. So we paid the bills for this thing, and it's really it's successful and exciting. I know you guys are going to love it. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you're interested. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, so let me give you the list, and I'm going to come back to this tomorrow because I feel like I won't get a chance to really cover it as much as I want to. But let me give you 5 quick reasons why people tend to overspend. Okay, so the first reason, this is all based on research, what the academic research says. So if you have an issue with overspending and your money's leaving your pocket and you don't know why, let me give you some financial consciousness that will help you to at least know why you spent all your money. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It just means that you won't be confused and you won't sort of be rope-a-doped out of your resources. So the first is emotional triggers and impulse buying. So according to a study by Kruger in 2016, people often overspend due to emotional triggers such as stress, sadness, or boredom. So retail therapy is pretty common. It's a common coping mechanism for negative emotions. So give me a yes if you've ever gone through that where you were feeling bored, stressed, or sad, and shopping just made you feel better. Let me know if you've gone through that. And the study was called The Influence of Emotions on Compulsive Buying, and it explored how emotional states can drive compulsive buying behaviors and the temporary relief it produces. So it's no different from being stressed out and wanting to have sex, or being stressed out and wanting to go hit the crack pipe or hit the liquor bottle, or just something that's going to release those endorphins and that dopamine is going to, and the thing about it though is that there are healthy ways to do that too. Like some people get stressed out and they go exercise, because you release endorphins when you exercise. Some people get stressed out and they take a nap or they meditate or they go do something that's not going to, cause them to lose their money or gain a bunch of weight or become a drug addict or catch an STD, right? So to me, everybody has coping mechanisms. I think it's a matter of finding coping mechanisms that are going to benefit you as opposed to those that harm you. Like, for example, I would say being addicted to exercise is far more beneficial than being addicted to drugs or even being addicted to work, even though, being a workaholic comes with its ups and downs and its pluses and minuses. At least if you're addicted to work, at least you're going to be very productive as opposed to being addicted to alcohol or gambling or something like that. The second reason that people overspend is social pressure and social influence. Now, there's a study that was done by Bearden and Etzel in 1982. The study was called Social Influences on Consumer Behavior, the Impact of Reference Groups and Peer Pressure. And in this study, they basically found that social pressure and the desire to conform to group norms can lead individuals to make purchases they wouldn't have made otherwise, often resulting in overspending. This is one that I believe Black people have to be really careful about because for Black people, it's all, we talk a lot about being part of the culture, and there's a lot of, there seems to be just a lot of pressure to fit in. Like I have people that will criticize me and say, you don't fit in, you're not part of the culture, you don't relate, so-and-so doesn't relate to you, or these people don't relate to you. And they don't know I don't give a damn. I'm not trying to relate to anybody except for God and myself and the purpose, right? That's what I want to relate to. I want to relate to my wife. I want to relate to my kids. I don't want to relate to what's trendy on the internet. So no, I'm not interested in doing TikTok dances. I'm not trying to just do things because they're cool. And we are sort of the leaders of cool. Right. We are the leaders in terms of setting trends when it comes to fashion and style and slang. And so there's all this pressure, I think, to kind of fit in, like you're not really Black. You're not going to get invited to the barbecue. You're not really, that kind of thing. And I personally think that that's silly because unfortunately that can cause you, if you talk specifically about the financial side, it can cause you to overspend on things that you don't really want. So social pressure is a big deal. I think social pressure really hits hard for people that don't know who they are or don't have high self-esteem. And I think that there's something about being Black that impacts your self-esteem from birth. Like a lot of us are raised to believe that you're really nothing until white people acknowledge you. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. There are a lot of us who are trained to believe that if if the world and white folks don't validate you in some way, you're not as important as the people who have been validated by white folks. Look at how many of our so-called heroes are simply Black people that white people put on TV. They're seriously, there are people that are seen as heroes in the Black community, and I think about it, and I would say to my wife, I'd say, what would we think about this guy if some white guy had not chosen to put him on television? People love this lady or this person because they know who they are and they've heard their album or seen their TV show or saw them get a Grammy or an Oscar or a Pulitzer or something. But If you strip all that away, there's nothing left. There's nothing there. So it is that consciousness that exists within those who seek to kind of manage the Black community and develop systems around managing the Black community that causes them to really get to decide who our heroes are going to be, who we're going to look up to. If they could take any random person on the street, like a Sexy Red or something, boost her up, make her one of the most famous people in America, put a whole lot of money in her pocket, and there will be a segment of the Black community that will look up to that person, that will say, "Oh, wow, you're my hero. I want to be like you when I grow up." Or you could take that same person. You could take it's Sexy Red is this rapper. You don't go look her up. It's gonna make you vomit. But anyway, they could take Sexy Red. Pay attention now. They could take her to any elementary school in the hood right now, and the kids would start screaming. They would be excited to see her in the gymnasium, and they wouldn't be excited if you say brought, I don't know, the greatest Black surgeon on the planet, right? Especially if it's somebody like Dr. Ben Carson, who happens to be a Republican, like, oh, boo, you're bad, yeah. Or we don't know who you are, or you seem like a nerd, right? But so it's kind of interesting how that's done, right? If you see it the way I see it, it's like, oh, I get it. Because you've invested billions of dollars, that's money. See, money controls all this, by the way. This is every time we talk, we're always having a financial conversation. I want you to know this, because money is like the little demon kind of lurking in the background, this rubbing his hands like Birdman, just controlling everything that's happening in your mind, your body, your community, right? So they put billions of dollars into developing this infrastructure in this thing called media. And so they get their television signals in everybody's home. And then they say, okay, we're going to take this person, we're going to put them in everybody's house, and we're going to put them in everyone's consciousness. And this person's going to be the new it guy for the Black community. And that's what they do. So anyway, so social pressure, I think, is one of those things that really harms us economically. In fact, studies show that Black people worship celebrities. So Nielsen, when they wrote their report on how to sell things to Black people, they said it's easy. Just put a celebrity in the ad, and Black people will buy it. When I went to a party, I went to the NBA All-Star Weekend, and there was a party. I got invited by the guy who ran the Air Jordan brand, and me and my wife went in there, and it was really nice, really fancy, and they had all these really cool places you could grab food and stuff. And so I sat down. I mean, this was good, like good food. It's like I got like a little version of a steak dinner. So I sat down at this little place, and I was sitting next to this guy, and I knew he was important because he's like a real weird looking European guy. And I said, "Well, what do you do?" And he said, I created the Beats by Dre headphones. And I said, "Wow." I said, "You guys did a really great job with the marketing on that." And he said, "Thank you." And I guess he didn't care what I did, and I didn't care to tell him. But really, when I said you guys did a great job on the marketing, I was really thinking, wow, you really did a great job of manipulating Black people's addiction to celebrities, and the addiction to sort of fitting in and following the crowd. Because what you did was you took some pretty mediocre headphones, and you ran a campaign where you had all their favorite celebrities wearing those headphones. So you used symbolism to really connect to the conscious and subconscious mind of mostly Black people, to basically say, if you have this symbol, this little Beats by Dre symbol in your ear with these headphones, you're gonna be similar to Serena. You're gonna be similar to Lil Wayne. You're gonna be similar to LeBron, right? And that's kind of what I see when they talk about peer pressure and social influence. I think social influence is really something that, if you're going to allow social influence to impact you, then put yourself in an environment where you're going to be influenced by people that are going to make you do the things that you want to do. So if you want to lose weight, get into a group of people that are into losing weight. If you want to be intellectual, make your peer group other intellectuals. Don't try to be an intellectual person when you're surrounded by a group of ignorant people. Like, that's going to frustrate you, and you're going to be mad, and you're going to be punching at the air, and it's terrible. Like, literally, the most torturous conversations I have is when I try to have a deep conversation with people who ain't trying to be deep. In those conversations, I just need to sit back and just listen and study. I feel like the guy the guy who used to go in the wilderness and study the animals and stuff. And I would just study human nature, and I would just be like, wow, this really ignorant conversation is really interesting to these people. And they're talking about stuff that just doesn't make any sense. And I know the reason you believe that is because you watch too much Fox News, and you believe that because you watch MSNBC, and you believe that because you watch BET. And I'm not judging in a negative way. I try not to do that, but I realize this is not my conversation. This is not a time for me to bring out the other side of Boyce that wants to go super deep on topics, because this is not the crowd to do that with. So find your crowd, find your people. Be intentional about that. I think that consciousness is also connected to intentionality. So if I'm consciously and intentionally selecting who I want in my space, what woman I want by my side, what friends I want in my house, what people I want to talk to, then that allows me to structure an environment that is conducive to me becoming the man that I want to be. I don't want to be a man who's out drinking liquor at the strip club and using drugs. So I'm not really going to want to spend a lot of time around people that are doing that. I want to be a man who's trying to be better, who's trying to pursue his goals, who's trying to be smarter, etc. So when I pick my friends, I pick them specifically and deliberately, because unfortunately there's a culture that kind of wants to push you in a different direction. So use peer pressure to your advantage. Don't let peer pressure cause you to do things that are not going to be good for you. Number 3 is instant gratification. This is another reason people overspend. That's a big one. So the study was done by Frederick Lowenstein and Donahue in 2002. The research paper was called Delayed Discounting in Economic Decision Making, a meta-analysis. So they said that the tendency to prioritize immediate rewards over long-term benefits, known as delayed discounting, meaning that if something's delayed in your mind, you discount it. You just kind of like, it's not as meaningful because I got to wait 6 months or whatever. This can lead to overspending. People often choose to buy now rather than save for future needs. So instant gratification is a big, big problem. And unfortunately, instant gratification is encouraged everywhere. All people talk about is the present, and all they're worried about is right now. The politicians do it. The politicians have screwed up our government financially, because every politician is thinking about getting reelected in 2 or 3 years. They're not thinking about what the country is going to look like 50 years from now. Therefore, in 50 years, the country is going to be a mess. Number 4, marketing and advertising tactics. Marketing strategies such as limited time offers and flashy advertisements create a sense of urgency and excitement that can trigger impulsive buying and overspending. This research study was done by Kotler, and it's called The Effectiveness of Marketing Strategies in Influencing Consumer Behavior. So marketing and just kind of pushing different buttons like buy now. If you don't get it by such and such, then whatever. Like these tactics are used regularly when it comes to offering various products and items. And in fact, actually, when they talk about selling luxury goods, one thing that they do is they train them to pretend like they don't really want your business, because they know that people tend to want things that they can't have. You see this sometimes maybe in dating. Like, has anybody ever seen somebody who stops liking a person because that person likes them so much, right? Like at first you're interested in that woman, and then she shows a lot of interest in you, and then you're like, okay, I don't want you anymore because you're not a challenge. Like there are people that do that, or I've seen women do that too, right? You only like the guys who don't want you, and the guy who wants you, you see that as a weakness, or there's something wrong with him. And I think this is something that's just ingrained in a lot of us. And I had to tell people, I said, I didn't chase my wife. She didn't play hard to get. I told her, I said, I like you. She said, I like you too. And then we said, great, there's a match. That's it. It wasn't like, I like you. Well, no, I'm not interested. And if she had played hard to get, then she wouldn't have got. I said, if my wife had played hard to get, I didn't play those games. No, it's like either you like me or you don't. And if you tell me you don't like me, then that means you don't like me. And I'm not gonna. Why would I like somebody who doesn't like me? That don't even make no damn sense. That's weird. That's very weird. And because there was another woman years ago. I'm not gonna say her name because in case she watches or something. But I kid you not. And she was. I was attracted to her. She was smart. I like the smart women. I don't ladies, don't ever let men make you feel bad about being educated and stuff. Smart women are awesome. And men, don't be intimidated by smart women. If she's a good woman, then she'll make you smarter. Like, don't be intimidated by that. There's nothing to be intimidated by. Just treat each other with respect. And remember, everybody can learn from everybody. PhDs, some of us PhDs, we know a lot about one thing, but there's a lot of stuff that we're missing. So never assume you can't learn from someone with less education than you. That's flawed thinking. Education is not the same as knowledge, and knowledge is not the same as wisdom. Wisdom says that your little PhD, your little MD, your little JD, whatever, that means you have a lot of knowledge in one special area. That does not mean you know everything. So don't be that person who thinks they know everything. Okay. So anyway, so yeah, there was another lady, and this is a true story. I never told this story before, but it's funny because it's relevant. So why not share it? And I was probably about 30, and I got into that stage in life where I was ready to, settle down. I didn't want to settle down when I was broke. I'm sorry. It doesn't feel good to, like, I was having trouble feeding myself. I didn't want the responsibility to have to feed a bunch of other people. I know that some people say, oh, that stuff shouldn't matter. It mattered to me. I wanted to have a decent income because there's a lot of pressure when you can't provide. So I got my first job. So I was feeling myself. I'm making good money. She was another professor, just like my wife is a professor. I was very attracted to her, and she had a good job. So my good job with her good job, we had a good income. And I went to this lady, and I just kind of let her know I was interested. I said, "Hey, why don't we have a relationship?" And she starts going, I don't know. I got to think about it. I don't know. I don't think it would work. And she starts telling me all the reasons why it wouldn't work. And I'm kind of disappointed, like, dang, well, I thought we were good, And so 3 weeks later, her friend calls me and goes, well, why, and I'm telling her friend, because here's the thing. When you're a young black man with money, you 30 years old and you making six figures, there was women lined up around the block. It wasn't hard to meet a new woman. So I met another lady that I liked, and I was telling my friend, I was like, yeah, I met this girl. We're going out and da da da, right? And she goes, well, what about so and so, the girl that rejected me? And I was like, but I said, but I did ask her. I told her. I told her the whole story. I said, yeah. I said, hey, why don't we date? And she was hemming and hawing and saying, no, thank you, I'm not interested, and blah blah blah. And you know what she said? I kid you not. She goes, no, no, no. She likes you. She was just rejecting you to see if you were serious. And I was like, what? I was like, no, I am a serious man. If I ask you a serious question, I just expect a serious answer. I don't know. I don't know how to play those games. I was not trained on I did not grow up believing or being taught that no means yes and yes means no. I didn't. Because that gets guys arrested, by the way. That gets you labeled as a predator, or that gets you a sexual harassment accusation when you assume. And that's my belief that no means no, yes means yes. And I know that there's nuances to this. I believe that with human nature, yeah, there was a time where like that song, remember that song? It's cold outside. I really got to be going. Come on, baby, it's freezing out there. No, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't stay. No, come on, baby, you gotta. Right? That. Do y'all know? Y'all remember when that song got labeled as like a Predator song or something in the Me Too movement, where they were saying that they can't play that song anymore because it's predatory sexual harassment, or it's rape culture or something, right? So there was a time where you could have those sort of nuanced experiences with each other, but the world I grew up in was like, no, if you want to be safe, you take people for their word. So when you say no, that means, okay, no problem. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the harasser. I'm not the guy. And also here's the other thing too. There was a self-esteem dimension to this that says, why in the hell would I want to be somewhere where I'm not wanted? Like, why would I want to pursue someone or something that doesn't want me back? And that made me think about how many of us kind of do the opposite. We will literally give our very best to people who give us their worst. And that struggle love, it translates to everything. We do struggle love when it comes to economics. I believe collectively, white America's kind of shown, not that white people are all bad, but systematically, they don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. They're not going to give you any of that money back. They don't respect you. They're not going to support your reparations or anything. But yet you will be so quick to seek out their validation, you will be so quick to give them your money. You will give them your time. You will sell them your children. You will sell your children to the corporate plantation and say, go serve that white man over there. He gonna pay you. He gonna pay you enough money to pay your rent. Not to get rich. He's gonna give you enough money just to get by. We do that. We are really deeply committed to people, places, and things that are not equally committed to us. And I argue that that is a psychological problem. That is a self-esteem issue. So the same way when I talk about my wife, and I don't play when it comes to that type of stuff. I make it 100% clear. When I told my wife I was interested in her, and she replied and said, I'm interested in you too, that let us know that there was a match. If one of us had played this goofy game of like, I'm gonna pretend like I don't like you to make you like me more, that to me is not a healthy game, nor is it a safe game to play for me as a black man for sure. I'm not here to harass my way into your life or to beg my way into your life or to wear you down until you finally agree to let me in, because then I'm setting this terrible standard. I'm gonna have to always meet this standard, and I'm always on thin ice because the minute I mess up, you're gonna kick me to the curb. No, I have value. She has value. I see her value, she sees mine. And we're clear about that. That's what grown-ups do. And I think the same thing should be true in any area of your life. When you're talking about spending money, let me tell you, one way that they sell luxury items is they act like they don't like you and they don't care if you're there and they really don't even want you around. Do you know Bernie Madoff? Do you know the way Bernie Madoff? Anybody, give me a yes if you know the name Bernie Madoff. Y'all know Madoff, right? Y'all remember Madoff? He ran the biggest Ponzi scheme in American history to the tune of tens of billions of dollars. Do you know how Madoff got? And he was robbing his own people. He's Jewish, by the way. He was robbing Jewish people in a major way to the tune of like 60, 70 billion dollars. Do you know how Madoff got so many smart people in the Jewish community? See, we y'all think Jewish people are perfect when it comes to money. No, they're not perfect. They're flawed like us. Do you know how he got so many people to invest? He acted like he didn't want their money. He acted like, I got a bunch of other clients. I have a bunch of people who are already offering me millions of dollars. So if you don't give me your money by tomorrow, then I'm not interested. And so people will say, oh, well, I really want him to take my money. So I went ahead and hurried up and gave it to him because I was so scared. That's what he did. He played hard to get, because he knows that we're raised to be suckers in that way. We're raised to want things that we cannot have. And by people presenting something in a scarce fashion or in a way where they are, you get the FOMO. Thank you. That's a great term. Where you create this space where it's like, look, I don't want nothing to do with you. It does something. When you tell people they can't have something, they really, really want it. So when white America tells black people all the things that we can't have, and they have all these things sort of locked away that we have to beg our way to get access to, we will literally sacrifice everything to get access to that special space. And what I think is a great mind trick, that because they're doing mind tricks on you, you might as well do mind tricks on yourself, is a mind trick that I did on Boyce. Was I said, no, Boyce, you are in the special space. You are the special space. Stop begging other people to let you to be around them. They should be begging to be around you. And not in a disrespectful way, but where you're sitting right now is the place to be. And I remember saying this when I was sitting in my little apartment. It wasn't a little apartment; it was a little townhouse in Syracuse, and I was doing this work, writing these articles nobody was reading, and I was doing work nobody paid attention to. I remember saying, I'm going to work so hard and I'm going to be so damn good at what I do that people are going to come looking for me. They're going to say, damn, this guy in Syracuse is doing some amazing stuff. How do I get in touch with him? And years later, one day, my assistant calls me and says, Tyler Perry wants to talk to you. And then I get another call. Farrakhan is on the phone. And then I get another call. Cornel West wants to speak to you. So all these people that I admired, that I looked up to, and I was respectful. I was never arrogant toward them because I love all these people actually. They saw what I was doing. They saw that yeah, there's value over here too. And so what I'm saying to you, and this is a good point to close on, is that you are valuable right where you are. You are as precious as you choose to be. Your community, in my view, our community, that's the sweet spot, man. That's where the gold is buried. The gold is buried in your backyard. You ain't got to pack your bags and go searching the world, looking for love in all the wrong places, chasing people down, begging people to acknowledge you, begging people to tell you that Black Lives Matter. begging people to let you into their institutions. You've got the juice already. You've got that. You just have to see it. You have to see it and you have to refine it. The things you don't invest in are the things that will never grow. So we get so busy when you talk about Black economics, we get so busy watering everybody else's garden that we forget that we got a garden in our own backyard that isn't getting any water at all. You leave your community every day to go work for other people in other people's businesses and do stuff for other folks and buy stuff from other people. And then when you finally get home, your community's in shambles, your family done fell apart, and everything that could have been amazing in your life has died because you've been trained to invest in everything except for yourself. Your children alone, just your children, I'm not talking about your human capital and your creativity and everything else, just your children are a multi-trillion-dollar asset that you're not really investing in properly. We are not investing heavily in our children. If I was 22 years old again and I lived my life again, I would have found a great quality woman at the age of 22, had about 14 kids, and spent all my time investing in those 14 kids and making them into clones of whatever set of ideologies that we believed in as a family. And I would start at the age of 0 to make sure that we were all on the same page, because ultimately I would be building an empire. That, to me, that investment will be more important than any job I could get. It would be more important than any stupid award I could win if I was running off to Hollywood. It will be more important than any of the other stuff people are doing. So find the things that matter to you and invest in that. Invest in you. Invest in the people around you. Like that's where your win is. Your win is not looking for love in all the wrong places or begging white folks to give you a seat at the table. To hell with their table. I don't want their table. I don't want to be at your table. I got a damn table. I'm building a table. And I'm building a better table. My table's made out of gold. Your table's made out of faulty plastic. I'm not integrated into a burning house. I'm building a powerful kingdom. That's the mindset, I think, that will get us to the next level. In fact, it's the mindset I know that will get us to the next level. So keep building, keep investing in the things around you. That's how you win. All right, I gotta go. It's time for us to finish up for today. I really enjoyed talking to you. We're gonna be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. If you want to get the reminder, just text the word morning to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link. So text morning to 87948. Also tonight at 8 p.m., I'm meeting the Prime students. We're going to talk about making money selling stock options. You're going to like it. It's really a lot of fun. It's really good stuff. Also, in case you didn't know, at drboycebooks.com, my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is there, along with books from my wife. We have financial flashcards for kids, things like that. I know it's summertime, and if you have kids, your kids are probably sitting around doing nothing. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and take a look at some of the resources there, and maybe that will help you in your journey. So God bless you guys. It was real, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
So far, and I hope you're doing well. What's my largest holding? Great question, Errol. Errol's so smart. I love talking to Errol. Errol, you're one of my favorite people, period. I just want you to know that. You know what? I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's Amazon. I got to double check, but I think Amazon is where I have my biggest holding. I gotta look. I can't remember. I buy so much stuff. I don't always remember everything that represents my biggest holdings. But then again, it's a style. It's a preference, right? Some people invest in a way where they know exactly what they hold in every area all the time. What I do is I look for evidence that tells me that there's a possible catalyst that could push a stock price up, and I add good stocks to my portfolio. And in fact, in a little bit, I'll give you guys a couple of stocks that I identified that I like, that I just bought shares of these companies, and that can kind of help you guys. Also, if you are interested in weed, in what's going on with the weed industry, not smoking weed, I'm not going to smoke with you, but I will invest with you. I want you smoking. I want you to be smoking the kind of weed where you make your weed out of the dollar bills. You crush your dollar bills up and you smoke them. I'm joking. I'm being stupid. But anyway, that's what I'll smoke with you. And so I have a list of cannabis stocks that I pulled together. That if you did not get that list yet, let me know if you all got the list. I sent it out via text. And what I'll do is I'm going to grab the link again today and put that back in the chat so you guys can have that list of cannabis stocks. And y'all got to forgive me. I'm looking all over my computer screen. I got stuff everywhere. But yeah, I call them canna stocks. That's because I just make names up and stuff. But yeah, so the list of canna stocks, it's in here somewhere. I'm going to find it. And when I find it, I'm going to share it. Don't let me forget to share it, because in the mornings when I have all my stuff out everywhere, sometimes I get a little bit lost with stuff. All right, so with that being said, and the reason that I'm really, really interested in cannabis is because I just really believe it's going to be legalized. I don't think that the world we live in now can persist. I think that when you talk about cannabis and crypto, those are just two areas where there's too much legal ambiguity. And so I think that there will be more clarity, regulatory clarity when it comes to crypto, which will benefit a lot of cryptos. In fact, right now, there's an Ethereum ETF that is pretty much approved or close to it. And I think that that's a good reason to be invested with Ethereum. Also with Bitcoin, we've been talking about Bitcoin for a while, and I mentioned to you all that I'm a big fan of Bitcoin. And so there's a lot of opportunities out here. And so let me share this list of the cannabis stocks. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and you guys can grab that if that's of interest to you. Give me 1 second here. Hold on. All right, let's see. Here we go. Okay. Sheesh, I tell you, it's like there's so much information to keep up with. It's kind of hard to. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, thank you, Sonia. Sonia already shared it, so looks like Sonia's on her game. What would I do without Sonia? All right. So anyway, so there's the list right there inside the chat as well. So Sonia also provides her link as well. So let's see here. What else am I noticing? All right. So in terms of opportunities, I do believe that, and I heard an analysis by Kathy Wood, who is interesting. She's super smart, but sometimes she's just wrong. And I don't know if she's wrong about this or not, but I know that it did make sense. She was saying that based on certain historical data, that there's evidence to say that companies that small cap stocks tend to do well in this kind of environment. They don't do well right now, like they're undervalued. And that what's happening right now in the market is that everybody's flocking toward these big companies, these big tech companies. And what tends to happen is that whatever everybody else is flocking toward, that's not really the place you want to be long term. Like everything that's overperforming right now is going to underperform at some point in the near future, and everything that's underperforming now is going to do well later on. So there are some small cap companies that I took a look at that I actually invested in. And again, this is not investing advice, but I'll mention them to you. One is a company called Magnite, Magnite, and the ticker symbol is MGNI. And I invested in this company solely for the fact that when I did my research on it, the analysts like it, and also it's a small cap company that should have some possibilities later on down the line as the market evolves. So again, if you want to go take a look at that company, it's MGMI, and the name of the company is Magnite. And so feel free to take a look at that. Again, this is not investing advice, though. Now, what else is happening in the markets? I'll just kind of give you a quick summary. A couple of things going on right now. Basically, the economy is holding pretty steady. There are some risks and catalysts in the economy, particularly in the areas like commercial real estate. A lot of people are concerned about commercial real estate. In addition to that, if you want to look at sectors that seem to be a little bit overvalued, tech is a little overvalued. So all the big tech stocks that everybody loves, a lot of people believe that they're priced so high that even though these are great companies, they may not be great investments. Because remember, a great company does not make for a great investment, and a bad company does not mean it's a bad investment. Also, the Federal Reserve is expected to maintain interest rates higher for longer, which means that these rate cuts that they've been talking about that would have been positive catalysts for your stocks, they're probably not coming for a while. They may do a rate cut in the summer, but for the most part, they're not going to likely do the rate cuts that everyone expected to see, right? And also, some people believe that GDP is going to slow down a little bit in the third quarter of 2024. They're not predicting a recession, but there could be. I mean, they're supposed to be. The economy's done so well that at some point you've got to slow down. You've got, that which goes up has to eventually come down. And so you can expect some sort of economic downturn to occur in the near future. All right, so what I want to do is look at some of your questions here. Let's see, the first question I see comes from Genia Ardrey. She says, I have P&G stock with a holding company. Should I leave it there or move it to another platform to build in order to buy, sell options? Well, if you're talking about buying and selling options, Procter & Gamble is not a stock that we talk about much in the Prime program. Right? So, in terms of options, you'd have to have a lot of shares of Procter & Gamble stock, I expect, to be able to generate a decent income from options. However, if you wanted to move assets over to pursue a particular strategy, you can. But what I do is I sell my options and stuff like that, and that's how I generate my income. But I don't put more than, say, 20%, 15, 20% of my portfolio in that direction. Because you got to remember that every type of investment involves risk. The stocks that give you the most income tend to also have the most volatility. That's why the options market is so active. So in my view, I wouldn't sort of get overly enthusiastic when you see the money come out. It can be nice though, if you're able to kind of stomach it and just kind of ignore the things that should be ignored, then it does work. I sat with a student this morning who every week he generates about $3,000 a week on his options. And but he was a saver. He saved up over $100,000, and so he's able to put that money in that portfolio and just use that as his income driver. So he doesn't have to work if he doesn't want to. So this is an easy out. And those that are interested, if you don't know about the Prime program, a lot of people like it. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look at that. It's a really great way to make money. Let's see. Jennifer says, did Dr. Boyce host a private Q&A for Prime members this morning at 10 a.m. Central? No, I did not. Was that, did that pop up on the schedule or something? Did you get a notification or something? Because sometimes Zoom does weird stuff like that. It'll send out stuff announcing that I'm going to do something and I know nothing about it. So if that happens, we've got a great support team. You can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they will take care of you. They'll make sure that, that everything that should be a certain way is done a certain way. So email support@theblackbusinessschool.com if you see anything like that, because sometimes I don't catch everything, and so I would love your help in terms of figuring out how we can do things better in the Black Business School. I keep trying to help everybody understand that we are a university, right? A lot of people don't believe a Black man can actually run a university, but my PhD is just as real as the white guys. So we are getting it done, and we educate. We educate people on Black wealth better than any institution in the country. There's no HBCU, there's no white university, Harvard, Yale, Stanford. None of these schools do what we do the way we do it because we are kind of the Black wealth surgeon. So that's our specialty. That's what we selected, and that's where we're going to stay, right? So if you want to see how we can help you, just email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Thank you, Rianne, by the way. I see you in the chat. Rianne is on our team. She's in the chat right now. She can answer questions and help you out. And the ticker symbol for the stock I mentioned earlier is MGNI. MGNI, I just bought shares of that stock this morning, and this is how I want you to get into the habit of buying stock. I want you to not make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Just get in there and buy consistently. And when you see stocks that appear to be good opportunities, just buy it. Just do it. Just like you go to the store and you buy bread, or you go and you buy a pair of socks. When you buy a pair of socks, you don't sit and spend 6 weeks wondering if you should own socks or not. You just do it. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. Man, look at me. I got bars today. So buy stocks the way you buy socks. And that is literally my best advice for you and I don't give it investing advice. So let me just take that word back, but you get what I'm saying, that this is how I do it. Just you find stuff that you think is a good buy and you invest it. Because here's the deal. Look, Magnite, the company I mentioned earlier, they provide technology solutions to automate the purchase and sale of digital advertising inventory for buyers and sellers. It features applications and services for digital advertising sellers, including websites, mobile applications, and other digital media properties. Okay, so Magnite, the ticker symbol is MGNI, Mary, Gary, Nancy, Ignition. Basically, think about this. So this stock is $12.60. Okay, now here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now that I bought this stock this morning. I bought a couple $1,000s worth of this stock. If you ask me 2 months from now, hey, Boyce, do you own Magnite? Did you buy any shares of Magnite? I won't remember. I'm going to literally be like, I don't know. Let me check. because I buy anything that looks good. And here's why I don't overthink it, why I don't let it stress me out. So let's say that you buy a few shares of the stock, and let's say that it doesn't go up at all. Let's say that it drops by 40%. Well, what else were you going to do with that money anyway? I mean, maybe you could have bought a different stock, but you don't know. You can't predict stock prices. There's a whole theory called the random walk hypothesis, and I've told you all about this, that says you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. You can make a guess. You can kind of look at sectors and kind of figure some things out, figure out what the risk profile is, but you really don't know. You don't know. So stop trying to know things that you can't know, and stop listening to people who tell you they know things that are really unknowable. This again, I'm not a financial influencer. I am a financial scientist. So I can tell you that the financial science, the research says you can't predict. So stop stressing yourself over things that you can't control and things you can't possibly know. Here's what you do know, though. You lean on what you do know. Here's what you do know is that people who consistently buy stock have more money than people who don't buy stock. Do we agree on that? Give me a yes if I've convinced you of that, if you understand this, if you believe me. This is what the research says. Again, I'm not a financial influencer, I'm a financial scientist. This is what the science says. That's what you do know. So, and what else do you know? Well, you do know that if you save your money or put it into some sort of asset, you're going to have more to show for it than if you take it to the mall and buy a bunch of clothes. Do we agree on that? That if I buy this stock at $12.60 per share and I put my money in this stock, even if the stock goes south 5 years from now, and let's say it drops from $12.60 to $9 a share, at least I'll still have some money left over. What happens if I go to the mall with that money? And this is the thing. People will avoid investing because they're scared of losing a little bit of money, but will go take that same money and go shopping, which means you're going to lose all your damn money. There ain't hardly nothing you bought in 2017 that you're still using right now. Probably not even your car. So why not try? And here's the third thing. Here's another thing you do know. I could name 20 things that you do know, and then I can name a bunch of stuff you don't know. But here's another thing that you do know. You do know that keeping your money is better than giving it away, right? We do know these things, right? We do know that if I keep my money, I'm going to have more money than if I give my money away. So when you buy stock, what you're really doing is you're putting your money into what they call a store of value. A store of value is like putting my money in a bucket. And if I put my money in a bucket, another thing I know, this is another thing you add to the list, is I know that if I buy this stock, sure, it might go down. But also if I buy this stock, it might go up. And I know that I don't know if it's going to go up, but at least I know that if I'm in the game, I have a chance to win. If I'm not in the game at all, I have no chance at all. So I buy this stock not because I know it's going to go up, but because I have reason to believe that there's a good chance it could go up. I also know that if I save my money, I'm going to have more than if I give my money away. And then also I know that this stock might double or triple or something. And then because I'm in the game, that's how you win the game. Do you understand? Like when I show you all this stuff, let me show you. This is exciting. I saw INSM, and it's fun. Investing, the fun side of investing, it's okay to have fun, is when you get these like Christmases in July kind of thing, or these like really exciting surprises. So let me show you the big surprise for today that really just is going to make my wife want to give me extra kisses today on her birthday. Today's her birthday. And I love my wife a lot, and she's just sexy as hell. She's 50 years old. She wears the same size she wore in college. How about that for a miracle? And she ain't on Ozempic, and she don't smoke crack or nothing. So she actually did it the right way. She actually went to the gym and busted her butt. So shout out to all the hardworking Black women in the world. You deserve the best of us. So here's what happened today that is going to make my wife give me extra kisses when she wakes up. Look at this stock. This is INSMED. The ticker symbol is INSM. It's a pharmaceutical company. I bought these shares because I felt that there was some possibility this stock would go up. It was what I call a pregnant stock. And by pregnant, I mean that the number one driver of stock prices is information. Information is everything. That's why Martha Stewart is doing TV shows with Snoop Dogg, because she traded on inside information. And y'all remember what happened to Martha Stewart? Does everybody know that? Let me know if you remember what happened to Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart went to prison because she traded on inside information. And basically, the idea is that to maintain fair and orderly markets, you have to make sure everybody has the same information so that when that information gets released, it moves prices. And it's not there if somebody knows what's going to happen before it actually happens. So here, with this stock, based on the volatility characteristics of this stock, I said, okay, I don't know if this stock is going to give birth to a boy or a girl. I don't know if it's going to give birth to a pretty baby or an ugly baby, but you can look at the options activity of a stock and figure out if that stock is pregnant. So INSMED was a stock I pointed out because it looked pregnant. I sold some call options on the stock, made a few $1,000s on that, but I gave up a lot of my upside, and the stock just did a kapoof, right? It went from $22 or something to $46.82, and that it doubled in price overnight, pretty much. And this happened. Now, did I know this was going to occur? No, I did not. It's not. I'm not going to sit here and pretend to be some sort of financial magician that can predict these things. You can't predict these things, but because if it was predictable, the stock wouldn't have been trading at 22. It would have been trading at 46 all along. But I knew there was a chance, and I knew that in order to get a chance to win, you have to be in the game. So I quietly, sort of slowly, consistently bought shares of this stock, and I did mention it to you guys. I mentioned the stock to you, and actually, I think in the moneymakers list, or actually, I sent something out to you guys on Prime about this. So here with this stock, it's up here now. Here's what I did at this point. What I did now was, because of my particular style of investing, my goal is to not be greedy. I don't need to make every single nickel. I'd rather protect a dollar than risk a dollar to go try to make a dollar, especially when I'm already way ahead. So just like a basketball game, if you notice, a basketball coach plays a different strategy when he's winning than he does when he's losing. So because I'm the coach that's 30 points ahead in the game, I'm not trying to shoot a lot of 3-pointers. I'm not trying to get 60 points ahead. I want to protect the lead. So, but at the same time, I want that upside. I want it just in case the stock keeps on running. I want to be a part of that. I want to still be in the game so I can have a chance to win. So what I did was I was going to sell some call options on the stock at this price, but the stock moved so much that when I looked for the price of the calls, there was no market for the calls on the stock. Now that might have changed, but when I looked this morning, I literally looked. The current price is $46.74. From what I understand, yeah, you can't, at least not on Robinhood anyway. Maybe on the other apps it's different, but you can't sell a call option on this stock with a strike price above 40, which is just interesting to me because I'm curious to see when that's going to change. The other thing that I did was I didn't buy puts, but what I did a trailing stop loss order. I sold a little bit of my position just to get out, and then I did a trailing stop loss, and that basically means that I gave instructions that say that if this stock keeps going up, then keep holding it. But if it drops 10% above its previous high, get me out. I'm out. I don't want to keep losing money because there's nothing that's really connecting me to this company. There's no reason that I see to want to be a long-term investor. I've done well. I'm happy. I want to put my money into other stable securities. Also, with the market being so strong, I'm stockpiling cash because I told you guys, as I always tell you, winter is coming. Winter is coming. Sunny days don't last forever. Winter is coming. There's going to come a day where you're going to start seeing a change in the headlines. You're going to start seeing all these announcements that the market is going south and it drops again. The Dow has the biggest drop, 2-day drop in history, whatever. You're going to see that bad news. But the good news about bad news is that bad news really ain't bad news unless you want it to be bad. The good news about the bad news is that bad news can actually be good. So it can be bad, not bad meaning bad, but bad meaning good. Shout out to Run DMC. So basically, when you start seeing those negative headlines, if you are prepared and you have the cash available, then you can go ahead and take advantage of those opportunities because there are people like the Warren Buffetts of the world who just sit back and they stockpile cash. They're just loading up the gun. They're just loading up the gunpowder, putting the bullets in the holster. Or, well, you know what I mean. Don't put bullets in a holster, but you get the point. And they're just kind of getting ready. They're ready to cock and squeeze whenever the market dips. Warren Buffett's sitting on $170 billion in cash, and he's not using it because he doesn't see anything worth buying. But I guarantee you that if the market starts to dip, you're going to see Warren Buffett make some major acquisitions. Now, here's one thing I wanted to mention. I see your question, Anthony, on doing a class on how to do trailing stops. There is one training I did. I did that class. I did a special training on that, and I called it Stormproof Investing. And so if you go to stormproofinvesting.com, stormproofinvesting.com is a training. It doesn't cost that much, and it's yours for life. And I literally went through 6 or 7 different strategies that you can follow to prepare yourself for an economic storm. And so the trailing stop was part of it, but then there's other strategies that we lay out. So feel free to go to stormproofinvesting.com. And not only do we allow you to share anything that you do in the Black Business School with your family, you can share your membership with other people in your family. Just try to be respectful if you can of what we're doing. And not only do we allow you, but we encourage you to do that. So each one teach one. So feel free to do that. Do you do contract trading? You mean for stock options? If that's the case, then yeah, that's drboyceprime.com. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or if you want an introduction, you can text the word money to 87948. And I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working. It really does work. It's very effective. And so if you want to take a look at that, you can just text the word money to the number 87948. Now, one of the company I want to show you that was really interesting too. Just this one gives me, this is like, sometimes you think about an old girlfriend and you kind of smile to yourself, but I don't do that too often because I'm married now, so I'm a good boy. But still, this stock is like a beautiful old girlfriend or something from 20 years ago, and it's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. And let me show you this. This happened in class. This is pretty cool. This stock was trading about 60 something, and one of the students in the prime class came to me. James Wilson was actually teaching his whole entire church how to trade stock options, which not trade stock options, but generate income from stock options. That's very different from trading. There will be 3 categories of investing, in my opinion. There are long-term investors, there are traders, which it's very stressful, very tough to make consistent income. And then there are income generators. Income generators are more on the conservative side. You're not buying risk, you're selling risk. So he's teaching his whole church how to increase their income with stock options, because you have all these people in the church that have, that $40, $50, $80,000 or whatever in home equity or in their 401k, and they want to activate some of that money and generate income from it. Maybe they want to quit their job. And so he's showing the whole church how to do it. And I just love that. So anyway, James came to me with this company, and he saw that the options premiums were really high. And I said, okay, so you got a pregnant stock on your hands. Something big is about to happen. So what I did with this stock was I bought a bunch of shares. I not only told him that I like it, but if I like something, I'll invest right along with you, right? I'm in the same game you are. So I bought a bunch of the shares. I sold options on some of the shares, but I didn't sell the options on all the shares, because I said, if this stock does take off, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of the party. So this stock literally went from $67 per share up to $290, and it did that like overnight, just like that. And so it was like Christmas in July. I don't know how much money James and his wife made, but I'm willing to bet you it was quite a bit because it was how they were positioned. But I don't mean to talk about anybody's personal business. And I made some money too. And so sometimes these things happen. But the thing about it, though, in my opinion, is that in terms of investing strategy, you don't want to think of the market as a casino. Some people, the company's Madrigal Pharmaceuticals. Good question, Stephanie. You don't want to think of the market as a casino. A lot of people sort of invest where they're hoping to hit it big, almost with a lottery kind of mindset. And I don't think that that's a healthy way to invest, because you usually don't hit it big like that. And then sometimes you can hit it bad. And really, the reason we created a whole department called Black Financial Therapy is because sometimes when we hit it bad, we don't know how to handle that. And so really, I want to encourage you all to make sure that you understand that emotions are a big part of investing. You can feel the euphoria when you make money, but euphoria is very dangerous. Euphoria can get you in trouble. So even when I made this money today, my first thought was, wow, all right, this is awesome. Then my next thought was, okay, calm down, Boyce. Let's protect what we have. Because once you get wealth, remember, I've mentioned to you all the 4 steps of wealth, right? Let's go through that really quickly. Number 1 is you have to know where the wealth is located. That's financial consciousness. We do financial consciousness training every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, because a lot of people, they'll never be the money because they can't see the money. They don't know where the money is. Money can literally walk right past them, and they will literally wave at it and go in the other direction. So how are you ever going to have the money if you don't understand the money, if you don't know where the money is, you don't know why some people get wealthy and some people don't? that is an awareness that you have to have. And if you ever want to be wealthy, and you'd be amazed how many people talk about, I want to make money, get money, ride or die for money, money over bros and hoes. And, like I die for money. I love money. Well, if you love money so much, then why don't you understand it? Why aren't you studying money? You should be studying the thing that you love. I love my wife. I study my wife. I watch her. I pay attention to what she likes, what she doesn't like. I understand who she is as a person. So the things you love are the things you're going to study. So if you ain't studying money, then you really don't like money the way you say you do. You don't really want financial security. You just want to talk about it. It just sounds good, right? Just like I would talk about wanting to lose weight, but I didn't really want to lose weight because I didn't go to the gym. So that's the first thing is consciousness, awareness, knowing where the money's at. Then once you know where the money is, then you have to have a plan. You got to make a little strategy, lay out the plan. What's the plan to go get the money? How are we going to connect ourselves to the money? The third thing you got to do is you got to execute. You have to follow through on the plan. So you know where the money's at. You made a plan to get the money. Now you got to get up and do the work. So again, we talked this morning in financial consciousness about level 1 versus level 2. Most people are at level 1. Level 1 means everything is one day. One day I'm going to do this. One day I'm going to do that. One day I'm going to have money. One day I'm going to be successful. One day I'm going to work hard. One day I'm going to lose weight. But to me, my question is not what are you going to do one day? My question is what are you going to do today? Level 2. So today I'm going to invest. Today I'm going to learn. Today I'm going to go to the gym. Today I'm going to execute my plan, right? So that execution is really, really important, critical. Put that on your list. Number 4, fourth step in wealth building is once you have done those first 3 steps, you will probably be wealthy. Once you have economic awareness, you've made a plan, and you've executed the plan, and you've allowed time to grow your wealth, because when you are executing the plan, you're planting little seeds, and when you plant seeds and you let them grow, they grow into big sycamore trees. So now you're sitting on money, you're sitting on success, you're sitting on all these things. Well, the fourth thing you have to do is you must protect that. You must protect that, because remember, especially when you're Black, this is really true when you're Black. I hate to say it, but it's true. When you get money, you're sitting in the middle of a space sometimes where nobody has money except for you, where most people don't have the success you have. They don't have the prosperity you have. They're not doing as well as you, right? You know what I mean? And so what happens is you kind of end up becoming vulnerable to those who want what you got. When I started making money, and I was a single man, I suddenly became very handsome. I didn't know how handsome I was until I had money. My jokes were funnier. I was the most interesting man in the world. I got attention from women that didn't pay me any attention when I was a broke student in grad school. And that was new. I didn't know that. I was like, I'm the same guy. Why am I being treated so different? This is weird. But now as I read books about it, it's natural. It happens, right? So same thing happens with when you have money, you get more friends. Everybody wants to be friends with the rich guy, right? And so what I would say to you is that protection of the wealth, it really sticks out in a lot of different ways. And I'm not going to go through all the different ways because it would take all day. Because remember, I spent a lot of time studying risk management, which is basically an awareness of all the vulnerabilities and threats that exist around you. That's what that is. And I study risk management under a guy named Renee Stoltz, who is probably one of the top 3 leading experts on the planet in risk management. He would travel all around the world and teach banks how to manage their risk, right? So I edited a textbook for him when I was in graduate school. So I spent a lot of time thinking about risk and vulnerability and how to protect yourself. And there's a long list of ways you have to sort of know how to protect what you have, because if you don't protect your wealth, you're going to lose it. 70% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in 1 generation. 90% of all wealthy families lose all their wealth in 2 generations. So why in the hell would you work your ass off for 20, 30 years, bust your butt, grind into the ground to build all this wealth, and then you hand it to your kids and they just literally take the ball and throw it out of bounds, like a basketball game. You work really hard to get the ball down the court and you pass it to your teammate and they throw the ball out of bounds. Or you are a football team and you work really hard and you grind it to run the offense and get all the way down to the 18-yard line, and you set the kicker up for a great field goal and he just kicks it he goes wide right. Like, that's got to just make these guys so mad because they work so hard to get to that point. And that's what I see when I see families that work hard and grind and push and do everything you got to do. You make a plan, you execute the plan, and then you pass the ball to your kids, and your kids are not trained to protect the ball, so you lose everything. So in this case, that doesn't just exist on a macro level, it exists on a micro level. So on a micro level, when I had this win, when the stock doubled overnight, I'm like, woohoo, this is great. My next thought was, how do I protect this? How do I protect this? And that's when you go into defense mode. Now I went from playing offense. We got down the field. Now we're going to play some defense. So you got to defend your positions. And so what I would encourage you to do is this. Right now, the market's doing really well. Right now, it's raining money in the stock market. And if you've missed this, I feel bad. I hate that. I hope I can convince you to go take a look because the money is everywhere. But it ain't going to always be everywhere. Winter is coming. Bad things are going to happen. So what you do is you buy your umbrellas when the sun is out. You never buy umbrellas in the rain because when the rain comes down, everybody's buying umbrellas. So the price of umbrellas goes way up. So you buy your umbrellas in the sun. So when I'm in the middle of the sun and I'm feeling good about this win, first thing I do is try to protect that win by shaving some shares off the top, maybe looking at some put options, maybe some stop loss orders, all that other stuff. Okay. So again, if you want to take a look at that training where we spent the whole day going through that, it's free. Well, it's not free. I'm sorry. It's a very low cost and it's yours for life though. Just go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com and share it with your whole family. You don't have to just, it's not just yours. It's anybody in your family you want to share it with. Also, someone was asking about the options training. Yeah, if you go to drboyceprime.com, that'll get you there. So, Rianne, I see someone mentioned that the links aren't working. Can you talk to that student for me, Rianne? So I see Rianne also put text the word money to 87948 for the training. So it's about an hour-long presentation I did on how to make money without working. I know you're gonna like it. So feel free to text the word money to 87948, and you can also go to drboyceprime.com. Okay, I think you're in there. Is Rianne, are you still in there? I assume Rianne is in there. So let's see here. Okay, thank you, Rianne. Yeah, it looks like Kevin has a question too. So maybe y'all can even talk offline or get an email address and share information that way too. So help each other out. All right, so let's answer some more questions here. Kevin says, is the method that Boyce uses to pick his stocks, which he presents in Stock Market Tuesdays, more oriented toward fundamental analysis or technical analysis? You know what, Kevin, I use fundamental analysis. Technical analysis is not really so encouraged amongst financial scientists. If you go to academic finance, when I was working on my doctorate, if I'd said that I believe in technical analysis, there's a good chance I might have got kicked out of my program. But there are some caveats to that. There are some exceptions for sure. There are some areas of technical analysis that actually do hold true. Which technical analysis, in case you all don't know, it's kind of like when you're looking at charts and you're looking at these bands of trading and resistance levels and stuff like that. And I'm just going to tell you, if you went to MIT, with some of the best financial scientists on the planet, and you said that's how I trade stocks, there's a good chance that a lot of them would not take that seriously. But I don't think that that's completely accurate. Just because that's what they believe doesn't mean that's 100% true. Part of my dissertation was actually on a type of technical analysis that focused on reversals and momentum. So sometimes it makes sense if you think about how human beings operate. It kind of means, when the prices go up, there's a good chance they're going to kind of get pulled down because people take their wins and they make adjustments, they sell their shares and stuff like that. But I'm more of a fundamental analysis person. And really fundamental analysis long-term, in my opinion, is more effective as an investing strategy for one basic reason. It's very rare that you're going to find a good company with good fundamentals that knows how to make money, where that investment in that company isn't going to lead you to make more money over the long term. If you look at almost any company that has growing revenues, growing net income, growing market share, just a good, solid, quality business, quality management, all that, and you invest in that company over, say, a 5 or 10 year period, you're usually not going to lose, right? And definitely not if you do it in a portfolio, right? Most investing really should be done in a portfolio. You should not be, according to financial science, you should not be focused on any individual stock. Okay, so I don't really get caught up in individual stocks. I look at them as collectives, as groups. So that style of looking at stocks, that fundamental analysis, is consistent with how Warren Buffett invests. If you listen to Warren Buffett talk, which I think everybody should, I like that guy a lot. he's accumulated his, $200 billion in cash pretty much by investing in quality businesses. He's not into the technical analysis, none of that. He just tries to figure out, do you have good management? Do you have good product? Do your customers like you? Is your revenue growing? Your income growing? That kind of thing. That's what Buffett does, and it works. And why? Well, because Buffett is a buy and hold investor. He's not a trader, right? But that doesn't mean he knows everything, though. There's been many occasions where he's missed out on lots of money because he didn't try to time the market, or he didn't participate in a market frenzy or whatever. So Buffett ain't perfect, but I like Buffett's style because it's solid. It's conservative. He learned how to invest from a book by two people named Graham and Dodd called Value Investing that was written like literally in 1932 or 33. But him and Charlie Munger are pretty old. So they were probably teenagers or something. I guess for them, that was the hot, hip, cool new book that was out there. Okay, so has Boyce bought anything so far? Yeah, MGMNI. There we go. Thank you, Joni and Margaret. Okay, there we go. So yeah, it's MGNI. That was the stock I mentioned earlier. There's another stock that I actually bought today. Let me see here. What was the ticker symbol was RCKT, and it was a pharmaceuticals company. Let me see. I'm going to read about the company and tell you guys more about it. Okay. And these are more long-term investments. So just so you know, these are investments that I believe will do well in the next, 5 to 10 years. I'm not talking about stuff that's going to do well tomorrow. Okay. So let's not get caught up in that casino mindset. So yeah, Rocket Pharmaceuticals, it's a clinical stage biotech company which engages in the development of gene therapy treatment options for rare and devastating pediatric diseases. So just based on my research, that's a company I decided I want to take some ownership in. So there we go. All right. So let me answer more questions. And by the way, that list of cannabis stocks that I mentioned, or I call them canna stocks because you say that other word too much. I don't know if I put it in an email or something, they'll think I'm selling drugs. I like those canna stocks. I'll share that link again for those of you that didn't get it. I can't even find the freaking link. Just get on the text list. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. Or you can also email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can get you the list because I can't. I got too many screens open and I'm confusing myself. So, all right. So yeah, and I know y'all didn't come here to listen to me be confused. Okay. So Jennifer says, what are the pros and cons of using margin to buy stocks? The pros of margin, Jennifer, is that margin is debt. Debt is an economic accelerator. Debt is something that will push you faster in whichever direction you're going. So if you're going in a good direction, debt will make more good things happen for you. If you're going in a bad direction, debt will accelerate the pain and the badness of your situation. So debt is like driving a super fast car, and it's going to get you to your destination faster. But if you drive it sloppily, it can crash and get you killed. So I'm a fan of debt, especially if it's used responsibly. Most millionaires and billionaires have used debt to get to where they are. If Elon Musk did not have access to debt, then he would not be the guy that he is right now. He would not be the billionaire that he is today. So debt can be a good thing. Don't let anybody tell you that debt is always bad. But at the same time, people that tell you that you're a sucker if you don't use debt, or you're stupid if you don't leverage to the hilt, those are people that have a gambling mindset who've never experienced the kind of devastating losses that can occur if you go too deep in debt. So debt is something that has to be used very carefully. But I do trade on margin because I like margin, because margin is basically access to capital. Access to capital is sometimes more important than actually having capital. If you gave me a choice and you said, Boyce, which would you rather have? $10 million right now, or the ability to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours? I would rather be able to control Warren Buffett's money for 6 hours, because I could make far more than $10 million in 6 hours with Warren Buffett's money. Or maybe it might take a day or something, but still, it would be far more than $10 million. The ability. So this is why I mentioned to you all, say it in the chat for me, please, because I have to keep repeating this to make sure we know this. What's the most important thing that a young person can have that's more important than a college degree? Somebody answer in the chat. I know some of y'all know. I know Errol knows the answer. What's the most important thing that you can give your children that will set them up for life. More important than a college degree, more important than a good job, more important than a nice car or a $20,000 prom. Right? It's a capital base. It's a capital base. And I need everybody to understand what a capital base is. A capital base is a collection of assets that you have that are available to you that allow you to generate the income you need to live your life. And because if everybody had a capital base, you wouldn't have to go to work every day. You wouldn't have to go get a job. The reason you have to get a job is because you don't have a capital base. Which means that you have to depend on someone who does have a capital base for you to get the income you need. So you have to ask them to help you because no one made a plan for you. And so what the Black Wealth Master Plan does is it positions everyone who cares enough about their future, their family, and their children to just exactly a direct path to building a capital base. So that when you drop that 22-year-old off in the game of life and they're out here in this economic struggle, they're not going out here butt naked. You know, if they go out here butt naked with no, financially speaking, of course, if they go out here butt naked with no support and no capital base, they're going to have to beg a capitalist to pay their bills. They're going to have to sell themselves into slavery. And this is the biggest problem people have. The biggest stressor that Black people have is who they work for every day and having to get up and do something they don't want to do. That's not connected to your passion, that's eating up all your time, taking you away from your kids, make you do things you don't want to do. Even medical doctors are in a trap too. We think that, if I go and become a doctor or a lawyer, then that's going to liberate me in a certain way. Well, no. I mean, if you go to school for 12 or 13 years so you can make the income of a surgeon, which let's say that's $500,000 a year, a capital base will be better than that. If your parents saved up for you and got you 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock, you could sell options on Coinbase stock at the age of 21 and make more money than a surgeon. So, so what would that take to build the capital base? Well, 1,000 shares of Coinbase stock only costs about $240,000, and Robinhood will loan you half of that money. So you come up with 120 grand, which is far less than what a house would cost. You can make almost as much money as a surgeon without a college degree. So I'm telling you all, I have not seen a single person anywhere say this. Like, when I started doing this stuff back in 2006, 2007, there are things I started saying back then that no one was saying then, and everyone's saying them now, talking about generational wealth and all that. Well, this is the thing I'm saying in 2024 that no one else is saying now, but everyone's going to be saying this by the year 2030 because I'm going to repeat it until I'm dead. The most important thing you can give your kids is a capital base. Not a degree, not a good job. None of those things are as good as having a capital base, because when you have your own capital, you have your own life. You have literally bought yourself out of slavery, and you can really get to the business of living. Donald Trump was 28 years old, not chasing corporate jobs. He was not paying off student loans. He was not struggling to pay for an apartment. He was 28 years old, purchasing a $400 million building. I don't like this man at all. I'm not putting him on a pedestal. I don't care what your politics are. But shit, when rich people are doing stuff on that level, when they're playing above the rim, I would encourage you to pay very close attention to how they got to that level. So get past your emotions. Get past this Democrat Republican nonsense. Figure out how they did it. Reverse engineer that. So capital base. There you go. I hope that sunk in. All right. And if you want to get started on that, I should give you the resource. Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. It's free. It's the $5 a day plan. That'll help you build that capital base for your child. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. All right. So let's keep going. Okay. What are your thoughts on APLS? I got it when you mentioned it. Okay. APLS. Let's look at that stock. I think I still own it somewhere. APLS is Apellis Pharmaceuticals. Okay. It's had a rough month, 16% decline. I think it's a great company for long-term ownership. If you're trying to do an option strategy with it, it doesn't work so well for options, but I do like it as a long-term investment. And remember, when I pick the stocks on what Dr. Boyce is buying, these are stocks that are expected to do well. You got to hold them for a while. They're not, it's not like instant microwave food. It's the kind of stuff you got to leave in the crock pot for a while to really make it work. So some of these stocks may not show their strength for a year or 2 or 3. So don't buy a stock now and then try to see how it's doing 2 weeks later. That's not really how investing ends up working out. You make these investments long term, And by the way, if you want to take a look at the, I do the stock picks for what Dr. Boyce is buying. If you want to go take a look at some of that, I think you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. So every week I research and curate a list of about 5 stocks that I like as long-term investments. So go to drboycestocks.com if you want to take a look at that. All right, so let's see. ASGG says, what do you recommend for beginners like me, single mother with 2 kids under 7? Blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's a great place to start. So there you go. That's the $5 a day plan. And anybody can do it, even if you don't have a high income. $5 can't even buy you a value meal at McDonald's, but they are coming out with the $5 value meal again, though. And the franchisees are complaining because they said we can't possibly sell our product for $5 because that's not enough profit margin. And so literally I set the $5 a day plan because I had a lot of people that I got tired of hearing their criticism. I call them the Negro naysayers. These are the people that create a problem for every solution. They don't know what they're talking about, and they'll sit down and argue with a PhD all day instead of hearing what I have to say. And a lot of these people have never taken a class in finance. They don't know. They're living in their mama's basement, and they'll say things like Black people can't afford to invest, and investing is only for rich people and white people and all this other stuff. And so to break that myth, I created the $5 a day plan. And I said, so if you think Black people can't afford to invest, I just asked, can Black people afford to buy chicken? And of course, the answer is yes, because we buy all the chicken. And so I said, okay. So because I said, look, if I take a Popeyes chicken restaurant and put it in the poorest, most depleted neighborhood in America, there would be a line out the door, around the corner, and down the block by that afternoon, full of people that shouldn't even be eating fried chicken, but they're going to go get it. So if we can afford chicken, then we can afford to invest. So I did $5 a day. And if you don't know, some of y'all know this, but repetition is important because I want this to become part of the culture. So basically, after 10 years of taking $5 a day or $35 a week, or you could do $150 a month, whatever pace you are comfortable with, you do that in the S&P 500 based on historical averages, you have roughly $29,000 liquid. That means you're not poor anymore. So after 1 decade, you're not poor. You're out of poverty in a decade. A decade is not very long. A lot of y'all been in bad relationships for a decade. You know, there's a lot of things. I know people that have been thugging in the streets for a decade. I know people that did a decade in prison. People that have had horrible jobs for a decade. So a decade is not a long time to sacrifice. So you're out of poverty in a decade. After 20 years, you have $100,000 liquid, roughly, give or take a few thousand. After 30 years, you have close to $250,000. After 40 years, you have close to $750,000. So, so you do this for your child on the day that they're born. By the time they are 40 years old, you've broken every generational curse. You officially have a wealthy family because most families don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars liquid, right? So so once I created the $5 a day plan, those criticisms pretty much went away. There was nobody who would ever come into my face and tell me that Black people can't afford to invest because they know that I could easily shoot it down with that simple argument. And so what I've also done though is I challenge those of you that can do more than $5 a day or more than $150 a month to really, really push yourself. You know, like it doesn't make any sense to me if you're only investing $100 a month, but you're spending $500 a month on a car note. I'm not judging you for that. I'm not trying to make you feel bad, but I think you should judge yourself. I think you should say, dang, why would I give more money to the car dealer than I give to the future of my own family, you know, and still feel good about that. The reason that you do that is because you were trained to do that. That's what you were taught that Black people do. We're supposed to give more to other people than we give to ourselves. And I'm not telling you not to get the car. I want you to get if you want to get the Mercedes, get you a Benz. I want you looking nice when you're driving around the city, but I want you to handle your business first. So in my view, one perspective is if I'm a good parent, I'm not going to spend more money on the car dealer's kids than I invest in my own. So if I'm spending $600 a month on my Benz every month, I'm gonna put $600 a month in my stock portfolio every month. And that is not just my children's wealth, that's our family wealth. We are connected. We are connected. If I do for you, I'm doing for myself. That's an ecosystem. Stop thinking that it's either me or them. That's nonsense. That's very anti-family. It's very anti-wealth. It's very anti-community to say, well, if I take care of you, I'm not taking care of me. And that feeds into the crabs in the barrel competition that we see that ends up destroying us so much. If we are an ecosystem, then when I pass you the ball, I'm passing the ball back to myself. When I take care of you, I'm taking care of me. So when I'm putting this money in this account, it's not like I'm only doing this so that my children can do well 30 years from now and I'm going to be depleted and live a horrible life. No, that's your money.
You're investing your money, and your money becomes their money. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do y'all get what I'm saying? I need y'all to really meditate on this point. That wealth is a team sport. So when I'm helping the team, I'm helping myself. Stop thinking that if I help the team, I'm putting myself last and all that. You got all these people doing these stupid internet conversations. Well, I got to put me first, and I had to value me and know my worth because me. If there's a we, and I'm taking care of we, and I'm taking care of us, then I'm also taking care of me. You understand? Like it doesn't have to be one or the other. Stop thinking that way. If I take care of my wife and my kids, I'm taking care of Boyce too. Boyce ain't gonna be depleted. Boyce is gonna live good. So when you're building that wealth in the $5 a day plan, that is your money. I don't even think you should put it in the name of your kids until they are ready. That is your money. That is the family's money. And your job as the steward of the family's money and the family's wealth and the family's protection and the family's freedom, your job as the steward is you must protect the family legacy. That's your job. Like, okay, I have responsibility. It's like if we have a big corporation and let's say I'm the fifth Disney to be able to run the Disney Corporation, my job is to take this thing that's kind of mine, but really it's not totally mine. It's really ours. So while I'm in charge, it's like we're all in the same damn car and I'm the one who's driving. In a little while, my brother's going to drive. After a while, my kids are going to drive. But right now, when I'm driving the car, I got to make sure I don't crash the car. That's it. So it is your car, but it's not your car. But it's not your car, but it is. Do you understand? So you get to enjoy the car, even though it's not your car. Do you follow? Does that make sense? And I think that if we think about it that way as a group, then we get around all this selfish bullshit that you see all over the internet. Like if I get married, it's like, well, I can't do this, and I'm not gonna sacrifice that and all that. Everybody has to sacrifice, but everybody wins from everyone's sacrifices. We all sacrifice for each other. That's how you succeed as a team. The Chinese get that, by the way. The Chinese get that. I showed you all that video the other day of the little Chinese kids dribbling basketballs together where they had like 50 of them sharing the ball, and then they would dribble for a second, then they would move, and they would go to the next ball and the next one. And literally if one kid messes up, the whole thing falls apart. And what they're doing is they're training them to understand that we are a collective. We are one. Everybody has a job. Everybody does their job, and then the whole team wins. China wins, not just you, but China. But then you win because China's winning, because you are one of us. Let me stop. I hope that helped. I didn't mean to go off on the tangent, but it's very important to understand these things. So invest for yourself. But just know that if you invest for yourself, you're taking care of your kids. When you take care of you, you're taking care of them because they are you. I hope that makes sense. Okay. Margaret says a link is not working. So I don't know what link Martha is referring to, or Margaret is. I said Martha. I'm sorry, Margaret. Can you talk to Margaret, Rianne? Because I'm not sure what link Margaret is referencing. So if there's a link that's not working, let me know. Or if you want to email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, they can help you with that because I'm not sure which link you're referencing. My apologies. Okay, so let's see. Eugene says, do you have Ethereum? Yes, I do. By small cap, do you mean small capital? These are smaller companies in the S&P 500 or even in the NASDAQ. These are just companies that have smaller valuations. And because there are so many big companies in America, it's crazy. Like small cap is like $1 billion in market value. You'll have like a $2 or $3 billion company, and they'll be like, oh yeah, that's a little small, tiny business. So this really reflects the racial disparity in access to capital. So when we have a company that grows to say 20 million or 50 million, it's a very big deal for us. But in the whole scope of things, in the white community, if a company is $100 million company, nobody cares. Nobody pays attention. They look at that almost like a small business. So this is why conversations about things like reparations are so important, in my opinion. Can you repeat the stocks? I lost connection for a few minutes. Sure, Lawanda. The stocks that I mentioned earlier are MGNI. I can give you the tickers. MGNI. If somebody could type these into the chat, I'd appreciate it. MGNI. That's Mary, Garrett, Nancy, India. And then the second is RCKT, and that's Robert, Cat, Kitten, and Tiger. In case you're wondering why I don't remember the phonetic alphabet as much as I took a break from flying. I was doing my flying lessons up until about October and November last year, and then the convention kind of got me caught up, and I haven't flown since then. I feel kind of bad about it, but at some point I want to go back out there. All right, so let's see. Ricky says, Dr. Boyce, when selling options, if the option isn't used, the seller of the options makes money on the premium purchase from the option. Yeah. So, Ricky, that question is more so for options class. So today I want to focus more so on stocks. If you want to see examples on kind of how to handle different situations, if you log into drboyceprime.com, you'll see that I've done a ton of trainings on it, and you can take a look at some of those. And then also you can leave questions for me. And I'd rather kind of separate the two because I don't want to talk over anybody's head for those that don't understand how options work. So that's a little bit of a detailed sort of question, but I'd be more than happy to answer it during Prime class. Okay, so Jania says, to make sure I understand, P&G isn't good for options, so it's not necessary to move from a holding company to accumulate 100 shares to trade options. Yeah, I don't think P&G is great for options. It's a great long-term investment, but not so great for options, in my opinion. Donna Stroud, what is the recommended trading platform to use for someone new to options? We use Robinhood in class, but there's others out there. There's Tasty Trade. You can do stuff on Schwab and E-Trade, stuff like that too. Let's see. Is buying stocks and holding a good plan? Yes, it is a great plan. In fact, that is a plan everybody should follow 100%. Let's see. Are you still in development on the investment course for baby boomers? Gerald says, yes, we're actually almost done with an estate planning, legacy building training. And I mentioned to you all, we do money in the morning. And because some of you had specific questions about specific areas, I said, okay, well, let's create something. We created something called Money in a Minute. And Money in a Minute basically solves one problem that I was thinking about, is that sometimes when we want to go study something, it requires a lot of time and a lot of work. You got to sit down for 30 minutes or an hour. And sometimes that causes us to delay or even procrastinate on these things. So I said, okay, so in Money in a Minute, maybe what we can do is have something that you can sign up for at a reasonable cost where we'll text you the lesson out every day. So we'll give you like a 90-second bite-sized lesson on some concept related to that topic that will allow you to learn within the flow of your day. So Money in a Minute is what we're creating. And it happens that Money in a Minute, the acronym is Miami. So I think the URL is going to be something like drboycemiami.com, which is kind of cool, right? So yeah, so Money in a Minute, one of the first programs we're going to do options. And we're also going to do legacy building, estate planning. So this is more so for boomers, because boomers actually are part of the greatest wealth transfer in American history. They're passing trillions of dollars mostly to their wives. The men are giving it to their wives because women live longer than men. So this is going to be very empowering for women in that space, because women are going to just have a ton of money. So we got to be nice to the ladies. And then in a few years, the women will pass on and pass the wealth to their children. So the Gen Xers are going to be the richest in America in about probably a decade or so. But yeah, we'll be Gen Xers, because a lot of the boomers, I hate to say it, but time passes and you know what happens when time passes. But we love y'all. We want you here forever. All right, so Kuana says, if you had $5K to invest today, which stocks do you like best for trading options? Yeah, I like those stocks, Riot and Marathon. Yeah, those are good ones. Those are ones that I actually trade on myself. Chet, give us that name again, the risk management guy. His name is Renee Stultz, ReneStultz. Renee Stultz, Stulz. Feel free to look him up. Smart guy. Let's see. I sold call options on INSM. Now this jump, do I have to wait until it expires? No, you don't have to. Well, you don't really have to do anything. You could wait till it expires, or you could buy the option back, but they're going to be very expensive to buy back. But that's only if you are under the assumption that the price is going to keep on going up. So, it's up to you to decide how to respond to that. Let's see, Michael, if you sell 10,000 in stock options or 1,000 contracts with $10 stock, how do you buy puts to protect it? Is it put option contracts or put contracts? How many would you buy? If I have 1,000 contract or 1,000 shares, I would buy 1,000 puts. 1,000 contracts is actually 100,000 shares. So I think you mean 1,000 shares, which is 100 contracts. Or sorry, 10 contracts. Sorry about that. So 10 contracts is 100 shares, because every contract is 100 shares. Sorry, let me say that again, because I think I said it wrong. 10 contracts is 1,000 shares, because each contract is 100 shares. So you have 10 of those, and that's what you would do with that. Kevin, is it a good or bad idea to buy a bond fund on a day when the stock market is going up? Can you explain why or why not? I think bond funds, stock, or really any kind of fund like that, I would think of it more longer term. I don't really, I mean, sure, if the prices drop that day, that it could be a buying opportunity. But if you're a long-term investor, 5 years from now, you won't remember what happened on May 28th, 2024. You won't care. You won't, because there's hundreds of other days, thousands of other days that will occur between now and then. So rather than reacting to what happened that day, I would just look at the fundamentals of whether or not you feel long term that this is a good investment for you. That should be, in my view, the driving method behind how you choose your stocks. If you want to take a look at something that may help you with this, we did a Black Stock Market weekend where we spent the whole weekend going through 11 steps to deciding if a stock should be in your portfolio. We actually branded it. It's called the Dr. Boyce Method. So if you go to the drboycemethod.com, you can get access to that training. It's yours for life. I think it's like $60 or $70 or something like that, but it's really, really good. So you can go to the drboycemethod.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Are there any REITs you would recommend? I think REITs from companies like Vanguard and BlackRock are pretty good. They tend to know what to do with money. So you can just search for REITs, and there's plenty in there that are really good. What do you think about SDGR? Okay, SDGR. Let me see here. SDGR. Schrodinger. Okay, I've never heard of this company. They engage in the provision of chemical simulation software solutions. Okay, for pharmaceutical companies. Let me see. I don't like it. It doesn't. It looks like the company's having some problems. And if you were a holder in this stock the last 5 years, you would have lost 15% of your money. There's nothing about it that really jumps out at me. So that's my opinion. But it's not a fact. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the future. Kevin, a couple of weeks ago, you shared a list of energy stocks. Is that info still available? It should be. If you go to what Dr. Boyce is buying, or if you go to drboycestocks.com, you can get access to any list that I've ever released. If I sent it out as a special release for that week or something, that's hard to go get. But if you're on the text list, you'll get stuff from me. So make sure you're on the text list. You can text the word. Another word you can text is the word stock to 87948, and I'll send you a bunch of stuff that way. So feel free to text stock to 87948. The thing I would warn you about, though, is if you get on multiple lists, you'll get a lot of messages from me because we send out a lot of information from the Black Business School. So if you don't mind me being in your inbox every day, then feel free to do that. But if you don't like it, then if you just stop responding or stop clicking the links, it'll take you off the list, okay, eventually. So I don't want to bother anybody, but I have a lot of stuff that is happening and a lot of things that we'd like to do to help you. So in case you want to know how we run the Black Business School, is we believe everything is an ecosystem. So within this ecosystem, our belief is that if we show you value and we give you lots of support, lots of free stuff, that when we come along and we have something that does have a fee attached, you'll consider supporting us the way we support other businesses, the way we support white-owned companies and we buy things from them. We have to make money. We have a team, we have to pay. We are an independent entity. We're not like an HBCU that gets money from the government, because we don't want money from the government. We don't get a bunch of corporate sponsors. We're not looking for that. We don't want that. We have to maintain our independence, and freedom is not free. So I hope that you'll understand that when we mention something that we're doing in the school and we say that there is a fee attached. And I hope you'll compare it to what you would have to pay if you were at a university and signing up for a class, or the amount of money that we spent going to college and getting absolutely nothing of any value. Everything that we offer you gives you value. And if you don't feel like it gives you value, then we don't want your money. And in fact, we'll give you your money back. If you do something and you're like, gosh, this isn't helping me, then no, that's not the deal. But if we're giving you value and you feel that participating in what we're doing is making your life better, then we hope that you'll also, say, okay, they supported me, they helped me level up, we're going to help them level up. And this is how you build strong institutions. If you look at, say, the Anti-Defamation League in the Jewish community, they go to the community. They say, give us money because we need money in order to build this institution that's here for everybody, right? So that's why we have to ask for money. And it's a little weird. It's awkward because there's one guy on Twitter who said, why are you always trying to sell something? And I was like, I'm not trying to sell stuff. I'm offering things. And some things I offer are free. Some things I offer have a fee. You don't have to pick any of that. But if you see the value, then why not invest in things that are actually going to help you? And also, one thing that we do really well is we're really good at educating your children. And in our Black Business School for Children, it's called Black Millionaires of Tomorrow. Our kids, when they go through our program, they have a financial literacy level that is higher than the average college educated adult. This is how good we are at what we do. And so if you want to take a look at that for your kids, you can get started at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. So what we just ask people is we say, look, we don't need you. We don't want anything that we don't earn and we don't deserve. Or we're willing to prove our worth before we ask for anything. But at the same time, we just want you to support us as much as you supported that big white university that took $100,000 out of your family's pocket. Support us 1/10 as much as you support them. Because I know that those people at the University of Iowa didn't care anything about your family. They don't care anything about your community. A lot of them didn't even want you on the campus, but yet you gave them $100,000. Well, why not support a Black-owned institution that really does care about what happens in this community? And we have the track record to prove it. So there we go. There's my little spin on what the Black Business School believes and why we exist. So I hope that that helps and it makes sense for you. All right, so let's see here. Next question is, how do you determine the percentage on the trailing stop order? There's no rule with that. It's just a matter of feel. So I picked 10% just because it felt right. But if it hadn't felt right, I would have picked 5% or 15%. So I would say, feelings are a big part of investing. We talk a lot about investing with emotions and stuff like that. And it's okay to have your emotions work in your favor. As long as your emotions help you, then it's okay. Right. So, when we talk about risk management, I always tell the students in the Prime program, ask yourself, what am I afraid of? Am I afraid that the stock is going to take off on me? Then you can hedge against that. Am I afraid the stock is going to collapse on me? Well, you can hedge against that too. So the question is, ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And that's how you can figure out what the right move is. Jennifer, do you think it would be wise for a beginner to buy stocks and write options using margin? It could be wise to learn, but I would be really careful. I'd be extremely conservative about the approach. And I do a few one-on-ones if you ever wanted to schedule something like that. If you email the support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, we could do that. Or also we have small group sessions. And in addition to that, I did create my first mastermind. I think we're almost filled up though, but it's more so for those that are more advanced. They have a little more of a capital base. And so if you want to take a look at any of those things, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. Okay, a couple more questions and then we're going to bounce out for today. When selling options, is it better your shares are called or the contract expires without execution? You know what, Lawanda, it's not so much about one thing being better than the other. Typically, if you're selling out of the money call options, if the price goes up, that's better for you. That's better for everybody. You just may not get all the money, but it's better than if the stock collapses on you. But the benefit obviously is that if the stock doesn't hit the strike price, then you can sell that same contract and keep generating that income every week without making any adjustments. So there's a win no matter what. And the thing about investing, in my opinion, is the goal in becoming a good investor is not so much just sort of knowing how to win all the time. It's sort of knowing how to find the bright side of any situation. If the market goes up, that's a bright side. The stuff you own is doing really well. The market goes down, that's a bright side. You can buy stuff really, really cheap. So, and then also sort of knowing how to manage your risk so that when things happen, you're not going to get surprised or broadsided. So knowing investing is about knowing what you're getting into, not being able to predict everything, because that's pretty much impossible. It's just sort of knowing what you're getting into and knowing how you want to be positioned based on what you think personally is going to happen. Let's see, how do I feel about LVMH, Moet Hennessy? That company is owned by Bernard Arnault, who I believe is the richest man on earth. And Bernard Arnault, he does exactly what we talk about in the Black Business School. He has all of his kids that they're all going to run his company. Like, it's funny, you got LVMH, the Moet Hennessy company, where all these Black people love it. Rappers rap about it. And what they're doing is they're sitting around constantly plotting and planning for the next generation. And why can't I find it? Why doesn't it pop up in Robinhood? Let me see here. Maybe I don't know. That's kind of strange. Let me see. It's on the NASDAQ. Okay. So let me see here. I like the company as a good long-term investment. And if you had it over the last 5 years, you would have made a return of 114%. So your money basically would have doubled. So in that regard, I like the company as a long-term investment. Now, if you talk about, let's talk about LVMH and Bernard Arnault. And let me do some quick research on this, because I think it's really interesting how he runs his family. And I really encourage those of you that are generational wealth builders to really kind of understand this. Hold on. Because he has his kids running parts of his business. And he meets his kids. He has a monthly meeting with them, and they all sit around and he talks about different parts of the business. So he understands his role as a wealth builder and a generational wealth builder to be the teacher of his own children. He teaches them, how to run the company and how to do things. So let me tell you about some of his kids. So he has a kid named Delphine, or a daughter. She runs Christian Dior, and so she has a lot of experience. He meets with all these kids every single month to make sure that they're ready. His other son, Antoine, runs communication and environmental issues for LVMH. He's also the CEO of Berluti, one of his brands. Alexandra she now has a big role at Tiffany. Frederic is the CEO of Tag Heuer, Tagheuer, which is their watch division. And then there's Jean Arnault, who oversees marketing and product development for Louis Vuitton's watch division. So what he did was he sent his kids to business school and all that, I believe. But once they came home, he said, I don't need you out here serving other people. I need you serving the family business. And he did what the Rothschilds did. I talked to you all about the Rothschild family. And the biggest thing the Rothschild family did was they taught their children how to operate on a code of conduct. He taught them what was important. He said, this family is what matters. This name is what matters. This is what you protect. This is what you defend. This is where you bring your best energy and your best resources. Now, I want you to compare that to the Black community. Most of us, unfortunately, are trained to say, go to school and then you can get a good job and then you can go represent a white guy. That's it. That's what we do. We all go find separate white people to go work for. And it sounds I don't know if it sounds racist to people when I say it, or radical, but that's what happens. There's not even a conversation about, okay, how can we pour into this family as much as we're pouring into everybody else? So when you're pouring into everybody else and you're not pouring into yourself, why would you be surprised when your wealth is depleted? Your best and brightest, your best resources, your best everything, go somewhere else. The minute you get a Jackie Robinson, you sell him to the major leagues. But the right mindset is that when you get a Jackie Robinson, you hold on to him for dear life. You fight for control of that asset. You don't give it away. You don't sell it as soon as it has a certain value. You maintain ownership. That's what you do. That's what the Negro League should have done. They should have said, no, we won't sell this guy for $1 billion. This is the tentpole for this league and future growth of this league. If you want to do business with us or with Jackie, you're going to have to deal with us as an independent entity. Maybe we arrange games. We'll go play the Dodgers and the Dodgers can come play us. You share your audience with us. We share our audience with you. We do a partnership. We're not going to do an acquisition, because when you do an acquisition over a partnership, what you're doing, if you're the Negro Leagues, is you're selling not just the assets in your possession, you're selling the rights to those assets. You're selling all your options too. Just like if I have if I see, and it's about vision. This is why we do economic consciousness training. I have to keep reminding this so you'll understand why the class has such a weird name. There's no other economic or financial consciousness class I've ever seen anywhere, but it's important because your consciousness, your vision determines how you make economic decisions. So if I look at a 7-year-old girl and all I see is a 7-year-old girl, then I don't have any vision. If I have vision, then I see what that 7-year-old girl is going to be when she's 17, 27, 37 to 40. I see this child and what they're going to be when they become a parent, when they become a grandparent, and they have, 70 great grandkids or something, or 30 or whatever, right? That's what you should be able to see. You should see everything that something's going to become, not just what it is. Because if people saw the Negro Leagues and could see in a a crystal ball of what the Negro Leagues would be in the year 2024 if they continue to maintain ownership and invest in it, there's no way they would have sold their Jackie Robinson. There's no way they would have let that go. There's no way. I think we let go of things when we cannot see the value. And that's where consciousness comes into play, because consciousness requires you to really be able to use your imagination and see things that don't exist yet, see things, see potential. Do you follow me? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So I like the story. I like Bernard Arnault. I like the way he runs his family. I like the way he understands the importance of investing in the future of the family name. I like the fact that even though he's worth over $200 billion, it seems to me like he can see what his company is going to look like 100 years from today. He sees what his grandkids and great grandkids are going to be able to contribute. And that company is going to be $1 trillion company in about probably a couple of decades, maybe less. No, not $1 trillion company. I'm sorry. His family wealth will be over $1 trillion. I bet his company is probably close to $1 trillion already. So just have some vision, man. If you have no vision, then all you see is what's in front of you. And if I look at the Black community, and if all I can see in the Black community is what I see right now, just all the chaos and brokenness and everything else, then I'm going to get depressed and I'm going to give up. The thing that gets me up every morning is because I'm not seeing what everybody else sees. I am a legit crazy person because I see things that are not there. The reason I get up every morning is because I see what B1 people are going to be when our grandkids are running things and they're living off of and they're building off the foundation that we're setting for them today. That's what I see. I don't see this shit. I don't even look at it. It's an abomination sometimes. It's an embarrassment. It's not worthy of who we are meant to be, in my opinion. So let me keep going. All right, Sybil. Dr. B, is it okay to just buy stocks and hold them instead of selling options? Absolutely, 100%. Yes. So don't feel like options are a requirement. Options are just an extra. It's like adding spice to your food. Like, just because you get chicken or whatever, you don't have to put seasoning on it. You could just eat the food without the salt or without the pepper or whatever, right? So options are a type of seasoning that just adds a little spice, but it's perfectly okay to eat the hot dog without the ketchup or whatever analogy you want to use. Should we hold or sell Uber amidst the lawsuits? Asked Stephanie. I don't have an opinion one way or the other. I think Uber is just such a fascinating company because they've been able to lose money at an insane rate for a very long time and stay in business. This is, again, another type of white privilege people don't talk about. And it comes down to access to capital, because if it wasn't for the bank, Uber would be dead. Uber would not even be a thing if they didn't have the ability to access money like they can. Let's see, a couple more questions. Then I just got a note from one of my team members that I do have a meeting in 3 minutes. What should a 15 and 16-year-old do with their $1,000 check? Mutual funds, I think, will be fun, or maybe buy shares of some great American companies, maybe make it fun, make it educational. So ask them to pick some of their favorite brands and own shares of those brands and explain what that means. I taught my 16-year-old daughter's best friend how to invest in 5 minutes. And I said, okay, let me show you on my phone. And I said, what's a company that you like? She said, Chipotle. I said, okay, well, let me show you this. Here's the share price. Here's how you buy. I punch buy. And I said, let's buy shares of Chipotle. And I bought it. And I said, okay, the order just went through. So now our family owns a percentage of Chipotle. And I got the best reaction. She said, whoa, that was so cool. And I loved hearing that. That made me feel good because, when you get old, you be trying to be cool. And it never works. We always look old. And so to be cool, like to be the cool dad, was kind of fun for me. So the point is to say that when you teach these things to your kids, make it part of the flow of just your regular life. So you're in line at the drive-thru at Starbucks, impress your kids and show them how you can buy ownership in Starbucks while you're in the drive-thru line. They're never going to forget that. I didn't see this type of stuff when I was 16, and when you show them that and then tell them a few of the things that I've shared with you, this is not light stuff. Like the stuff I'm breaking down for you and we're talking about every day. This is really cutting edge stuff. You're not going to learn this in college. So give it to your kids and they won't forget it. Everybody wants money. Everybody needs money. And if they don't need it now, they're going to need it at some point. And so they're going to remember the things that you tell them. So remember, I don't teach any students. I refuse to teach any students. I will only teach you if you agree to be a teacher. I will teach teachers. That's it. because we have to multiply the knowledge base because we got so much working against us, so many people that want to keep us in the dark. We got to give everything we've got to fight against that. All right, so let's see here. Let's see. Renee says, thank you for all that you do. When's the next prime class? We did a prime class on Sunday, or was it Saturday? Or I think it was Sunday. Yeah. Sunday, we just did one. I don't know the dates. If you go to drboyceprime.com and log in, the dates are in there. I don't have the dates in front of me. My apologies for that. I want to say maybe around the 6th or something like that. And we're also going to do another Prime 101. We do a Prime 101 about once every 6 weeks for those that are beginners, or maybe you're trying to figure out how to make that first move. And so if you're a Prime member, Prime 101 is free. If you're not a Prime member, there is a small fee, but it's worth it. You'll 10x the amount that you invested to learn the process. So if you want to get an introduction to what we do in Prime, pull out your phone, text the word money to the number 87948, and I guarantee you that that presentation will blow your mind. You're going to love it. And it's going to rock your whole world, and you're going to, it's just, I just know these things, some things I do know. I don't know everything, but some things I know. All right, so let's see, Jania, or is that Jinja? I think it's Jania. Okay. What Dr. Boyce is buying, shares stocks to hold for long-term, not buy, sell options. Yeah, what Dr. Boyce is buying, those are long-term investments, at least 3 years or more. The Dr. Boyce Money Makers, that's in the Prime program, that's specifically for options. So if you think about it, it's almost like how, remember when you would date when you were younger, and you had the times where you would date somebody that you thought might be your husband or your wife, or maybe you had somebody else that wasn't going to be your husband or your wife. I'm not here to judge, but maybe you saw somebody, you're like, you will be a great one-night stand, or you will be a great person for me to date until I meet my spouse, right? I'm not saying you should do that. It's bad, right? Kind of bad, right? But as long as you kind of communicate that, right? Don't make any promises you don't want to keep, but y'all know what it is, right? There's some people that you're going to be attracted to for a while, but you're still like, no, he's not daddy husband material, but he's, he looks good, or she's pretty, or whatever, right? So same thing is true with stocks. My option stocks, those are my exciting money makers. Those are the ones where I can sell the options and get that cash flow and use the cash to do all kinds of stuff. It's very cool, but those are not always my long-term investments. My long-term stocks are a little more boring, but they have sustainability. They're not going to give me the same volatility. And so really, when I form a relationship with a stock, that's what I do. I categorize it. I put it in different categories based on what that stock can do, because every investment can be valuable for somebody based on what they're seeking to accomplish. You see what I mean? So this is where your preferences come into play, your risk tolerance, things like that. All right, so I'm gonna have to go. I know there's a couple more questions. I'm sorry I can't answer them all, but I promised someone that I'd do something at this time, so I'm gonna have to get on out of here. If you're not on the text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and you'll get an invitation for financial consciousness training tomorrow. So the number is 87948. You can text the word morning. Also, if you want to take a look at what Dr. Boyce is buying, you can go to drboycestocks.com, and you can take a look at that and see if that's something that works for you. Last but not least, if the options thing is of interest to you, you can go to drboyceprime.com and see what we do in the Prime program. I think you're going to like it a lot. So anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I will see you all tomorrow morning. Her and my wife did something together that they had to work on together. I'm trying to remember what it was. Anyway, but she was here, and I know what. Okay, that's right. I'm just trying to remember what. But anyway, her name was Lachelle, and she's a therapist also out of I don't know what city Lachelle lives in. I gotta ask that. I should know these things. Anyway, so at some point you guys will probably see her if you hang out with my wife at all. At her site, coachingwithdralicia.com, or any of her events, you'll see Lachelle at some point. But anyway, one thing that we were talking about that leads me to my first thought for economic awareness training is we were talking about standards, just talking about what that means. And I remember Lachelle was talking to me about when she was a teacher and how basically she would let the students know, like, look, hey, in the last semester, I had the highest test scores in the city. Y'all are not going to mess up my test scores. When you come in my classroom, you're going to be excellent. You're going to do your best. You're going to give 100%. And she would just push this standard, right? And I listened to her kind of talk about that. And she talked about how much resistance she got from parents. How many people just felt like that was too much, and that, these kids, not all the kids can really learn, and, stuff like that. And she was like, no, that's not true. I'm going to push them to their potential. And I want you to just really think about how rare that is, particularly when you talk about the educational system. I really think that one way that we get cursed, and this really harms us economically as well, is we get cursed with these low expectations. Does anybody agree? Does anybody else notice this? That when the kids go to school, and I think about a kid that I knew who went to school, and he was in the learning disabled classes because they assumed he couldn't learn. And what was interesting was I saw him learning how to do other things. Like I saw him learn how to play video games. Eventually, he learned how to rob people. He learned how to play basketball. He learned how to do all these other things. But for some reason, they assumed he couldn't learn anything in school. So what happened was he learned. I remember him telling me. I said, "So what do you do in school all day?" And he said, "Well, we just sit in a room and the lady reads to us, and that's it." And there was no effort to help him overcome any learning disability he might have had. It's just sort of like this resignation that, well, this black boy, because we care about this black boy, we're going to set expectations low so he does not feel bad about, you know, about his reading ability or about his intellectual ability. And I really think, and I want to kind of reflect on that really quickly. I really think that perhaps there might be an opportunity, or it might make sense for us to reflect on low expectations that we set for ourselves, low expectations that we set for each other, low expectations we set for our children, low expectations that we set for our community. When somebody gets congratulated because they finished high school and you act like a high school graduation, y'all seen these crazy proms where people are spending $10,000-$20,000 on the prom, and like the prom is the wedding because there's no expectation that they're actually going to ever get married. Or the high school graduation is treated like it's a college graduation because nobody really thinks you're really going to graduate from college or whatever it is. I really think that sometimes, not sometimes, all the time, low expectations cause us to really underachieve when it comes to education. It causes us to really underachieve when it comes to our health. It causes us to really underachieve when it comes to our economics. And so as I was kind of reflecting on my wife and what I like about being married to her, because I'm gonna tell you, you get married, you ain't gonna like everything. Marriage is not, that's another area where expectations matters. I think people get married and they think it's like this picnic and a fairy tale that's never going to end and all this other stuff. You better get that out of your head. Marriage is not an ongoing fairy tale. It is not a piece of cake. It's not a walk in the park. It takes a lot of work. And so when I think about all the things I love about being married to my wife, one thing I can say is the expectations. I like being around somebody who pushes me to be the man that I really want to be, who pushes me to be the man that I promised myself that I was going to be. Like I didn't promise myself that I was going to be fat and die from being overweight or whatever. No, I promised myself I'd be the man who's going to work hard and go to the gym and get back in shape. I didn't promise myself I'd be the man who was sitting around lazy and not doing anything. I promised myself I'd be the man who pushed myself to be consistent and to follow through and to have a schedule and a pattern and everything else. So I really think that one thing that you may want to think about when you're talking about achieving whatever goal you have or elevating to the next level or reaching your goals financially is think about the expectations you have for yourself, and then think about the expectations that are set in your environment, because your environment will have a huge impact on what you can do yourself. Your environment really truly affects what you yourself will ever be able to really accomplish. So if you're in an environment that sets low expectations, but you expect to have high expectations, that's really like running against the wind. It's like swimming upstream. It's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, if that makes any sense. It's not. It's not something that is going to help you really get to where you want to get to. Your environment is really huge. So I'd be very conscious. I think one aspect of consciousness, since this is financial consciousness training, I would consciously think about the environment that you're in, consciously think about the goals you want for yourself. Also, every single morning, I would get up and literally write those goals down. And remember that your whole life is nothing more than a series of days. Like if you add up all your days, and really, there's really even the concept of a day is a contrived, constructed concept. What do I mean by that? We separate our lives into these little blocks called days because the sun goes down and then it comes back up, and then we say, oh, now it's a new day because I went to sleep and I woke back up, and that does help hit the reset button. But really, if you imagine if the sun never went down, and imagine if you never went to sleep. then your life would just be one big long day. Like that's it. It would just be one really long day, and then that just lasted for 80 years or something. And so, in a way, it's like one thing that I do believe though is that sort of breaking life into these things called days allows us to each day just really hit the reset button on what we're going to do that day. And so, my question is not, do you plan to be excellent for the rest of your life? My question really is, do you plan to be excellent today? And really, if you want to go deeper, it's not so much do you want to be excellent today? Do you want to be excellent this morning? And what does excellence look like this morning? What does a wealthy person do this morning? What does a physically fit person do this morning? What does an educated person, a person that's a high achiever, what are they going to do this morning? You understand? Because just the same way you are what you eat, you really are what you do. Your life becomes what you do. And really, this is a wealth concept. In case I'm losing anybody who thinks I stopped talking about wealth, and I'm completely talking about wealth. I'm completely talking about what it means to be a rich person versus a broke person. If you look at the next activity that occurs in the next 2 or 3 hours, I guarantee you that the majority of rich people are going to be doing one thing, and the majority of broke ass people are going to be doing something different. And when I talk about broke, I'm not just talking about money. I'm talking about broke in terms of spirit, broke in terms of attitude. I'm talking about broke in terms of energy. I'm talking about broke in terms of effort. You know, broke people are going to have a very different morning than most rich people. Do you follow me? So ask yourself, just what kind of person am I going to be? And what is that person, that imaginary person I'm drawing in my head? What are they going to be doing this morning? What are they going to be eating for breakfast? What are they going to do with this extra hour of free time? Are they going to go for a walk or a run, or are they going to sit on the couch and eat potato chips? They're not going to be sitting on the couch eating potato chips. They're going to be out working out. They're going to be doing, so really focus that way. And what I like about that approach, honestly, is it really takes you from level 1 to level 2. And what do I mean by that? Well, level 1 is one day. Anybody ever notice that? You ever know somebody, and some of us have done this, all of us have fallen in this trap at some point, most of us have. You ever know those people that are always talking about what they're going to do one day? Like, one day I'm going to do this, one day I'm going to do that. Let me tell you, see, I remember one time at band camp, I don't know if y'all know that joke or not, but anyway, one time when I was 14, I met my biological father for the first time. And I remember having these little Oliver Twist fantasies that my father would be some amazing man who was doing amazing things, who had lots of wealth and intelligence and wisdom and love, and would just be this awesome guy. And I didn't get that. I got a guy who was honestly a man that I don't respect very much. And he's gone now, and he never earned my respect. And I hate saying it like that, but it's true. I do have a father that did earn my respect. That guy didn't do it. And I remember I went to go see him, and I was sitting there on the couch in this awkward, conversation, trying to, figure things out. I'm a little kid. And I remember him saying something like, well, one day I'm gonna get me a Maserati. And I was thinking, even at 14, I remember thinking, okay, so when you tell me what you're going to do one day, that means that you don't have it together today. So that tells me that you're at level 1, you're not at level 2, because you're talking about what you're gonna do one day, but you can't tell me what you did today. Now, if he said today I bought a Maserati, or I heard his mother, I also heard his mother say, just very subtly, she said, one day he's gonna get it together. A mother's love, and y'all. I know mamas are love. Y'all love the sons and nurture them, but you need the. I think that father energy is so important, because sometimes you can love that son to the point where he just becomes this little marshmallow man that isn't good for anybody. But then again, I just think love is a good thing, though. We all need it, but it's like a pillow. Like, your whole life is not going to be a pillow. Sometimes you need to be a rock, right? So anyway. I remember hearing my grandmother, who was his mother, I heard her, she was the sweetest lady. I remember her saying, yeah, one day he's going to get it together. And that told me, okay, so that means he doesn't have it together yet. That means wherever getting it together lives, he has not arrived in that city yet. So that means he's at level 1. He's not at level 2. He's in the one day, which is fantasy, it's theory, it's hope. It's just this belief that one day things are going to get better, versus today. Like if she said, he really got to get it together today. Well, he's got it together today. But he was out here, he was hustling today. He got it done today. And that's really, a really subtle distinction between what I see as successful people or wealth builders or high achievers or people that just really get things done is typically, and I really think this is a subtle point you might want to pay attention to. At least I pay very close attention to it because I have to have heightened awareness because I attract so many people that come around and, I'm shaking hands and meeting people and stuff like that. And a lot of people want to come closer and get things, get to know me. So and you have to be mindful because sometimes not everybody wants to be your friend. Not everybody is going to benefit you in your life. So I have to be very observant and I pay attention. So when people talk, I listen carefully and I sit there like this and I just listen and I'm literally writing every word that comes out of your mouth. And I've kind of gained this process of kind of determining like, okay, when you tell me what you're doing and what you're going to do one day, I'm always listening. Like, what did you do today? And then really beyond that, what did you do yesterday? What are you doing right now? And, because the future is like this sort of mushy thing where we kind of make it into whatever we want it to be because it's flexible. You can permeate it into whatever. You're living in the ether. You're in the quantum universe of all these possibilities that could exist for your life. And we tend to pick the one that is the most optimal. Like when I visualize myself next year, I visualize myself in great shape. I visualize myself with another $1 million in the bank. I visualize myself, just living my best life, right? Doing all the things I dreamed of. But then reality hits, and what happens is, and this is even I see everything as as a mathematician, and what happens is that all these possible multiverses collapse into one reality, right? And that reality rarely does that reality that manifests itself, rarely does that reality match the optimal vision that we had of what that reality was going to look like. Rarely does that happen. It doesn't happen very often. Dreams don't come true for most people. Dreams do not come true. They're not for everybody. Sometimes they do. Right. So if I'm really trying to figure out this life thing and how to be where I want to be, I'm really trying to figure out, okay, what's the difference between people whose dreams come true and those whose dreams do not come true? Why is it? Pay attention now. If you ask most 18-year-olds, what's your life going to be like when you're 40? What do you think is the first thing that a lot of them are going to say? What's the first thing? Tell me in the chat. Tell me in like 1 or 2 words or 3. What do you think most 18-year-olds predict for themselves? If you say, well, what are you going to do where's your life going to be in 20 years? I'll give you a hint. It relates to money. Most people are going to say, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to have money. At least most optimistic. Now, maybe somebody who's really depressed might say, I don't know, I'm going to be broke and poor and unhappy. I don't think most young people think that way. I think most young people look at their future and they say, I'm going to be rich. And what's fascinating is that if you go to the next step and you say, well, how are you going to get rich? How is that going to happen? They have no idea. They can't tell you. They don't know. They're like, I don't know. But I can grab this fantasy because it's available to me. I can grab it and pull it in and just say it. I can make it real. But I still haven't really learned that talk is very, very cheap. Talk is pretty meaningless because I can say anything. I can say that tomorrow I'm going to be a 400-pound giraffe. And that is feasible if I just talk about it, but it's not very realistic because I have no idea how that's going to happen. So for most people, the dreams do not come true. For most people, they say what they want to be and they don't do it. So what's the difference? Here's the point. Here's what I'm going to get to. And this is something that I hope to support you with. That, again, God's telling me to share this message, so I'm going to share it. So the question becomes, in my view, if you're talking about trying to be rich or whatever it is you want to be, what is it that is going to tether you from your existing reality to the reality that you're hoping to achieve? Like, what is it that's going to connect you, like almost like a rope? What's going to tether you to that reality and not cause you to fall into the other 10 million realities that could happen to you if you're not focused or whatever? Well, part of it might start with things like accountability, standards, a plan. A plan is a big start. You when you make a plan, you have accountability, you have standards. And in fact, what I actually the way I kind of view the future, and I still haven't mastered this, by the way, some of this is theoretical. Now, I can't say that I've accomplished a lot of my dreams in my life. I can't lie. I'm very content with where my life is. But some areas I'm like, damn, Boyce, you fell short. You didn't deliver. You didn't become the man that you said you were going to be. So a lot of it is almost like when I visualize the man I want to be, say, next year. You know, and we're really doing this together, by the way. I want y'all to know this. I'm a player coach in this game. I'm not just the teacher. I'm also the student, or I'm the teacher who's going to classes at night, because we're all learning this together. I'm just sharing what I know, okay, or what I see. So when I think about the man that I want to be, it's almost like he's a ghost. You know, the vision, and I want you to really one day sit down and visualize the person that you want to be a year from now, and really maybe write that down. Write down 2 or 3 characteristics of that person. Don't make it overly complicated, because and remember that person is a ghost. They're a concept, and in order for me to become that ghost of a man and to make him real, it is a very spiritual process in a way. It's very spiritual in the sense that in order for me to become him, I've literally got to leave my body. In order for me to become him, I have to kill the old me. I have to leave that Boyce behind, the Boyce of 2024. You know, I'm hoping that you never see him again. You know, I'm hoping that the man that I come back as tomorrow or next week or next month is a completely different guy. You know, so this guy that I am right now, I'm going to do my best to put him in a casket and say goodbye to him. And really have that, thank you, Calvin, that's a great word, ascension, have that ascension to become this other guy. Like, so that requires me to really spiritually leave my body, and I got to enter into something else, right? And so to do that is so hard to do. That is so hard to do, because we are really spiritually trapped inside our body. We're trapped inside our reality. We are trapped inside our habits. We're just trapped. And you have to break out of prison almost. It's so hard. It's so hard to break habits. It's so hard to disconnect from unhealthy culture. It's so hard to break away from a bad environment or a bad relationship or whatever. It's really hard to do. It's not even natural. It doesn't feel comfortable at all. So sometimes you just need that help. You need that Harriet Tubman figure maybe in your life that's going to literally pull out the shotgun and force you to do the things that you're not going to want to do. You're going to be kicking and screaming, because every instinct in your body is going to want to revert back to everything that is familiar and comfortable. That is just the nature of being human. That is how we all go through that. And, you know, but when I'm really thinking about that transformation, thank you, BJ, great word, that transformation I want to make, if I'm really honest with myself, right? If I'm really honest, it's like I have to confront the fact that it's not going to be fun or comfortable at all. Right? And I have to be okay with that. You know, I think that when we visualize success, economic success, or a success when it comes to health and relationship, whatever it is you're trying to be successful, I think when we visualize success, we assume that getting to the destination is going to be as much fun as it will be when we actually get there. And the reality is that it's not. You know, it's like I used to have this fantasy that one day I'd run a marathon, and my wife, you know, and I said I'll never do it. I was like I was like 40 something years old. I said I'm too old. I ain't trying to be running no marathon. But she got me to do it. We worked up to it. We did all the training and we ran the marathon. And let me just tell you, it wasn't fun at all. It was absolutely horrible. I hated that marathon. It was one of the most stressful days of my life and depressing. There's nothing like running 17 miles and then having people say, you're almost there, but you know you got 8 miles to go. 8 miles is a long way. And I'm like, I'm not almost there. Stop lying to me. Stop that. Stop telling me that it ain't almost over. I hate this. You know, it's so, but I did finish, and I have this great picture on my wall and a big medal they gave me and a picture of me like at the finish line, you know, and I look back at that and I'm so proud. I'm like, I did it. I ran that. I did the damn thing. But I did not feel that way when I was being forced to do it. And what was required for me to do that is an acknowledgement that Boyce was not enough. Boyce could not do that. Boyce was not the guy who made that happen. It was Alicia outside of Boyce, pulling Boyce out of his body, pulling him out of who he was and making him do something that was horrifically uncomfortable. You understand? And that's what I think is really interesting about will I do it again? Probably not. I don't want it to. I don't enjoy the memory of that experience at all. It wasn't. No, I mean, if I ever do it, it'll be because you know what's going to happen. I'm going to use a word that comes up a lot when people talk about relationships, but I'm not talking about relationships and dating. I'm talking about just a relationship with yourself, with your future self, or the version of you that you want to become. It's a very popular word that's used a lot when people talk about relationships, and the word is submit. Submit. And I know it triggers a lot of people, and people say, I'm not going to submit. I don't, why would I submit? And I'm going to tell you, I really, when I'm at my best, I have to submit. Because what submission does is it really requires a level of humility where you have to accept the fact that you can't do it all by yourself, and there's something bigger than you that's got to be driving this bus. You can't say, I'm not submitting to anybody's instruction. I'm not following anybody else's protocol. I'm not letting nobody tell me what to do. Because guess what? When you think that way, and you've always got to be the driver of the bus in your life, then you're going to end up never growing. You're never going to grow because you can't outgrow yourself, really. You really can't. You can't force yourself to outgrow yourself. Do you understand what I'm saying? You can't do that. You can't be anything greater than what you are already. You can't be anything greater than you. Calvin, you can't be anything greater than Calvin. Veronica, you can't be anything greater than Veronica. Not by yourself. Not by yourself. In order for you to grow, I believe, again, this is just my 2 cents. If you disagree, it's totally okay. You can't grow unless you submit to something bigger than yourself that's going to pull your raggedy ass up out of your body. You understand? You can't grow unless you have something that's going to just force you to engage in that uncomfortable act of becoming someone that you're absolutely not. You're going to have to be an actor for a while. And when I really think about it, and because I'm even going through that right now, my weight and stuff came down, and I got in decent shape because I get up in the morning, I go, to the gym with my wife. I go to the gym. My wife goes to that boot camp, and my wife was encouraging me to go to this boot camp, and I was like, I don't want to go to that boot camp. And she's like, come on, Boyce, just try it once. I was like, I don't want to have these white people barking at me and telling me what to do. And, I said, that's triggering for me. And she's like, no, come on, Boyce, you got to try it. It's real, because every time she gets in the car, she's like exhausted. Me, I'm kind of sweating a little bit because I was on the treadmill, reading the articles and, posting content, right? Just kind of walking when I feel like it. So my workouts are pretty comfortable. Her workouts are absolutely brutal. And that's why at the age of 50, she wears the same size she wore when she was 22. I don't wear the same size I wore when I was 22. I don't wear the same size I wore when I was 32. Maybe not even 42. I don't know. I got to check. So here's the thing. I remember thinking, I really don't want that. I really want to actually lose this weight. I really want to actually get in a higher level of shape. And so I went with her to visit the boot camp reluctantly, and it was hard. And I was there, and she was like, well, do you want to come back? Do you want to sign up? And I was like, no, I don't. Like, no, Boyce. And what I was saying was that Boyce does not want to sign up. And what I realized is that while Boyce does not want to sign up, I know Boyce needs to sign up. So the only way I can force myself to do something I don't want to do is I have to submit. I have to submit to my wife. I have to be an actor. I have to say, okay, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it. And I'm going to follow your lead because who I am is not enough right now. And I'm talking about right now. I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about who I am right now. Who I am right now is not enough for me to become the man that I want to be. Like, I want to be in much better shape. I want to have more endurance. I want to lose the weight, all that stuff. So I got to submit. You see what I mean? So really, what I say to you is that whatever mountain you're climbing, it's always an ongoing journey. And I encourage you to never become so arrogant that you can't submit to something that's going to make you into the better version of yourself that you need to be. So if you want to grow financially, you're going to have to submit to something or some process or some person or something that's going to force you to behave and do things in ways that you've never done them before. Because if you keep doing exactly what you're doing, you're going to get exactly what you've been getting. If your goal is to really lose weight, you got to submit to something. Sign your ass up for the boot camp like I did, or the fat farm or the whatever it is you got to do, or hang out with the person who runs all the time. And even though you hate it and it sucks, but sometimes freedom is not a good thing all the time. Freedom is good most of the time, but sometimes, freedom kind of requires a certain level of self-discipline. You got to be disciplined by something or someone somewhere. And what I find is that self-discipline ain't always enough. Because I don't know about y'all, but self-discipline can be tough for me. So getting up at 5 a.m. to go work out is easier when my wife gets up and I've given her permission to kick me out of the bed, even if I say I want to keep sleeping, because I know what my reaction is going to be. I'm not going to want to get up at 5 a.m. when it's 7 degrees outside. So I need you to force me to be the man that I say that I want to be, because life is short. And one thing that I've just concluded, and these are things I thought about when I was 20 years old, is that life is very short. Most people waste their time. Most people don't get to become the person they want to be. They don't achieve their goals because most dreams don't come true. So if you are a person who says, okay, you know what, if I make a New Year's resolution, I really want to keep it. Or if I have a goal, I really want to accomplish it. I really want to be something better than what I am right now. And I believe that you have it in you because that's why you're here. That's why you get up every morning, you hang out with me, and we talk every day. Then I encourage you to find something that's going to push that standard. Let's go back to that original core term that Rochelle mentioned, Rochelle, the teacher I talked about earlier. Standards, standards, standards. When they look at excellence and accomplishment and they look at wealth and everything else, everything is always about standards. Education, standards, health, standards. People that are healthy, they don't eat the same thing that everybody else eats. They don't think about, they don't work out. They work out more than everyone else does, right? People that have wealth, they have high standards. They save and invest for their children. They save and invest for themselves. They're always looking for ways to learn how to make money. And people that don't have high standards, they don't tend to have high wealth, right? Let me know if you get what I'm saying. People that don't have high standards of economic training and financial literacy and goal setting and economic discipline, then their bank account, unfortunately, is going to be a reflection of their effort, of their approach. It is, and what happens is that society always gives you an excuse to be a weak ass. Society will always give you an excuse to not set a standard for yourself because we live in this world where it's like, well, we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings or make them feel bad. So we're always going to be accepting of every single thing you do, every single person you choose to become. And that to me is a little bit of a crutch because I think that especially for Black people, I think that there are people that encourage us to keep our standards low. Like, even if you look at education and our kids are failing and struggling in school and people are like, well, it's because they're Black. Or if you look at economics and people, you're blowing through all this money, people are like, oh, well, that's okay. You don't have to be a stickler about it. You don't have to, but the problem with low standards and low expectations is that it does eventually, it either keeps you in the trap that you're already in, or it builds a further trap that is even greater than the one that you were in before, because now you're older and you can't go back and fix the things that you did before. If you're an NBA player and you make $10 million and then your career's over, you can't go back and get that money back. And so to some extent, I think that it's like in life, you either have to pay a price in advance or you pay the price later. I remember when I was in college and I was sitting there and I was thinking about, why somebody asked me, like, why do you study every day and why do you study so hard? And I remember thinking, I said, well, I figure I got to work hard at some point. At some point, I'm going to have to work hard. So I said, I can either work hard now for the next 3 or 4 years and live the next 30 years or 40 years, pretty good, or I can waste my time now, and then I'm going to have a really hard time for the next 40 years because I'm going to have to do things that I don't want to do in order to get the things that I need. So either way, you have to choose your heart. And what happens is, and the reason that the most successful people in America tend to be people that believe in delayed gratification is that you get the best ROI on your effort if you do it early in the process. If you do it in advance, that's the best ROI as opposed to doing it at the end. It's almost like, I remember in college, I remember noticing how college students study, because I wasn't really a college student. I never made good grades before. I just learned my own method of studying, which was very different from what my friends did because I didn't know what to do. So I just did what made sense. And I noticed how so many students would try to learn everything for the test 3 days before the test. Anybody else remember that? They would just sort of cram it all in. And they would be stressed out. They'd be staying up, drinking all this coffee and no-dos, and they'd be stressed out and exhausted and everything else. And then they would do all that just to get a C or a C plus on the test. They wouldn't get an A, right? But I remember thinking that's so strange that you put in all that effort just to get a C. Whereas if you put that same effort in 2 or 3 weeks earlier, you would have gotten an A. So it's not as if I put in more effort than they did. I just did it sooner. I did it early in the process, 3 weeks before the exam, so the concepts could settle in my mind. And you did it 3 days before the exam. But when I look at your experience versus my experience, your experience was much harder because I was just casually studying and reading. I didn't have a time deadline. I would just casually go through the material and take my time. You're trying to read 5 chapters in 3 hours. That's really hard. That's really stressful. So you went through it. So pay attention now. Here's what's interesting about life is that the people that don't make a plan and the people that don't have the discipline, either internally or externally, to plan in advance and to prepare, those are the people that end up working the hardest, actually. Those are the ones, because you're playing catch up, right? You're in survival mode. And that's very, very stressful. It's very stressful to always be in survival mode. Your cortisol levels are super high. It literally kills you. It kills your physical body when you're always in survival mode because, well, what happened? Well, you betrayed yourself because when you knew you could have started sooner, you didn't. You abused your freedom and you didn't submit to something greater than yourself. And what I mean by that is you did not submit to the idea that if I don't do what I got to do now, then there's going to be hell to pay later on. You didn't submit to that because nobody told you. You're sitting there and nobody's forcing you to do it, right? And everybody's telling you that it's okay to do what you're doing, and everybody else is lazy too. So why not sit around and do nothing? But I can just tell you that people that have a higher standard, they submit to something. In fact, even when I think about even in marriages, people that submit to not so much to their spouse. Like I do believe spouses submit to each other too. Like I submit to my wife submits to me. I saw my mother submit to my father. I saw my father submit to my mother. They submitted to each other, but more importantly, they were submitting to the institution they were building. They were submitting to the marriage, which was bigger than both of them. And then for those two, they happen to also be submitting to God, right? So by submitting to something bigger than yourself, then your own emotional whims are not going to drive your day-to-day decision making. You're following some sort of structure. You're following some set of rules. And so this leads me back to a basic idea. And this is something that I really want to encourage you to absorb today. And I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, is that when you talk about something like freedom to me is an interesting idea. We talk about freedom as Black people. We all want to be free, right? Everybody wants freedom. But I don't really know if freedom works for everybody. I don't. I think about when I was in college, and I had friends who made good grades in high school, and a lot of y'all know people like this. Let me know if you know people like this. They made really good grades in school because their parents forced them to study. You know people like that, right? They just, their parents watched everything they did. They forced them to get ready for their tests. They forced them to go to bed at a certain time. They had all these rules that they had to follow. I didn't have any rules in high school, really. I had a few, but not many. It was a very strange time. I had young parents, so that's what that was. But so what happens to kids like that when they go to college? A lot of them, they get to college and they get the freedom, and what happens? What happens when they get their first taste of freedom, where they can stay up as late as they want? Nobody tells them what to do. They can miss class if they want. They can sleep in. If they're not mature enough, they lose their mind. They go crazy, and next thing you know, she's going home because she's pregnant, or he's dropped out because he got a 0.0 grade point average, or she became an alcoholic, or he's facing some criminal charges, right? Just all kinds of crazy stuff can happen. Well, why is that? Well, because they get that freedom, and they aren't mature enough to handle the freedom because they don't want to submit to anything. The self-discipline's not there. And so really what I would argue is that freedom is something that requires a certain level of maturity. And it requires submitting to something that's going to make sure that you have some sort of connection to basic ideas of success, like delayed gratification, preparation, things like that. In fact, it's interesting because if you look at slavery and the reasons that white people said that Black people should not be free, is they really felt like we were just undisciplined people. They said if we let them go free and we don't tell them what to do, then they're going to lose their mind and they're going to go out and they won't survive. They won't be able, which is a very insulting idea. It's very insulting. But what is true, though, is freedom does require a certain amount of accountability and responsibility. And so if you are a person who wants to be free, but you don't want to be accountable for anything, you don't want to be responsible for anything, you don't want to have any kind of discipline toward anything, then at some point, what's going to happen, in my view, is that you're going to struggle, you're going to fail, and the universe will turn you into somebody's slave. That's what's going to, if you go and you say, I want to be independent and make my own money, so I want to be an entrepreneur, and you don't have the discipline to get up in the morning and work on that damn business every single day, rain, sleet, snow, or hail, then at some point you're going to struggle financially and you're going to have to go right back to work where that boss is going to tell you what time to come in. and the boss is going to tell you what projects to work on. If you know, same thing with the college students, the ones who couldn't find some level of self-discipline. Well, they ended up having to leave campus and go to work. And then they were forced to have discipline. So freedom is something that requires a certain element of maturity. Freedom is something that requires a certain level of discipline and commitment. Also, freedom is something that must be defended. And the way you defend your freedom is through your self-discipline. So when I get up every single day at 6 a.m. and go to work, it's not because I have to. It's because I'm defending my freedom. Because I know that if I say, well, you know what, I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins, I can lay around and do nothing. Well, at some point, I'm going to struggle due to that lack of consistency. And then I'm going to have to go beg a white man for a job. You understand? So this idea of submitting to something, I would ask you just, what do you submit to? You know, maybe you submit to a code of conduct. What is your code? Your code defines your standards. I think everyone, anywhere, whoever wants to achieve anything has to submit to something. And depending on where you are in life, that determines what you submit to. But I would encourage you, submit to something. Aisha says, I submit to my family. Exactly. Aisha's going to have a much more stable family than somebody who doesn't submit. Somebody who just does whatever they want to do and says, you know, screw my family. They're not going to have a family for very long. So submitting to the thing that you believe in, the thing that you want to be, the thing that you want to build, the thing that you want to develop, whatever it is. And it's hard because it does require humility. And I know for me, it's hard because I have to admit that I'm not enough. And also, it's hard because discipline in general is hard. But failure is also very, very hard. And I'd rather have discipline than to constantly confront failure and disappointment and live a life of regret. So let's be disciplined. You know, that's how we're going to do this. That's how we're going to build that wealth. Because let's just think about it. Let's talk about the financial part really quickly. If you think about it, when we talk about things like the $5 a day plan, where literally every single Black family on this planet of any income level can have hundreds of thousands of dollars in wealth in a couple of decades just by consistently investing in the S&P 500. That's not a complex idea. There's nothing about that idea that requires you to go to college and get a finance degree. What it requires is discipline. It requires a standard. It requires submitting to whatever your plan is and your vision is, you know, for the future. And if you have those things, then it's very easy to build wealth if you have some sort of code of conduct that sets a standard for you that is going to get you where you want to get to. If I want to go 1,000 miles in 20 hours, I have to submit to the idea of driving 20 hours at 50 miles an hour. I must submit to that. If I cannot submit to that, then I probably won't achieve my goal. So what are you submitting to? You got to submit to something. Maybe you start, if you're religious, you can submit to God. What does God want you to submit to? What code of conduct comes with that? I think that's perfectly fine. A lot of people make fun of this, but I really think people that get married and say, you know what, I'm not submitting so much to my spouse, I'm submitting to God. Go look at the statistics on those couples and see how long they stay married relative to people who say, I'm going to submit to my hormones. And if I feel attracted to the person and I like them and I'm having fun, then I'm going to stay married. People who think that way, they don't stay married very long because at some point you're not going to feel as sexually attracted to that person as you were when you first met them. That goes away after about 3 years or something, right? So people that are submitted to something bigger than themselves tend to be very successful and capable of accomplishing a lot more than people who just submit to their whims or to their emotions, because that submission creates the discipline. Discipline is the dividing line between people who live that dream and those who don't, right? So whatever your dream is, have that discipline to submit to something, and that will get you everywhere you want to go in life. I promise you. Okay. All right. So that's it for today. By the way, just a reminder, if you want to take a look at some of our stuff that we have in the Black Wealth Mastery store, you can go to drboycebooks.com. Later on today, I'm going to do the portfolio power play, and I'm going to break down what I'm seeing in the stock market. There's a lot of interesting dynamics happening in the market, as really there are every week. And so if you want to join that at noon, just get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, I'll send you a link where you can join us for the portfolio power play. And I'll talk to you about a couple of stocks that I'm interested in that I'm buying so that we can all build wealth together. Remember, the stock market is the #1 wealth building mechanism in America. That is the place that separates the wealthy people from middle-class people. So every single person has to participate in the stock market. If you have not started yet, Don't be scared. You can go to try be1investing.com, be the number one investing.com. I have a free ebook on the $5 a day plan, which is a very easy way for anybody to have wealth. So the number is 87948, and you text the word morning, type the word morning in your phone, and send that to the number 87948, and I'll send you a link in about maybe 30, 40 minutes where you can join us for today's portfolio power play. What else is happening right now in the Black Business School? We have a few other things. Just a reminder, don't forget the All Black National Convention is closer now. It's going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois. We're probably going to run out of passes soon. Our team's starting to pull everything together. So if you want to go ahead and lock in your pass now, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. All right, everybody. Well, have a great day. God bless you. And I hope this conversation was beneficial to you. And I will see you all very soon. If not tomorrow, we do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern because our goal is to be economically aware and financially conscious, because if you can't see the money, you can't be the money. And I want you to be the money. And that's how we're going to do it. We are the canaries in the mine. We are ahead of everyone else. My PhD gives me the ability to deliver to you on a regular basis cutting edge financial concepts and techniques that are not even covered in textbooks. And that's the gift I want to share with you, because I know that you can do it. I know that you have it inside of you. I know that we are the greatest people on this freaking planet. And I just want us to start acting the way God made us. So just act like yourself. That's what you got to do. All right.
Marathon. She said, Boyce, let's get up at 4:30 in the morning and go run a half marathon at 7 a.m. And of course, my reaction was the obvious one, which is hell to the no. Hell to the no, no, hell to the no, no, no. I'm not getting up at no 4:30 in the morning to go run a race. But I did say that because I love you and I need you to be safe, I will get up at 4:30 in the morning to drive you to the race. So that's what I did. I drove her. My goal was to be a good husband, and I said, "Boyce, you cannot let your wife go drive, what, a good 50 miles from home and just." They'd be surrounded by random white people. So I said, okay, I'm going to get up and I'm going to go with you. And so here's what I did. So I dropped my wife off, and I was so sleepy. I was so tired. I dropped her off, and I saw this hotel right across the street from the race. And I said, you know what, babe, while you're running, I'm going to be sleeping and I'm going to be thinking about you and wishing you the absolute best, but I'm going to be warm in the bed and I'll be at that hotel right there. See the hotel right there? You can walk right to that hotel and come and hang out with me after you get done, because I'm going to take me a nap and then get up and talk to the students today because we got financial consciousness training. So that's the real life of Boyce Watkins. That's really what was going on today in my life. That's absolutely the truth in terms of what happened today. Now, the second thing that was on my mind, as I was dropping my wife off, was I started to I did some research on what's going on with debt and what's going on in America when it comes to debt. Also, what's going on with Black people as it pertains to debt, and also what's going on with both educated and uneducated Black folks when it comes to debt. One group is not better than the other. It's just you deal with different dynamics in the economy, and it made me think about the corporate plantation, and it made me think about corporate slavery and how so many of our people that do everything right, you do everything you're supposed to do, you go to school, you work hard, you get good grades to get a good job, and it just doesn't quite work out the way you want it to. And in fact, actually, but I'm still a big advocate of education. In fact, my wife's brother, or who happens to be my brother-in-law, that's what your wife's brother is called, he actually works with this company called C2. And C2 is where they actually train kids to get ready for college, and they work with the kids to help them to get high ACT scores and high SAT scores. Our daughter's going through it right now. What's interesting about that is he was mentioning to me an honest truth. He said, we have a really hard time getting Black parents to bring their children to come in. He said, we drop the price, we offer free stuff, we do everything we can. And he said, it's just really hard. He said, now Indian parents, he said their kids are in their full throttle. He said, Asian parents, they'll spend their last nickel. And in fact, I went into the C2 office and I saw on the wall, they had pictures of happy little students with braces and stuff that had completed the C2 programs and stuff. And on one wall, I saw a little white girl saying, thank you, C2, for helping me because they helped me go to college and now I'm very successful. And then I saw another one with a little Indian boy. I don't know who he was. I don't know his name or anything, but it was him. He was basically saying C2 is what helped me to become a National Merit Scholar. And then there was like a little Asian kid. I think it was a girl, and she looked maybe, I don't know if she was Chinese or whatever Asian ethnicity it was, but she was Asian, and she was, thanking the C2. But I did not see any pictures of black children on the wall. I did not see one black child on the wall, and I don't know if that's because they forgot that black kids exist, or if it's because black kids just we don't participate as much. But I was looking for the black kid. I was looking for the black person. And so one of the things that made me think about is it made me ask this very obvious question that I think maybe from a consciousness standpoint, we might want to ask ourselves, which is this. It's very simple. Do we spend as much preparing our kids for education as we spend on things like preparing them for an imaginary career in professional sports? Yes or no? What do y'all think? Do you think we spend as much putting our kids in college prep programs as we would spend sending them to basketball camp, even though he's 5'8" and ain't never going to grow no taller for the rest of his life? And do we spend as much energy sending our children to these educational programs, even if they're low cost or free? I've seen them where they're free. I know people say we can't afford it, but I just find that really fascinating when we say we can't afford educational support when it seems like we can afford everything that we want. I see black people driving cars that I would never buy. I see black folks wearing clothes that I can't afford myself, not because I don't have the money, but because I can't justify throwing that much money down the toilet. I see black folks, living pretty good. It doesn't mean everybody's living good. I'm not saying everybody is balling. I'm not saying everybody's got $1 billion in the bank. That's not true. But some of us are not in the struggle, right? Some of us are actually doing okay and have extra money floating around and could really get the things that we want. We can afford to go to a nice restaurant every now and then, go to the movies and dinner. Black Panther comes out. Every person shows up for that movie as if it is a religious experience that requires mandatory attendance. They show up for the Black Panther movies the same way they show up to vote when the Democratic Party says y'all need to show up and make sure you get Joe Biden back in office, right? So we're kind of committed to certain things. Do you get what I mean? Like there's certain things we're kind of committed to. Like I saw this thing where they were making a joke about what happens. I promise you I'm gonna get back to the debt thing. I got my notes here that's gonna get me back on track. But y'all know what, in case you don't know what financial consciousness does, it's literally me giving you a stream of consciousness of what I'm observing economically so we can see the money dynamics in our lives and how it all plays together. So I saw this video that was interesting where there was a black girl who was married to a white guy, and she made a joke about what happens to white guys when they marry black girls, how they start changing how they dress and how they kind of tighten them up a little bit and give them a little more swag. Like they'll have them grow a beard, or they'll get some kind of cool haircut, or they'll start wearing like certain clothes, like a alligator belt or some patent leather shoes or whatever. And I saw the images and the imagery that they had of the way black men supposedly dress has nothing to do with me. I've never worn any of those clothes. I'm not saying that they're tacky or that they're bad, and I respect you. If you got the swag, then God bless you, because God didn't bless me with no swag. You are talking to a swagless human being. I have zero swag when it comes to how I dress, because I can easily go shop at Walmart and feel like I did everything right. So anyway, I saw these clothes, and these clothes looked expensive. Like, don't get me wrong, maybe they're not. Maybe they don't cost that much. But I remember just thinking, gosh, that's so interesting that there's some of us who really will put a lot of money into every aspect of our appearance. And I'm not saying that that's bad. You probably shouldn't do what I do. I'm raggedy. Don't be like me. Don't be like me when you grow up. If I didn't have no money, and that I didn't have and I wasn't like kind of internet famous or whatever, I probably would never have had a girlfriend in my life. Who knows? I have no idea. But anyway, but the thing was though, I remember looking at that and thinking, gosh, it must be really expensive in terms of time, energy, and money to really, really put that much energy into your appearance. And is this really the image of the black male? Like, is that really the image of the black male, or is that the image of a certain kind of black male? Not that that's a bad black man. I'm not making fun of guys who are in that category. I know guys. We all got that uncle. You like my Uncle John. I had an Uncle John, rest his soul, wonderful man. He was from Atlanta, and he was a big fan of the Atlanta Falcons. And he looked just like Deion Sanders. Imagine a fat Deion Sanders in the 1980s. That's what he was. He had big Jerry curl. He had four. He didn't have one ring or two ring. He had like four rings on each hand. He had 5 or 6 chains that he would wear around his neck, and he had a couple of gold teeth. And he just always was fly. Like if he went out, he'd have the hat and the shoes and and some of that stuff and it's interesting because I remember just thinking, that's so fascinating that people spend that much money and that much time on appearance. And I think that that's okay. But what that really says is it doesn't say anything wrong. By the way, I want to make that clear. I'm not hating on people that have more swag than me, which is pretty much 95% of the population. What I'm pointing out is that it seems to me that when it comes time to spend our money, we ready to spend. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Did I say that in a way that doesn't sound like I'm just jealous of people that dress better than me? I hope I'm not sounding that way because I don't want to be hater of the year. Not on that. There's some things I do hate, but this is not one thing that I hate. And in fact, actually, I said something. I made a comment. Sometimes I surprise people because I made a Twitter comment about this ongoing, really fascinating rap battle between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. And people somehow think that because you're 52, you don't understand hip hop. And I just literally respond by saying I was probably listening to hip hop before you were born, or definitely when you were in elementary school. And so I know the history of the beast. I'm a black man. I know all about hip hop. I've been on the Breakfast Club a bunch of times, so I keep up with the culture. So I'm going to comment on this whether you like it or not. And then one of the things that about that interesting beef was that somebody said, and I said, yeah, I think Kendrick is literally destroying Drake right now. But it's kind of like me sort of being petty because I've always thought Drake rapped like a suburban white woman to me. I didn't relate to Drake, honestly. I relate to Kendrick Lamar. But then again, that's a personal thing. But anyway, so as Drake is destroying Kendrick Lamar, or sorry, Kendrick Lamar is destroying Drake. My bad, I got that backward. Somebody asked me, somebody said, so Doc, do you agree with so you're okay with the destruction of the image of a black male? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with Kendrick destroying the image of a black male in public? And I said, well, are you talking about Drake? I said, because that's not an image of a black male. I know he's a certified lover boy and he's got all the swag that comes with being a rapper. I said, but that's not a black male image because that was an image created by a white man. That was the black male image created by white people. White people run that. White people own hip hop. Black people do not own hip hop. Black people do not control it. There's not a single black person anywhere that I know of. Have you ever? I don't know if any of y'all if you follow hip hop, you'll know about this rapper named Sexy Red, who literally will make you want to vomit in your mouth every time you see her. I'm sorry, I don't know how that sounds, and then maybe I shouldn't say that, because I want to be encouraging and positive on a Sunday morning, but it's really, really sad. Like not one of you in this room, I can bet you every nickel in my bank account that not one of you would ever watch Sexy Red in a video and say, gosh, I really want my daughter to be like her. That's the role model, right? And so where did that come from? That does not come from black people. That comes from the people that own hip hop. Hip hop is not black owned. Hip hop is white owned, and we are the workers. Hip hop is like a big restaurant, and we are the employees. We are the people that are performing at the restaurant. We're the ones who are serving at the tables. We don't get to decide what food is going to get served in this restaurant, but we all eat at the restaurant because the restaurant is full of black employees. Do you understand? You see all the black employees at the restaurant, so you think, oh, that must be a black restaurant, but you're not really sitting and thinking about who's running the restaurant, who owns the damn thing, who's deciding what food is going to be served on these plates. You're not thinking about that, right? You're just literally coming in. It's like when we go see Black Panther and we really think Black Panther is a black movie. Black Panther is not a black movie. Black Panther is a white movie with black people in it. Disney, I know I'm a shareholder in Disney, unfortunately, because their stock has done poorly for the last several years. And they don't, most of their shareholders do not look like you and I. The people that make the money when a new Black Panther movie comes out are not people like us. That money does not go to Wakanda because Wakanda doesn't exist. So this idea that we get attached to things because of the way they look on the outside as opposed to what they're composed of on the inside, it's really reflective of a lot of things. It's reflective of an inherent superficiality. that we tend to embrace. This idea that if something looks good on the outside, it must be good on the inside. The same way a man looks at a beautiful woman and doesn't assume that this woman could be toxic, that this woman could have diseases, that this woman could be a terrible person. You just think she's amazing because she's got a great smile and a nice booty, right? So the same thing happens, I think, when it comes to our economics. If you don't have the financial consciousness to really dissect an entity and really understand what it really is and what's really going on and how the dynamics are working, it's like a person who might watch a puppet show and think that Pinocchio is a real boy. Do you understand? Or somebody who watches an actor in a movie and you think that they really are the person that they're pretending to be in the movie. Stringer Bell, who was played by Idris Elba, who played in The Wire, which was one of the greatest shows of all time. He, if you've ever heard Idris Elba in real life, he sounds like a British bloke. I don't want to do a bad British accent because I got British friends and I have a lot of support in London, but he sounds British. And if all my friends in London, I know y'all love me and I love y'all. So if I did that, if you're offended by that, please just chalk it up to my silliness today. But anyway, he said that he would go places and real drug dealers would come up to him and ask him for like business advice on how to expand their drug empire. And he was like, you do understand that I'm acting, that I'm an actor. And they didn't know, like people really think that he was really a drug dealer. So ultimately it's interesting in terms of when you talk about business, when you talk about financial consciousness, which is why we gather every single morning. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. in case you're new. It's really a matter of just kind of looking at the world and saying, what's really going on here? What's really in front of me, as opposed to what they put in front of me. Right. In fact, one of my good friends, one of my great friends, is Daryl Bell. Daryl Bell was in that show, A Different World, and Daryl played Dwayne Wayne's best friend. And Daryl is a great guy. He's super smart. We really connect on financial stuff. He's super smart in finance. His daddy was a great guy on Wall Street. I mean, literally a pioneer on Wall Street. And so anyway, he was explaining to me that everybody feels like A Different World is a black show because we all watched it. We supported it. We're the reason that Warner Brothers made billions of dollars or hundreds of millions or however much money they made from that show. But they can't bring that show back until Warner Brothers gives the green light because Warner Brothers owns the show. In fact, Warner Brothers doesn't just own the show, they have dozens, if not hundreds, of patents and trademarks on this show. So even Jasmine Guy cannot go in public and perform the accent of Whitley Gilbert without being sued by Warner Brothers because they own her accent. So she can't even go if they say, "Can you do an imitation of Whitley?" And when you say Dwayne, remember how she talked, Dwayne, I love Dwayne, right? She can't do that. She can't do Whitley Gilbert's accent because they put a trademark or a patent or a copyright, whichever one. I don't know the right one. I have to talk to. I literally have a trademark lawyer. I need to one day bring her into class or something. But she could probably tell me the difference between which one you need. But that's why I hired. Her name's Takora. That's why I hired her as my trademark lawyer because she knows the difference between these things. And so ultimately, a lot of the things that we think are black really aren't black. And I think it's very important to just make sure we know the difference. Okay. So circling back, when you're talking about that first issue of do we spend our money on education as quickly as we spend it on sports? I would say the answer is no. I would say that perhaps a little more balance would be called for. In fact, again, if you're sending your kids to college or the grandkids to college, get them ready. Get them ready. You know, I remember in college being very confused. Here's the thing. Let me explain something. When I was in college, part of the reason I don't have no swag is because when I was a kid, I didn't have time for bullshit. I just didn't. I was independent from the time I was like 12 or 13. I got my first job when I was 11. And then my mama made me pay rent when I was 14. That's just terrible. That's so abusive. But the good side of it is it made me into a man very quickly. And so I would literally go out and do grown man stuff. I'd be like, I'm leaving. I'd leave at 16. At 16 years old, I would just leave the house and come back whenever. And I don't know why my parents did. They were just so terrible, right? But anyway, I love them though. But it was a different time. So anyway, so I got to college, and I remember when I got to college, here was my story. All through high school, I was a really bad student. All through high school, my grades were bad. I never made an A. I remember my goal was like, I'm gonna make an A this time in something, and I would make A's in like PE because I could run fast and I could jump high and I was strong. I had those three things. I was a good athlete, like so many other black boys. And that was it. I never made an A in anything ever in my life, in not one single class. And I remember being so lost in school. Those white women, they didn't understand me. I didn't understand them. They probably wanted me in special ed and to put me on medication and stuff because I am a little weird. I probably do have a little bit of undiagnosed ADHD, but I consider it to be my superpower. I think that that's what makes Boyce Watkins into who he is, whatever that is. And I remember school was just a terrible, really bad experience. And a lot of you have sons and daughters that are going through the same thing. A lot of you have kids that are feeling that. In fact, we have that's why we bring educators to the All Black National Convention to kind of help you work through some of that. My daughter is one of those people. She actually works with kids, particularly in special ed and stuff like that. I'll bring her by so you guys can meet her. I think it's time, and she's super smart. She went to Columbia University, and I love her, and I think she's somebody that might be able to add value to what you're dealing with your children. So, long story short, I went to college. And I didn't have a fallback option. I had no money in my pocket. Black Achievers, God bless them, gave me my only little scholarship. It was like $500. And that was enough to just get me on the University of Kentucky campus. And I'm so grateful to Black Achievers in Louisville, Kentucky, that my wife and I went back to their banquet and we made a $20,000 donation about a year ago because I said I owe you everything. Without you, I would have been, I don't know what would have happened, right? So I got to college and I had no money in my pocket, so I had to figure out how to make enough money to have a place to live, and I didn't have time for silly stuff, right? And I remember real thinking like, okay, what's my next move? What am I gonna do? You get in survival mode, so you're trying to figure out what you're gonna. And just like when I told you about the lady, about the old white lady that was trying to sleep with me for money, and I actually kind of thought about it because I was that broke, but then I kind of started vomiting in my mouth and realized how disgusting that would be, and I just couldn't do it. But really, that was where I was. That's like when you talk about hitting a low, and I'm saying anybody who's ever been broke probably has been through a moment where you thought, hey, you know what? I could sell all this lusciousness and get me an extra $50, and that'll make sure I can at least go to McDonald's a couple of times and not starve to death this week. A lot of us have been there. If you haven't been there, then you haven't really lived. So anyway, I was in college and I just didn't have time to mess around, and my friend, so when I was figuring out my next move, I said, okay, I think this education thing could be my next move. I think this is the thing that can help me to provide for my daughter, because I had child support, and it can help me pay the bills, right? So I poured all my energy into education. I was like, okay, I'm going to figure out how to succeed as a college student. And I remember I didn't really know how to study. That was my problem. So I remember like reading books. Like that was when I started to become a little more conscious about life. That's when I learned about things like positive thinking, because that helped me overcome the depression I felt as a kid from feeling kind of abandoned and unloved. Well, I learned positive thinking as a way to kind of fight against that. Also, that was when I learned that most answers to most questions are somewhere in somebody's damn book. So I said, okay, since I don't really have all the role models I need in my life that can help me get where I want to get to, I'm going to go read books and find stuff, find information. So for example, when I wanted to understand women and sex, I read this book called How to Make Love to a Woman. And then I read another book when I was 30 called What Women Want Men to Know, because I was like, I like women. Women are cool. Let me understand. Let me study this stuff and see what's going on, because y'all are hard to understand. And then I also remember reading books about studying and how to do well in college. And the thing was, though, as I read those books about how to do well in college, I also leaned on what I knew. And what I knew was I knew two things that really helped me. One, I knew hard work, because my father always taught me that every man's got to work hard for what he wants. So I would go to work at these minimum wage jobs and make, $3 or $4 an hour and bust my butt for 10 straight hours and be grateful for it. And then also, I understood from sports very basic values about success and winning. I understood that to be a great athlete, you had to practice consistently. You had to prepare in advance, right? You couldn't wait to the last minute. You couldn't be lazy and think you're going to win the championship. So that's how I thought about my academics. And so I approached academics that way. And what I didn't realize was that I was actually studying harder than all my classmates. I thought I didn't belong in college. I thought that because I didn't fit the look, I didn't know how to, I dressed like a student. I didn't have the little tiny glasses with the little backpack. I felt awkward, right? But I just went in there, just kind of brute force, and just said, okay, I'm going to fake it till I make it. And for about 3 years, I really felt like I was faking it. I didn't really think I was that smart. I thought I was pretending, right? And so what happened was I ended up just blowing away everybody else. Like, I had the highest grade point average of all the Black students on campus. And I remember being utterly fascinated by just how unproductive so many of my friends were, how lazy they were when it came to school, when it came to studying, how spoiled they were, how weak they were. They were very weak. And that's the thing. You get parents, we always think we're protecting our kids by coddling the hell out of them. And then they're just so weak. They can't weather the storm. One little wind blows by, they fall over like a little leaf. They just can't, they have no resilience, no commitment, no dedication. And they get that little 2.2 grade point average where they were studying 1 hour a week and then whine the entire time. And I didn't understand that. And so one of the things I really felt was, I said, I think that there's something happening here where we're just not really hungry in this area the way I think we could be and should be. And there are other areas where we're very competitive. We're very competitive when it comes to sports. You got to be a great black basketball player. You got to be really, really good. We're really competitive maybe when it comes to dance. We're really competitive when it comes to even dressing sharp. When they show like sharp dressed black men, they go to the nth degree and they spend the money getting the beard perfectly shaved. And because for some reason everybody thinks a beard makes you into a man, which is like weird because a beard doesn't do anything except put hair on your face. And you know, and just there's so many things that we're really, really into. And there are things that we're not into, right? And typically those things related to academics and whatever, those are not the things that are typically at the top of our priority list. Not everybody, but for a lot of us. And so, so one of the things I did when I got on the faculty of Syracuse, I see someone says, "How do you buy stock?" Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's a free training on our $5 a day stock market investing plan. You can go to blackwealthmasterplan.com, or you can go to drboycestocks.com, drboycestocks.com. That's where I give you the stocks that I pick and everything else. So feel free to go there if that's what you're looking for. So anyway, let's go back into this. So we're talking about in terms of investing, where you invest your money, where you invest your time, where you invest your energy. And so the first book I wrote when I was at Syracuse was a book called Everything You Ever Wanted to Know About College. And I put everything in there that I learned as a professor about how to do well in school, right? So one of the things that's interesting to me, though, is that despite the fact that there are people like me who've written books that literally explain every single thing that you need to know to do well in college, there are so many people that will still go to that next level and really will just feel like they're just this uninformed black person. You know, like they'll assume that because you're first generation, that you just don't know what's going on, that you're a deer in headlights, that you're completely lost, that there's no hope for you. And the best thing you can do is hope to just survive and get by. And I just beg to differ with that. That's my point. I beg to differ with that because the resources are out there. The resources are out there. The resources are in your phone. You can open up your phone and learn everything you need to know about how to do almost anything in this world if you are determined to find it. And so ultimately, what I would say to you is that this whole stream of consciousness in terms of investing, the investment of time, the investment of money, I think it goes to the core of some issues that we deal with culturally that we might want to confront instead of continuing to do what we've been doing before, right? So, for example, there's no excuse that these companies that help kids prepare for the SAT and the ACT don't have just as many black kids as they have Indian, Asian, and white kids. You know, when Asian kids show up and they've got the perfect test scores and they got the perfect GPAs, I think that we can get mad about that, or we can simply say, okay, maybe there's another notch we can go to. Maybe there's another level we can go to because we already have excellence in so many other areas. I really think academic excellence should be a part of that. Now, with that said, this is going to spin us back into the whole conversation about debt. And the reason I brought up the whole educational piece is because the debt crisis is actually hitting educated black people as much as it's hitting uneducated black people. And I'm going to explain that to you in 1 second. Let me just remind you guys of something really quickly. Some of you were looking to join the real estate program, something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate, where literally this week we're bringing in a special guest named Shalea Camila, who is a noted real estate expert who can answer a lot of your questions if you're looking to either invest in real estate or if you're looking to buy real estate, etc. She kind of knows everything. She was a speaker at the All Black National Convention. She's very good. And I know that Micah has sent out an offer where you could actually join the program for $1 the first month. Well, here, because you're in this class, I got something better. You can actually join for $0 the first month. So if you want to just try it out, bring your friends and family, just hit that link right there. And because you're here, I've extended that offer to you. So feel free to take a look at that. It's also at drboycerealestate.com. That's drboycerealestate.com. And also the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia is May 18th. And that URL is getmoneyfest.com. But what I'll do is I'll actually share the link with you guys really quick if you want to come to Philadelphia. And we're going to have a lot of panels and speakers and all kinds of stuff. So it's not my event. It's Jay Ortiz. He's the organizer. He's a rapper out of Philadelphia, and I love it when rappers want to be smart. So I told him I would support him 100%, just like all the other rappers, the smart rappers that I know. I'm friends with a lot of smart rappers, and I'm enemies with a lot of dumb rappers. The ones that are destroying the community, those are not my friends. But the ones that want to do better, those are ones I respect. All right. So anyway, let's break down what's going on with consumer debt, and then I'm going to explain to you why consumer debt is a type of financial slavery and why financial consciousness, which is what we cover every single day in this class at 10 a.m., is really important in terms of understanding what debt does for you. All right. So here's the deal with consumer debt. First of all, consumer debt, pretty much any debt that is on the back of a consumer or on the back of a family in America, consumer debt's at an all-time high. Right now, consumer debt is about $17.1 trillion. 70% of that debt is mortgages. I don't think mortgages are automatically always bad debt. I think mortgages are better. Now, someone says, where's the link? Oh, you know what? I didn't. Sorry about that. I apologize. I ran off and there we go. There's the link for the Philly event. And let me share the link for the real estate course. Right. So sorry about that, guys. I apologize. I didn't do everyone when I shared the link. There we go. All right. So there we go. Now let me know if you can see it. There it is. Okay. So 70% of all the consumer debt is mortgage debt. That's about $12.25 trillion. This is as of 2023. 1.1 trillion is credit card debt. That's also a record high. So mortgage debt is at a record high. Credit card debt is at a record high. It has never been higher than it is right now. A lot of this has to do with inflation. Auto loan debt is about 1.6 trillion. That is also at an all-time high. So people owe more on their cars than they've ever owed in any other area before. Student loan debt is 1.6 trillion. That's also a record high. And another area they included here on this list is HELOCs, like home equity loans. So people are borrowing against their home equity, mainly to maintain this high levels of consumer spending that is pretty much driving the economy and keeping the economy alive. So all this debt adds up to about 17 trillion. The average American household has about $104,000 worth of debt. To be precise, it's exactly $104,215 in total debt for most households. That's a lot of debt. And here's the thing about debt that's really interesting is that debt can either liberate you or debt can enslave you. Debt can either be something that really enhances your life and makes it better, or debt can be something that just makes you regret the day that you were born. And let me explain why. So debt, the way debt can be liberating is if you use the debt in a way that actually helps you make more money. Most multi-billionaires and millionaires and people that run big businesses, they started their businesses off with debt. They went and borrowed some money. They went and borrowed, say, $5 million, and they turned the 5 million into 20 million, and they got to keep 15 after they paid back the 5 million plus interest. Whatever, maybe it's 12, 13, 14 million, whatever the number is, right? So debt can be a beautiful thing because debt can give you access to a productive asset that allows you to make more money. For example, a lot of you that are in the Prime program, you've used HELOCs to go and get access to capital or debt, and you have taken that money from the HELOC, maybe $100,000, scaled it up with a little bit more leverage, went in and bought, say, I don't know, a few hundred shares of a company, and you're making maybe $2,000 or $3,000 a week on selling the options for that stock, just like we cover in class. So that is a scenario, in my view, where debt isn't such a terrible thing, assuming that you're taking some of that income and plowing it back into repaying the debt. So if you're buying property and you're paying down the debt on the property, that's a good thing. If you're borrowing money for a business and you're able to make the business successful, I think that's a good thing. If you're even using debt to buy stock and sell the options on the stock to generate an income source for yourself, I think that's okay. But the problem is when you get into these areas of consumer debt, like the credit cards, most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. Most credit card debt does nothing for you at all. If you think about your finances like a human body, credit card debt is like a bunch of fat, right? Again, business debt might be like a bunch of muscle. If you have muscle, then you can be a better athlete. But with fat, you're usually not going to be a better athlete unless maybe you're a sumo wrestler or something. So having credit card debt is fat. Auto loan debt is fat. And for a lot of people, even student loan debt is fat, not because student loans are always bad, but because student loan debt has gotten so high. It's gotten so high that it's gotten to the point where it is very toxic, right? So ultimately, if you're not careful, that student loan debt or that credit card debt or whatever type of debt can be the thing that not only slows you down financially and keeps you from growing, but it can also be the key to your slavery. Like there are people that are enslaved when they when they actually go into so much debt that they can't quit their job. If you watch the movie, there was a movie called Wonka. Go see the movie Wonka. Wonka is a great movie. I took my daughter to see it, and in the movie Wonka, there's a point where Willy Wonka, it's the origin story of Willy Wonka. I assume y'all know I hope y'all know the story of Willy Wonka. Do y'all know Willy Wonka, right? I don't have to explain that. Okay, so the origin story of Willy Wonka before he builds his great chocolate factory and everything when he's young and he's a young guy young hustler on the move, he's trying to figure out how to make his next move. There's a point in the movie where the a person tricks him into debt, and they put him so deep in debt that he then says, well, I can't afford to pay that. So then what they do is they force him to work in the laundry room of some hotel, and he can't go out and build his chocolate factory. He can't go pursue his dream of building the greatest chocolate factory in the world because he has to do laundry all day to repay this debt. And they said, if you keep it, well, you can pay it off. It's just going to take you about 30 years to do that. Well, that really happens to millions of people. Millions of people end up in the same position as Willy Wonka because you've got this amazing dream, this fantasy, this vision that God gave you, and God said, go fulfill the vision. And you can't fulfill the vision because you got to go and do laundry in the basement every day for the next 30 years or do some other type of work that is pretty much meaningless to you, and the work that you would not be doing if you were not getting paid to do it. And that's what debt does. And that's why consumer debt is very powerful for those that are driving the economy. If they can get you into debt, it's like getting you pregnant and locking you down. They get you financially pregnant with all this debt, and then you can't make any moves. You're pretty much stuck pretty much where you are. You have to come back to work. After the pandemic, there were a lot of billionaires and CEOs that were very concerned about the fact that the American labor force had declined. The labor force participation rate had dropped because people just became financially conscious, and they said, I don't really think I want to spend all my hours of this on this earth at a job. I'd rather do other things like sleep in or spend time with my kids or go to the movies or go to the gym or just be happy. And so they had to figure out how to get people to come back to work. So a lot of them were lobbying the government to reignite student loan payments so that people would be forced to come back to work. They're like, we need them to have something that they have to pay, so they have to come into us to get it done for them. We need them to need us. They need our income. So debt is definitely a type of slavery. I mentioned this yesterday, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So having a lot of education doesn't escape you from the debt dilemma if you're not financially conscious. And also, even among the half that don't default on their student loans, a lot of them are paying on their debt until they're 50 or 60 years old. And the thing about debt is that debt moves in the exact opposite of closing the racial wealth gap. So when you talk about closing the racial wealth gap, you don't close the gap with debt, you're increasing the gap with debt. So the fact that we have so many of our best and brightest saddled with the absolute most debt that they can possibly get in hopes that they're going to find some job that will repay them enough to cover that debt is really flawed thinking. It does not work. So with that said, I want to cover a few financial consciousness points. And actually, I'll answer a few questions. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. And if you're not inside the Zoom, I won't see your question. But if you want to join us in the Zoom, all you got to do is text the word morning to 87948. This is our daily financial consciousness training from the Black Business School. It's 100% free to anybody that wants to join. You don't have to pay money. You just have to pay attention. So just text the word morning to the phone number 87948, and I will invite you. And if you're not on that text list, make sure you get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. All right, so let me give you a few quick reasons why we overspend, and then I'm going to link this back to why financial consciousness is important. I need you to give me a quick yes as a confirmation. Is it clear to you why being financially conscious is critical in this economy? Give me a yes if you understand this. Like, give me a yes if you're seeing this. I want to make this clear because some people, no, I don't think you probably have never had a class on financial consciousness. You've never had a professor say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. Usually they'll say, I'll teach taxation, or I'll teach investing, or I'll teach, about credit cards or real estate. You've never heard a person say, I'm going to teach financial consciousness. And this was something that didn't come to my mind. God didn't give me that vision until I literally was 20 years past my PhD. And I knew a lot, I knew a lot 5 years before my PhD. I was teaching college students in 1993. So it took a lot of processing for me to look at Black culture over many, many years, many decades, to understand, like, I get what's going on. It's our culture, it's our habits, it's our consciousness that's kicking us in the butt. If they can get you to dumb yourself down and become unconscious, then they can use you like a slave. It can literally become like a zombie virus that takes over your brain. In fact, I remember reading where they said that consuming lots of media and television reduces the strength of your prefrontal cortex, which is the part of your brain that allows you to engage in strategic thinking and delayed gratification. So literally, but when you're sitting there watching TV all day and consuming media, it's literally frying your brain. It's literally dumbing you down. That's what it's doing. And then when you look at the studies, well, what do you find? You find that Black people watch more television than anybody else. Black people consume more social media entertainment than anybody else. Do you think that there's a connection between the two? Do you think that those two things are connected? And do you think that maybe that's kind of done on purpose? So anyway, so here are some reasons why people overspend their money. One is a lack of a budget. When you don't have a budget, that tends to cause your money to fly out your pocket. That is related to a lack of consciousness, because what happens is that when you have a budget, you're conscious of every nickel that you spend. You're documenting that. You're writing it down, right? But when you don't have a budget, you're not conscious. And when you're not conscious, it kind of goes away. Like, have you ever sat down and done something with somebody? Maybe, I don't know, maybe you went to go see that person that you were really attracted to, and y'all had some hot, sweaty, you know what, in the bedroom, and then you look at you wake up and you look at your watching, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's 8 o'clock, right? The time just flew by. Or remember that song, Secret Lovers? And it said something about we wake up and we notice the time. Remember that? Yeah. We both get nervous cause it's way after 9, right? So here's what I think about. This tells you how weird I am. When I think about that song, Secret Lovers, and how they woke up and they got nervous because it was way after 9 and they just noticed the time, that made me think about another study that I read that basically said that when your brain is injected with dopamine, or you're doing something fun, like having sex or hanging out or using drugs, you lose track of time and space. Like, you just become unconscious. You become unconscious of time. And in fact, an extreme example was, there was a story about this guy who was like this regular middle-class dude who he dabbled with crack, or for some reason. I don't know why people mess with drugs, but he smoked a little bit of crack every now and then. And one day he decides to go out and smoke some crack. And when he did that, he literally lost track of time. Like, the whatever the crack did to his brain caused him to forget about time. And he said that he was literally just smoking away, and 3 days went by. He didn't even realize that 3 days went by. So when he finally sobered up and went home, he said his house was empty, his wife was gone, the kids were gone, everything, his whole life was gone. right? And that to me makes me think about what also happens when it comes to economic consciousness. I believe that when you're not conscious of your money, or you're just sort of living life and just spending a little bit here and a little bit there, and you lose that consciousness, your money is just going to kind of fly out the window, and you're not going to know where your money went. So one way to counter that might be to have a budget and kind of document things, and not only have a budget for money, but I actually have time budgets for time. I have time budgets. When I get on the phone, I think I live my life in 20-minute blocks, 20-minute increments. So if I do something, I'll look at my clock, my watch, and I'll say, okay, it's 8:50, it's 8:44. I'm going to stop doing this at 9 o'clock. Or if I say, gosh, I really don't want to work out, I don't feel like it, I'll say, okay, boys, we're going to start at 9:20 and we're going to work out until 9:40, really, really hard. Right. And then if you feel like continuing, you can. If you don't, then that's okay. That's the negotiation that I have with myself, because sometimes you don't feel like doing it. Right. But what also happens is that all the barriers I had in my head where I'm like, oh, I don't have time to do this, I don't have time to do that, that goes out the window, because then I realized that this thing that I was procrastinating on because I didn't think I had time to do it literally only took me 8 minutes to do. Right. Has anybody ever gone through that where literally you'll spend a year procrastinating on something, and then you do it and it literally takes you like 15 minutes? And you're like, wow, I can't believe I wasted a whole year procrastinating on something that was going to take 15 minutes. So I don't just budget money. I budget time. I budget the stuff that's more important than money. Time is far more important than money. I know my time. I'll pay money to save time. Seriously. So ultimately, a lack of a budget plays a big part in people overspending or going deep in debt. The second piece is, this also relates to consciousness, is impulse buying. Impulse buying is where they get you to get emotionally stimulated, emotionally charged, or whatever, and then they get you to buy based on your impulse. And a lot of this is linked to the inability to to really have the discipline or the consciousness to say, okay, I'm not going to just make this move based on my emotion. I'm going to sit back and strategically think about this. So one way to counter impulse decisions would be to force yourself to have a day or two to think about it before you do it. Imagine this. Think about this. Imagine if they had a law. And it's not, again, it's not just money. Think about stuff like sleeping with the wrong person and then having a baby with an absolute terrible human being. Imagine if there was a law that said every time you want to have sex with somebody, you got to have a 2-day cooling off period where you got to sit back and think about whether or not this is the person that you want to be with. Can you imagine like how many fewer unwanted pregnancies we would have, right? How much less drama there would be in the world if people were forced to think about it, even 24 hours, anytime you want to sleep with somebody, you got to fill out a form and put in an application and I know I wouldn't want the government really regulating this. This is more like a thought experiment, but really you have to fill out a form and say, I met this girl. She's really nice. I think she's great. I think I'm going to sleep with her. So I'd like to, and we're going to meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock and make it happen. Well, I think a lot of people would probably make a different decision, right? And because a lot of times you make decisions based on impulse, and there are people that encourage that, right? There are people that encourage that kind of thing. And someone says Veronica says it's called marriage. Yeah, it is. It is. And marriage is ideal, but I'm not here to judge, right? Some people don't feel that marriage works for them, and I think that's okay too. I don't think marriage really works for everybody. I think in fact, as a married person, I will say, if you're not ready to sacrifice and humble yourself and submit to another person and submit to something greater than yourself, marriage isn't for you. If you come in saying, well, I'm not going to submit to nothing, I'm not going to settle. No, marriage is all about settling and submitting. I settled for my wife because she's amazing, and I submit to my marriage, and I submit to my wife all the time. Why the hell you think I got up at 4:30 this morning to drive across town? I wanted to sleep in. I didn't want to get up at 4:30 in the morning. I was submitting to the fact that I want my wife to be safe. I want to be with her when she's doing these things. I don't want to abandon her, right? So I think that it requires that kind of perspective. And so I think if you're not ready for that, maybe marriage isn't for you, because all you're going to do is get married and then get divorced and waste all your money and waste all your friends' time and all that stuff. So if you ain't going to do it right, don't do it. That's what I would say. Whichever path you pick, do it right. All right, so let's keep going here. So we talked about impulse buying, a lack of a budget. Third is social pressure. Peer pressure is big in terms of buying things. A lot of people feel pressure to keep up with the Joneses, or they want to just, or maybe black people that just want to be like white folks, or also poor people imitating rich people. That's one of the reasons why luxury items get sold, is because poor people buy them thinking that if I imitate a rich person, then the world is going to see me in a different light. They're going to see me as a successful person. And what's funny is that if you go and you hang out with billionaires where money just isn't a thing anymore for them, or at least not, maybe in a big picture sense, like I'm going to go buy this building or buy this property, but they're not thinking like I'm going to just impress you with my Gucci belt or whatever. Like a lot of billionaires dress like bums. Like they might drive a regular little car and you go to their office and it's just this tiny little office. And I think that what kind of happens maybe is that when they get that much money, they really they don't feel the need to impress you with how much money they have. In fact, sometimes I believe if you have a lot of money, sometimes you don't even want people to know how much money you have, because when you have a lot of money, people treat you differently. I've never wanted to brag to people about the money I have. People know I probably have something because I understand money pretty well, but really I don't like for people to know that I have a lot of money, because people start asking you for it and they start trying to steal it from you, and people will scam you for it, and people will sue you for no reason and all these other things. So really, no, I'm not leading money first, right? I'm going to lead voice first, whatever that looks like. And I married a woman who didn't care much about money. Because she had money, and it wasn't, but I could tell very quickly if a woman was interested in the money that I had. And that wasn't a bad thing. It didn't make her a bad person, because the books I've read tell me that women are naturally attracted to men that have resources. So I understood that. But at the same time, I also understand what comes with that. I understand what it means to take on another dependent. And sometimes you don't want that, right? So ultimately, I think it's a matter of deciding what really works best for you. But really, that social pressure aspect, circling back to that, that really speaks to also another consciousness concept, which might relate to just general self-esteem. People that have high self-esteem are not as subjected to social pressure as people that have low self-esteem. And for Black people, low self-esteem is a big problem that we have, because from the time that we're born, we're really kind of raised to believe that you're nobody until white people recognize you. You know what I mean? Like literally, if you are not seen by white people, if white people have not labeled you in some way, you're kind of nobody. You're just a Negro. That in the minds of a lot of our people, like well, how do they label you? Well, they might label you with degrees. So you go spend $200,000 to get a degree from a white school, and then you come back and say, "Look at me, I made it. Look at how far I've come." And I might look at you and be like, "But you didn't come nowhere. You still live in the same neighborhood. I don't like, how far did you go? Like, you didn't go very far." But oh, I get it. You have a new label. Like, "Oh, look at me. I am a college graduate from the University of Texas." Great. I think that's wonderful. But I see that more so as a reflection of who you are, not something that defines who you are. Do you understand? There's a difference. You're already a great person even before they realize you were a great person and acknowledged you. Or I'm an Oscar winner, I'm a Grammy winner. I have this important job working for this important company with this important fancy title, and all that's fine. There's nothing wrong with your fancy title or your college degrees. The problem there is, though, that when you give other people the license and the right to validate you, you're giving them a tremendous amount of economic power, because they become the governing body over a resource that you absolutely positively need. Let me go deep with economics for a minute. When you get to the point where you have a resource that you need, which might be something as simple as your self-esteem, and you are allowing someone else, especially your former oppressor, to control that resource, you are in danger. You are in danger. Why? Well, because the minute they want to control you, they can impose economic sanctions on you. They can punish you. They can take those things away from you. They can say, "Okay, because we don't like your behavior, we're going to take away your Heisman Trophy. We're going to take away your Grammy. We're going to take away your fancy title. We're going to take away that fancy job. We're going to take away that access to that degree that you think you're going to get." And then what occurs is that you start feeling bad. You start feeling like you really lost something. You feel like you're less than what you were before, because you don't have all these labels and stickers attached to you. And then remember, to get those labels, you paid a price for that. You paid the price in terms of time, money, maybe attention and energy. And that energy that you're putting into having that white man down the street label you could have been spent it could have been poured into the people that you actually care about, the people that care about you. You understand? I think really, and this is a really critical, subtle point that I really hope you'll at least hear me on, is that trillions of dollars in Black productivity and wealth is lost every year because Black people are spending so much time working for and seeking approval from white people. That's what we do. And then when we get that approval, we it is cultural. We encourage that. If you go on LinkedIn and someone says, "Hey, I'm now the vice president of Wackety Wax at Google or something," you'll see 10,000 people congratulating that person. Like, look at you. Look at how far you've come. Look at how great you are now. And I resent that, not because I resent the person who got the promotion. I resent it because I'm like, who the hell said that white man gets to decide if I get to be somebody or not? Who the hell said that he gets to decide if I'm important or if I'm not important? No, I was important before you even met me. It's just you're just late for the party. You're just now realizing how great I am. So I'm going to tell you like this. This is where I am. And this causes me some friction for sure with the world, but this is where I stand. I'm sorry. There's not a single person I can think of anywhere that I need to tell me that Dr. Boyce Watkins is good at what he does. I know I'm good at what I do because I put 30,000 hours of work into it. Because I know I'm super highly trained at it. I know how dedicated I am. I know I get up every single morning consistently every single day for well over a decade doing exactly what I'm doing with you right now, talking to you every single day. I know I'm good. So if one day, let's say one day the world changes and suddenly CNN and ABC or the White House suddenly say, "Oh, wow, we really want to really honor and acknowledge Dr. Boyce Watkins because what he's doing is so great." My mindset will be like, "Thank you, I appreciate that." And I'm actually proud of you for finally realizing how amazing I actually am. I think that's cool because we've been killing it over here for a long time and y'all were just too stupid to notice. So I'm really proud of you for congratulations. Like, don't congratulate me because I'm still the same. I'm still the same person. I'm congratulating you because intelligent Black people were 20 years ahead of you, and I'm happy that you're finally catching up. That's how I see things. And I think that that's really important because what that does is that helps you understand the importance of you. That helps you understand the importance of what you're doing every day, the people that you're with every day. Why do you abandon the people that are around you to go and sit around a bunch of strangers looking for all this validation that don't mean a damn thing anyway? That's how I don't get. Why would I leave? Y'all love me, man. Like those of you that really have my back, I see you and I feel it. I love it. This is great. I get to be a weirdo and I get rewarded for that. Why would I leave this to go sit around a bunch of strangers just because they're white or just because they're on TV or because they have money or something and then feel awkward and terrible and then come back and say, "Well, I used to just be the little guy who used to just sit on the internet with the Black business school, but now look at me. I'm the president of Yale University. Look at how far I've come." That was not a come up. That was not a come up. That was a demotion. That was a step down. That's a lesser version of who I am because then I have to be this whole other person, walking on pins and needles, scared to offend white people. I don't want to make the people in Israel mad because because anti-Semitism. I'm not trying to be that person, right? So this social pressure piece links back to self-esteem. I really think that as Black people, those of us that really want to get it done, I really think that a great sense of self-pride in who you are goes a very long way. Did you know that they did a study where they were studying the most successful cultures in the world? I don't know what their measuring stick was. I got to go look the study up, but it was a lady at Yale. And I don't think it was scientific, but I liked it because the winning culture was actually Nigerian culture. And I'm part Nigerian, so I think that's kind of cool. And she said one of the things that the Nigerian people have is that they're proud of themselves. You can't tell a Nigerian, "Well, why don't you become a Mexican?" They're not gonna want. They're like, "Why would I want to be a Mexican? I'm from the Igbo tribe. I don't want to be Mexican." Like that. So they have a lot of pride in who they are. And if you want to know what the other two criteria were, it was pride in who you are like almost like a sense of self-importance, like I'm holding down the fort of something really important. My job in this family is to protect the reputation of an entity that is more important than anything on earth I could ever be attached to. So I'm not going to abandon my post. And if you believe that your family name is the most important thing that you have going on in this world, you're not going to abandon your post so you can go defend the family name of the white guy down the street who offered you a job. Do you understand? I believe that generally speaking, that one thing the slave culture does to us is that it makes us feel embarrassed about who we are and say, well, I ain't nothing but a Negro and I just need somebody to see me. And then we go and we abandon our posts. And it shows everywhere. You go to some of our communities, they're in absolute shambles. And we're like out here, in other places. And that's not the way things are supposed to be. So the other two criteria, actually, if you want to know what they were for defining the top cultures, was a sense of self-importance or pride. Also a commitment to education. We talked about that earlier. Getting your kids you send your kids to school, make sure they're learning, get top of the class, that type of stuff. That's an attitude, man. That's a pride thing, right? And then the third piece was what was the third thing? It was a commitment to delayed gratification. A commitment to delayed gratification. All that is that is another version of what we talk about in financial consciousness training. That's thinking like an investor. All investing is delayed gratification. You do know that, right? That's all it is. It's saying I'm going to sacrifice now so I can have more later on. That's it. People and cultures and communities that have an extreme commitment to delayed gratification are 9 times out of 10 more successful than other cultures. People that don't have delayed gratification, that only believe in instant gratification, well, they blow their whole load in the first, 10 minutes, and then they have a horrible life after that. They go to college and they party for 4 years and don't study, and then they have a miserable life for the next 40 years because they didn't prepare for the future. Or they just eat whatever they want, and then they end up dying early because the food they were eating was killing them the entire time. Or they just sleep with whatever pretty girl they happen to see, and then next thing you know, they're bogged down with child support and STDs for the rest of their life, right? So people that believe in instant gratification, they don't just struggle because of those choices, but also, unfortunately, when you kill your consciousness, you're living on the vibrational frequency of an animal. Animals live in the world of instant gratification. Animals are not strategic. Animals don't make long-term plans. Animals are not able to sacrifice for the future. That's not what they do. So what I believe, generally speaking, is that there is a consistent effort to reduce the consciousness of all Americans, especially Black people. I think this is one of the reasons why, even in hip hop music, which has tremendous capacity to elevate the consciousness of anybody, it promotes things that are very low vibrational behavior, very instant gratification based sorts of activities, because the goal is to keep your consciousness low. A consumer and a worker that doesn't have economic consciousness, for example, is very easy to control. You throw out some instant gratification. In fact, this is the last point that they made in the study about why people overspend and why they end up in debt. Easy credit access. When you have easy access to credit, you end up in debt. Like college students, they put in the credit card in front of the college student who is hungry for money, and they say, look, just sign this piece of paper and you can go to the mall and have the flyest clothes and spend money. And y'all, a lot of y'all remember that. Anybody go through that? Anybody else fall for that trap when you were 19 years old or 18? I know I did. And they do it with the student loans. They just sign here and everything's fine. And that instant access takes advantage of anybody that doesn't have a high level of consciousness or commitment to delayed gratification. That's why Jerry Heller with NWA was able to put the contract in front of all the members of the group, Eazy-E, MC Ren, Dr. Dre, and Ice Cube, and said, here is $80,000. Here's a check for $80,000. Here's a nice car out front that you can have. All you got to do is sign this document and you can have it all right now. Every single person signed the document except for Ice Cube. He was the only one who did not sign because he was the only one who was strategic enough and had enough of a commitment to delayed gratification that he wasn't going to sell his entire future so that he could drive away in a nice car. And so really, and really, and I think that translates to so many other things. That's why 30 years later, the man's worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And the reason we became friends is because we both align in that line of thinking. We were both actually heavily influenced by our fathers. And this is one of the reasons why I think Black fathers are extremely important. They took another few $1 trillion in your wealth when they took your fathers out of the house. Fathers matter. Just like mothers matter, fathers matter. You cannot talk me out of that. Okay. So anyway, what I want to do is put your question in the Q&A section. Let's do a quick Q&A. I'll answer a few of your questions. And one other thing I want to share with you, I mentioned this before, is with the summertime coming, we have our financial flashcards for kids and stuff like that you can take a look at in our Black Wealth Mastery store. So I'm going to put this here. It's at drboycebooks.com, and there's the link directly. Also, if you use the code word book club, all one word, use the code word book club, you can get another 30% off everything in the store. We have apparel now in the store. So if you like Black Wealth, we have Black Wealth apparel. We have a whole love and money section that my wife and I run, where she's got workbooks on financial anxiety and all different kinds of things that relate to relationships and money. And there's a lot of good stuff there. Also, Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics, is there. So feel free to take a look at drboycebooks.com if you'd like to see what we have there. All right, so let me answer a few of your questions here. Okay. Now, if you could make your question like one sentence, that will help me make sure I can get through as many as possible. If it's too long, I'm gonna skim. I'll read the first sentence or so. Let's see here. Barbara says, I think the younger group has a different perspective of rappers. Yeah, I think that they do. There's a generational differential, and I think that the generation gap should not be seen as a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. Young people need to listen to elders. Elders need to listen to young people. I pay attention to what young people are doing all the time. I watch the culture. I think it's hilarious when people think that because I'm 52 that I don't see the same thing that I would see on the internet if I was 22. I probably see more. I talk to our 20-year-old all the time, and I see things he doesn't see. I'll say, well, did you see where Kai Sanat was beefing with so-and-so? And he'll be like, oh, I didn't know about that, right? So ultimately, I think that paying attention to the world is really good. I think paying attention to the community and the culture is very valuable. And I think that young people, if you want to be stupid, I mean, don't listen to older people. But if you want to be smart, listen to older people and just know that doesn't mean you can't still be who you want to be. And I think older people should listen to younger people too, because they can teach you how to be a little more creative and innovative in your thinking. And you have to respect that as well. But just because it's new, that does not make it better. Just because it's new, that doesn't make it better. In fact, I really believe that when you talk about solving the Black economic problem in America, the best way for us to move forward is we have to look back, and we got to look way back. We got to go back to when our ancestors were in before integration, where they didn't have the same access that we had, but yet they owned 100 times more land than we had. They had a lot more businesses than we have. They had stronger communities than we have. The kids were better educated than they are now. That's where our solutions lie. I don't think that our solutions lie necessarily in all the progressive answers. Okay, so someone says, were you teaching at a PhD level in 1993? No, I wasn't. I was a graduate student, and I taught my first finance class at Indiana University in 1993, and then I taught mathematics at the University of Kentucky in 1995 and 96, and then I taught finance also at The Ohio State University when I was working on my doctorate. And then I taught finance at Syracuse University on the faculty for 13 years. I also taught in China for a summer, and taught in some other places as well. So that's my teaching background in case you want to know it. Let's see here. How's your daughter? Does she still do makeup? No, she does not, and she's doing very well. Thank you for asking. All right, let's see here. Kathy, what books did you read for help? Well, I told you to learn about whatever it was I wanted to understand, I would just kind of read a book about it or try to get information. So again, when I wanted to understand women, I read that book called What Women Want Men to Know by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis, which I recommend for any man that really wants to understand women, I think you got to listen and learn and understand. And I think women should read books about men because I from reading these books, I concluded that men and women are just very different, and that's why we don't understand each other. Because I can't look at my wife and what she does and see it through the lens of a man because our brains are different. They're literally different. I think men have more white matter and women have more gray matter, or it's reversed. And women, we're just different, So I think anything you want to learn about, it's in a book. I think I would get in the habit of consuming information. Let's see here. Someone says, I see the link to the real estate class, but it only sent me to my Black Business Program account. Showing me the classes I paid for. Should I email your support team? Yeah, well, at Dr. Boyce Real Estate, Lisa, it should take you to the real estate class. If it doesn't, if it just takes you to the classes that you're enrolled in, then you may want to see if you're already enrolled, and it should be on the list of classes you're enrolled in. I've never seen that problem, but if you have any issues in the Black Business School, just email our support team. They're right there. Monty's waiting to talk to you. The email is support@theblackbusinessschool.com, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can take good care of you. Let's see. How do I get out of deep credit card debt quickly and still save? Well, think of it like this. Think of it like um, if you think about your credit card debt like a bucket, and in order to get out of debt, you got to fill the bucket up with water, water meaning money, then the more water you have, the faster you can fill the bucket up, right? There's no way to really eliminate a lot of debt quickly, typically without having resources to do that. So the fastest way to get out of debt is to maybe take a class, learn how to build a side hustle. And that side hustle, that little extra income might make a difference. I know in the Prime program, drboyceprime.com, we have students that were able to take some assets that weren't really performing, like some money from their home equity or 401k, and buy stock and sell options and do what we do in class and generate maybe an extra $500 to $1,000 a week. I talked to a single mom where we work together, and she's generating like an extra $4,000 a month. But this is after she had spent years saving money and didn't know what to do with that money she has saved. And so I showed her, again, not investing advice, but I showed her what I do. And there is money there that you can extract that way. If you're interested, just go to drboyceprime.com. It really does work. It's really, really effective. There are probably Prime members in here. So if you are a Prime member, say something in the chat so people will know what the experience is like. But anyway, another thought that comes to mind is if your credit score is really bad, sometimes you can just dispute things. Remember, you have rights as a debtor. And so if you dispute things that are on your credit report, they have a certain amount of time they have to get back to you and validate that debt. And if they don't get back to you in time, then they have to remove the debt. So that might be another way to at least make sure that the debts are valid when you make your move. Let's see here. Is there a contact number for your trademark lawyer? Ask Rainthon. Email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I don't have her information here. And honestly, I cannot recommend her yet just because I have not worked with her long enough yet. So I did, again, because I support Black business owners and stuff. And I was really a little irritated and traumatized by people assuming that I was running the Tulsa Real Estate Fund because Jay came on the channel and talked about what he was doing. I'm really hesitant to really recommend anybody like that just because I don't know exactly what people are doing in their businesses. I focus on my business and that's it. And so really I wish I could share that, but I don't want to share things until I'm sure of what I'm seeing. So that's really a shift in policy we had to pursue because people get things misconstrued, and I don't want that to happen. All right, so let's see. Barbara says, can you elaborate more on how to get out of credit card debt? Okay, so we talked about that a second ago. Let's see. Derek, how much capital do I need to join the options trading program? There's no specific minimum. I mean, just learning stock options is beneficial wherever you are capital wise. However, if you're talking about generating significant income, I found that at least maybe 10,000 to jump in and participate, and then maybe using a little margin can get you like a little bit of income coming in that can maybe get you the feel of maybe what it would feel like to own a multifamily property. Like, I think that this approach is better than owning multifamily property. Take it from somebody. So I scratch that. I don't own multifamily property. So I want to be clear on that. I own 2 properties, and we're selling our properties, and we're just basically going to replace that with selling stock options instead because the ROI is higher. There's no work required. It's much more liquid. And those are really three things that are driving us to kind of make that shift. Regina, I messed up going into credit card debt to save my family. What's the best strategy? Okay, so we already talked about that, about getting out of credit card debt. Also, I think let me see. I believe the URL is drboycecredit.com. I did a whole training on credit and credit cards and how credit scores work and stuff like that. So if you want to take a look at that, feel free to go to, I think it's drboycecredit.com. Yeah, take a look at drboycecredit.com. If that does not work, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you out in terms of finding out what resources we have in that area. But yeah, I think that with getting out of debt, I know Dave Ramsey talks about the snowball method, where he talks about paying the smallest debts first and then getting that momentum and using that to pay the higher debts. And so there are lots of different ways to kind of get out of debt. But generally speaking, I really think finding ways to make more money just is a great solution that works across the board. And I think that having an abundance mindset helps. So I really believe that really embracing entrepreneurship and investor culture, but doing it conservatively can go a long way. So what I mean by that is this, there are people out here that have, these $30,000 masterminds and stuff where they promise you the world. And I'm not a fan of any of that. I don't believe in going and spending a bunch of money to be a part of stuff, but I'll spend a little bit of money to kind of dip my toe in the water, especially on something that I believe is actually going to work. And also, there are groups you can join where you can at least get ideas on ways to make extra money. The hard part is that there's so much stuff out here that just does not work. And I think that leaves a lot of us jaded. For example, I don't believe in MLMs. I know some of you may be members of MLMs and I don't want to offend you, but what I believe with MLMs what happens is that a lot of people that they put on stage, what happens is that they put 2 or 3 people on stage and everybody at the conference aspires to be like the 2 or 3 people on stage, but 99% of the audience hasn't made any money yet. And so to me, if I am looking to join anything, an MLM or whatever, one of the first things I'm going to ask is the person that's bringing me in. I'm going to say, well, how much money are you making? And can you show me how much you're making? And if you can show me that you're making a lot of money and exactly how it's being done, I might consider that. I might consider making some limited investment to explore that. But the risk is that you're putting up a lot of times you're putting up a lot of money and a lot of time. And I just don't have time to waste on stuff like that, right? So one of the things that I like about the Prime program that makes it just me really excited about it is that I met the students at the Stock Option Summit in Los Angeles, and all of you were there. It was totally packed up. Sorry, it sold out, but we're going to do another one in Chicago. And I just told them, I said, if you have a little bit of capital to invest, I can show you how to make money on Monday. Like that's like literally, and students have sent me, one student sent me screenshots of money he made on Monday, and it wasn't gambling. It wasn't like I made a bet and then the price went up. It was like, no, this is where money's actually there. You can extract income. People only think about investing in terms of putting money out in hopes that something goes up in price. That's speculation. But there's also the other side of investing where you sell risk instead of actually buying and embracing risk. And that is an income stream that a lot of people use. So there's money out there. I encourage you to explore it. If you don't have the capital base to do what you want, remember I told you the most important thing a person can have when it comes to money is not a college degree, it's a capital base. If you have a capital base, I would trade a capital base for a college degree any day of the week. Like, so if I had a choice between being a 25-year-old with 150,000 in the bank or being a 25-year-old with a college degree and no money in the bank, I take the 125,000, especially if that kid knows how to, or 150, whatever the number was. Especially if he knows what to do with that money. If you give a kid 150,000 in the bank and they know what to do with that money, just basic things like I can go sell stock options or whatever, that kid can make as much money as a medical doctor, literally without any college degrees or anything like that. So give your kids a capital base. Forget college degrees. I'm not saying that they're not important. I'm not saying don't do it. When I say forget it, I don't mean to say forget it like don't do it. I'm saying forget it as in that's not the best solution. The best solution is a capital base. All right. So anyway, let me keep going. Let me answer some more of your questions here. Let's see. Travis says, can you sell cover calls to the strike price less than the current price? Yes, you absolutely can. I'm going to answer some of your questions. So if you log in to drboyceprime.com, I'm going to do a Q&A this afternoon. So you may want to log in and leave a question, and I'm going to answer a bunch of them this afternoon before my wife gets back. Calvin, what are effective steps to reclaim the resources in the African continent? I don't know. That's a big question because the Chinese have their teeth sank very deeply into Africa, and they formed a lot of partnerships there. There are people like Dr. Ken Harris, who's a very good friend of mine, who are forming delegations of business owners that are going to Africa and setting up trade lines in Africa. But I don't know if that can really compete with what the Chinese are doing. So that part is going to be tough. I think over time, though, young Africans are going to fight for their fair share. Their children are going to fight for their fair share. They're not going to let Chinese people just come in and take everything. I think there's going to be a reckoning on that. Let's see here. Veronica says, after weeks of rejects, we finally have a Robinhood account. Good for you. I'm very, very happy to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear about the rejection. Sheesh. Joni, will there be an estate planning class at the ABNC? No, there will be no classes at the ABNC. We will do an estate planning class in the Black Business School. We will have an estate planner at the ABNC, but the ABNC is a weekend long event. And it's panels and speakers and stuff like that. So there won't be time to actually have a complete class, but we will have something on legacy and wealth building as one of the panels. And by the way, if you want to come to the convention, it's October 25th through the 27th, allblacknationalconvention.com. Calvin says, appreciate you, Dr. Boyce. Well, thank you. I appreciate you too as well. Let's see. Dr. Vibe, what do you think is the near future in the electric car industry? The near future is not good. I think the long-term future, we got to eventually have electric cars, I think. But right now, everybody wants hybrids. And also, the electric vehicle industry, Elon Musk's dominance in that industry is starting to decline. And the Chinese are really making moves, and they're actually making moves that are so aggressive that they're being accused of dumping their products out there in order to take over market share, right? So I personally think that that's going to be interesting to watch. When it comes to solar panels and EVs, I think the Chinese just have a long-term strategy. They're very long-term delayed gratification thinkers. The challenge of competing with China economically is they think very long-term and they think as a group. And it's very hard to compete with a team like that. So over time, they're going to probably end up dominating the EV industry, I believe. Let's see here. Let's see. Someone asked, is the Prime membership a monthly or annual? It's either one. If you go to drboyceprime.com, there's different options there. And also, if you text the word money to 87948, there's a training called How to Make Money Without Working that you can receive. So just text the word money to 87948. Yvonne says, is the real estate meeting $1 or free, like you said today? It's free. You can do the first month for free. So the link was in there. I put the link in there earlier. If you want to join for the first month, it's free. After that, it's $89 a month. And it's a bunch of resources and private discussions with real estate experts that can enhance your real estate training. There's already a lot of free bonus material in there. There's like $1,000 worth of stuff already in there. But then also I have private sort of VIP sessions with real estate experts, and you'll be able to join those as well. And you can share the membership with your whole family. So feel free to go to drboycerealestate.com. Dr. Vibe, on a scale of 0 to 10, how optimistic are you about Black economics future for the next 50 years? It depends on which Black people you're talking about. I don't think all Black people are in the same boat. I think that there's a segment of the Black community that's going to just sort of be stuck, and they're going to be part of the permanent underclass that Dr. Claude Anderson talks about. And I don't, in that, there's not much I can do about that, just because if you're listening to mainstream people and rappers and stuff like that, in the public school system and all that, I don't know how to fix that. But I do believe that there is a large segment, a growing segment of intelligent Black people that are really making just dramatic economic moves that put us on a scale of 0 to 10, they're on a 14. You remember that when we're training you to teach your kids about investing at the age of 7, other people aren't really doing that. Even Jewish people aren't really doing it like that. Not at that level, not formalizing it. What I'm doing is simply taking Black excellence that we already have in the area of, say, sports and entertainment, and just saying, let's apply that to our economics also. This is nothing new. We're already performing at that level. We're already dominant, in certain areas. Let's just expand that into everything. All we're doing is we're doing a Michael Jordan. We're doing exactly what Michael Jordan did. Michael Jordan is a guy who said, I'm not just great at basketball, I want to be great at everything. And so Michael Jordan makes more money, probably 10 times more money now than he ever made as a basketball player. And as a basketball player, he was the highest paid player in the NBA. And I believe that if we were to talk to him now, I don't know Michael. I know Larry Miller, who is the former CEO of the Air Jordan brand, who was responsible for taking Michael Jordan's brand to the multi-billion-dollar level. Larry's a great guy. I've actually had him on this platform before. I'll try to bring him back in. But I would love to talk to Michael too. But I'd be willing to bet you that if we had Michael in here, he would probably say that his competitive energy that he used to be great at basketball was something that he wanted to apply to business also. He doesn't like being a loser, and so that's why I don't understand with young black boys that are super competitive on the field, but then they become wimpy and intimidated, when it comes to things off the field. No, we should be dominating everything that we do. So this is because economics is a sport. Economics is a competition. And it's not just a sport. It's the most important sport that you'll ever participate in. It's the most important competition that we'll ever be in this world. So we got to be ready. Next, okay, Ranice says best stocks to buy this year. I mentioned some stocks this week. If you go to drboycestocks.com, that's what Dr. Boyce is buying. I list stocks every single week that I find. I'm trying to think of the stock I mentioned yesterday. If somebody remembers the stock I mentioned yesterday, put it in the chat because I buy them. I think it was Sprout. I think the ticker symbol was SPT. I think Sprout was the one I mentioned yesterday. Rue Parker says, I recently started investing in the markets. Thanks so much for all your teachings. I have challenges keeping track of my stocks and movements. How do you keep track of your investments? Well, most of the apps will lay out your portfolio for you in terms of telling you what you're invested in, what the gain was that day. They have a pretty good tracking system kind of already inside the app. I don't have a spreadsheet. I don't use a spreadsheet. I just use the apps because the apps will tell you whatever you need to know usually. E-Trade is really good. Fidelity is great. Schwab is great. Even Robinhood keeps track of stuff for you. Let's see. So that's a good point. So thank you, Rue, for that suggestion. Let me think about some other ways to keep track of things. I know that there are students, some of you do have spreadsheets. I have a spreadsheet for the income I make from my stock options. But outside of that, for long-term investments, I just literally buy stuff and pile it in there and just kind of I try, to become wealthy, you imitate wealthy people. What wealthy people do is they're hoarders. They hoard various assets, financial assets and other assets. And then over time, those assets go up in value and that's how they become rich. Okay, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce out of here. Just saw Jeff Bezos offering landlord status for 100,000 fractions of real estate. What are your thoughts? Oh, $100 fractions of real estate. Really? Jeff Bezos. Oh, I didn't know that, Patricia. I'm gonna look that up. I did. That's very interesting. Have you been cloned on TikTok? Yes, I have. Probably about 80 times. So my TikTok has about 35,000 followers. So if you see me request or if you see me on TikTok, first of all, I don't slide in nobody's DM except my wife's. And also I don't really send out a lot of friend requests. So if you get one from me, that is not me. But if you want to follow me on TikTok, I think it's like Dr. Boyce Watkins. And if you go to Instagram, it's Dr. Boyce Finance. So feel free to take a look. Are you planning to teach in Texas? No time soon, Ranice. I don't have any. We had the convention in Houston one year, but that was a while ago. Let's see. Are you going to the rally for reparations on June 15th? That's April. No, but I spoke at the last rally and I supported 100%. Yvette, as a senior of 75, I made huge mistakes and lost much money. How can I start from the bottom and leave a substantial legacy for my two girls? Well, I would look at things like your insurance. Also, remember that if you have your two girls and they're very young, the gift that they have is time. So you can plant small amounts of money and just in your estate plan, just have it set where they can't touch that money for, say, 20 years. If you give your money 20 years to grow, it grows like a weed, right? And especially if your estate plan or your insurance policy automatically makes your trust the beneficiary of all those resources, and you give it like a good 20 years, that money will grow into something pretty substantial. The reason people don't have a lot of money is because they don't let their money grow. Like, think about it. If you had bought Bitcoin in 2015 and just sat, it didn't touch it, didn't mess with it. Let's say you just consistently bought $50 in Bitcoin every week for the last 8 years or 9 years, you'd have a ton of money. But what happens is that people, things happen and they need the money, and so they sell, or they're worried that the price dropped a little bit, so they sell out because they're scared of the price dropping further. And all this picking at it, it's like when you have a scab. Your mama used to say, "Don't pick at it," because the more you pick at it, the longer it's going to take to heal. So when you get your portfolio, don't pick at it. Just do the $5 a day plan. That's blackwealthmasterplan.com. That's totally free. Blackwealthmasterplan.com. And literally don't pick at it. Just set it and forget it. Don't touch it. That ain't your money. That belongs to the kids and the grandkids. All right. So anyway, let me keep going here. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm cloned on all the platforms basically. So if you see me and I'm sending you like solicitations to buy Bitcoin or something, please don't do that. That's not me. Are teenagers able to sell options? Yeah, but I think they need parental supervision. But I think it's a valuable skill. Oh my God. If you have a child that is mature enough and patient enough to sit down and believe you when you tell them how important this skill is, it will change their whole freaking life. It will change their whole life. I'm not I'm talking like this because I'm just thinking about even kids in my own family where kids are just, if their brains are somewhere else, you can't explain like how important this is. So you try to tell them like, hey, you really don't, I know you're planning on trying to figure out which minimum wage job you're going to get and when you're going to graduate and what's going to happen after that. And I don't want to take that away from you. I don't want to take away your opportunity to experience the misery of going to work every day. Maybe that builds character or something. It didn't, I don't know what it did for me, but I guess that's what it did. But if your kid has a capital base that's like, let's say you invest for them when they're young and they have a capital basis, let's say $100,000, they never have to work for anyone ever. I think the problem there though is what do you do if you don't work? If you take that away from people, see, work gives people a sense of purpose. That's the problem, right? Society tells you that your purpose is to get up and go to work for that corporation every day, and we create meaning in an otherwise meaningless activity for the most part, and we do that because we're bored. Like, what else would you do other than if you're sitting at home? What are you gonna do? Smoke weed and play video games and you know what I mean? Like, right? So you have to find a sense of purpose that goes beyond just like I'm getting up and going to do this meaningless job just so I can pay bills every day. And because that's what most people do. Most people's time is spent paying bills and taking care of kids. That's it. And then resting in between. And so what do you do when that work piece is taken out, where there's a big void there? And that's where self-awareness comes into play and consciousness comes into play because you got to fill that void with a purpose that's going to get you out of bed every morning. Do you know, I'm going to share this personal thought and then we're going to be done. I'm sorry if I didn't get to answer every question, but we usually go 30, 45 minutes. We've gone an hour and a half. But I'm going to tell you a personal story. I struggled with depression very badly in high school. It was really a really hard time for me. Self-esteem was not that high. Just a little bit of abuse. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't want to indict my parents because I love them and they were doing the best they could. And so I worked through that, right? I worked through that on my own. The that was one of the benefits of being kind of like a pseudo abandoned kid is that you learn how to be independent. So I just learned if I don't do it, nobody will. So I started to learn about things like positive thinking and stuff like that to kind of help me to overcome that, right? And when I really focused on that, it really made a difference. So for the next 30 years, I was very happy, very positive, because I would consciously, this is consciousness. This is why I'm so committed to this concept of consciousness. I would consciously look for the brighter side. I would consciously look for hope and possibility in my life. I would consciously look for ways to motivate myself to keep trying harder while at the same time realizing like, hey, God is not through with me yet. I can do this, right? That was literally like I became my own little internal cheerleader. I would give myself little motivational speeches inside my head, because I had nobody else around me to do that. So that was really beneficial in terms of being a driving force. As I was dealing with the horrible challenges of trying to finish my PhD, which was absolutely the most traumatic type of experience. It was just terrible. It was so hard or racism, and then you throw in racism and being broke and then just relationship issues, just whatever, right? But I fought through that, right? And it was fine. And I feel like okay, I succeeded. I was happy with my life. And then when I got about 47 years old, I had another problem. And here was the problem I had this time. I wasn't I wasn't one of those, I wasn't like the men. Hold on, give me a second. It's my wife. Hold on. Hey babe, I'm in class. Come up to room 900. I'm in class right now. You're what? I'm in class right now. My students can hear you. So come up to room 900 in the Marriott. 900? Yes. Boys. I know that's great, baby, but they can hear you. They're listening to you. 255. That's great, babe. Are you able to hear me? They're listening to you right now. Come up to room 900. I love you. That is awesome. Bye. So she's excited because she PR'd. So there we go. All right. Can y'all still hear me? Can y'all? Okay. Let me know. Give me a yes if you can still hear me. Okay. So anyway, so here's what the experience was. So when I was 47, what happened was I remember I wasn't like it was good in the sense like I wasn't one of those black men who's sort of like I made all these mistakes and now I'm trying to make up for the mistakes I made. I didn't have a lot of margin of error. Like, I had the kind of parents where if I went to jail, they would just leave me in jail. And so I didn't do stupid stuff. I didn't waste my opportunities, and everything I wanted to accomplish educationally, I accomplished it. Everything I wanted to accomplish financially, I accomplished it. Everything I even married, I literally married the woman of my dreams. I married the woman that I considered, if you'd asked me years ago, who's the prettiest lady you've ever met, I would have said Alicia. So I was very happy with my life. But the problem was that I realized I said, I don't have a reason to get out of bed anymore. Like I don't like what do you do? Like if you've accomplished what you want to accomplish and you have the money that you need to buy what you want, and you don't have to get up and like go to work every day. You have to find so I was depressed for about 2 weeks. I would just lay in the bed and I would just watch Netflix. And I remember just telling Alicia, I was like, well, it doesn't really matter if I get out of bed or not because nothing's really going to change. And I had to find a new sense of purpose because my life had gotten almost like I'm not gonna say too good, but it was like, okay, those basic things that had driven me for so long were no longer there. What do you do when you have that void? So I encourage you to be conscious of that, right? And I encourage you to really train your kids on that because what can happen is that if you give a kid a lot of resources, like if you just determined to give them what you never had, and you give them all these resources and they're 25 years old with, $250,000 in assets, they can get into a lot of bad stuff. They like that's why you see the rich kids out here getting on drugs, taking their own lives, doing crazy stuff because they don't have a purpose, right? So find a purpose. Maybe their purpose is the elevation of the community. I think that's a beautiful purpose for a black person to have is to pour back into their own community, their own people. Maybe their purpose is I'm going to raise excellent children. I'm going to homeschool my kids because I can afford to do that, right? And I'm going to make sure that these kids are really ready for the world. Just little things like that. Or maybe their purpose is building that business that's going to employ other people. Find your purpose, find your purpose, find your purpose, find your money, and then find your purpose. Money is a pathway to purpose. That job is probably not in alignment with the purpose that God meant for you to have. And I just want that for you. Okay. And I hope that helps. I hope this conversation was beneficial. And sorry about my wife's interruption. That's really a wake up call for me to go ahead and finish this conversation. So you all have a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you want to get a reminder, text morning to 87948. I don't send reminders out every day, but I can send them out periodically. Also, if you want to join us for the Get Money Fest in Philadelphia, here is the link, or you can also try getmoneyfest.com, but here's the link right here. If you would like to come to Philly, and that is my wife knocking at the door. 1 second, babe. So that means I got to get out of here. And also, last but not least, if you'd like to get a copy of Powernomics or our flashcards for kids, then you can go to drboycebooks.com. All right, guys, have a good day.
With the athletes when they sign these big, $100 million, $1 billion, $10 billion deals with these TV networks. And I think that's really awesome. I think that's probably the most significant advancement in the compensation of college athletes in a while. This is really big. This is bigger than this is big from a racial standpoint. It's not just big, in terms of from a labor rights standpoint. It's not just big because, workers should be paid for their work. It's really big because the NCAA, when you do the math, they take at least $1 billion of black wealth out of the black community because whenever someone takes your commodity, whenever they take a resource from you that has value, that's a type of theft. That's something that can leave you in poverty. That's something that where you could have been the beneficiary, but somebody else was.
And for the Black community, when you look at what are the things that are Black people known for that actually make us money, some of it are, some of it's stuff that, I don't think we should be all that proud of, just, the buffoonery and the violence and hip hop and all that. But our athletes are also at the top of the list. We produce some of the greatest athletes of all time. We have some of the best athletes of all time in the Black community. If you follow sports, you know that there's never been a white version. Somebody tell me, anybody who knows anything about sports, has there ever been a white version of a Deion Sanders? Anybody, has there ever been a white Deion Sanders? Who's the white Deion? There is no white Deion. Has there ever been a white Bo Jackson? Who's the white Bo Jackson? Somebody tell me. I'll wait all day because I know you ain't got no answer for that. Who's the white Shaquille O'Neal? Shaquille O'Neal, 300 pounds, 7'1", could move like a ballerina with the strength of an ox. There is no white Michael Jordan, right? So there's something special about the Black athlete, and it does link to. I hate saying it, but the everything points to all that slave breeding that they did, in addition to the fact that they work hard and they have skill. None of that's denied. But we created this species of almost superhuman people when they would go to these farms and bring together the strongest men and the strongest women and make babies. I mean, this is the dehumanization we went through that led to the outcomes that we see today. And I don't know why people won't talk about that. I think that people are just scared, like, oh my gosh, we can't talk about slavery. That'll make people, then people will know that it happened. Well, the cat's out of the bag. I think our ancestors have gone through a lot. And one of the outcomes is that we have the best athletes on the planet. One of the purest forms of athletic ability is the men's 100-meter dash final at the Olympics, and the women too. And most of the time, when you see the finals of the 100-meter dash at the Olympics, you usually don't see anybody who's not a Black male. If they're not African American, it's Jamaican, stuff like that, and they tend to dominate. Who's the white Usain Bolt? Has there ever been a white version of Usain Bolt? Will there ever be a white Usain Bolt? Probably not without a whole lot of steroids. Maybe you pump somebody up with enough steroids one day, they might make the drugs good enough to make a guy run that fast. But for the most part, there is no white version of Usain Bolt. So our athletes are a commodity, and I point that out to you so that as a message of economic awareness, it's extremely important for us to just understand how much gets taken from us when they take one of your most precious, most valuable commodities and don't compensate you for that. That's terrible. Why? Well, how in the hell are you going to take something that's that valuable for me and then not pay me for that? And then somehow we don't think that it has an impact on Black wealth. No, that is your Black wealth. That's wealth. Every time a college athlete goes to the next level, goes to the NCAA, and they sign a multi-million-dollar contract, because that's what they're going to start doing. They're going to start signing these multi-million-dollar contracts. That's another millionaire Black family, another millionaire Black family. So the same excitement we might have about somebody running off and starting a business, a hair business or something, and making millions of dollars a year. Well, the same thing is happening when an athlete goes and makes millions of dollars a year. And the reason economic awareness is also very important in those situations is because it's very important that the athletes and those who have access to this level of wealth understand what economic consciousness can do for them, why economic awareness matters. Economic awareness matters because of this. Let's say that I'm a guy who goes to the NCAA and I sign a $20 million contract and I'm making all this money, I'm rolling in bread, I'm just doing really great. Well, if I am a person who does not have a lot of economic consciousness, that means that in my mind, I can't see the future. I'm only looking at the present, because consciousness and awareness means I can see not just what I'm doing now, but how what I do now is going to play out for the rest of my life and the rest of the lives of all the people that are going to come behind me. If maximal economic awareness over time means that I can see 100 years from now how this $20 million contract I got can change the lives of my great grandkids. Do you understand? Give me a yes if you're following. I'd like some confirmation, if you don't mind, to let me know that when I'm not getting too weird here. Okay, minimal economic consciousness means that I've collapsed my vision in space and time. I can only see what's right in front of me right now. And then also, economic awareness doesn't just have a time dimension. If you go to the fourth dimension, the way we live in 3 dimensions, length, width, and height, your fourth dimension is time. So economic awareness doesn't just spread in time, it also has a space dimension. So my vision in time and space, if I'm economically conscious, pretty much means that not only do I see how my actions affect me, a minimal collapsed version of economic consciousness, a condensed, tiny, low-level vibration of economic consciousness means all I see is how my choices affect me. It's me, 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 me. I went to the strip club. I bought me a car. I'm going to get me this and I'm going to get me that, right? A broad economic consciousness means I understand how this win isn't just a win for me. It's a win for everybody connected to me. Do you understand? It is an awareness of something that Professor Andrew Caroli, who signed off on my dissertation, God bless him, he's a professor at Cornell now, I believe. It's what he called financial contagion. Financial contagion. Now, let me explain how financial contagion works. You understand this already. I'm just going to explain it to you in economic terms. Give me a yes if you understand what it means for a disease to be contagious. Give me a yes in the chat. Let's talk about contagion. Okay, so we know what it means for something to be contagious. We lived all through the pandemic and we saw what contagion can do, right? If you don't get the shot, then that means you're killing everybody around you, whatever the whole interesting narrative was. I'm not judging it. It's just, it's very strange. So we know what contagion means. Well, financial contagion operates the same way. Financial contagion means that you understand how your decisions, your moves aren't just going to affect you. That your come up, when you have a come up, that come up ain't just for you. God didn't give that blessing just to you. If you're financially aware, God, you understand that when God blessed you with that $20 million deal, he wasn't blessing you. He was blessing everybody. He was blessing your whole family. He was blessing the whole hood. He was blessing every person that you're connected to. So financial consciousness, which is basically sight, vision, that's one dimension of it, is just an awareness through time and space to say, not only am I going to be doing really well from this right now, I'm going to go get me the sports car. I'm going to go get me the mansion. I'm going to go get me, the luxury items that I want. It's okay to get those things. But on top of that, I'm going to have enough insight to develop infrastructure and stretch things out in a way where everybody benefits. Everybody's going to win. So what's an example of that? Well, it helps. Like if your family followed the Black Wealth Master Plan and you grew up as a young Black boy or girl where you learned how to start a business by the age of 12, and then you understand things like delegation and you understand how to develop infrastructure and some sort of organizational layout that allows you to go hire as many people as you want. And you're not, now pay attention now, you're not doing what a lot of athletes do. A lot of athletes go broke trying to help the whole hood. Because why? Well, because they approach things from a charitable standpoint. They look at helping other people as charity. They look at it as, I'm going to take some of the money out of my pocket and just hand it to you. Dominique Wilkins used to go into the store and he would, because he was such a good guy, he would buy a $2 pack of gum and give him $100 bill and just walk out. Allen Iverson used to go to a city, buy a whole wardrobe, and then leave all the clothes in that city and then buy a whole new wardrobe in the new city. Antoine Walker went broke, I believe, partly because he spent so much money with so many different people and he was helping out so many people that eventually it weighed him down financially. I don't think there's anything wrong with being generous. I really don't. If you're a generous person and you're helping other people, God bless you. How many of you are helping others? How many of you have people that are depending on you? How many of you have people that you're coming through for? Say something in the chat because I honor you. I really do. I really honor you. I think that is what you're supposed to do. I mean, some people don't do it. Some people think you're a sucker if you do it. I don't agree. I'm not one of those people. I like helping other people and I don't always need something in return. I don't always say, well, what is I going to get from it? That, if I don't get nothing from it, I'm not going to do it. Well, what that attitude unfortunately reflects is it might be a trauma response, right? Because you've been screwed before and you're like, well, if I don't take care of me first, then nobody else will. And I get that, but it's okay to be nice to other people. Like even when I got married and my wife had 3 kids, people were like, well, why would you want to take care of 3 kids and they ain't your kids? I was like, well, because I like kids and I like mentoring kids and I like my wife and her kids are cool and this is fun. It's not a burden for me. It's not hard for me. So I don't understand why every calculation has to be, what is I going to get? What's in it for me? If you understand concepts that we talk about in economic awareness training, like reciprocity, you understand that karma is real. You understand that what you put out in the universe is what circles back to you. If you understand the concepts that we discuss here, if you have an economic awareness, you understand that most powerful economic situations are built on some sort of an ecosystem. like air circulating in a room. If you put bad air in the room, then you're going to have bad air in the room. It's going to circulate. If I'm putting bad energy out to the world, then the world's going to give me bad energy back. If I'm putting nothing into the world, then the world will give me nothing back. So a lot of people either put bad energy into the world, and then they're surprised when bad energy comes back because they don't know karma, they don't understand ecosystems, or they put no energy into the world. They say, I'm not taking care of nobody but me, and that's it. And then next thing you know, they don't understand why they're lonely. They don't understand why nobody wants to be around them, why nobody wants to date them. Nobody visits them in the nursing home. My wife works in hospice care, by the way, which is, you're talking about heightening your awareness. She comes back and tells me stories about hospice care. And she literally told me a real financial story just yesterday about a poor guy who had a son, and he got mad because his son was going to put him in a nursing home. And so he left all his money to his girlfriend's daughter, and the girlfriend's daughter doesn't care about him. And the son comes to visit him every day in the nursing home, but he doesn't have access to the money. The girlfriend's daughter has the money, and she doesn't really like the guy, so she doesn't come see him. And he didn't invest in anybody else in his life, so he's sitting in the hospice, and he doesn't have anybody coming to see him. And it's crazy because he worked hard his whole life and he built up some assets, but he kind of made some moves that weren't really thoughtful from a consciousness standpoint about what the long-term implications of his decisions were going to be. So here's my point. I really encourage you to embrace the idea of economic awareness as one of the most critical things a person can have. So so circling back to the issue of athletes, I'm glad the NCAA is paying these guys. I see this as a massive opportunity to either improve their lives or to make their lives worse. As you know, it's very dangerous handing a 20-year-old, $5-10 million. It's very dangerous, especially if they are brainwashed by unfortunate, unhealthy economic culture. If they are brainwashed by mostly hip hop culture, which trains you to throw your money away and to make very, very bad decisions that ruin your life, I worry about those guys because they're going to cause a lot of destruction and chaos with that money. But at the same time, if you give that kind of money to someone that has strong economic vision, they then say, wow, this is a great opportunity for all of us to have a come up. When Antoine Walker blew, he blew through because he embraced a very bad toxic culture. He blew through $100 million. Well, see, you got to understand, everybody else in the media was saying, oh my God, how do you waste $100 million? I wasn't thinking that way because, again, my economic awareness is pretty strong. I was like, no, he didn't blow $100 million. This man blew $1 billion. Because what I see is I don't see $100 million. I see what $100 million would have become if he'd invested that money consistently. And by the time he died, this man could have easily been worth over $1 billion. So, and then over, say, a 50-year period, if that money is nurtured and protected and grown properly, you're talking about an empire of $50 to $100 billion that would have become by the time his granddaughter got a hold of that money. But instead, his granddaughter grows up, is going to be born, going to work every day for a white man, living in the projects, in the struggle. Maybe it's struggling as a single mom or something because granddaddy dropped the ball. Granddaddy did not play the game of economic basketball properly. Granddaddy thought that as long as he can dunk a basketball, that the white man was going to take good care of him. He's going to be okay. Granddaddy thought that all he had to understand was how to win games, and he didn't prepare for the ultimate game. The ultimate game is not on the basketball court. The ultimate game is the game of life. The reality is that when you go into the world, and I knew Antoine in college, and I didn't know him that well. I knew people that knew him, and I saw him around. I knew some of the other players very well. We had a great basketball team at the University of Kentucky. When I talk about great, I mean great. With the 3 years I was working on my 2 master's degrees, they won the NCAA championship twice, and they lost it once. They went to the championship all 3 years. That's how amazing that time was. And Antoine was one of the leaders. He was the boss. He was the king. He was the guy. And I remember being so concerned, even when I was in my little 25-year-old brain, I was worried. I said, what's going to happen to a man that gets hundreds of millions of dollars where his education is just not where it needs to be, where his awareness may not be where it needs to be? And I remember thinking that. And lo and behold, years later, I see the headline of how much money he lost. And I hear the stories. Oh, I was gambling all night with Michael Jordan, and we would spend $2 million, at the casino. And, and all I see is culture. I see economic culture. Economic culture is heavy. Economic culture is very important. If you have an economic culture that tells you to go and blow your money at the casino, then that's what you're going to do. If economic culture tells you you're supposed to run to a club and put $1,000, $20,000, $50,000 in a stripper thong, then that's what you're going to do. And what you'll notice, and which is very unfortunate, is that when you really study the economic culture of many, many Black males in America, it comes right out of what they see on TV. And this also is connected to the fatherlessness issue as well. Right? You don't have that stern, strong father to say, boy, what are you doing? This is stupid. Don't you dare waste that money. You have TV and you're watching TV and you're seeing rappers doing certain things. And if you connect the behavior of some of the young, wealthy athletes to the behavior of hip hop artists that's being promoted through these videos that are financed by people who are not Black, where they want to finance the buffoonery, then you can see a direct connection in terms of economic culture. Because remember, the economic culture doesn't have to just be, bottles of Ciroc and stripper thongs. The economic culture could also be networking and building business. The economic culture does not have to be outrageous and loud and ridiculous in order to get attention and attention-seeking behavior. Economic culture could also be quietly grinding away to build the next Facebook with you and your buddies buying a house together where you all get together and you're programming computers all night so you can become the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Elon Musk, right? Economic culture doesn't have to be what you see in a music video. Economic culture, there's so many different versions. Economic culture could be Warren Buffett style, where you are so conservative that you don't even move, that you live in a regular house and drive a regular car and quietly accumulate through conservative investing strategy $168 billion in cash, to the point where you could buy the whole NBA if you wanted to. You could buy 20 NFL teams if you wanted to. And Warren Buffett can go in and buy every single player in the NBA if he wanted to, but he doesn't do it because he says, well, what's the point? I want to hold on to my money. I believe deeply in this simple idea that's very important in finance that I want you all to understand, which is simply capital preservation. Capital preservation. There's a rule when it comes to money that most people do not know, but this is a fundamental rule in the world of finance. In fact, when we were going through in grad school and when I wrote research papers at Syracuse, we had some basic tenets of finance that we would talk about on a regular basis, where everybody knew it, everybody understood it. It was a fundamental part of being able to operate in a capitalist society in an efficient way. And it went like this. It was very simple. It said, capital must be preserved and capital must put to its best available use. That simple idea that you must preserve, protect your capital, protect your wealth, protect your money. Capital isn't just money. Remember that most capital is not money. Most capital is not money. Most capital is not money. You have lots of other types of capital. You have human capital, your skill set, your networking capital. You have, if you have free time, time is a form of capital. That's why when we do stock options class, I show you all how we can actually sell time. I sent you all a video where I said, here's how you can loan yourself $20,000 by selling time. And I showed you, right? So that's the first part. Capital must be preserved, and then capital must be put to its best available use. It must be efficiently used. So what does that mean? That's why companies engage in mergers and acquisitions. That's why companies get bought. The reason companies get purchased on the open market or whatever is because there's somebody who looks at the capital you have. So let's say that you're running Paramount Pictures, which is a horribly inefficiently run company right now. They're just a complete mess, a hot mess. Well, somebody else says, dang, they got all those studios. They have all those intellectual property rights for all these great films that they've made through the years. They have magazines and newspapers, and they own BET, and they have all these entities that they own, and all this capital that they have. I could do great things with that capital. If we take their capital and blend it with our capital, we can get more out of it. We can make more money from what they have than they can. They made 7 billion. We can make 10 billion. So what companies will do is they'll show up and they'll say, here, we'll pay you a premium to have access to your capital because we have a more efficient use of that capital than you do. And that's how value gets created. And theoretically, you're supposed to come in and say, okay, sure, we'll take the money and here's the capital. And then it gets put to a more efficient use. So the question to ask yourself today from an economic consciousness standpoint, and I don't want to overwhelm you. I know I introduced you to a couple of new concepts today, and I don't want this to be a stressful discussion. It's going to take time to absorb these ideas. Is I want you to ask yourself a very simple idea. Simple question. Black people have a tremendous amount of capital. I explained that we have cultural capital, we have intellectual capital, we have human capital, we have networking capital, we have all different kinds of capital. And then we have our athletes, we have our entertainers, we have some of the most talented people on the planet. We have labor. Labor is a form of capital. We have free time. Free time is a form of capital. You have trillions of dollars in capital in the Black community. And I'm not even talking about any of the money in your pocket. That 1.6 trillion that they talk about, y'all seen those studies? Anybody seen those where they talk about Black people spend $1.6 trillion a year? That 1.6 trillion in financial capital is absolutely dwarfed by the 70 trillion dollars in capital that you have in other areas. And this is why I explained to you all in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that you were born a millionaire. You just may not have had any money. If you had family, you were a millionaire. You just may not have had the economic vision to be able to put that capital to its best available use to extract the wealth from that family. But anybody who's ever seen a family when they're on their job, anybody ever seen a family that starts that killer family business where they're all on code and they're all working together, they're all grinding, they're all hustling on behalf of the family? What happens with a family like that? Do they end up broke? Do they end up, on welfare, in poverty? Do they all end up in jail where they got the strong father and the strong mother sitting all 7 kids down and getting them on code? Does this family end up in the streets? They end up getting beat up by the world? What happens to a family like that? They get rich. They become very successful. But they don't just get rich financially. They get rich in so many other ways. They have nothing. They don't just get money. They get all the things that money cannot buy. Money is not a be-all, end-all. Money is not a destination. Money is a tool. Money is a gateway. Money it knocks down barriers to give you access to the real wins in life. The real wins in life are things like freedom. Black people talk all day about freedom. I'm telling you the truth. I think most of us don't even know what freedom looks like. Freedom does not involve you serving a white man and tickling his testicles every morning so you can go pay your rent. That is not freedom. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. I don't want to bust nobody's bubbles, but that don't look like freedom to me. So we don't even, not only do we not have freedom, we don't even know what freedom looks like. We don't. I'm just going to tell you the truth. So when you see capital put to its best available use, you see amazing things happen. When all that means is maximizing your potential. Or in financial terms, another way you might say it, and which might be connect to our stock options trading, is all economic efficiency kind of means is maybe exercising your options. Look at how much I want you to understand. So let me go back to my question. Okay, I want to make sure I ask this question. Y'all know how I get on the stream of consciousness and I go on a tangent and I forget to go back to what I was saying. In the Black community, with all the capital that we have, all the human capital, all the talent, all the creativity, all of the free time, all of the labor, all of the assets, intellectual and otherwise human capital, all that, do you think, yes or no, answer me in the chat, do you think that Black people are following one of the most fundamental principles of economics by putting their capital to its best available use? Yes or no? Are we optimizing? Are we maximizing? When hip hop comes along and God says, okay, you are the chosen people. I'm going to bless you with one of the most extraordinary, most impactful, most influential art forms in the history of this earth called hip hop, with DJ Kool Herc and Grandmaster Flash and all them going through the Bronx. I'm going to bless you with that right now. So I've just given you $10 trillion worth of capital over multiple generations. Was that capital put to its best available use? Did we maximize? Or did we fumble the ball? Did we lose the basketball game of economics? Did we take the ball and throw it out of bounds? Because I'm trying to figure out how the hell did hip hop start with us, but then next thing you know, some guy named Abraham Iskowitz is the biggest mogul in all of hip hop. I just made that name up, but y'all know where I'm going with this. I'm not going to talk about it. Right? Why am I looking at these other guys, these melanin deficient people who don't even like you, literally sitting next to your favorite rappers, telling them what to rap about? How did that happen? What happened? Who fumbled the ball? Who can't dribble up in this mug? Right? And the reason that the ball gets fumbled partly there's various reasons, but one big reason is due to a lack of economic awareness, a lack of financial consciousness. Now, there are some exceptions. I would really say, even though he's controversial, Russell Simmons, who I would almost say he's my friend, but I told you I'm not really friends with celebrities because I never know. They're so busy, you don't know if you have a real friendship. But I know Russell's called me a bunch of times, and he seems like in the interactions he seems like a decent man. And when we worked together on a project in 2013, he stuck to his guns, he followed through. I have a lot of respect for that. Russell Simmons, if you go back, you remember that during that time in the early stages of hip hop, he wasn't out here trying to be a rapper or a DJ. He was trying to be a businessman. He saw the economic potential of hip hop, and he had a certain level of economic awareness. And it didn't come from being able to go into the studio and bust a rap. It came from understanding business and distribution and monetization and profit models, and that's where Russell fit himself into the game, right? So long story short, economic awareness, I think, would have made a massive difference when it came to the growth of hip hop, because then you would have been thinking about things like, well, who owns this intellectual property? And if this thing gets distributed, who gets the rights to all these things? When we're in stock options class and we talk about selling rights, some of you have made over $100,000 just selling the rights to your stock. Well, that requires a certain level of awareness and training where I say, well, this is what it means to sell the rights to something. You're not selling the asset, you're selling the rights to it. The rights are just kind of the potential, right? It's like if a lady is, if you have a daughter, the reality is that you don't just have one person. You have the daughter, plus you have all the children that this young lady can produce. So there's sort of this unseen aspect of it that you have to have awareness in order to see. So when I see a little kid, like one time, this true story, one time there was a young lady I mentored, and I guess we were close, and she trusted me, and she was thinking about terminating her pregnancy, and she put this crazy burden on me. She said, oh, I got one more day to terminate. What do you think I should do? And I said, gosh, I don't think that's my decision to make. She said, well, if you tell me to do it, I'm going to do it. And I was like, well, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Because again, just like I don't give you all investing advice, I don't tell anybody how to live their life. I said, but honestly, if you want my perspective, I don't just see a baby in your stomach. I see a person. I see a person who's going to grow up and have a life and have kids and then have grandkids. And I picture that baby 80 years from now with a big Thanksgiving dinner with 20 grandkids at the dinner together. So you're dealing with a person who's a little bit different. I don't just see a little burden in your stomach. I see something that's going to be much bigger than that. So I'm going to just say, if it was me, I don't think I would do it, but please don't put that on me. So anyway, so the child got to live, or she let the baby live because of that. And now the baby's growing up. The baby's like a person and in school and everything else. And I see this baby and I see this life this person's living, and it's unbelievable to me that just that one conversation opened the gateway to all these possibilities, right? And I think that's one thing that you have to have awareness. You have to meditate on that. You got to understand that when we're talking in class and we're talking about shifting the financial trajectory of your family across multiple generations, you got to be able to see those little butterfly effects. Does anybody know the term butterfly effect? Give me a yes if you heard butterfly effect. Butterfly effect, in case you don't, let me know if y'all know what that butterfly effect is like, where they show you that little changes can change everything. Little pivots, just little tiny things that you don't even think matter in the moment. That if you're not conscious, you're not even thinking about this little thing like, should I sleep with her or not sleep with her? Do I take the job or not take the job? All these little tiny decisions that you make open up a whole universe of possibility in terms of other realities that would not exist. It's like going through a wormhole. If you know wormholes, it's like a whole other universe. You're going through this whole universe of possibilities because you make these tiny little pivots. So what I would encourage you to consider is that when we talk about shifting, when we talk about really shifting our economic reality, not just for ourselves, but for everyone we care about, and not just for people that are living, but also people who are not yet born, I encourage you to understand that you have such a massive opportunity right now. You have such an amazing set of possibilities that exist for you right now because you are alive on May 24th, 2024. And May 24th, 2024 is never going to exist ever again. You have this set of possibilities in front of you that your kids and grandkids will never have because they're not going to live May 24th, 2024 or be able to make adult decisions at that time. So whatever little decisions you make, the little pivot you make, like if you say, okay, you know what, let's go ahead and set up that auto deposit, that auto invest in the stock market. Or let's go ahead and start doing those family business meetings where we can start just talking about our economics. Or well, let me go ahead and just take that little class. Or let me go ahead and just have that conversation with so and so. Yeah, these little things, these little choices that you make are going to have a massive butterfly effect in terms of opening up options and possibilities and rights and outcomes that you can't really even see right now. So make those little pivots. In fact, that's really the foundation of a lot of my teaching. My thinking a lot of times is like, what are some little things we can do that would just like have a massive impact? Like something that you barely notice it, but it's like huge, because once you accumulate those tiny actions over time, it becomes something amazing. So economic awareness is something where, in my view, just circling back to what we were talking about earlier with the athletes and the money and all that stuff, economic awareness is the difference between somebody getting a $5 million bag and just spending $5 million as a consumer versus somebody getting a $5 million bag and turning that into $1 billion empire. And the economic awareness is something where the earlier that you get it, the better off you are. That's why I tell you to bring your kids to class. Let them just sit and listen to me. I believe deeply in conversational teaching, because that's how my father taught me. You don't always have to sit down and take notes and take a class and memorize stuff. That's fine. But the thing is, I don't want you to memorize stuff. I want you to internalize stuff. I don't just want you to remember concepts. I want you to experience them and to feel them. I want them to be a part of who you are, a part of your culture, a part of your DNA. I don't want you to remember things. I want you to understand things. And understanding sometimes might require a conversation as opposed to somebody just having you just learn a bunch of stuff. Do you understand how many years I was learning very high level finance, but I never internalized it because I just had to learn it for a test? And it wasn't until I got into little weird things like meditation and all that, and just reflection and true awareness, that I began to dig back deep into all these things I learned and started really internalizing them and saying, like, okay, what does it mean to act that out? What does it mean to live that way? What cultures actually operate in this capacity? I was on a plane. I was on the little crowded little bus to go get the rental car, and there's a guy that came from New York, and it looked like he was from the Jewish community. He has a little hat in his beard and everything. And I'm saying, I see guys like that. I'm always like, I wonder how rich the people are in your neighborhood. Like I wonder how you all view economics. And so I think about that because I started to realize over time, I probably didn't figure this out till I was like mid to late 40s, how deeply embedded culture is in how you do things economically. I could teach you stuff all day long that'll make your head explode. But if you don't internalize it into your psyche, your subconscious, and into your culture, if you're not acting it out, if you're not following through with action, then what you learned isn't going to matter. So I know a lot of you all, because maybe you're working to get to that point, you'll come and you'll just listen, and you'll beat yourself up a little bit because you haven't taken action yet. And I just want to encourage you to really think about that. I want you to really be conscious and really, evaluate yourself and say, okay, I need to take some action and just take a little bit of action, just a little bit, just something little to kind of open that gateway, open that wormhole a little bit, and, add to that little butterfly effect that will open that door to all these other possibilities that should exist for you. But I don't know if they're going to exist for you if you just simply have the knowledge. I think you have to have the application and you have to have the internalization. So I don't want you to just know things or just memorize things. I want you to understand things. I want you to feel it. I want you to connect to it, right? And so that might require you just sitting on it and just thinking about it. And I'll say this last point, and this is true. This is from a conversation we had last night. I was talking to our middle child. Our middle child is a bona fide genius. I bet if she took an IQ test, she would be in the top 5%. She's always been like that. Even when she was a 2-year-old baby, she could talk like a 5-year-old. She's really smart and very observant about things. And she was talking about her physics test. She got 100 on her physics test. She gets 100 on everything. She was talking about how she answered the questions in the test. And she said, well, what I did was I looked through all the questions because sometimes you'll see the answer to a previous question in a later question. So I read through all the questions and then went back to the beginning and then blah, 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 right? And I said, you don't understand the gravity of what you said. I said, in mathematics, there's actually a concept called backward optimization where you literally start at the end and you work your way back. And or what's it called? Backward optimization. Well, there was another term for it. Gosh, why is the term out of my head right now? But let's call it backward optimization, where they said the best way to solve a problem is to start at the end and work your way backward. I said, so what you did was you did something that showed tremendous amount of awareness because you looked at the whole picture. You looked way down the road. You didn't just look at what was in front of you. The next question, you looked all the way at the end and then worked your way backward, and you were able to compile all that information. And I said, keep doing that. I said, keep thinking about things, in order to understand them. I said, when I was and I didn't learn this until I studied math. We would get a math problem on Monday, and they would tell us that we had to have the answer by the following Monday. And it was the most terrifying experience in the world because nobody knew how to answer that question. Nobody understood what was going on. But what would happen is through the week, because you had to do it, you would think about it, obsess about it, talk to people about it, read books about it, look at the problem from 50 different angles. And then eventually by Monday, you would have the answer somehow, right? Maybe, and a lot of it had to do with like the subconscious. You would go to sleep thinking about it. And even while you're sleeping, you're solving the problem in your head. So that led to me sort of looking at things in a different way. I said, okay, my goal is not just to memorize things. I want to understand things. And the way you understand things is you think about things. So really what I told her was, I said, a lot of people can't solve problems because they freak out. They spend too much time emotionally reacting to the difficulty of the problem. Backward induction. Thank you. I said backward optimization. It's backward induction. So a lot of people can't solve problems because they spend so much time getting scared. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. Let's make it simple. How many of you have seen people, or maybe it's you, it's okay, who have just a fear of math? You can literally ask them, well, what is 2 + 2? And they'll go, I don't know, right? Because math, the fear of math has just been so embedded in them. You give them any math problem, even one they can easily solve, they can't do it because they're so busy being scared that they don't spend any of that energy actually thinking and processing information, right? And I said, I saw this a lot when I was teaching math at the University of Kentucky. And I said, a lot of people don't understand that if you just calm your ass down and breathe for a minute and don't freak out, you'll get the answer eventually. And I said, so one of the philosophies I have in life is when I get a problem, when somebody asks me a question I don't know the answer to, or gives me a problem that's hard, the first thing I do is I say, let me think about that. That's it. And I have no clue what the answer is. And I'll just sit there and I'll just meditate on it and sit on the porch and think about it and spend it might take me 2 weeks. But eventually I know I'm going to have some insights that I did not have if I try to answer in the moment. So the same thing is true with any kind of problem. And the reason I brought that up to her, we started with mathematics, but I was saying life, really, a lot of life is just about problem solving. That's it. Literally going through life, that's what you do as a parent and all that. You're always problem solving. How do we get the bathroom painted by Tuesday? And how do we get the toilet fixed? Or our kids, how do we make this crazy 14-year-old stop acting ridiculous? Or whatever, without hurting his feelings. So just whatever. You're always problem solving. And I think that is something that should be taught to kids. I think that knowing how to just calm down, think about a problem, analyze it, break it down, kind of just process things, and don't be scared to think. Don't be scared to think. That's the danger, in my view, of an anti-intellectual culture. I really believe that there is a consistent effort through various forms of propaganda to reduce the consciousness of the American people and to really reduce the consciousness of Black people. I think that there's kind of this effort for you to come up with these simple-minded responses to everything, and to really look down on people that like to just think about stuff. The anti-intellectualism, like I'm going to just get mad at you because you are a thinker or because you are a person that wants to read and learn and understand things. Once I had this former NBA player on YouTube that for some reason he hated my guts, and I didn't understand why. I was like, I don't even know this man. Why is this man? And he had a lot of followers, and he really talked about me a lot. And I was like, why is this guy so mad at me? And somebody said, well, maybe he just had a bad relationship with his teachers in school, and he sees you as a professor as just a nerdy guy that reminds him of the teachers that he hated in high school and in college. And I just thought, wow, that's so interesting. So you're mad at me because I'm just because of who I am and what I do. I don't think there's anything wrong with being smart, because I think we should all be smart. because dumb people get, or not, I would say dumb, people that don't want to think, they get absolutely obliterated in this economy. The whole economic system is built on keeping your consciousness low so you won't know what they're doing to you. So you're not aware of how they're extracting your wealth. You're not aware of how they're putting you into slavery. You're not aware of here you go. Here's one example. I'll give you a real life example that relates to economics so we can bring this back home. I was looking at this. There's this morning podcast I listen to called Morning Brew that I really like. And it's a couple of white boys who just talk about economics or whatever. I listen to a lot of podcasts. And they put up this post where they were basically saying that 3 in 5 Americans believe we're in a recession, and that's not true. They said it's crazy that 3 in 5 Americans think we're in a recession, and all these TikTok videos are out there about how bad the economy is. And that's just not true because, you know, the data says everything's great, and they blame Joe Biden because they think the economy is bad. But really, if you look at this data, GDP has gone up and unemployment is really low and things like that. And what I thought was really interesting about that is I put a little response in there, and I kind of said, actually, what I think is happening is that the reason that you have this disconnect is because you have two economies. You have one economy for people that own assets. They own real estate, they own stock, maybe they own businesses. They're doing great. They're doing excellent. And, you know, all these things are just at all-time highs. And then you have the economy for people who don't have any of these things. They don't have real estate. They don't have a business. They don't own any stock. They are the workers, they are the consumers, and they are the renters. So if I'm a worker, here's what I'm seeing as a worker. Inflation is going up, but my wages are not going up. So that's a lose for me, right? If I got a 1% raise in a year that has 7% inflation, that's really bad for me. They're consumers. Well, as a consumer, when they go to the grocery store, the price of everything's going up. So they're trying to buy lettuce and pickles or whatever and mustard at the grocery store, and the price of everything keeps going up. That's another loss. And then if they are renters, then with companies like BlackRock buying up 30% of the single family homes in Atlanta, your rent is going up too. So your income is staying flat, but your expenses are going up. So yeah, you've got a pretty crappy economy. So where's that excess going to? It's going into debt. The only way you can maintain your standard of living is when you max out the credit cards and everything else. And that's why credit card debt's at an all-time high, student loan debt's at an all-time high. Most forms of debt, car loan debt is at an all-time high because people have to go into debt if you don't have if you don't have enough income to cover your expenses. If you want to know about BlackRock, Crystal, BlackRock is just this big company that controls about $9 trillion in assets, and they kind of have more power than most governments. They're kind of everywhere. So that's BlackRock. And the difference with America versus other countries is that America will allow BlackRock to go in and buy single family homes. In Denmark and other countries, they told BlackRock, you can't do that. We're making laws to stop you from buying all the houses, because when they buy all the houses, it pushes up the value of real estate. It pushes up the cost of rent. So effectively, that's what BlackRock does. So long story short, you just have two separate economies, and you have one economy that's full of people that have a little bit more power and a little bit more economic consciousness. And I would say that the second economy, maybe a little bit of economic awareness can be helpful, or at the very least, if you have a parent that's economically aware, then what they're going to do is they're going to make sure you have assets so you can be on the good side of the economy. So you really have two sides of the economic system. And we've talked about that before, but I want you to sort of keep that in mind. That's how two different people can look at the same thing and have two different responses, because they're living two different realities. And a lot of us don't know that yet, but now you know. If you don't know, now you know. All right. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and finish up for today. One thing I want to remind everybody of is, if you don't know, in Money in the Morning, if you want to be a premium member, there is a way to become a premium member. I'm going to send out a link today that will give you 90% off lifetime access. I think lifetime access is like $700 or something, but you can get it for like $79, and it'll give you access to all of the archived trainings that we've done here. We've done well over 150. I want to say about 150 of these Money in the Morning economic awareness trainings. If you really want to, I believe, here's my humble suggestion, If you have kids and you really want them to kind of get this stuff, let me talk to them. Just take the video, give them money, like give them like $5 for every video they watch or something, whatever you got to do, right? Just bribe them if you have to, because it's going to be good for them. If they sit and they listen to me talk about this stuff for a while, they're just gonna. If you're swimming in the economics, you're gonna understand it. A fish will always be a better swimmer than a giraffe trying to learn how to swim. And so if you're in the economics, then you're going to be the economics. You're going to be the money. You know, if you see the money, you're going to be the money. So awareness is sight. I want them to have sight. I want them to see it. I want them to be it. I want them to live it to the point where they're not having to consciously decide, yeah, I'm going to learn a little bit about money. No, most millionaires spend 20 hours a month studying money and understanding money. So I want your kids to be on that millionaire track. So feel free to bring your kids, bring your whoever, share it with whoever you want. So anyway, I'm going to send that link out later on today. If you want that link, just make sure you get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948. If you text morning to the number 87948, I'll send you a link and you can join for 90% off. You can do a monthly access, but really, if you do it all at once, it's easier. It'll be $79 one time. But there is a monthly access link if that's something that's more comfortable for you. But all this stuff, every single training we've done, and we do these every single morning, 7 days a week, is put in that archive. And then also premium members get exclusive access to other things we have going on in the Black Business School. So there's a lot of benefits there. And also, if you want to get a copy of my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, or our financial flashcards for children, things like that, you can go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. We have a lot of great stuff there in our Black Wealth Mastery store. And we're very proud because we know we're good at what we do. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Have a great day. I will see you all, I guess, tomorrow, and bless you. Love you. Take it easy. Bye.
Job or something, and you thought you were never going to run out of money. But even despite the fact that you thought you were never going to run out, you did, right? You were just spending a little bit here, a little bit there, $5 here, $10 there. Next thing you know, you got nothing left. Anybody ever go through that? Give me a yes if you know that feeling. Well, the reason that happens, in my view, is because what you're doing is you're sort of not conscious of every dollar that goes out the door. Right, you go to the grocery store, you spend $10 here. You go to you stop and buy some candy, or whatever. Then you pay for this and pay for that, and you're just thinking, oh, it's only $10. I have $300 in my wallet. Oh, it's only $20. It's only $5 because you're feeling rich. You're feeling very financially secure at that moment, and then what happens is inevitably you run out of money. And that's because it kind of snuck up on you. It's almost, what it reminds me of also is it reminds me of, that saying where they say watched clocks don't move. Anybody, you know what I'm talking about? Where you're in school and you're going to get out of school at 2 and it's like 1:45 and you're staring at the clock and the clock is not moving at all. I think the reason that the clock doesn't appear to move is because you're very conscious of the clock's movement. You're staring at the clock. Now, now, how do you make the clock move? Well, the way the clock ends up moving is if you get distracted. If you get distracted and you're no longer conscious of the movement of the clock, then you'll look down, do something else, talk to your friends, and then turn around and say, oh, wow, it's time to go. Right. But why? Well, why is that? Well, because your consciousness was not connected to the clock anymore. So you weren't able to kind of monitor every movement of the clock. It just sort of all happened very quickly. Or if you are on a long trip, and you're looking out the window and you're thinking, you're asking, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? And you're just kind of counting the miles one by one and getting bored. What's the best way to make that trip go by quickly? What makes the trip go by fast? Answer me in the chat. If you want to make the trip go by quickly, what do? You go to sleep. You make yourself unconscious. So what happens? What happens then? Well, you fall asleep. I remember coming back from a trip. My track team in high school, we went to Canada. And I remember how long that trip was. We had to drive from Kentucky to Canada because we my track team, I didn't necessarily live in the hood, but we were not rich. But my track team was a hood track team, so we didn't have no money. So we drove like from Kentucky to Canada for a track meet, and I remember how long that trip was, and I remember noticing that when I went to sleep and became unconscious, the time just flew by. Do you understand? So here, where am I going with this, right? Because, every morning this is economic awareness training, financial consciousness training. So the point that I'm making with these 3 examples is that when you're not aware, when you're not conscious of things slip by, things slide out of your grasp, your money disappears, time flies by, right? Part of the reason, I don't know if you've ever noticed this, let me tell you something deep that I noticed about life, because I think about these things. Does anybody notice how, like, when you were little, like, there was a big difference between going from, like, I don't know, the third grade to the fifth grade, or turning from like 12 to 13, or every year of high school, you might remember each year being different from the other year. Anybody notice that? But then when you become an adult, it's like 5 years goes by, 10 years goes by, and it's like it just clicked by. Time goes by faster, it seems, when you get older. And I was like, why does it seem like it took forever to get from 0 to 18, but it took 2 seconds to go from 20 to 30, and then another 2 seconds to go from 30 to 40. What's going on? My mind is playing tricks on me. Shout out to my good buddy Willie D. I didn't understand that. Well, what I believe is that is that the reason that time seems to go faster when you get older is because you're in a rut. Your life in 2024 is exactly like your life in 2023, which is pretty similar to your life in 2022, which is similar to 2021. So if I was to ask you, tell me the difference between things you were doing in 2018 versus things that you did in 2017, a lot of you probably couldn't tell me. I can't remember the difference between 2016 and 2015. I kind of could, but not really. It's hard. I can't remember. In 2023, I was married to my wife. In 2022, I was married to my wife. We had the kids. We lived in the same house. I did the same work. So I can't distinguish, but I can distinguish between being in the fourth grade and the fifth grade, because that's a big deal. You grew a couple inches, right? And so why does it seem like the time flew by? Well, because you're in a rut, and when you're in a rut, it's like you're programmed in a way that has you operating on a frequency where you're not conscious of time. You're not taking the time to smell the roses. You're not taking the time to be conscious of where you are at that particular moment in time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right. So consciousness is critical for anybody that wants to understand life, that wants to preserve things. They say that, for example, if you're eating really good food, if you're conscious and you take the time to chew every bite, 50, 60 times, you're going to really enjoy the food a whole lot more than if you just scarf it down. Or as you get older in life, they say when older people get to, their sunset years, they really take the time to celebrate and to connect to every year, because they know that the years are thin. They don't want to waste that time anymore. It's not like when they were 30 years old and just kind of not even enjoying anything, just doing the same thing. Get up, go to work, come home, go to bed, get up, go to work, come home, go to bed, get up, go to work, come home, go to bed. So consciousness, in my view, is just critical. It's critical for anybody that really wants to maximize their life, or wants to be free, wants to have wealth, or wants to preserve time, or wants to make optimal investments. That's critical, right? So when we do economic awareness training and consciousness training, that's what I want you to kind of understand. So let's spin a little bit and talk about financial consciousness, and I'm going to talk particularly about something that you can invest in if you're interested in taking a look at this. I'm invested in cannabis stocks, and the reason I'm invested in weed is because, as I was explaining to you all how to think like an investor, investors don't look at what's happening now. What investors look at is what they expect to be happening in the future. So, right now, there are some cannabis companies that I bought stock in, because I believe that at some point, weed is going to be legalized and they're going to make it okay. It's kind of distressing because, as you know from last night when we were reading Powernomics books, or Dr. Claude Anderson's books, you'll know that there's a history of Black people sort of being criminalized for weed, but not being the economic beneficiaries of it, right? So this is kind of a reality that we have to deal with. And so one of the things that, if you're interested in this kind of thing, or you are an investor, which I hope everybody is, I do have a list of cannabis stocks that I put together that I can share with you guys. Just get on the text list. I'll text it out to you. Text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. If you text morning to 87948, you'll get invited to our Money in the Morning consciousness training, but you'll also get that list of the cannabis stocks. I've almost put it together. It's almost done. Once it's done, I'll send it out this afternoon. So get on the text list. Text morning to 87948. I'll send it to you. If you don't get it, you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can make sure you get it. And I think that there's no guarantees with investing, but this is something worth taking a look at, because I believe that at some point, if Biden can't finish his term or something like that, and Kamala takes over, then I think that she's going to legalize, or they're going to push for the legalization of weed. Because also remember this, your government's not very financially conscious at all. Most of your politicians do not make beneficial long-term decisions when it comes to our country's economics. Our debt levels are at an all-time high, way too high, an unsustainable level. And they don't care. Well, why don't they care? Well, because they have no reason, they have no incentive to be conscious of how their economic choices are going to impact the future generations. They don't care what happens 30 years down the line. They're only thinking about the next 4 years. And by the way, the number is 87948. Somebody type that in the chat, please. It's 87948. So you can text morning to 87948. So if anybody misses it, you can just look in the chat and it should be in there. All right. So ultimately, when you're talking about so let's speak on the cannabis industry. So last night we did our Powernomics training, which we do every Wednesday night at 8:30. You can join for free. Just text the word greatness to 87948. 87948 is always the number. So it's just a matter of which list you want to be on and what information you want to get from the Black Business School. We have a ton of things for free. And I want to reiterate that our morning economic awareness training is 100% free. And I know a lot of you benefit from that. But we also have things that do have a low fee attached to them so that we can raise money in order to pursue the mission. So if you want to, for example, learn about stock options, our Prime program is extraordinarily good for those of you that want to generate extra income selling stock options, not buying them. Buying is when you're speculating and you're taking all these risks. I sell stock options. That's how I make my money. So I show you exactly what I'm doing with my portfolio. So if you want to take a look at that, go to drboyceprime.com. It's a great program. I know you're going to love it. All right. So with that said, what I wanted to do today also was answer a few of your questions. If you have some questions and you're in the Zoom and you put the question in the Q&A section, I'll answer your question. I thought today might be a good Q&A day. My wife and I are about to head out. We're going to California. And we got some stuff to do out there in the next few days. So I will be doing our class from the road. So I'm kind of trying to get packed for that. But anyway, so if you have a question, put your question in the Q&A section. If you want an invitation to the private Zoom and you're not in here, just text the word morning to 87948. Michael, what are your favorite cannabis stocks? I have a few. I'll send you the list later. Just make sure you're on the text list. Text morning to 87948, and I'll send you the whole list later on today. Is there an app that allows cannabis stock trading? Yeah. I mean, any app that trades publicly traded companies, you can buy those stocks on publicly traded apps that trade publicly traded companies. Now, the thing you have to be careful about with buying stock is a lot of people are attracted to these little crappy stocks that cost, 47 cents. And that's not healthy investing, in my opinion, because a lot of these companies are very, very bad. The markets are also very, very bad. So it's like buying a bad product in a bad neighborhood because it's cheap. I remember I went to China in 2006. I taught finance in China back then. And I remember going there and seeing that they had a massive industry of people that were selling like bootleg DVDs, like movies that were still in the theaters, and you could buy them for, $1 or whatever. And when you play them, they'd never played. They were always the screen was grainy. It was a bunch of crap. Or you could also buy like a Rolex for $5. People will come up to you on the street and offer you something that looks just like a Rolex. If you paid $5 for the Rolex, your watch would last for about a week, and then it would stop working. So generally speaking, that's what I see when I see penny stocks. It's like buying a bad product in a bad neighborhood. So just be really careful about that. I really enjoy teaching finance in China. I learned a lot about culture and economic culture. And if you spend time around Chinese students, you'll notice just instantly why it's so much easier for them to have certain types of economic success. Because they're very family oriented, they're very group oriented. They work together. There's no here we have kind of what I call the shiny Negro syndrome, where you have people that want to be shiny and loud and kind of like Diddy. That's one thing about Diddy that kind of always kind of irked me was it's like you wear these big shiny suits and you always want all this attention, and people look up to that. People look up to that. I mean, if you think about Diddy. Sure, the video shows he clearly, did some things he shouldn't have done when it came to his girlfriend, but there were lots of women that wanted to be Diddy's girlfriend. And I was always the guy who said, why would you want to be in a relationship with a guy who is an egomaniac who might beat you up? I don't understand that. But then if you look at culture, you understand why. It's because the egomaniac who might beat you up who makes 10,000 songs about how he can't stand women, right? Because that's where hip hop took a left turn, where it literally got to the point where there was a massive disrespect for women. For some reason, these guys were appealing and attractive to a lot of women. There were a lot of women that said, "Oh, I like that guy. I want to be like him, or I want to be with him." And the men would say, "I want to be like him." And I would say, "Why would you want to be like a man who's a drug addict, who beats women, who does horribly irresponsible things with his life?" That doesn't make sense to me. And what it is, though, but here's the thing. This is where economic awareness does matter. It's because of money. It's money. If if white folks that run industries like hip hop, well, if they put money in the pocket of the most degenerate, screwed up human being on the planet, there'll be millions of people who will want to be like that person, who will want to be around that person, who will say that person is a black leader, that person is my hero. Because if you remember, Diddy was a black leader. Diddy was a guy that was, he did the whole vote or die campaign. He was friends with Barack Obama and all these politicians. And so ultimately, and I'm not really here to tell you if he's bad or good. I think you can still make your decision on your own. But I think that you have to be really careful about how money can blind you and make you think that something is what it is not. It can make you think a bad man is a good man. It can make you think, a terrible woman is a good woman. So just keep that in mind. All right. So if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. If you put it in the chat, I probably won't see it. I'm staring right at the Q&A section. So I see Calvin says, what are the essential infrastructure components needed to build up the continent of Africa? There's a lot. There's a lot. There's so much there. First of all, you have to have good governance. You have all these leaders that are pretty much puppets of European countries and stuff like that. So and also European corporations. So they don't even do what's right on behalf of the people. If you go to Nigeria, for example, Nigeria has more oil than any country on the planet, damn near. And they've got an insane amount of poverty. You should never have that much. They should be like the Arabs, they should be like the people in Abu Dhabi and Kuwait, just driving around in expensive cars or whatever. Everybody should be living good, and Nigeria has the wealth to do that. But unfortunately, so much of the wealth gets extracted, and the government officials don't have an incentive to spread that wealth, that you end up having this massive poverty class. And I think that that's unfortunate. So you're going to have better government, some freedom, liberation. You really have to break away from colonialism. Also, there are some advantages that Africa has that are tremendous, that are going to lead to a massive economic boom in the next century. Africa has a lot of young people. Human beings are a resource. Human beings are capital. We're trained to believe that babies and having kids and stuff is like a waste of time, and that it's something that just costs money, and it's just a big expense that doesn't give you any benefit. But that's not true. People matter. People are valuable. Having people in your life is that's a form of wealth. Did you know that you could back in slavery, you could actually tell the bank that you had 20 or 30 slaves, and they would loan you money because they would say, "Wow, you're a wealthy man. You have lots of collateral." When you have 10 or 12 kids, farmers used to have 10 or 12 kids, not because they just enjoyed sex and they enjoyed kids. They would have a lot of kids because they had more labor on the farm. That was a form of wealth. So what's happened what's been interesting is, in our so-called modern society, we've decided that children are not the children are just this wasteful luxury item that most of us can't afford to create and produce. So what's happened is that in European countries and in Japan, the fertility rates have gone extremely low. Even China, that used to pump out too many babies, they had a one-child policy. Well, people adjusted to that. People got used to only having one child. And now they're asking people to have kids. They're paying people to have children in China because people were like, okay, I'm not going to have any kids. And so Africa, I don't think Africa ever got the memo. I kind of feel like, because we're just smarter in so many areas, naturally smart, Africa never got that memo. So Africa has a lot of young people, and that's going to be a massive resource. That's a multi-trillion-dollar resource for the future. And in European countries and Asian countries and stuff like that are allowing for lots of immigration because their own population can't sustain them. So Africa has a lot going for it, besides it being the richest continent on the planet. I think Africa is going to be fine. It just may take 50 to 100 years to get there. Let's see. Rhonda, I hear AI will need energy to run it. What energy stocks do you like? One that comes to mind was URA uranium, uranium ETF. I have a list of energy stocks that I sent out to you guys. Text the word stock to 87948 if you'd like to see it. That I'm trying to think here. I sent this out maybe about I don't know, I want to say a month or two ago. So yeah, if you text stock to 87948, it won't come to you right away, but there'll be a few different things that'll come to you if you're interested in stocks and stuff like that. Is there a code for the Hotel Convention Center? I don't think that there's a code. I think you can just tell them that you're coming to the All Black National Convention. The All Black National Convention is October 25th through the 27th. It's going to be in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. And it's going to be at the Westin Lombard, and we got them to drop the room prices to about 150, and it's a very nice, comfortable, luxurious experience, and you're going to really like it. So feel free to join us. If you want to learn about the convention, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. The convention is amazing. There's so many smart people, attorneys and therapists and PhDs and and mothers and fathers and just people that are doing excellent things. We don't look for celebrities. We don't care if you're a celebrity. We don't care if you are a famous rapper or whatever. Like, that doesn't mean you know anything. That just means a white person put you on TV. That does not make you significant or beneficial to the Black community, in my opinion. What we look for are people that are working on behalf of the community to do things that are going to actually make a tangible difference in the lives of our people, things that they can share, skills that they have. So, for example, one person that spoke there last year was Dr. Mary Stoddard. Dr. Stoddard grew up as a sharecropper in the South, and she had 17 siblings, and all 17 of her siblings graduated from college because they had a plan. They didn't sit around waiting for white folks. They didn't sit around waiting for affirmative action. Their plan was the first one that gets into college is going to help the second one. The second one's going to help the third one. The third one's going to help the fourth one. And using that plan, being conscious, they were able to get all 17 of their kids through college. And then when Mary got married, she married Dr. Marcus Stoddard, who's a Black surgeon at the University of Louisville. Everybody should know about people like this, instead of us, just honoring the Diddies of the world. Like, we should be looking at the doctors and lawyers and brilliant people in our community. We got so many smart people. And so she married Dr. Marcus Stoddard. Mary got a PhD and a law degree, and all 5 of their kids became PhDs or MDs. Every single one of those Black children, all 5 of those kids became PhDs or MDs, and their mother was a freaking sharecropper. Their mother started poorer than anybody in this room. It's hard to be poorer than a sharecropper in Mississippi. And yet all 5 of those kids are doctors right now. So stop telling me that it's impossible for you to be successful. Stop telling me that Black people can't succeed, or that the white man's stopping us from this and we can't do that. That's crap. That's stupid. I hate that. It drives me crazy. You got to focus, man. You got to focus and stop listening to the wrong people. Stop taking advice from people that should not be giving you advice. And that goes for your relationships. That goes for your wealth. Do you know how many unqualified financial instructors there are on the internet? They took a 2-week class and they're telling you all about wealth. And I'm sitting there thinking, I went to school for a decade for this, like this, more than a decade. And then I practiced for 20 years. And I'm looking at some 25-year-old who's like, oh yeah, I took a class on stocks. I can tell you all about the stock market. Well, he's going to tell you how to go gamble your money away. That's what he's going to do. So again, whatever. I'm not here to judge it one way or the other, but what'll happen is people will say, well, he's more relatable because, he be talking hood and stuff. He be talking like, what's up, man? You got to do good. You got to do it. And I'm like, that's okay. There's nothing. I have nothing against that. I'm not looking down on that at all. But don't look down on me because I encourage us to be a little bit sharper and smarter. Don't look down on me because I want something different. I don't want to have hood problems for the rest of my life. I was born in the projects. I know what it's like to be poor. I know what it's like to eat a bologna sandwich with no bologna. I know all that stuff, but I don't want to live like that forever. I don't celebrate it. So I really just kind of think that low self-esteem kind of affects us in so many ways, where we just don't believe we deserve certain opportunities and certain privileges in this society. I don't think we believe we're capable of certain things either. So like when I look at Dr. Mary Stoddard, who lives in Louisville, Kentucky, where I'm from, I'm just like, okay, hard work, just basic, simple values. You work hard, you learn, you pick up your damn book, put down the blunt and pick up a book, don't go to the next, don't run to the club buying bottles of whatever. Like go study something instead of falling into this party culture, right? I remember being so frustrated when I would watch. And this is when I was like 30 years old, and I would look at the way people really looked up to the rappers, and you see Diddy, they're always holding a bottle. And when I see that, I'm like, do they know what liquor what damage liquor and drugs have done to Black people? Do they know how much pain, how much devastation, and how many Black families have been destroyed by drugs and alcohol? Like, why are we celebrating the things that destroy us? That does not make any sense. And so really, what you kind of have is you have kind of this battle between maybe you could say emotion over logic, or habits over choices. We have habits, and we have emotional connection to these habits because our consciousness gets pushed down to record lows. So we have this emotional connection to habits that we know are not beneficial. But what happens is the reaction is that we get angry when there are people who try to snap us out of it. We get mad. It's like when you're sleeping and you're comfortable. Like my wife tried to wake me up yesterday to go to the gym, and it was 5 a.m. I was sleepy as hell. I was knocked out. And I woke up and she was gone. I said, "Why'd you leave me?" She said, "Because I tried to wake you up twice and you started growling. You were like, get her, let me sleep, let me sleep." I said, I did that. She said, "Yeah. You were kind of like you were kind of like irritated, like you rolled over and went back to sleep." So sometimes when you try to wake somebody up, and y'all tell me if you got relatives like this. Let me know. Let's talk about your crazy cousins. A lot of y'all got relatives where you try to wake them up and they don't want to be woke. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to process things. They just want to keep doing things the same way because we got this nice, comfortable wheelchair waiting for us when your disabled Black ass shows up, like, "I can't do nothing. I'm just a nigger. I can't learn. I can't be learning. They be learning me how to read, and I can't do nothing for myself. I don't know how to save no money. The stock market, that's for white folks. That's for rich folks. I can't do it." They say, "Oh, well, come on, sit in this wheelchair. And Uncle Joe's gonna take care of you." And we get, "You poor baby. You are so Black. You are so Black. And being Black is such a disability. Oh my goodness, you poor thing." "Yeah, and I was trying really hard. I picked up the book, but then I saw the book next to the Cavassier, and I had to drink the Ciroc with the Cavassier because Diddy told me to do it." And but that's what that's what I see. I see this love affair that sometimes we gain with just extreme dysfunction. I just, and it's crazy. It's kind of a weird experience because I remember when I would look at R. Kelly back in 2002, when he had the 15-year-old girlfriend Aaliyah. And again, I have a little bit of a personal connection with this. I've talked to Dame Dash extensively, and he would talk about Aaliyah. When he and I would go see him in California, and he would talk about Aaliyah and how sad he was when he would think about Aaliyah. And I remember one day Dame told me, he said, "Yeah, yesterday, man, I was able to finally watch the documentary about Aaliyah." He said, "Because for 20 years I couldn't watch anything with her in it because it affected him so much. He dated her, he was engaged to her." So anyway, when I remember with R. Kelly, when he was dating the 15-year-old girl, I was like, "Why do y'all love this guy who dates a 15-year-old girl? I don't understand that." That's kind of like a child. That's pretty much a child molest. Like that's not normal. And you just look past that because he sings really well. And I didn't understand that. And so later on, 15 years later, the world is in the uproar over, whatever he was doing. And I'm like, "Yeah, I was my uproar ended in 2003 when I realized that y'all don't give a damn." So I kind of feel like you got to just address the culture, and all of us have unhealthy habits. A lot of us have just this deep 400 years of slave training that we've all gotten that keeps us from doing the things that we know we need to do. And unfortunately, discipline is hard. It's much harder to be disciplined than it is to be a victim. If you choose to be a victim and you choose to just do whatever's easy, whatever's comfortable, whatever's fun, then you're not going to succeed, and the world will always forgive you because you're Black. They're going to say, "Well, you're Black. You're not supposed to succeed." And I don't believe that. I believe that being Black means you're supposed to be great. I think that being Black means you're supposed to have excellence in your DNA. I think I look at my Blackness as a superpower. I look at who I am as an opportunity to be a better man than I was yesterday. And I don't know why that becomes such a controversial issue. Maybe it's the way I share it. Maybe I express it in a way that's offensive to some people, but I'll be honest with you, I get very frustrated by that because I don't think it's right. I think we deserve better than that. So anyway, let me jump back in and answer more of your questions. I apologize for going on my little rant. Okay, so Terrell says, "What are your thoughts on the Nvidia stock split? Is Nvidia splitting their stock?" I didn't hear about that. I know Nvidia had their earnings announcement and they did really well, but I didn't hear that they were splitting their stock. So if they are splitting this, and it would make sense, it's over $1,000. I think Nvidia hit their earnings numbers again. There was a lot of debate over whether or not Nvidia could do it again because Nvidia has done so well. But it wouldn't surprise me if they 10-1. Is that what it is, El Haj? Thank you for telling me. I did not know that. And I bet you the stock is doing really well today. That's really good. I own Nvidia, so let me see how much money we all made today from our Nvidia stock. Let me see here, Nvidia. Yeah, look at that. It went up 9.7%. What's crazy about Nvidia is that their market cap is $2.6 trillion, right? So when they go up by 10%, that's $250 billion increase in market value. So that's just an unbelievably insane number. And to think that this company was created by Jensen Huang 35 years ago, and he's kind of the one guy behind NVIDIA. I think that's pretty awesome, pretty amazing. All right, so let's see here. With a capital base of 50K, what annual ROI can I expect from selling stock options if I'm selling calls on a weekly basis? Okay, great question, Christian. Well, let me just say this. Like, let's say you just did with one stock, and you were selling call options, and let's say you used some leverage and you bought, like, I don't know, let's say you had 400 shares of Coinbase or something. Well, with 400 shares of Coinbase, if I sold my calls right now, I could make about approximately, with a reasonable strike price, I could make about $2,400 a week. So you could probably, it wouldn't be inconceivable to be able to make $7,000 a month in income, which $7,000 a month times 12 is what's that? $84,000 a year. So if a person is able to raise enough money to just buy a decent amount of stock, they can actually make quite a bit of money selling options. So if you'd like to learn more and see what we do and look at my portfolio and how I make my money, just go to drboyceprime.com. The Prime program is good. I think you're going to like it. So, and if you want to do a one-on-one or something like that, and you want me to help you set it all up, literally I can take you step by step through it. It's not investing advice. It's just me telling you what I'm doing and also me telling you what I would do, but it's not me telling you what to do. But if you'd like to do a one-on-one or well, one-on-ones, I don't have a lot of one-on-one space, but we can do group sessions. I did one yesterday. Just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. And I'd be more than happy to sit down with you and talk you through it. Let's see here. Okay, I'm looking at the Q&A section. Antonio Fuller says, I'm looking for a cannabis ETF. Is that on the list too? Yep, absolutely. So text the word morning to 87948. I will send you the list of cannabis stocks this afternoon. Let's see. Ricky says, Dr. Boyce, how me and my pops are ready. He has a capital base and really wants to get going. What is step one? We can start today. Log in at drboyceprime.com. We have a Prime 101 section. So if you go through Prime 101, go through those materials, that'll get you started. You can make money tomorrow. If you have a capital base, you can make money tomorrow. It's not hard to do. So yeah. Let's see. Tana, what does a person do if they have no one to leave their assets to? You've always got somebody to leave your assets to. It may not be a relative, but there's always something or someone. It depends on who you are, what kind of person you are. Like if I meet a young kid that I really, like and really think is doing good things with their life and could use a little boost, I have no problem helping them out. Like, I'd have no problem leaving them, some money because I have one daughter and one biological child, and I have several kids that I kind of scooped up along the way. And and I don't know. Like I think it's a matter of what you tether yourself to emotionally. I don't think you have to be biologically related to someone for them to matter to you. I do believe that. Let's see here. Scholarships are always an answer. That's a good answer, Anita. I would say with scholarships, the hard part with scholarships is that college costs so much. Universities are significantly overcharging people. And so if you save up, say, $100,000 and put it into a scholarship, that might get a kid through school for 2 years or something. And I don't know if that's worth it. I don't really know if $100,000 is worth the cost of half a bachelor's degree. I just don't, because what does a bachelor's degree do? A bachelor's degree gives you a piece of paper that gives you a ticket into an economic system where you can then have the right to work. It's your working papers. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with going to college. I'm just saying, though, going back to earlier when somebody asked me, what could I do with $50,000? Just with stock options alone, I would, if I had a choice, If I'm 20 years old and I have a choice between using $100,000 and giving it to a university for half a bachelor's degree, or taking that 100,000 and using that as my first capital base to sell stock options where I never have to work again for the rest of my life as long as I manage my money. Oh, you know which choice I'm taking. I can get education. I can go online and learn stuff. I can, I can go. There's so much stuff out here. Like I don't even think. I think that college is necessary if you want to be like a dentist or a social worker or a licensed professional, a medical doctor or an attorney, things like that. I don't think it's necessary if you want to learn. I'm not saying that college is bad. I think college is a great experience. I love being on college campuses. I do. I loved when I was teaching on campuses. I'm trying to think which one was I can't even name which one was my favorite. The prettiest campus I was ever on that I taught on was Indiana University. I enjoyed my time at Ohio State. Syracuse was okay. At Syracuse, I made the most money. I was making six figures when I was teaching at Syracuse. Ohio State was cool because they have a good football team. I live right next to the football stadium, but I never went to any games because I'd rather watch it on TV. Um, I don't know, but I just like them all. I like them all. I think, and I remember going to USC. That's like a beautiful campus. Like campuses are nice. It's a nice environment, but it's very expensive, And when I was reading about how 60% of all Black wealth goes towards servicing student loan debt, I said, "Whoa, what the hell?" So these universities, they own Black wealth. Like the same way that when they build like a hip hop museum and they go and they buy all the artifacts from Black people. So then for some reason, all this stuff that should belong to Black people is suddenly in a big white museum. Like, and they've been doing this for hundreds of years. They would go grab stuff from Africa and then put it be like in the Museum of England. Well, the same thing is true with your money, with your wealth. Like they're literally sitting on this empire built off of our wealth, and I don't like that. I don't. So anyway, let me keep going. Tana says, "What does a person do if they have to?" Oh, you already asked that. I'm sorry. If you only have $10,000 to invest, what will be the quickest return for a senior? Well, I wouldn't look for quick money. Quick money is not always the best money, and I think the question becomes, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to have capital gains, or are you trying to have income? If you're trying to have income, there are dividend stocks. Again, if you text the word stock to 87948, I have a list of dividend paying stocks. I call them dividend monsters just because I was having fun with it. And so you can take a look at that. There's also stock options. You can sell stock options, things like that to generate a little extra income. But if you want growth, you'd have to invest in a different way. So it would kind of depend on what you're trying to do. I think if you're a beginning investor, the best way to get started is things like mutual funds because it makes it simple and easy. A 4-year-old monkey could do it, literally, so there's no reason to be afraid of investing in mutual funds. So if you're not sure, you can go to b1investing.com, be the number one investing.com, and just take a look. And there's something there that can get you started. Let's see here. Travis, what's it like to be free and living your purpose? It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's there's a difference between getting up and going to work because you want to versus working because you have to. And I find that doing work that you really want to do that matters to you, it's really good for your mental health. I think when you're doing stuff that doesn't mean anything to you other than a paycheck, and or if you don't like the people you work with, it can make you really depressed. And I think that's why depression and anxiety is so high in the Black community. And I think that if you're a parent and you don't want your children to have anxiety and depression, then you build them some wealth so they can actually have freedom. That's what when our youngest asked me what I think she should do when she grows up, I said, I want you to be happy. Like, that's it. I don't care I'm not going to define you by what profession you are. That's a silly European concept anyway. Not even European, even Europeans don't do that. It's Americans, because we're obsessed with our work. I just want you to be happy. And so we talked about the inalienable rights. I said, have you heard of the inalienable rights? And she said, no. I said, that's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I said, well, we know what it means to have life. What is liberty? Liberty is freedom. And the pursuit of happiness, what does that mean? I said, that means that you have the ability to pursue happiness. It doesn't mean that you're going to just naturally be happy. You have to pursue it. But to pursue happiness, you have to be conscious enough to first even know what happiness is, where happiness is located. A lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people don't even know what makes them happy. They think, oh, I'll be happy if I make money, or I'll be happy if I get girls. I'll be happy if I get this job, right? They haven't even done the internal work spiritually to even know what makes them happy, what makes you tick. And so once you figure out what makes you happy, and you figure out where the location of that thing is, or whatever, what you need to do to get there, then you then have a position where you're going to go pursue happiness, right? And I said, so freedom, liberty is critical for the pursuit of happiness. Because if I know that happiness is over there, but I have to stay over here, then I can never really truly be happy because I can't pursue it. I can't go pursue it. I said, most people in this world, this is what I told her. I said, a lot of people can't pursue happiness because they got to go to work that day. You know, happiness for you might be sleeping in. Happiness might be spending the time on the phone with your mother before she passes. Happiness might mean taking a trip to Canada or something. And a lot of people can't pursue happiness because they don't have financial freedom. So I said, here's what I want to do for you. And I know you're not going to disagree with me. Like if I tell you to be a dentist or an engineer, then we might have a disagreement about that or a debate about it or an argument. I'm not going to do that to you. So I said, here's what I want. I want you to be happy. And I know you're not going to disagree with me because everybody wants to be happy. And I said also, because I'm a financial expert, I'm going to position you where you have the knowledge and also some assets where you can get rid of your financial constraints that will then allow you to rise spiritually to the point where you can go pursue happiness. Right. So how you pursue it, what you pursue is going to be up to you. But I want to remove that constraint because most people can't pursue happiness because there's a financial limitation to it. You know, and this is why, in my view, why wealth building is important. This is why investing is important. This is why financial literacy is important. This is why economic consciousness is important. It's very, very hard to pursue happiness when you're a slave. And capitalism is designed to create slaves. That's what it does. But they don't force you to be a slave. They trick you into becoming a slave. They manipulate you into slavery. That's what they do. There's a meme I saw where they had a guy sitting at a desk with a chain around his neck and he was chained to his desk. And they said slavery, it's better when you don't tell them. Even you give them the illusion of freedom, but you really aren't giving them freedom. You're minimizing the options because remember, this is a consciousness thing, right? So even if you think about politics, give me a yes or no. Yes or no. Do you feel that a two-party system gives you freedom in terms of choice? Do you really feel free in a two-party political system? Yes or no? Do you feel like you're getting a chance to pick the best person for the job and you've got, these liberties that they promise you? No, none of us feels free in that system. No intelligent person feels free in a two-party system, Democrat or Republican. So by sort of elevating their consciousness to a certain point, what they're basically doing is they're saying, okay, our goal is to get you to play the game, but we're going to design the game. So by designing the game in a certain way and only giving you certain choices, I can give you the illusion of freedom without actually giving you freedom. And I think capitalism on an aggregate level does the exact same thing. It's like, oh yeah, you don't have to work here. You can quit your job at any time. But what am I going to do if I'm buried under student loan debt, got to pay rent, got to go pay for this car note, and I have no assets? Well, I have to come to work. I have no choice. So really, to understand the game, I personally think the best way to deal with a game, it's like dealing with a traffic jam, right? Like you ever like are on the highway, right? And you know the frustration. Imagine the frustration of being stuck in a traffic jam where there's bumper to bumper, cars aren't moving. You're sitting there, you're pissed off because you're just stuck in this stuff, cars for miles. You can't go back or can't go forward, can't go left, can't go right. You're just sitting there. Well, the best way to be able to deal with a traffic jam is if you have a GPS that tells you the traffic jam is coming, right? So you're driving and you look down the road and you look at your GPS and you see red on the GPS and it tells you that the traffic jam is coming. Well, what do you do? What do you do if you know the traffic is coming 3 miles down the road and you got 2 exits? What do? You get the hell off the freeway, right? You get off the freeway. You say, I'm not navigating this stuff. I'm not. What I'm saying, so why are you able to do that? Well, you have to have a certain level of consciousness to do that. A conscious person is looking at the GPS, they're processing information, they're looking around, they're trying to see what's going on so they can be aware of what's happening before it actually happens. So so getting off the freeway is a preventative measure to make sure that you don't have to get in a situation where you're stuck and you have a limited number of choices. So I kind of see life as the same way. So your kid's going down the highway of life. Your child is 4 years old, your grandkid is 7 or whatever. You see the traffic jam that's coming. You see the slavery down the road. You got the GPS on life. You got to understand. See, some of y'all are 40, 50, 60, 70 years old. So you've got all this wisdom. That's wealth, by the way. You got all this wisdom because you know the GPS. You know white folks ain't never going to stop being white. America ain't never going to stop being capitalist. Democrats ain't never going to stop being Democrats. Republicans are going to be Republicans, and the world is going to be what it is. So you see your child driving down this road, and you've got a level of consciousness that they don't have. You're in a helicopter, and you see the traffic jam that's coming. You see the slavery coming. So what do? Well, you got to communicate, and you got to tell the child, like, look, get off the road. Get off the road. And then you give them the map. You say, here's how you get off the road. Right, there's an exit 1 mile ahead of you. You get off here and you go left, and then you go around all this stuff. So to me, that's what I see when I see us preparing the next generation for the economic traffic jams and the slavery that is in store for them. We know what's in store for them. The student loans are going to be even worse than they are right now. The cost of real estate and all that's going to be higher than it is right now. The automobiles, rent, all that's going to be expensive. Also, America is going to be racist, and it's going to be a tough place to live. So why not go ahead and use your GPS and prepare them in advance? Get them off the freeway. Help them take a better route. Help them take the route that you wish you had taken when you were 22 years old. And if you do that, what happens is that you find that there are all these roads that are never traveled because everybody feels like they got to stay on the damn highway. And I'm just a guy who says, I think it's okay to challenge yourself and challenge those around you to just get out of the rat race. Walk away from that nonsense. You don't have to be in that stuff. That system, that oppressive system that we're always fighting against. And this is one thing I would challenge people on, because I have a lot of friends that are very radical, and they're fighting the system constantly. They're constantly fighting the system. And I'm the guy who says, I'm not going to fight the system because I'm just not going to be in the system. Because my consciousness tells me that I don't even have to be here. Like, why am I trying to win a game that's rigged for me to lose? I'm not playing your game. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. And then, but you think about this. Think about how many of our folks, right? We get in corporate America and we're like, we're mad because they need to hire more Black people, and you need to give me my opportunities. And that's very frustrating. It's very stressful. And I think that sometimes what happens is that the brainwashing, the manipulation of our consciousness at an early age makes us believe that this is the only choice that we have, that you have to be here, you have to do this fight, and you really don't. It's almost like being in a really bad relationship where the person is being unreasonable and rude and mean and terrible and abusive. And then one day, if you're smart, you become conscious and you say, wait, I don't have to be here with you. I don't have to have these arguments with you. I could date this lady over here, or I could go be with somebody else. There's other fish in the sea besides you. And what is that? That's when you have that awakening where you wake up one day and say, I don't actually have to even be in this hell of a relationship. I can be somewhere else. That to me is a consciousness. You've gone to another dimension, because now, instead of seeing your life as sort of you being inside this little bubble with another person, you're actually realizing you have options, and you're seeing the world from a higher plane. You've gone to the third dimension, and now you see your boyfriend or girlfriend or your wife or whatever. But then you see all the other people that could have been your girlfriend, or all these other people that could have been your husband. You understand, right? So consciousness is the answer to a lot of dilemmas, in my opinion. I think consciousness, which really comes down to awareness or sight, the more you see, the more you can be. And if you can't see it, you'll never be it. And so I believe that there's a deliberate manipulation of our consciousness level in this society to limit and minimize what you're able to see. It starts with education. It starts with the fact that they send millions of kids to the public school system and don't teach them nothing that's ever going to liberate them. John D. Rockefeller actually said that, he said, we do not want to develop an education system that creates millions of people who are free thinkers. We need people that are going to be limited in their thinking, so that all they know is getting up and going to work every day. That is a deliberate manipulation of their consciousness. That's what it is. Okay, a few more questions. Let me answer a few more questions. And by the way, make sure you're on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948 if you want to get an invitation to our financial consciousness training. Also, if you want to check out the All Black National Convention, you just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. I hope you all will come out there. I hope that I get a chance to hug you and see you in person and shake your hand. And I certainly appreciate all of you sitting with me as as we get up every morning at 10 a.m. and I get to act like a weirdo. I love this. This is a lot of fun for me. And by the way, I want to also apologize in advance if I say something that offends you or challenges you in a way that makes you uncomfortable or something like that. I hope that you'll just receive that as just a perspective that you can consider. And at the very least, I can also make it clear that I don't know everything. I'm still figuring it out too. So maybe there's some things I still need to learn, and in fact, I know that there are. So I just want to kind of lay that out because sometimes I know when I speak in a raw form, it can hit people a little bit tough. So let's not be scared of each other. Let's just keep talking. All right. So a few more questions. Let's see. Marquetta says, "Good morning, Dr. Watkins. I'm in my mid-30s, new to investing, received a $10,000 check. I want to invest. Where do I start? Go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. There's a $5 a day plan that can get you started there. It depends on what you're trying to do. So if you're trying to make more money or make more income, then maybe you could, if you have an entrepreneurial spirit, you could look into some small investment in some sort of a business venture, but be very careful about using all your money in one place. I think if your goal is to just be a long-term investor, mutual funds are a great way to get started with that without having to stock pick. Let's see here. What do you think about Buy Alert? Is that a stock? I don't have that stock in front of me, Janice, so I can't speak on that. But we do portfolio power play on Tuesdays, and that's when I dig into and research a bunch of stocks. But today we'll talk about some other stuff. But at some point we can do this. So portfolio power plays on Tuesdays at noon, so you can join us there. All right, so let's see here. What Africa stocks do you invest in? Actually, if you text the word stock, Terrell, I sent out a list of Africa stocks to everyone on that list. So just text the word stock to 87948, and you will get a list of Africa stocks. So if you get on different lists, just be prepared. Like you're going to get a lot of stuff from us, and I hope that you like it. And if you don't want the stuff that we send to you, if you click on the link and look at it, then you'll stay on the list. But if you go too long without looking at anything, then eventually we stop messaging because we don't want to bother you. So, but if you can't get enough and you want us to help you, then we got plenty of stuff for you. Let's see. Lewis says, I have 20,000 on hand. Okay. So I think, Lewis, I think we answered that question. Mutual funds. I'm a big fan of mutual funds. Now, if you want to generate income, I think 20,000 is a great place to get started with stock options. So feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or you can also text the word money to 87948. If you text money to 87948, that's why I introduce you to selling stock options for money. That's what. So if you want to get introduced to that, just text the word money to 87948, and you'll get a link right away in your text, and you can watch that short video. And I think I know you're going to be impressed. I've done that presentation for probably about 50,000 people, and most people are wowed by it, to the point where they don't even believe it's possible at first. And then I just show them, because it is. All right, so let's see. Gordon, I started investing in cannabis stocks a couple of years ago, but I didn't have much money. I've been holding, but they've been really beaten down. Yeah, I kind of think. I think I'm more of a long-term holder of these stocks, so I get it. They are a little bit frustrating. Let's see. I'm looking to get into wholesaling real estate so that I can have cash to fund my trading account. Any tips for me? Yeah, I would learn from people that know how to wholesale real estate. I don't get them to mention it much, but actually, we do have something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate, where there's a ton of content on real estate, from wholesaling to buying hotels to multifamily to all kinds of stuff that you want to do. So if you go to drboycerealestate.com, the first 30 days are 100% free. And we have real estate experts like Chalet Camilo and some others that have come through and helped us sort of develop real estate curricula in the Black Business School. So, and we did a really big conference on real estate wholesaling maybe about a year or two ago. And I think you get access to that. If you go to drboycerealestate.com, you get access. And if you don't see instant access or you can't find it, just email our support team, support@theblackbusinessschool.com, and they can get you access to whatever you need. We have a lot of good real estate material. And also we have real estate for children. That's at blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. Or if you go to be1millionaires.com, you can start your child on that journey. That's be1millionaires.com. Let's see, Lydia, should I purchase a property from my mother, inherit it, and paid for it to try to generate passive income from my current residence? Okay, so you want to buy a property from your mother Okay, that's paid for and generate passive income from my current residence. Okay. Um, I can't tell you if you should purchase a property from your mother just because I don't know the details. I think that talking to a tax expert might be important just to make sure you understand the tax implications of the transaction. Um, I don't think real estate's the best way to make income, to be honest with you. I just don't. I used to think that, but we're selling, me and my wife are selling our real estate, not all of it, but some of it. And because we don't want to, I don't like all the paperwork and the bureaucracy and dealing with the tenants and all that. It's just not, I mean, but investing is something you should do based on your preference. You should do it based on what you're comfortable with and what you enjoy. I don't enjoy real estate that much. I mean, I know a lot about it, and I worked with a lot of experts, and I believe in owning some piece of it for diversification's sake. But you can get that diversification through a real estate investment trust. You don't actually have to buy physical property, and so there's a big real estate boom in the Black community in terms of a lot of interest in real estate. And I do think real estate is important. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that if it's not for you, then you don't have to make it for you. You can find other ways to generate income passively. I generate thousands of dollars a week in income from selling my stock options, and I don't have to talk to a single person. I don't have to fill out any paperwork. I don't have to collect money from a tenant. None of that stuff. I could just literally, if I owned 1,000 shares of Coinbase, you can literally pull in thousands of dollars a week in income just by selling those options, and it's very easy to do. All right, so let me see here. Lydia, okay. Oh, you already asked him. Okay, it's on the high end of my budget, and the interest rate is 15 to 20 minimum from the current location. I would be really careful about anything that stretches your budget. Especially if also another thing about real estate is that if you're not experienced in it and you dive into it like that with a big deal, some big contract or something, it can be disastrous. Real estate's not very liquid, meaning that you can't sell it quickly. That's another reason why I like the stock options move, is because stock options are very liquid. I could go in right now and I could literally open my phone up right now and pull $100,000 out and have that money in my bank account this afternoon, right? I can't do that with real estate. You understand? So I would encourage you to just be very thoughtful about little things like that. So for example, a lot of people like to invest in all these startup companies. Somebody creates a startup and they want to put their money in, and they're not always conscious of, like, well, how long is it really going to take you to get your money out? And is it possible for you to even get your money out? There are some investments you can make where you can't get your money out, until they have an exit. Well, what's the exit look like? Was it when the company gets sold, when they go public? Like what? I have an investment in a company called TribeVest that I made 5 years ago. I invested $75,000 in this company. 5 years later, my $75,000 I hear is worth $250,000. Hooray! Right? Ooh, tripled your money. Good job. I can't get that money. I don't know. I don't know when I'm going to be able to get that money. Right. And that's one of the good ones. That's one of the successes. I didn't talk about, investments I made in other places that didn't pan out to anything. I put some money in the Tulsa real estate fund, and y'all know how that ended. I was disappointed with that. There's other businesses I've invested in the Black community too, that, where it wasn't that they had a bad idea. It was that there was no clear plan on exactly how you were going to actually have a cash return on the investment that you made. And so I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying just think about it carefully and make sure that you understand what you're in for. Because a lot of times we don't know that, and then bad things could occur. All right, so let's see. Dwayne, what are your thoughts about China's development in Africa, good or bad? I kind of feel like it's bad overall because I want Africans to have independence, but it's better than the United States because the Chinese are just better business partners than the US, but they too have their own type of economic pimping, so to speak. They're very, very picky and restrictive about sharing technology and teaching Africans how to manage infrastructure on their own. So they'll come there and they'll build a railway for your country that's amazing and beautiful and high tech, but they won't teach you what they're doing, and they will import their own engineers and whatever and workers to work on the railway. They're not going to hire the local people. And then on top of that, when it comes to the maintenance of that railway, they're going to do the maintenance themselves. And then on top of that, they might make some pretty egregious demands, like, we want a 99-year lease on all the land, between here and Kinshasa or something, right? So like in Jamaica, there was this really beautiful highway that they had in Jamaica. My wife and I was there, and we drove up from Kingston up to the north. I can't remember the beaches and stuff. And so, because the kids were up at the resort, and we had to drive down to Kingston a few times because my wife was doing presentations in Kingston. And this highway was so much better than the original road. The original road was like windy 3 hour drive. It was terrible. The highway was a nice, smooth, comfortable 90-minute ride, right? But here's the problem. The toll on the highway was outrageously expensive. I want to say it was like $25 each way to ride on this highway. Most people in Jamaica cannot afford to drive on this highway. The Chinese have built this thing. Number two, the Chinese, from what I understand, they required like a 99-year lease on all the land, that the highway covered. So a lot of local people were very unhappy with the deal that was made. So there was this nice, comfortable highway, but there wasn't anybody on it because nobody could use it in Jamaica. So that's kind of the trade-off, and that's the part that's sketchy, and I don't know how that's going to play out. Let's see. So it's a new type of colonialism without guns, really. Justin, can you tell me books to read and how to set up a trust fund for my sons? Let's see. Well, I think that I don't have any books in mind as far as trust funds. I think that research, just online research, can be beneficial. I think talking to a trust expert can be helpful too. You sit down with a trust attorney, they can answer all your questions and help you set it up. I think that might be a little bit better but there are plenty of books on trust. If you go to Amazon, just search for trust, you'll find a lot of books that'll come up. Let's see. Dr. Boyce, media rumor, banks close and to take money out. Is it true? No, I don't think it's true. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying I haven't seen any evidence of that. I mean, banks are in a little bit of danger because of the commercial real estate market, mostly regional banks, but they have safeguards that have historically always protected the banks from, any of these terrible collapses. So I wouldn't buy into that stuff. Let's see, Marcia, do you think the USA is in danger of being a dictatorship? I don't think so. What would that mean for the Black community? The only time I see the US becoming a dictatorship is if you have another crisis like COVID or something. We became a little bit like a dictatorship during the pandemic. A lot of freedoms were stripped. But I don't think it comes down to like Biden or Trump being elected. I think it's like a matter of like whether or not fear overtakes the country enough to the point where people give away their liberties. At that point, then you're in trouble. Let's see. Dr. Boyce, Nvidia's up 82% today. I don't think it's up 82%. You mean $82? I think it's up $82. I don't think it's up 82%. That would be quite a bit. Yeah, I don't think Nvidia is up that much. But it is up a lot. Right now, let me see. Nvidia is up. It's up 9.5%, but it's up $90. So I think that's what you're referring to, but that's still a lot, right? So it's over $1,000 now. Let's see, Chelsea, no question, but shout out to Amani for getting me set up with Prime yesterday. All right, yeah, Amani's on our customer support team. She's amazing. If you email support@theblackbusinessschool.com, you can talk to Amani. We got Chanel. We have a lot of great people that work with the Black Business School and they're all just really good people. And I'm really proud of the university we created because we're better at Black wealth than any institution on the planet. You can't go to Harvard and learn what you learn here. You can't go to an HBCU and learn what we learned here. The principle, our economic Bible is Powernomics because we believe deeply in group economics. We also believe in things like mental health and the structure of the family as being critical keys to building Black wealth for the future. We also believe in the incorporation of radical ideas that come from broad experts in multiple fields coming together to truly form a think tank around issues that affect the Black community. This is not. I don't think you can solve the Black wealth problem by lumping us in with everybody else, and that's what happens at other universities. We're always so concerned about trying to fit us into something else, a square peg in a round hole. I say, no, you need a round peg with a round hole. And so, anyway, we're good at that. And another thing I'm proud of with the Black Business School is that most of the people that you talk to on our team have been here for several years. It's a great place to work, but we work with good people. We don't work with, if someone's a bad person or doesn't have the right spirit, that's not a good fit. And so Amani and Chanel and some of the others that work here have been here since literally like 2018, 2019. And they know what they're doing. They respect you immensely. They will sit on the phone with you if they have to help you figure it out. And that's something that I'm really proud of. So I'm really honored to have the team that we have. Terry Wilson, where can Prime members find a consolidated list of the stocks you mentioned previously? Just log into drboyceprime.com. There should be stuff there. You have access to something called What Dr. Boyce is Buying. When you go into Prime, you'll see what Dr. Boyce is buying that's in there. If you have trouble finding it, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com and they can help you. Keep that email address around in case you have any issues. They respond to your email. They have a requirement. They have to respond within 10 or 12 hours, and so they'll get back to you. So it's not instantaneous, but they do get back to you. Okay. Let's see. And if they ever don't get back or something ever goes wrong, you let me know and we'll be right on that. Mary Wilson, Dr. Boyce, do you know any reputable antique art appraisers? No, I do not. I'm so sorry, Mari. I wish I knew. I don't know anybody. Sorry for that. Let's see. Dorothea says, is it good to buy more shares of NVIDIA today, in your opinion? I'm not buying anymore. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'll say I'm not going to buy anymore. I'm skeptical. I really am. I kind of feel like NVIDIA. I feel like when the market starts to drop, which I believe that it's going to do at some point this year, NVIDIA is going to be one of the first casualties. I think that what happens when the market's doing this well is that you have these things, these what they call black swan events or catalysts that are sitting like demons waiting in the corner to come and disrupt the market. So I personally think that a catalyst is going to hit. I think something bad's going to happen that's going to just kind of snap us out of this euphoria that we're in, and you're going to see a little bit of a correction. It's going to broadside and body slam the stock market because right now valuations are really high. They have something called the price earnings ratio that measures the price of the stock divided by the earnings. It tells you how overinflated the price might be, whether the stocks could be underpriced or overpriced. We're in the top 10th percentile of historical price earnings ratios, meaning that stocks are very highly priced relative to what they've been in the past. And usually when the price earnings ratios get that high, at some point you have a correction. I'm not going to call it a crash. It's going to feel like a crash, though. It may be labeled a crash, but it's really a correction. A correction simply means that they're going to realize, wait, NVIDIA shouldn't be $1,042.92. NVIDIA should only be $822. So instead of being a $2.6 trillion company, it's really supposed to be a $2.2 trillion company. It's still a great company. It's still making money hand over fist. It's just a little bit overvalued. So maybe then that's an opportunity to come in and buy. So don't get scared when that happens. Just know that it happens all the time. So when your granny tells you that the stock market is going to crash, you should just say, yeah, granny, I know. Dr. Boyce said the stock market crashes all the time. And when it does crash, I'm going to show up and I'm going to buy me some more stock. That's what you do. Okay, let's see here. What is the minimum amount you need to do the Prime program? There's no minimum amount, Roxanne. Some people are in there learning to prepare so that once they maybe form their family investment group or get their capital base up, they can make certain moves. And remember, there's more that you can do with options than just sell them. You can do things like call spreads and straddles and strangles and butterflies and condors and lots of other option strategies. So don't think that it's just about the selling options. I mean, the selling of options and generating income was kind of the core of the setup, but we cover everything with options, beginner, advanced, all that stuff. So the URL is drboyceprime.com if you want to take a look. You put up a post that said leverage is how smart men lose their money. What did you mean by that? Oh, that was a quote from Charlie Munger. Charlie Munger, who was this old dude who used to hang out with Warren Buffett. He was a real OG. I love Charlie Munger, one of my favorite investors of all time. He and Warren Buffett are old school. They learned investing from this book called by two people named Graham and Dodd, and it was called Value Investing, and it was written in like the 1930s during the Great Depression. So these guys are very conservative, but they're just sturdy, fearless men who have a tremendous amount of success under their belt. And I love the way they talk because they go back to the fact that basic decision making and really simple stuff that's really common sense is the difference between success and failure. So what Charlie Munger said is something that I've actually said a lot. I just said it in my own little black way, but he said the same thing I said. He said that basically smart men ruin themselves through let me make sure I get it right. Ladies, liquor, and leverage. Ladies, liquor, and leverage. What does that mean? Well, it's similar to something I've always said. When I talk to young black men, I say, look, there's 4 ways a man ruins his life. Typically, If by engaging in any of these four things too much: sex, drugs, alcohol, gambling. Sex, drugs, alcohol, gambling. So he says ladies, liquor, and leverage. That's similar. Let me explain why. Well, the ladies part, that's basically sex, right? You see men that a lot of times, we want to be rich so that we can attract women. And some men don't have the discernment or the intelligence to understand that just because she want to sleep with you does not mean that you're supposed to do it. So smart men get it, dumb men don't. And then on top of that, things like sex addictions can occur. They can cause you to make decisions that are harmful to your life and the lives of others. They can embarrass you, ruin you, all kinds of stuff, right? So connecting with the wrong women can just ruin a man, destroy him. And make sure you tell your sons this, especially if he's a ladies' man and all that, and he thinks that that's a win for him. There are people that will eat him up, that will literally set him up and destroy him based on that weakness that he may develop over time. The liquor part is basically that when I said drugs and alcohol, that's the liquor part for Charlie Munger. So he says liquor, maybe because he wasn't thinking about drugs. I think about liquor and drugs because those are the two things I've seen that have ruined Black families the most. Those are the two things that have had the most devastating impact on my family. My father was a drug addict. My stepfather broke away from his drug addiction. Drugs have been the worst thing to ever happen to the Black community. That's why I don't understand why we have any tolerance for rappers who promote drug use. What is wrong with you? You are an idiot. You are worse than a Klansman because you're using the power of persuasion to persuade young people to get hooked on drugs before they ever have a chance to do anything special with their lives. You don't understand what happens inside the brain of a 17-year-old who gets hooked on dope and then he tries to get over it or whatever. No, the brain damage is done, son. Your brain is jacked for life at that point. You've been using Molly and meth. On a plane, I sat next to a guy that he wasn't a Secret Service agent. He was like a federal agent or federal marshal. And he said, I worked with drugs in the DEA and all that. He said, people have no idea how much brain damage gets done to these poor kids when they test out these drugs that are being promoted by these rappers. Like stuff like the Molly and the meth or whatever, like that stuff, like it fries your brain. So then they're like, oh, I used to use it. Now I don't use it no more. Sorry, that those 2 years you were messing with fentanyl, your brain just isn't operating the same. It's like if I spend 2 years, taking a knife and stabbing myself in the thigh, and I do that for 2 years straight, and I cut off my calf muscle, and then I say, "Oh, I'm done cutting off my calf muscles," and I chopped off 3 toes, but now I'm good again. My toes are going to grow back. No, they're not. They're not going to grow back. You're going to go through life with 3 missing toes and no calf muscle. Right? So I just kind of it frustrates me. Let me say that. I'm going to stop. All right. The next thing is, he said leverage. So the leverage part to me is that kind of correlates to what I said about gambling. And so for him, leverage might mean just bad financial choices or gambling in a different way. A lot of people don't know that a lot of people think that they are investors when really they're just basically gamblers. Investing for some people becomes a more acceptable way for them to fulfill a gambling addiction. I know people that have traded stock options who had to go to Gamblers Anonymous because that same dopamine rush that you get when you buy $50 worth of AMC options and the $50 turns into 500, that same dopamine rush is exactly what you get when you go to the casino. It's the exact same process. So basically, gambling addictions, which are on the rise, by the way, you really want to watch out for this. It's going to ruin a lot of people's families and a lot of people's finances, and cause some people to literally go just jump out of a building and shoot themselves in the head and all this other crazy stuff. Gambling addictions are one of just the worst things that a person can be plagued with. And the thing is that the sports gambling companies are marketing to your son. They're marketing to young men between the ages of about 20 and 35. Women, they're not as quick to get into sports gambling. Older people, we know better half the time, but not all the time. But there's something about being a little bit older, a little wiser, where you have a little more balance. Those young guys full of testosterone and who lack impulse control, oh, they're easy targets. They get them on there thinking they're gonna make all this money, thinking you're smarter than the system. Next thing you know, you're $3,000, $10,000, $50,000 in debt, and you don't know how you're gonna get out. And then that becomes a really sad life to have. All right, so I'm gonna answer a few more questions, then we're gonna head on out of here. Aisha, Do you have a list of the best stocks to sell options on? I'm slowly, yes. If you log into drboyceprime.com, there's something called the Dr. Boyce Moneymakers that is in there. And I update this list every 3 weeks. So you can go to drboyceprime.com and get a copy, or you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can guide you to where that's located. Let's see. Is 10K enough of a capital base? As Sharon. Yeah, there are some students that have 10K as a capital base for sure. Otis, hey Doc, what are your thoughts on leaving all one's assets in a trust? I think trusts are a great idea. Trusts are great for allowing you to transfer assets after your passing without dealing with probate or taxes in too much of a damaging way. It's not perfect, but it is one way to protect against taxation. So, for example, with my estate, a lot of my insurance policies have my trust as the beneficiary, and then the trust has instructions attached as to what's going to happen with the money, and the trustee's job is to execute the instructions as per what I put in the document. Let's see. Trevor says, main steps to becoming a long-term investor. Try to go to blackwealthmasterplan.com. That can get you started. Another framework we set up in terms of a stock market weekend that we did where we covered a lot of that stuff. You can go to thedrboycemethod.com, thedrboycemethod.com. I lay out an 11-step process on how I go about deciding if a stock should be added to my portfolio. So thedrboycemethod.com will get you started. Roxanne, if you are just starting out on your financial journey and you're over 50, where do you recommend I start? Okay, I think I answered that question just now. Okay, two more questions. And then we'll bounce on out. I love when you have so many questions. This is great. This is awesome. We gotta do more of these Q&As. Do you recommend starting a 529 plan for my child or investing in an ETF for them? Great question, Chris. I think 529s are better because they have tax advantages. Just sort of make sure you pay attention to any restrictions that there might be on what you can actually do with the money, though, right? And what the consequences would be for violating that restriction. But anything that's tax deferred or has tax benefits tends to be the best option. Shauna, I went through Prime 101 and have a great grasp on what I'm doing. I will be scheduling an appointment with you soon, but before we meet, will a capital base of 76,000 allow me to make at least 10,000 a month? Close. Yeah, you can make several $1,000s a month with a capital base of 76,000. And if you are in that category where your capital base is say 40,000 and up, stuff like that, feel free to take a look. I have a mastermind for people that have a little bit more and you want a little bit more personalized attention. So you can email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. There's a couple more spots. You have to apply. You've got to pass the test. We got to make sure you're ready that in terms of understanding investing well enough to be comfortable with the stuff that we'll talk about. But if that's of interest to you and you want to take a look and you want to apply, just email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. I personally think that the more you have at stake, the more you might want to just really think carefully before you make a move. I did a consultation once with a student who had just bought, he had gotten into a real estate deal for $750,000, and he put his whole life savings into this real estate deal and he couldn't get out. And he said, well, what should I do? And I said, well, I mean, I wish I could help you get a time machine so you could go back in time and talk to me before you make this move. Because now that you've locked your money up in this deal, there's only limited things that we can think about here. And I said, was this your first real estate deal? He said, yeah. So my thought is, if I'm about to jump into a real estate deal for hundreds of thousands of dollars, then yeah, I'm gonna pay somebody 1,000 or 2,000 if I have to, or whatever, to guide me through the process, right? So if you're looking to make a big financial move, this will be the last point we'll make, and then we'll do another Q&A. My brain's getting a little mushy, so I'm gonna go ahead and let us out of here. But I really am an advocate before you make major financial moves. I'm a big advocate of paying for mentorship, like getting somebody that can help you to just share what they know. Like you can buy their 20 or 30 years of experience instead of learning it the hard way. Because if you don't, you're going to make mistakes and you're going to learn, but it's going to take you 5-10 years to learn it. And you're going to pay $100,000 or whatever, to learn these things. So I would encourage you to find people that know how to do what you're trying to do and just say, hey, I will pay you for your time so that now I can have expectations of you. I can tell you what I need and expect that you're going to deliver for me. And also I get the benefit from all the years of training that you already have. And so there we go. So that's my belief on that's literally what I do. Whenever I go into something new, I'm not going to go dump a bunch of money into something where I don't know what's going on. And Warren Buffett actually talks about this. He says never invest in something that you don't understand. And if you don't understand it, then maybe find someone that you trust that does understand it, so they can tell you what's going on, so you don't, so you don't end up pouring money down the drain. Okay. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. Have a good day, and don't forget, get on the text list. I'll send out that list. I'm actually going to send out the list of weed stocks this afternoon. So if you want to get that list, just make sure you're on the text list. Text morning, MORNING, to 87948. That's morning to 87948. And also tomorrow we will be back tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern, and we won't go an hour and 20 minutes tomorrow. We'll probably go more like 30 to 45 minutes, as we always do. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye. And I think one thing to kind of meditate on is sort of related to just how does a person think when they're a wealth builder? My wife and I were talking yesterday, or actually we talked this morning, and then we talked yesterday too, because I talk to my wife every day, especially when I travel, and we were talking about a couple of things. Like first thing we were talking about was this whole thing with Diddy. I don't know if you guys have been following this with Diddy and the whole craziness with there was this tape released apparently of him allegedly beating up his ex-girlfriend. Her name was Cassie. And so she actually mentioned something that I think you guys might get a kick out of, because my wife is she's B1, and she's also a therapist, and she's really deep into the subconscious mind. Like, she's really extensively studied it. She's an expert on it. And she's convinced me, and I always felt this way, but she's helped further convince me that there's always a consistent, deliberate effort to manage and control the subconscious mind of not just Black people, but really all American people. Like there's a goal to kind of sort of keep a certain mindset, in play to keep you in your position. And one thing that she's mentioned that I thought was really fascinating, and honestly, this only is tangentially related to the topic that I'm actually going to address in terms of the difference in mindsets. But she talked about how there's these videos that have been going around with white men, saying things about how, about like sort of being married to Black women and the Black wife effect, and Cassie's white husband basically had some things to say about domestic violence, and she said I think she said something like they're presenting the white male as the hero, as kind of the good guy, and the Black guy as the villain, right? Because the Black guy is represented by the rappers and everything else, which I've always told you all that really bothers me, because most Black men I know are not rappers. But she kind of felt like, that there's this sort of idea that the white male is your savior, that's your hero.